That's impressive. I'd say your Dark Knight Nethercat could rank among the best even in the junior class, the advisor murmured to himself, stroking his chin as he lounged on the sofa, legs crossed. It could rank in the junior class. Li Si's eyes lit up and he looked at the advisor with excitement. After all, if he wanted to get stronger he needed to keep fighting tougher opponents, but none of the freshmen or sophomores would battle him anymore. His only hope was to challenge the upperclassmen. Of course, I may not be the strongest myself, but I know how to judge strength, the advisor said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. He was just about to light one, but shot a glance at Li Si and Lu Yangfei and changed his mind. He put the pack away, then added in a tone full of certainty, "You can trust me on this, bro. You're thinking of challenging the juniors?" Lu Yangfei asked, coming back over and flopping into his seat as the last wisps of black mist faded from the room. "I am," Li Si replied softly, eyes shining with anticipation. Lu Yangfei straightened up in response, just as excited. What are you thinking? They'd never agree to that." The advisor let out a derisive laugh from the side at their reactions. Instantly both Li Si and Lu Yangfei let out sighs of frustration. The advisor was right, the juniors would never accept his challenge. As a freshman, Li Si wasn't included in the sophomore or junior rankings. Even if he managed to beat the top junior, there'd be no reward for him and the loser would only end up humiliated. No one in their right mind would go along with something that had no upside and only downsides. The lesson from the sophomores was still fresh in everyone's mind, but there were always exceptions. If he could somehow get included in those rankings, if he could fight his way in, then all the resources and rewards would go to him alone. At that point, they'd be lining up to challenge him. It didn't take long for Li Si to think of a way to break the deadlock. "Advisor, is there a way for me to be included in their rankings?" Li Si suddenly looked up, his gaze intense. "There is, but you'll have to convince the principal yourself," the advisor replied after a moment of thought, nodding as if recalling something important. "All right, leave it to me." Li Si's eyes practically glowed as he answered. If the advisor said there was a precedent, then there had to be a way. And if there was a way, he'd find it. "Bro, I'll look up what happened the last time someone did this and see why it was allowed," Lu Yangfei volunteered, realizing what was most important. But before he could finish his sentence, the advisor gave him a light smack on the head. "He just needs to talk to the principal. There won't be any surprises. You have more important things to do. Come with me." As he spoke, he stood up and led Lu Yangfei out the door. "Oh right, teacher, you need to check on the Earth and Demon Bull. Otherwise, I won't know if it can still be cultivated." As the two of them were already at the doorway, Li Si hurriedly called out, almost forgetting the main task. Without turning his head, the counselor waved a hand. "Got it, I'll bring the equipment over later." Watching them leave, Li Si finally picked up the heartbond grass from the table and fed it to the Earth and Demon Bull. A brand new voice soon echoed in Li Si's mind. "Moo." It didn't mean anything, the calf was still too young, its awareness barely formed. It needed more time to grow. The heartbond grass melted instantly in the bull's mouth, gentle energy sliding down its throat, nourishing its newborn body. In Li Si's mind, after that confused moo, came a pure feeling of trust and dependence, like a newborn gazing up at its mother. This little guy's mind is still a complete blank, Li Si thought, pulling himself together and wasting no more time. Since the counselor had said to go straight to the principal, it meant he was confident things would work out. Li Si stood up, no longer hesitating, and headed directly toward the administration building. The East Sea University Administration Building was as imposing as ever, standing at the heart of campus, silently declaring itself the seat of power, thanks to the groundwork laid by the counselor, or perhaps more because what he'd brought back from raiding the Ingwa stronghold was just that shocking. Li Si met no obstacles this time as he climbed to the top floor. The door wasn't locked, it swung open with a push, as if the person inside had long expected his arrival. Li Si took a steadying breath and stepped inside. The office was the same as always, spacious, bright, and carrying an indescribable air of authority. Behind the massive desk, the aged principal sat upright, a document in his hands, though he wasn't reading it. Instead, his calm gaze was fixed on Li Si as he entered. There was no overwhelming pressure, no deliberate show of authority, just a serene stillness, deep and unshakable as water. "Sit," the principal said, pointing to the chair opposite his desk. His voice was gentle. "Charlie contacted me earlier, told me what you're thinking." Li Si sat down as instructed, back straight, showing not the slightest nervousness even in front of the university's highest authority. "Principal, I need stronger opponents. I need to improve, and quickly." He spoke plainly, restating his request. The principal set the document aside, fingers interlaced on the desktop, and leaned forward slightly, studying Li Si. "A cross-grade challenge, breaking the current grade ranking rules. That's not without precedent at East Sea University." Li Si's spirits lifted. "Oh, I'd appreciate your guidance, principal." The last time, the principal said, was 90 years ago. The principal's words carried a trace of nostalgia. "Back then, I was just a young teacher, barely making a name for myself. The academy had seen a true prodigy, much like you now." The moment he enrolled, he had no rivals among his peers, he skipped grades, challenged upperclassmen, even the most gifted seniors, and never once lost. Though the principal's tone was calm, Lisi could easily picture that genius from 90 years ago, dazzling and unmatched, dominating his generation. In his first year, that student swept through every ranked challenger from freshmen to seniors, setting a record at East Sea University that has yet to be broken. At this point, the principal's gaze refocused on Lisi, his eyes sharp and appraising with a hint of expectation so subtle it was almost undetectable. 90 years have passed. It seems East Sea University is ready to see another rule-breaker. The words weren't spoken outright, but their meaning was crystal clear. Lisi's heart thudded faster in his chest. This was recognition, a recognition from the principal of East Sea University. Principal, does this mean you agree? In principle, yes, the principal nodded. East Sea University has never stifled talent. Rules are meant to keep order, but geniuses, true geniuses, have the right to break them. However, his tone shifted. If you want to break the rules, you'll have to pay the price, or rather prove yourself worthy. What do you need me to do? Lisi asked without hesitation. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. To earn special privileges, he would have to show extraordinary value. The principal leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping lightly on the desk. You've heard of the Abyssali secret realm, haven't you? Lisi nodded. The Abyssali was one of the largest and most dangerous secret realms near East Sea City. Rumor had it that it was connected to another dimension, its interior a labyrinth of peril and opportunity, a place both rich in resources and fraught with deadly risks. It was where upperclassmen and the university's strongest often went to test themselves. The Abyssali has 3 regions: the outer zone, the deep sea zone, and the core, the most dangerous area. The principal continued. Not long ago something happened in the core. A powerful non-human escaped, and it's now hiding in the deep sea zone, causing quite a bit of trouble. A non-human escaped from the core. Lisi's attention was instantly piqued. To students at his level, the core zone was the stuff of legends, a forbidden land. Anything that managed to escape from there had to be incredibly strong. We've organized several hunts already, the principal said, but this creature is cunning and knows the deep sea well. It's managed to slip away every time. He fixed Lisi with a steady look. Your task is to enter the Abyssali's deep sea zone, find this escaped non-human and eliminate it. This mission isn't just difficult, it's extremely dangerous. Even the top students in their junior or senior year might not be able to pull it off. The principal's tone remained calm. Do you dare to accept it? Lisi didn't hesitate for a second. Instead, a fierce determination blazed in his eyes. A challenge. This was exactly the kind of challenge he craved. I accept, he replied, his voice firm and resolute. Good. A faint smile appeared on the principal's face. I'll have my secretary prepare the mission details and the paperwork for entering the secret realm. Remember, come back alive and bring proof that you've completed the task. Do that and I'll make an exception for you, granting you permission to challenge opponents from any grade. When can I leave? Lisi pressed, already unable to contain his eagerness. The sooner the better, the principal replied, studying him closely. Every day that creature from another race remains in the deep sea zone, the greater the risk. Lisi sprang to his feet. I'll start preparing right now. As he watched Lisi leave without a moment's hesitation, the principal's eyes reflected a flicker of complex emotion. 90 years. It had been 90 years since that monstrous genius single-handedly propelled East Sea University to new heights. What would this new freshman bring to East Sea University? Greater glory, or something else? He picked up an internal communicator from his desk. Xiao Qin, prepare a full report on the recent disturbances in the deep sea sector of the Seabed secret realm, as well as everything we know about the target alien. The more detailed the better. Give it to Lisi. With his instructions given, he leaned back in his chair and gazed out at the cloudless blue sky. The deep sea zone of the Seabed secret realm, an alien who escaped from the core region. This mission is about more than just proof. Kid, I hope you can give me a real surprise. As Lisi listened to the principal, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. 90 years ago, a prodigy who swept through 4 years undefeated. What kind of spirit, what kind of presence was that? And now, the principal's words were clearly comparing him to that legendary predecessor, even putting even higher hopes on him. For those who come after, the phrase crashed through Lisi's mind like a thunderclap, stirring a surge of pride and ambition. This was recognition, the highest form coming from the leader of East Sea University. It was more exhilarating than any reward. Principal, you mean? In principle, I approve your request. The principal nodded slightly, confirming Lisi's guess. Do you remember East Sea University's motto? All rivers run to the sea, embracing greatness through inclusivity. We never stifle the growth of geniuses. Rules exist to maintain basic order, but true geniuses have the right to challenge and even break the rules. The technology and the source material you brought back from destroying the Inghua stronghold was a major achievement, enough to earn you certain privileges. Lisi forced himself to calm his racing thoughts, but The principal's tone shifted, his gaze turning sharp again. If you really want to shatter the boundaries between grades and compete in the higher-level ranking battles, merit alone isn't enough. You need to prove to everyone, including the upperclassmen and the Academy's elders and professors, that you truly possess the strength and potential to rise above the rules. What do I need to do? Lisi asked without a moment's hesitation, his eyes burning with determination. He knew this privilege wasn't something easily granted, it would inevitably come with a severe test. The headmaster leaned back into the broad chair, his fingers idly tapping a steady rhythm on the polished surface of his desk. You're familiar with the Abyssali secret realm, aren't you? The headmaster asked suddenly. Lisi nodded. Of course he knew. Just a few days before enrolling he had spent time inside the Abyssali. Seeing Lisi's nod, the headmaster nodded in return. He was already well aware of Lisi's background, asking was just a formality. The headmaster explained slowly, not long ago something unusual happened in the core region of the secret realm, something we haven't fully figured out yet. As a result, a creature from an alien race that used to inhabit the edge of the core area managed to escape. Right now, it's hiding somewhere in the deep sea zone, a creature from the core region. Even if it was only from the edge of the core, Lisi felt a chill run through his heart. The core was a forbidden place so dangerous that even the Academy's records only hinted at what lay within. Any being that managed to escape from there, he didn't need to think twice to know it wouldn't be anything good. This creature, how strong is it? Lisi pressed. Based on the information we have, its individual strength isn't at the very top, not at a level that would trouble the Academy's instructors or professors. For them, dealing with it wouldn't be much of a challenge, the headmaster replied to Lisi's mild surprise. However, it's extremely cunning and seems to possess a unique ability. It can blend perfectly into the deep sea environment, making it almost impossible to track. We've already organized several search and destroy missions led by elite senior students, but each time it managed to use the environment and its tricks to escape. We even lost a few students in the process. Lisi understood. The real challenge of this task wasn't the creature's raw power, but its ability to hide and adapt to the deep sea environment. For a seasoned instructor, overwhelming force could sweep through the area and flush it out. But for a student entering an unfamiliar, hostile environment to hunt down a creature skilled in stealth and escape, this was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack, and not just any needle, a venomous one that could dodge, run, and even bite back. So this mission wasn't just a test of strength. It was a trial of comprehensive ability, tracking, stealth, adapting to the environment, improvisation, and, above all, luck. The headmaster looked at Lisi, his tone calm. Your task is to enter the deep sea zone of the Abyssali secret realm, find that escaped creature from the core region, eliminate it, and bring back its most valuable part as proof. This mission is extremely difficult, and there's no doubt about the danger involved. Even a team composed of the very best juniors and seniors in the university couldn't be completely confident they would succeed. The principal's gaze seemed to pierce right through to the soul. The reason the school hadn't sent a faculty mentor to handle this directly was, on one hand, because they wanted to make this a special trial, and on the other, to see if anyone from this year's students might surprise them. After a brief pause, he continued, now I'm giving this opportunity to you, Lisi. Do you dare take on this task? Lisi barely hesitated. Instead, a blazing fire ignited in his chest. A challenge, an unprecedented challenge, to venture into the legendary abyssal sea zone of the CI secret realm and hunt down a mysterious alien who had escaped from the core. This wasn't just a test of strength, but a trial of courage and wits. This was exactly the stage he'd been longing for. I accept. The two words leapt from Lisi's lips, firm and resolute, ringing out with conviction. Very good. For the first time, a faint, nearly imperceptible look of approval crossed the principal's face. With this kind of courage, you truly live up to your reputation as a genius. However, Lisi's brow furrowed, just a touch, barely noticeable. A very real problem was staring him in the face. The abyssal sea zone of the CI secret realm. That wasn't some shallow shore, it was the true depths of the sea. His two contracted beasts, one inch the recently bonded, still young yellow earth demon bull, the other the already mature, fiercely powerful blazing lion, were respectively earth-type and fire-type. In other words, classic landlubbers. In the deep sea environment, forget fighting, they'd probably have trouble just moving, let alone unleashing their full strength. What was he supposed to do? Dive into the depths alone for a hand-to-hand brawl with the alien? It was as if the principal read his mind. His fingers stopped drumming on the desk. Looks like you've realized the crux of the issue, he said calmly. The abyssal sea zone's environment is unique. Going in alone would be extremely difficult, especially for a beastmaster like you whose contracted beasts are earth and fire types. Lisi said nothing, waiting for the principal to continue. Given the special nature and difficulty of this mission, you're permitted to recruit teammates and form a temporary squad, the principal said slowly. Maximum team size is 4, yourself included. You may choose any current student from freshman to senior whom you deem suitable. Of course, whether they're willing to join you on this adventure, that's up to your own abilities, Lisi replied. Then it's settled. When he left the principal's office, Lisi held two things: an authorization document and a list of names. The authorization allowed him to assemble a temporary squad of up to 4 people and enter the CI secret realm for this special mission. The list contained information on several upperclassmen with proven underwater combat skills. The principal's secretary had just handed it to him, clearly prepared in advance. Impressive efficiency. Lisi was quite satisfied. He didn't waste any time. Instead, he went straight down the contact list and found 2 people he thought were the best fit. The first was Qintao, a junior whose companion beast was a mutated ironhook octopus level 27 with blue-grade aptitude. Its special ability was to fire out tough, precise tentacles underwater, wrapping and dragging targets with exceptional control. The second was Wang Yu, a sophomore whose beast was a floating mountain whale level 25, also with blue-grade aptitude. The whale was massive, gentle in temperament, with a broad flat back that could serve as a stable and reliable moving platform on the sea's surface. Lisi found both of them training in the school's public combat training zone. He got straight to the point, explaining why he was there and outlining the mission, though he left out the detail that the target was from the core zone's edge, simply saying it was a dangerous target in the deep sea region that required their underwater abilities. A special assignment in the deep sea region of the CI secret realm. Qintao stopped his training. His ironhook octopus retracted its probing tentacles and several large eyes studied Lisi with curiosity. What's the reward, and how dangerous is it? Wang Yu was more interested in practical matters. Her floating mountain whale hovered in the giant pool beside her, letting out a low resonant call. The reward is a large number of credits and resource exchange points. The exact amount depends on your performance rating, but I promise it'll be substantial, Lisi answered. As for danger, it's considerable. The target is strong and extremely adept at using the deep sea environment to its advantage. He hesitated for a moment, then added, I'll be leading the mission and will handle the target myself. All I need from you is support. Qintao and Wang Yu exchanged a glance. Lisi's name had been echoing through the school lately. He'd single-handedly destroyed the Yinghua stronghold during the freshman tournament, and rumor had it he'd even brought back technology capable of producing golden-grade companion beasts. Getting a personal invite from someone like that made the mission a whole lot more appealing. I'm in. Qintao was the first to agree, his ironhook octopus waving its tentacles in excitement. Training had been getting a bit dull lately anyway. The trip to the deep sea region sounded like a good change of pace. Wang Yu nodded as well. I'm on board, but safety comes first. If things go south, I want the option to pull out. No problem, Lisi promised. With that, the 3 of them reached an agreement and immediately headed to the school's mission center. Using Lisi's authorization, they received a more detailed mission briefing. The brief described the target's appearance and known abilities. Spectre fish, elite grade level 40, blue aptitude. With darkwater dual attributes, this alien species resembled an oversized deep-sea anglerfish, but far more menacing. It had a luminous lure on its head that could create illusions in the abyss, and it was both extremely fast and highly skilled at stealth. Level 40-inch blue aptitude, Qintao muttered as he read the file, smacking his lips. That's almost 10 levels higher than my octopus. Definitely not going to be easy. Its overall strength, according to the assessment report, is close to the peak of the veteran tier. It could even pose a threat to an average Lord tier Beastmaster's companion. Wang Yu added this with a serious expression. My Nightshade Nethercat can handle it, Lisi replied, her tone calm but laced with an unshakable confidence. Though the Nightshade Nethercat was only level 30, the golden and violet abilities it possessed stacked together made its combat power far exceed what its level and aptitude suggested. Taking on a level 40 blue quality netherfish was well within her grasp. That's good, said Qintao, and Wang Yu let out a slight sigh of relief as well. They weren't worried about how strong their target was. What concerned them was whether their main force was strong enough to face it down. With preparations complete, the trio wasted no time. They headed straight for the entrance to the secret realm along the eastern coastline of Donghai City. As an important resource point and training ground for Donghai University, the CI secret realm was open to university students free of charge. Entry required only a simple identity check. Passing through a shimmering ripple in the air like stepping through a curtain of water, the 3 entered the CI secret realm. The first thing that greeted them was a sunlit island zone. Sandy beaches, coconut palms, and a scattering of low-level water-type and flying-type exotic beasts moving about. This was the outermost region of the CI secret realm, also known as the Island Zone, the least dangerous area, designed mainly for underclassmen to get acquainted with the environment and undergo basic training. Let's head straight to the Shallow Sea Zone. Our target's in the Deep Sea Zone. It's pointless to waste time here, Lisi said. Wang Yu summoned her floating mountain whale. Its massive body appeared offshore and the 3 of them leapt onto its broad back. With a mighty sweep of its tail, the floating mountain whale propelled them swiftly toward deeper waters. The scenery of the island zone quickly faded behind them. The sea shifted from the emerald green of the shallows to a deep, vibrant blue. This is the shallow sea zone, Wang Yu said. Below the surface, the marine life was becoming more varied and formidable. Every now and then, the shadow of some enormous sea beast would glide beneath the whale, exerting a silent pressure. According to the mission briefing, the netherfish was last sighted even farther out. We'll have to cross this shallow sea zone, Wang Yu said as she steered the floating mountain whale and checked the real-time map provided by the university. Our tactics are simple, Lisi said, standing near the front of the whale's back, her sharp gaze scanning the increasingly dim waters ahead. Wang Yu, your floating mountain whale gives us our platform and mobility. Chen Tao, your ironhook octopus does recon and control. As soon as you spot the target, have it grab the netherfish with its tentacles and drag it up here onto the whale, then leave the rest to me. She clenched her fist with determination. The nightshade nethercat appeared silently at Lisi's side, its dark golden eyes flickering like twin ghostly flames in the dim light, radiating an eerie, chilling aura. The floating mountain whale pressed on the light around them, gradually fading, the water pressure mounting. They were nearing the border between the shallow sea and the deep sea zones. Chen Tao's ironhook octopus had already slipped into the water, its agile tentacles sensing the environment all around them. The atmosphere grew tense. The dangers of the deep sea were incomparable to those of the shallows. Even skirting the edge, they were in another league entirely. Just then, a sudden surge of urgent psychic waves came from the ironhook octopus submerged below. Chen Tao's expression shifted. It found something, not far ahead, and I think it's noticed us too. Even as he spoke, a strange ghostly phosphorescence flared in the dark water ahead like a will-o'-the-wisp abruptly coming to life. The eerie glow was like a single eye opening in the abyss, radiating a bone-chilling cold as it locked onto the three of them atop the floating mountain whale. Its bait, the luring organ of the netherfish. Wang Yu reacted instantly. As a fishing enthusiast, she was familiar with all sorts of fish habits. The intel said it uses that to create illusions or attract prey. Chen Tao didn't hesitate. He reached out with his mental powers to the ironhook octopus underwater, lock onto it, tangle it up. Receiving the order, the octopus shot out several tough arms like arrows, slicing through the water and aiming straight for the phosphorescent spot. But just as its arms were about to reach the light, it suddenly accelerated backward, moving far faster than anything described in the reports, and easily dodged the octopus's grasp. So fast, Chen Tao's face darkened. That speed isn't normal. Lisi frowned as well. It's normal for a level 40 blue-ranked alien to be quick, but this is unusual, even for that. After it, Lisi decided immediately. Wang Yu immediately directed the floating mountain whale to speed up, the massive creature cutting through the waves as it chased the fleeing phosphorescence. But the light was cunning, weaving left and right through the complex, shadowy waters, constantly using reefs and trenches as cover. It always maintained a delicate distance, never letting them lose sight of it, but never letting them get close. After a while, Lisi sensed something was off. It seemed like the netherfish was deliberately luring them deeper. Stop, Lisi called out. The floating mountain whale gradually slowed and the distant phosphorescent glow also halted, almost as if it were waiting for them. We can't keep chasing like this, Lisi said gravely. It knows this area too well. We're at a huge disadvantage. So what do? Chen Tao asked. We can't just keep playing its game forever. Lisi turned to Wang Yu. You said you're a fishing enthusiast, right? Wang Yu nodded. Yeah, why? Does the netherfish have any favorite food? Lisi asked. Wang Yu's eyes lit up as she immediately caught on to Lisi's idea. Yes, netherfish love a small fish called silverflash. They're not worth much themselves, just common baitfish, but to the netherfish, they're a delicacy. Do we have any silverflash? Lisi pressed. Before we set out, I spent some credits to stock up just in case, got a few big buckets. Wang Yu looked a little smug. She hadn't expected her hobby to come in handy. A fishing fanatic's backpack always has something unexpected. Perfect, Lisi studied the map. Wang Yu, based on your knowledge of fish behavior in this deep-sea region, can you pinpoint a few spots where the shadowfin might be hiding or hunting? No problem. Wang Yu perked up, immediately pulling up her digital map. Her fingers flew across the screen, cross-referencing currents, trench locations, and known territories of large predators. In no time, she circled 3 locations. These 3 spots are classic ambush points, she explained. They're deep enough, offer good cover, and the current brings schools of small fish right past them. Then we'll hit the first spot. Prep the bait. Lisi made the call. The Fushan whale veered toward their first target. When they arrived, Wang Yu deftly opened a sealed container and grabbed handfuls of shimmering silver baitfish, tossing them into the water. As soon as the baitfish hit the sea, they scattered their scales, casting an eerie glow in the dim depths. The 3 of them held their breath, waiting for their quarry to appear. Chen Tao's iron-clawed octopus lay in wait below, ready to strike at any moment. The shadowcat crouched on the edge of the whale's back, its dark gold eyes scanning every inch of the surrounding water. Time ticked by. Aside from a few clueless little fish lured by the silver bait swiftly chased off by the impatient octopus, there was no sign of the elusive shadowfin, not even a hint. "It's not here," Lisi said. "Let's move to the next spot." The Fushan whale rumbled to life and headed for the second marked location. "Same setup, same patient wait, still nothing. That's odd," Wang Yu muttered, frowning. "By all accounts, the shadowfin is supposed to be hypersensitive to the scent and glow of these baitfish. There's no way it wouldn't notice." Chen Tao was uneasy too. "What if we spooked it last time?" "Maybe it's lying low." Li Si didn't say anything, but something about the situation felt off. The shadowfin's earlier cunning and speed didn't line up with a creature that had simply run and hide. They headed for the third and final possible hiding spot. Once again, they baited the water and waited. Below the surface, schools of silver baitfish circled invitingly, their glow drifting through the gloom, but the shadowfin never showed. Instead, more and more miscellaneous fish flocked to the area until a sizable school was swirling around the Fushan whale. "This isn't right, something's way off," Wang Yu said, watching the ever-growing swarm with a seasoned angler's unease. "These fish shouldn't be gathering like this, it's not normal." She barely finished her sentence when the Fushan whale suddenly let out a gut-wrenching bellow, its massive body shuddering violently. The whole deck tilted sharply. All three were caught off guard, nearly thrown into the sea. "What's happening?" Chen Tao shouted, scrambling to steady himself. Li Si immediately looked beneath the water. All she saw was a blurry black shadow slicing through the sea with a sharp slicing sound. In the next instant, it left a deep bone-revealing gash along the side of the Fushan whale's belly before vanishing into the chaos of fish swarming around them. Blood spread quickly, staining the water red. It was the netherfish. It had attacked the whale. Wang Yu's face turned pale as she rushed to comfort the wounded Fushan whale. In that moment, Li Si understood. The bait hadn't just attracted the netherfish, it had drawn in a whole horde of other fish as well. And that cunning netherfish hadn't been lured by the silverlight fish at all, it had been lurking in the shadows, watching them the entire time. It used the fish attracted by the silverlight fish as cover and distraction, sneaking in unseen before launching its deadly ambush. From the very beginning, its target hadn't been Li Si or Chen Tao's beasts, it was their platform, the Fushan whale, the foundation of their journey. It wanted to trap them here, stranded in the deep sea. What a devious creature! Rage surged in Li Si's chest. This netherfish was far smarter than ordinary beasts. It not only understood the art of diversion, but even used the fish they'd attracted as camouflage. "Chen Tao, grab it." Wang Yu whale song. Li Si barked out orders. Almost at the same time, Chen Tao had already sent the command to his ironhook octopus through their mental link. The massive octopus lurking below tensed all 8 of its arms. The 2 thickest limbs, each tipped with an iron hook, shot out like harpoons in the direction where the shadow had disappeared. At the same time, the injured Fushan whale, gritting through the pain, opened its massive mouth and unleashed a silent but terrifying blast of psychic whale song. Bzzzzz. Invisible sound waves rippled out in all directions. The swarming fish caught in the blast were the first to suffer. It was like they'd all gotten drunk, staggering, colliding, turning the once useful cover into a frenzied, chaotic mess. The black shadow hiding among the fish was hit as well, its movements faltering for just a split second. Now, the ironhook octopus's 2 powerful arms seized the tiny opening, its tough suckers clamping down on a slippery body, the iron hooks at the tips sinking deep into flesh. "Got it," Chen Tao shouted, yanking hard. With a great splash, a creature about 6 feet long, its entire body pitch black and shaped like a monstrous eel, was wrenched out of the water. Its head was twisted and cruel, bristling with razor-sharp teeth, and a dimly glowing lure hung from its brow. The beast slammed heavily onto the broad back of the Fushan whale. This was the netherfish. On the whale's back, it writhed and thrashed in a frenzy, slick skin oozing thick mucus as it struggled to break free from the ironhook octopus's grip, screaming a piercing, shrill cry. "Now," Li Si ordered in a low voice. The shadow cat had been waiting for this moment. It pounced like a wraith, claws crackling with shadowy energy, slashing mercilessly at the netherfish's vital spots. Chen Tao's ironhook octopus split off several more tentacles, wrapping around the netherfish like thick ropes to further restrict its movements. Meanwhile, Wang Yu directed the floating mountain whale to slap its tail against the water, stirring up waves and chaos to prevent the netherfish from slipping back into the sea. The 3 of them worked together seamlessly, seizing the upper hand in an instant. With every strike, the Dark Knight Ghost Cat left deep claw marks on the netherfish's body, its shadowy energy relentlessly eating away at the creature's life force. The ironhook octopus's binding left the netherfish unable to exert its strength. Even though it was a formidable level 40 beast, under the combined assault of their 3 contracted creatures, especially with the Ghost Cat, whose combat power far exceeded its rank, it had no chance to fight back. Wounds multiplied across its body, its struggles growing weaker by the second. Victory was within reach. Suddenly, the lure organ on the netherfish's forehead erupted with a blinding burst of black light. A powerful psychic shockwave laced with dense water elemental energy exploded outward. Boom! Caught off guard, the octopus's tentacles were violently shaken off and the Dark Knight Ghost Cat was forced back a few steps by the blast. The netherfish seized this fleeting opportunity, its body twisting like a greased eel, using the force of the explosion to launch itself off the whale's back. With a splash, it plunged back into the sea. "Damn, it's getting away," Chen Tao shouted, immediately urging the ironhook octopus to give chase. But the moment the netherfish hit the water, it darted away at an incredible speed, leaving behind only a faint inky trail that vanished into the dark depths before the octopus could lock on again. "Damn it," Chen Tao slammed his fist onto the whale's back in frustration. It was practically cooked and ready to eat. Wang Yu's face was clouded with disappointment as well, but he quickly turned his attention to check the floating mountain whale's injuries. Fortunately, the whale's sturdy constitution and remarkable regenerative powers meant that the nasty-looking wound on its side was already starting to heal, the energy coursing through its body knitting the flesh back together. It would take some time, but at least its life wasn't in danger. With such powerful self-recovery, the whale truly was an outstanding mobile tank. "What now?" Wang Yu looked over at Li Si. "That thing's too slippery, and it moves way too fast in the water. There's no way we can catch up, plus the whale's injured. If we go any deeper it could get dangerous." Chen Tao nodded in agreement. "Yet, this mission's way tougher than we expected. Maybe we should fall back to the shallows and regroup." Li Si stood at the edge of the whale's back, staring silently into the direction where the netherfish had disappeared. Retreat? Fail the mission? No. He couldn't accept that. This mission wasn't just about earning the right to challenge higher-ranked monsters, it was a test of his own strength. If he couldn't even handle a level 40 blue-class exotic beast, how could he dream of taking on upperclassmen or talk about getting revenge on the Zhang family? Besides, the netherfish held a grudge. They had injured it, it would never let that go. Instead of waiting passively for its next surprise attack, it was better to take the initiative and hunt it down. "We have to find a way to lure it out and finish it off once and for all." Li Si's mind raced. The usual baiting methods had already failed, the creature was far too alert. Unless they used something it simply couldn't resist, something it would believe was absolutely safe. A living, breathing enemy who had just come close to killing it. "I've got it." Li Si spoke, his voice steady but resolute. Chen Tao and Wang Yu both turned to look at him. "I'll be the bait." His tone was calm, but there was an unmistakable note of determination, no room for argument. "What?" Chen Tao and Wang Yu exclaimed in unison. "Are you crazy?" Wang Yu blurted out. "That's the deep sea. Before the ghostfish even gets to you, the water pressure and all those hidden dangers down there could kill you, and none of your beasts are good at underwater combat." "I know," Li Si cut her off. "But ghostfish are vindictive. We nearly killed it just now. It's definitely lurking nearby, watching for a chance to strike back. If I jump in alone, it won't be able to resist coming after me. That's way too dangerous." Chen Tao frowned. "Even if it does take the bait, how can you guarantee you'll make it back?" Li Si turned to Chen Tao. "That's where your ironhook octopus comes in." He took a deep breath and laid out his plan. "I'll jump in to draw its attack. Chen Tao, have your ironhook octopus ignore the ghostfish and focus entirely on me. The moment the ghostfish launches at me, you have to hook me and pull me back onto the whale's back as fast as possible." Chen Tao and Wang Yu stared in disbelief. "Use yourself as bait and then get yanked back at the exact moment it attacks. The timing would have to be flawless. If there was even a split second's hesitation or the octopus was a hair too slow, Li Si could be hit by the ghostfish's strike." That was a full-powered attack from a level 40 alien beast. Even with Li Si's extraordinary physique, taking a hit would be brutal, possibly even fatal. "This is too risky." Wang Yu shook her head. "It's the only way to draw it out and have a shot at killing it in one blow," Li Si insisted. "That thing is too fast, too good at hiding. If we try to fight it underwater, we have no chance. Our only hope is to force it onto the whale's back, or at least close enough to it." He looked at the two of them. "Just trust me." Chen Tao and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, seeing the worry and hesitation in each other's eyes. But in the end, they chose to trust Li Si. This freshman might be reckless, but his strength and courage were undeniable. "All right, we'll do it your way." Chen Tao gritted his teeth. "My ironhook octopus won't let you out of its sight. It won't screw up." Li Si nodded, saying nothing more. He walked to the edge of the floating mountain whale and looked down at the inky, freezing sea below, like some monstrous beast just waiting to devour him. Without the slightest hesitation, he jumped. Splash! The icy water swallowed him whole in an instant. A crushing sense of weightlessness and overwhelming water pressure assaulted Li Si from all directions, making it hard to breathe. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he struggled to keep his balance, all the while spreading his spiritual awareness as much as he dared, trying to sense any movement in his surroundings. From the darkness, a pair of venomous eyes glared at him, locked onto its prey, the human who had dared to challenge it and now trespassed in its domain. The netherfish hadn't gone far. It was waiting for its chance, and now the opportunity had come. That damned human had actually jumped into the sea on his own, courting death. Like a ghost melding into the shadows, the netherfish glided silently and swiftly toward Li Si. In an instant Li Si sensed that all too familiar malicious energy surging toward him at breakneck speed. It was here, he could even make out a blurry shadow, a gaping maw lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, just as the netherfish was about to strike, its fangs only a hair's breadth from tearing into Li Si's flesh. Whoosh, a tentacle shot through the water like lightning, its iron hook latching precisely onto Li Si's belt. A tremendous force yanked him violently upward. Almost at the exact same moment, the netherfish's attack missed its mark, its jaws snapping shut on nothing but a column of rapidly rising water. With a furious shrill screech it gave chase, surging after Li Si toward the surface without a second thought. But just as Li Si was hauled clear of the water, about to land back on the whale's broad back, the shadow that had clung to him all this time, so closely it seemed fused with his own, suddenly exploded into action. The midnight nethercat, Mio, a piercing yell split the air above the sea. In the instant Li Si was pulled from the water, the nethercat transformed into a streak of pure darkness so swift it was almost impossible to see. Instead of pouncing on the onrushing netherfish, it landed with uncanny precision on the tentacled arm of Chen Tao's hook-wielding octopus, using it as a springboard to launch itself again. That borrowed momentum sent its speed into the realm of the supernatural. The netherfish barely broke the surface, not even having time to lock onto its enemy atop the whale, when a shadowy claw burst forth, radiating a terrifying energy of darkness, and slashed across its forehead right where its lure organ, still reeling from a recent energy surge, was located. Splurt, like a waterlogged pouch being burst, the lure organ exploded on impact, sending foul black liquid spraying in all directions. A heart-wrenching, agonized howl tore from the netherfish. It was one of its most vital organs, and now it was destroyed. The pain pierced straight to its soul. But the midnight nethercat's assault was far from over. With a demonic aura and a whiff of bloodshed, the full force of its two purple-tier abilities, Killer Instinct and Bloodstorm, swept forth. Invisible waves of malice and killing intent sliced through the netherfish's mind like real blades, throwing it into even deeper confusion and terror. In the next instant, the nethercat's petite body twisted at an impossible angle, claws flashing out once more. Empowered by its two golden tier abilities, Night God and Fourth Calamity, the pitch-black claw light tore through the netherfish's wildly thrashing form, striking unerringly at its energy core. Crack, a faint yet crisp sound of something shattering rang out. The struggling of the netherfish ceased abruptly, its vitality faded as swiftly as the tide receding, and its massive body collapsed limply, all strength gone. Only the wound where the ironhook octopus's tentacle had pierced through still gushed thick black blood. Done. Li Si landed steadily on the whale's back and wiped the seawater from his face. The nightshade nethercat leapt lightly onto his shoulder, licking its paw. Its dark gold eyes were utterly unperturbed, as if it had merely dispatched some insignificant bug. It was only now that Chen Tao and Wang Yu snapped out of their daze, stunned by the lightning-fast, lethal exchange they just witnessed. They stared at the now lifeless level 40 elite aberrants sprawled across the whale's back, disbelief written all over their faces. So fast, from Li Si deliberately falling into the water to lure the enemy to the netherfish taking the bait, and then the nightshade nethercat launching two explosive attacks, the entire sequence had taken no more than a handful of seconds. This was Li Si's true strength, and that small, harmless-looking black cat, this was its real power. Chen Tao swallowed hard, then directed the ironhook octopus to extract the netherfish's most valuable energy-rich core and the remains of its shattered lure organ. He handed them to Li Si as proof they'd completed the mission. "Lead, your beast control skills are insane," Chen Tao said with genuine admiration. "It's nothing," Li Si replied casually, tucking away the mission proof. With the evidence in hand, the three of them didn't linger. Under Wang Yu's command, the injured but recovering floating mountain whale carried them swiftly away from the perilous depths and back toward the academy. Mission Assignment Hall. A staff member carefully examined the task proof Li Si submitted. When everything checked out, she looked up, astonishment on her face. "You actually completed the netherfish mission, and so quickly. The task has been up for a while now. Several elite upperclassmen teams tried and failed. Never thought a freshman-led group would pull it off. Just lucky, I guess," Li Si said, not wanting to elaborate. The mission reward was processed quickly, a total of 900 exchange points. As agreed beforehand, Li Si took 500, with Chen Tao and Wang Yu each receiving 200. Neither had any complaints. After all, they'd mostly played support this time. The real credit belonged to Li Si and his nightshade nethercat. "League, if you ever get another job like this, be sure to call us," Chen Tao said with a grin. The 200 points were a decent haul for a junior like him. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, now seeing Li Si's abilities in a whole new light. After saying goodbye to Chen Tao and Wang Yu, Li Si was about to leave when the staff member from earlier called after him. "Li Si, please wait a moment. The supplemental reward for your previous Inghua mission has just been approved. Please confirm receipt here." She handed him a data terminal. Li Si took the items and couldn't help feeling his heart skip a beat. First, there were 2,000 exchange points, a considerable sum, though in light of the upcoming rewards it was little more than a bonus. Next was an Imperial Honor Medal gleaming with a metallic luster, one of the highest official recognitions, carrying extraordinary significance. But what truly captured Li Si's attention was the final reward, the right to claim a gold tier beast of any race, gold tier. This was an incredibly generous offer. Li Si was well aware that even among gold-tier beasts the difference in racial potential could be massive. Take his current Dark Knight Nethercat for example. Its race was fairly average among the dark types, even with gold-tier potential, and setting aside the influence of ability traits, its raw strength after growth might still fall short of his newly contracted Yellow Earth Demon Bull. The Demon Bull was renowned as one of the most powerful Earth-type beasts, its racial potential ranking solidly in the top 10 of its element. In other words, the Demon Bull's base stats far exceeded those of the Nethercat. Of course, this was only temporary. With his trait system, as long as he had enough trait essence, Li Si could upgrade any beast's abilities to the max, offsetting or even surpassing any racial disadvantage. His beasts were destined to stand above all others. Still, it never hurt to start from a solid foundation. This chance to choose was extremely rare, and he needed to think it through, selecting a race with outstanding potential and one that could work well with his current lineup. "Can I save this gold-tier beast claim for later?" Li Si asked. Of course, the staff member nodded. "The qualification has already been recorded in your student file. You can come to claim your beast at any time with your ID." Li Si put away his data terminal. For now he had only 245 trait essence, nowhere near enough to significantly upgrade a new gold-tier beast. There was no rush. He'd need to discuss this with his advisor Li Zizai and figure out which race would be the best fit, but that could wait. There was something more urgent right now. He had completed the mission in the CI secret realm and received proof of his success. It was time to head to the principal's office and claim the promised reward, the right to challenge higher-level students. He was ready. Without hesitation, Li Si turned and strode purposefully toward the administration building, top-floor principal's office. This time, stepping into the principal's office, Li Si didn't feel nearly as awkward as last time. It felt almost familiar now, like visiting an old friend. The office hadn't changed, spacious, well-lit, and still filled with that subtle, indescribable sense of authority. The principal was engrossed in paperwork. When Li Si entered, the principal barely looked up, only gesturing toward the chair opposite the desk. "Sit." Li Si didn't stand on ceremony. He pulled out a chair and sat down. The principal didn't bother with any empty formalities either. He simply pushed a document across the table to Li Si. "Here's what you asked for. Take a look." Li Si picked it up and skimmed through it. Black ink on white paper, it was an official approval letter personally signed by the principal. The content was straightforward and to the point. As a special exception, freshman Li Si is effective immediately granted eligibility to participate in the sophomore and junior year ranking battles. Below, several supplementary notes detailed the rule adjustments and explained how his points would be counted toward the upper year rankings. Everything was laid out clearly with no room for ambiguity. "Thank you, Principal." Li Si carefully put the document away. "The rules have been bent for you and the path has been cleared." Only now did the principal look up at him, his tone flat and even. "How far you go from here, how much of a stir you make, that's up to your own ability. Don't let me, or all those watching you, be proven wrong about you." "I understand." Li Si stood up. "Go on, get to it." The principal waved him off, already dropping his gaze back to the pile of paperwork on his desk, as if the special approval he'd just signed was nothing more than a trivial matter handled in passing. Li Si didn't linger either. He turned and walked straight out of the principal's office. The qualification was in hand. Next, it was time to make sure everyone at Donghai University heard his name loud and clear. As soon as he got back to the dorm, the first thing Li Si did was log in to the school's internal forum. Donghai University's forum was extremely active. Students from all grades, mentors, even some higher-ups often posted information and joined discussions there. Li Si went straight to the battle and exchange section, logged in with his real name account, and posted an outrageously bold message. Title: Freshman Li Si, starting today I officially accept all challenges from sophomores and juniors. Location: Ranking Battle Arena. The body was even more direct. "If you're not convinced, come fight." The post exploded on the forum instantly. Holy crap, Li Si, is he out of his mind? A freshman wants to challenge the sophomores and juniors. Does he think beating freshmen and sophomores makes him unbeatable? Every junior is a battle-hardened veteran, hot, just trying to get attention. Does he really think he's invincible? Don't be jealous, he just took down the Yinghua base and made a huge contribution. He's hot right now. Credit is credit, strength is strength. The gap between years isn't that easy to cross. The comments section lit up with an instant flood of replies, most of them mocking, doubting, or dismissive. The sophomores especially were the most fired up. Quite a few of them had already been taught a lesson by Li Si and his Dark Knight Nethercat in previous ranking battles or open classes, and they'd been holding a grudge ever since. They may have run away before, but during this time, they'd been frantically leveling up, burning through all their hard-earned exchange points. their strength had skyrocketed, and in other words they felt ready again. Challenge us? He's not even qualified. Exactly, last time we lost to him just because we underestimated him. If he dares to show up this time, we'll make sure he regrets it. Guys, who wants to step up and teach him a lesson? But talk was cheap. When it came down to it, hardly any sophomores dared to be the first to stand up and accept the challenge. Lisi's track record was just too terrifying. That mysterious and powerful Nightshade cat of his had left a lasting shadow in their minds. While the sophomores hesitated and the juniors mostly watched from the sidelines for the drama, Lisi posted another update. Almost forgot to mention seniors, I've gotten special permission from the principal. I'm officially qualified to participate in the sophomore and junior ranking battles. Starting today, my ranking will be calculated alongside yours. Also, to make things more interesting, anyone who defeats me in an official ranking match won't just get the usual ranking points. Every reward I've earned this year as the top freshman will automatically transfer to the winner. This update was like a drop of cold water splashed into a pot of boiling oil. Boom, the entire forum exploded. What? The principal gave him special permission to compete in higher level ranking battles? No way. Has the school ever done anything like this before? I think there was one case like this 90 years ago. That's not the point. The point is, if you beat him, you get all the rewards for being the number one freshman. Damn, you know how generous those top freshman rewards are, right? Just the exchange points alone are enough to make anyone jealous. And the priority rights to all those rare resources, the sophomores and juniors who'd been hesitating and watching from the sidelines couldn't sit still anymore. This wasn't just about pride now, this was a blatant irresistible lure of profit. Lisi was wagering his entire freshman haul as a bounty on his own defeat. Arrogant, absolutely wild, but way too tempting. Screw it, I'm in. This punk's gotten too cocky, he needs to be put in his place. Let's team up. If the top 10 sophomores go at him together, I refuse to believe we can't take down a freshman. Hey juniors, are we going to let the sophomores snatch this prize? Let's analyze his battle recordings and find his weaknesses. The tone of the forum shifted instantly. Countless upperclassmen were itching for action, heatedly discussing strategies to counter Lisi's challenge. Some even began openly recruiting for Lee-slaying squads. Watching the uproar online, Lisi smiled with satisfaction. This was exactly the result he wanted. If he didn't stir up enough commotion, how could he attract worthy opponents? How else could he rack up battle experience and collect precious skill entries at top speed? But before he officially began his hunt, there was still one person he needed to see. Lisi closed the forum, stood up and left his dorm room, heading straight toward another section of the dormitory complex. The person he was looking for was named Tu-hao, a freshman ranked second in their year, just behind Lisi himself. The final round of last year's freshman tournament had been a showdown between the two of them. In the end, Lisi narrowly claimed victory and took first place. He found Tu-hao outside a somewhat secluded dormitory building. The guy looked just as he always had, unnaturally pale, as if he hadn't seen sunlight in years. He exuded a cold, almost lifeless aura, more like a ghost than a living person. His signature beast was nowhere to be seen. Tu-hao's contracted beast was a blue-grade vinegrass dragon, also known as the shadow of the true dragon. When Tu-hao saw Lisi, a flicker of light seemed to pass through his otherwise dull eyes, but the spark vanished as quickly as it came, leaving only emptiness. He didn't say a word, just looked at Lisi in silence, waiting for the man who had once defeated him to state his purpose. You saw what happened on the forum, didn't you? Lisi broke the silence first. Tu-hao nodded. His pale face showed no sign of emotion and his voice was as flat and indifferent as always. I saw it. Pretty bold. I need opponents. Lots of them, Lisi said bluntly. First-year students just aren't enough anymore. Tu-hao didn't argue. During the freshman tournament, he'd been at level 17. The control and resilience of his vinegrass dragon had frustrated many competitors, earning him second place. But in the match against Lisi and his higher-level, terrifyingly powerful Nightshade Ghost Cat, Tu-hao's prized control was crushed by sheer speed and strength, his vine defenses torn apart like tissue paper. That defeat had made the gap between them painfully clear. You didn't come here just to say that, did you? Tu-hao finally looked up, those dust-covered eyes meeting Lisi's. He could sense something unusual about the person in front of him, a kind of destiny, equal parts danger and opportunity. It was an instinct, an ability to sense fortune or misfortune. It was thanks to this vague intuition that Tu-hao, despite not awakening his talent early and having only a blue-grade beast, had managed to keep up with, and even surpass, many so-called prodigies, pushing his level all the way to 20. But getting from level 20 to 21, from excellent to senior rank, was a real hurdle. His vinegrass dragon needed a special botanical essence to break through, and that stuff didn't come cheap. There was no way he could afford it on his own. I want to do business, Lisi said directly. You probably have a lot of upperclassmen contacts from the forum, right? Tu Hao nodded again. He was a loner by nature, but he'd built the necessary channels to get information and resources. Those people on the forum want to challenge me. They want my rewards, Li Si said, but they're also afraid of me. They need information about me, about my beast, about how I fight. Tu Hao instantly understood what Li Si meant. You want me to sell your intel? We'll cooperate, Li Si corrected him. You know me. After all, we've fought before. You can put together a dossier on my battle habits, potential weaknesses of my Dark Knight Nethercat, even so-called flaws in my personality, and sell it to whoever needs it. You set the price, we split the profits 50-50. Tu Hao fell silent. Selling out an opponent's intel wasn't exactly honorable, but he needed money and resources to break through his current bottleneck. Besides, Li Si was the one who'd brought it up and was offering him half the take. The risk was all Li Si's. All Tu Hao had to do was talk and he'd get the resources he desperately needed. More importantly, he didn't sense any ill intent from Li Si, only the pure logic of a business deal. Alright, Tu Hao agreed without hesitation. He needed this opportunity. Let's get started as soon as possible, Li Si said. I trust your judgment. You know what information is most valuable and who to sell it to. With those words, Li Si turned and walked away. Tu Hao watched Li Si's figure disappear around the corner of the hallway. For the first time in a long while, a ripple of emotion stirred in his otherwise lifeless eyes. He immediately hurried back to his dorm, logged onto the forum, and began contacting those he'd crossed paths with before, as well as some of the top-ranked sophomores and juniors, all through encrypted private channels. For sale, detailed intel on Li Si, including analysis of his beast's weaknesses and personal habits. Serious inquiries only. As soon as he sent the message, responses flooded in. How much? Is the intel legit? Tu Hao, you fought him. Your info should be solid. Tu Hao didn't rush to reply. Instead, he filtered his targets by their ranking and attitude, quoting different prices accordingly. Information, especially valuable information, was always in short supply. Soon the first deal was struck. Watching the newly increased balance in his account, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Tu Hao's pale face. He finally had a shot at the resources he needed to break through. Meanwhile, Li Si received a message from Tu Hao. The first profit share had been deposited. Seeing the not insubstantial credit points in his account, Li Si couldn't help feeling pleased. Another windfall. As for whether the intel Tu Hao sold would pose a threat to him, Li Si hadn't even considered it. Please, his Dark Knight Nethercat was now level 30-inch at the very peak of the veteran rank, decked out in gold and purple traits, easily crushing upperclassmen who were still struggling in the 20s. He had to hold back just to make the fights look fair. So-called weaknesses, they were only the ones he wanted others to see. What he really wanted was more challengers, more trade essences. The next day, East Sea University's special arena for the ranking matches. The place was already packed to the rafters. News of Li Si's Crossyear Challenge, along with the generous bounty, had drawn nearly the entire student body. On the massive central stage, the energy shield was already up and humming. Li Si stood calmly on one side of the arena. The Shadow Knight cat lounged lazily on his shoulder, letting out a wide yawn, completely unfazed by the surrounding clamor. On the other side of the ring stood an upperclassman, a tall, strikingly beautiful young woman. Her name was Qinya, a junior ranked 35th in her year, and her strength was formidable. Her contracted beast was a Windrider, a sleek creature covered in teal scales, resembling a leopard but with a single horn protruding from its forehead. It was already level 29. Li Si, you've got guts, I'll give you that. Qinya's voice rang out clear and confident. But today, I'll show you firsthand. Closing the gap between grades isn't as easy as you think. The referee raised his hand. Begin. Qinya didn't hesitate for a second. Windrider high-speed charge. Tear it apart. The teal Windrider became a blur, slicing through the air with a piercing whoosh, lunging straight for the Shadow Knight cat perched on Li Si's shoulder. Its speed was astonishing. The Shadow Knight cat seemed caught off guard. Only when the Windrider's razor-sharp claws were almost upon it did the cat spring backward in a last-second leap, barely dodging the attack. Oh, Qinya was a little surprised, but she didn't let up. Chain claw attacks. The Windrider hit the ground and pounced again without pause, its claws slashing in rapid succession, each swipe leaving behind arcs of teal wind blades that boxed in the Shadow Knight cat, cutting off all routes of escape. The Shadow Knight cat darted and weaved, barely staying ahead of the onslaught. Several times it dodged by mere fractions of an inch. A few tufts of fur were sliced clean off by the razor-sharp wind blades. Fast, but its strength and reflexes seemed lacking. Qinya analyzed while commanding. This didn't quite match the intel she'd bought from Tu Hao. According to those reports, the cat's speed and explosive power should be terrifying. Was the intel wrong, or had the cat exhausted itself in previous battles and wasn't at full strength now? Qinya leaned toward the latter. She pressed her advantage, her Windrider streaking across the arena like a streak of blue lightning, pinning the Shadow Knight cat on the defensive. Li Si remained where he was, arms crossed, looking unconcerned about the battle. He didn't order the Shadow Knight cat to counterattack either. He was putting on a show, a performance for all the eager challengers watching below. for those who'd bought intel thinking they'd uncovered his weaknesses. He wanted to make this hunt a little more interesting. The fight dragged on for nearly 5 minutes. The Shadow Knight cat never stopped defending, and although it hadn't been seriously hurt, the Wind Rider clearly dominated the match. The audience was abuzz with discussion. Lisi doesn't seem that special after all. The genius totally got him on the ropes. That black cat's fast, but its attacks seem pretty weak. Guess challenging someone above your grade really is too much. Chinya felt victory was within her grasp. She prepared for the finishing blow. Wind Rider, wind bind, then go for the kill. The Gale Beast let out a thunderous roar, whipping up a fierce wind that swirled around it, forming a teal vortex of air that surged toward the Shadow Knight cat, trying to trap it. But just then, the Shadow Knight cat, which had been on the defensive the whole time, suddenly had a cold, ghostly light flash through its dark gold eyes. Night God, activate. Its body blurred in an instant as if it had melted into the surrounding shadows and light. The wind's binding passed right through, missing its mark. Before Chinya could even react, a pitch-black claw shadow appeared out of nowhere, silently slashing at the Gale Beast's flank from behind. Fourth calamity. With a sickening rip, the razor-sharp claws tore through the Gale Beast's vaunted speed-forged defense field as if it were paper, sinking deep into its body. Shadow energy erupted. The Gale Beast let out a piercing, agonized scream. Its massive frame shuddered, all its strength drained from within, and it collapsed heavily to the ground, instantly losing the ability to fight. The entire sequence happened in the blink of an eye. A deathly silence fell over the arena. A second ago, the teal Gale Beast was still slicing through the air with razor winds, its attacks like a raging storm, forcing the little black cat to scramble desperately for its life. The next second, it was as if all the bones and spirit had been sucked out of its body. With a dull, heavy thud, its hulking form crashed to the hard floor of the ring, its limbs twitching once before falling utterly still. The reversal was so fast, so abrupt, it was like someone had cut off a rousing battle anthem right at its climax, leaving nothing but stunned disbelief hanging heavy in the air. Most of the audience's minds were still stuck on the Gale Beast's furious onslaught. They simply couldn't connect that memory with the motionless scene before them. Chinya stood frozen. The confidence and certainty of victory still lingered on her face, her smile caught halfway and twisted into an expression of utter disbelief. She opened her mouth instinctively, but no sound came out. She could only stare at her beast, now lying limp and motionless on the ground. Her beautiful eyes first filled with confusion, then quickly drowned in shock. Impossible. What happened? It was so close. That black cat, how could it possibly? The referee paused as well, his gaze darting between the lifeless Gale Beast and the Shadow Knight cat, which had landed lightly on Lisi's shoulder and was now lazily scratching its ear with a hind paw. It was only after a second look that he seemed to process what had happened. He snapped back to attention, cleared his throat, and announced in a voice higher and louder than usual, "The winner of this match, Lisi from Class 1, wham!" The suffocating silence shattered like a boulder dropped into a still lake, the arena exploding in deafening uproar, threatening to blow the roof clean off. One move, did I see that right? It took him out in one move. He was just getting battered by Chinya a second ago. The cat was running all over the place, barely dodging. What the hell happened? It must be a trick, no way. That was a level 29 Gale Beast. Its speed is insane. Just how high is that black cat's level? They're acting. It's gotta be rigged. All that flustered scrambling just now, it was all an act. Finally, those quick on the uptake began to catch on. That supposedly desperate dodging, the awkward flailing retreat, every bit of it had been a performance from start to finish. Lisi and his Nightshade cat had put on a convincing show for everyone, all to set up that final earth-shattering strike. This realization sent a fresh wave of chatter rippling through the crowd. Voices overlapped in a rising cacophony, emotions running wild and tangled together. Chinya's face cycled from pale to green, then flushed red before settling into a mortified ashen white. She could feel the stares around her, some sympathetic, others mocking, still others simply curious, and her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Nearly fleeing, she summoned her still unconscious Gale Beast back, head down, stumbling hurriedly off the stage without daring to look up. Lisi stood atop the platform, utterly ignoring the thunderous commotion around him. He simply lifted his hand, letting the Nightshade cat settle back onto his shoulder with easy, casual grace, as if that spectacular instant victory had been nothing more than swatting a mosquito. His expression didn't change in the slightest, calm and unfathomable as a deep pool. Even though Chinya's crushing defeat served as a stark warning to those eager to challenge him next, making it clear that Lisi was far from as simple as he appeared, the dazzlingly rich bounty remained a powerful lure, drawing in wave after wave of would-be challengers. Besides, everyone believed in their own luck. Surely he couldn't have unlimited beast power. He must have used some explosive secret technique. It had to be a huge drain. That's right, a war of attrition. With so many of us, we'll wear him down eventually. No matter how well he acts, everyone has their limits, right? Let's see how long he can keep this up with back-to-back intense battles. Before long, the second challenger hurried up onto the stage, a sophomore ranked 19th, with no lack of skill. His summoned beast was a level 28 steel rock rhino, its entire body armored in thick rugged stone plates, a walking fortress built for defense. The signal to start the match sounded, the nightshade cat slipped right back into its familiar routine. It became a blur of black lightning darting circles around the lumbering steel rock rhino. Every so often it would reach out with a paw scratching at the thick stone armor, sending up a screech of claws on rock and a few faint sparks. It never once met the rhino head-on, instead using its speed to tease and harry, always staying just out of reach. Driven to fury by the pesky little thing, the steel rock rhino bellowed and thundered across the stage, heavy hooves pounding the ground as it tried in vain to catch the elusive blur. Its hide was tough as iron, the nightshade cat's seemingly fierce swipes barely left a mark, doing virtually no real damage. All it accomplished was to burn up the rhino's stamina, leaving deep, heavy hoofprints all over the arena. Once again, it looked for all the world like the challenger had the upper hand, forcing Lysee's beast to do nothing but dodge and dart away in desperation. Time ticked by, another 5 minutes nearly gone. The steel rock rhino, panting from constant pursuit, began to slow its movements, losing their sharpness. In that instant, the Shadow Knight cat, whose form had been flickering and elusive, suddenly changed direction with a burst of speed, darting like a phantom to the rhino's rear flank. Its claws, laced with shadow energy, struck with surgical precision right at the gap where the rhino's armored plates met, the one spot where its defenses were thinnest. Thud, with a muffled, heavy sound, the steel rock rhino's massive body stiffened, letting out a low, agonized bellow before crashing to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Another decisive victory. Lysee's performance was once again perfectly timed. As the judge announced the result, he wiped away imaginary sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, his chest heaving, his breath coming just a split second faster than before, his face tinged with just the right amount of exhaustion. The act was so convincing that those in the crowd who had wavered after Chinya's instant defeat found their resolve for a war of attrition rekindled. Look at him, he's clearly spent a lot of energy, a few more rounds and he'll be done for. And so the third, fourth, fifth challengers took to the stage one after another like fish swimming upstream. The parade of opponents was relentless, with students from sophomore and junior years stepping forward. Every match was a grueling battle for Lysee and his Shadow Knight cat. Sometimes they dodged deadly attacks by a hair's breadth, other times they fought long and hard, seizing victory only after a desperate struggle. The Shadow Knight cat seemed to grow more and more fatigued, its movements slowing ever so slightly. Lysee meanwhile was drenched in sweat, looking for all the world as if he might collapse at any moment. But the result was always the same. He didn't lose a single match. From morning until afternoon, an entire day, Lysee fought 18 consecutive battles, 18 straight wins. By the final rounds, the mood in the arena had completely changed. The initial excitement, anticipation and eagerness to challenge had turned to solemnity, confusion, even fear. He's still acting. Damn it, he's still acting. 18 matches, and every time he pretends he's about to collapse, but he's still standing up there. That stamina, that Beastmaster's energy reserve, he's a monster. Everyone finally understood. Lysee was playing them for fools, trying to wear him out with a gauntlet of challengers? What a joke. The only ones being worn out were the challengers themselves, sent up as cannon fodder. Lysee glanced up at the live ranking board hanging above the arena, his name shown at the top: freshman year, 0.1 sophomore year, 0.2 junior year, 0.15. In a single day he'd bulldozed his way through 2 years' worth of rankings, rising from an unknown freshman. Not bad, Lysee thought to himself. That's enough for today, this acting is getting a little tiring. He cleared his throat, calling out to the crowd, anyone else? Where's the sophomore champion, the top 14 juniors? No one knew. Seriously, what a letdown. The audience fell into utter silence. The true elites at the front of the crowd all kept quiet. They had studied the intel sold by Tuhao, but looking at things now, that so-called information was a joke, or more likely a smokescreen deliberately put out by Lysee. This kid's abilities were unfathomable, and that black cat of his was even more bizarre and unpredictable. No one wanted to be the fool who stepped up only to get knocked out in a single move, losing face and possibly their ranking points as well. Seeing no one dared to accept his challenge, Lysee shrugged and, flanked by the mysterious Nightshade cat, stepped down from the arena under countless complicated gazes. Boring. Shortly after he left, the crowd around the dueling stage gradually dispersed, but news of Lysee's cross-level challenge and his stunning streak of 18 consecutive victories swept through Donghai University like a hurricane. Meanwhile, far from Donghai City, at a secret location unknown to outsiders. Inside a shadowy hall, several figures cloaked in voluminous black robes sat around a massive black round table. The atmosphere was cold and oppressive, each presence exuding a chilling strength. This was one of the branch bases of the Astral Institute. The Inhua outpost has been destroyed. The artificial golden aptitude project has failed and the matriarch has been taken. A raspy voice broke the heavy silence, simmering with barely suppressed rage. Can anyone explain to me what happened? Based on the last intelligence we received, it was a Donghai University freshman named Lysee, another voice replied. He seems to possess some special ability. He was able to directly destroy our energy nodes, and his strength is far beyond that of a normal freshman. Lisi, the raspy voice leader, seemed to roll the name on his tongue. A mere freshman, ruined years of our work? Investigate. I want everything there is to know about him. I want to know how he found our base, how he was able to break our defenses, and the matriarch and technical data he took. We must get them back. My lord, preliminary investigations show this Lisi seems to have some connections with the Zheng family of the Xingye group in the secular world. Zheng family? Now a trace of amusement crept into the raspy voice. Interesting. Gather all information on Lisi and the Zheng family and bring it to me. This brat who dared to ruin our plans must pay the price. He paused, an icy killing intent spreading through the dark hall. Perhaps we can use the Zheng family to our advantage as well. The conspiracy against Lisi was already quietly taking shape. The raspy voice leader fell silent for a moment, the aura beneath his robe shifting. The Zheng family. Xingye group. Very interesting. He let out a low chilling laugh like an owl in the night. Since Lisi is connected to them, we'll start there. Reach out to the Zheng family, give them a reminder, let them know there's a problem they need to handle, and while you're at it, find a way to uncover the secret of how Lisi was able to dismantle our base defenses. Yes, my lord, the other figure in the black robe replied respectfully and melted silently into the darkness. The cold shadowy hall fell quiet once more, leaving only the owner of that hoarse voice sitting alone in the dark, as if plotting some secret scheme. The scene shifted to Lisi's dorm room at Donghai University. Lisi was so excited that he rubbed his hands together, his eyes fixed on the virtual archive of entries in his mind. It was packed. 18 brand new entries lay quietly inside, glowing with blue and purple light. Today's performance had yielded results beyond his wildest dreams. Sophomores and juniors were truly on a different level from freshmen. As one of the top universities in Yin country, Donghai University lavished resources on its students, especially those in higher years. Most upperclassmen had already contracted a second or even a third spirit beast. With more resources and broader horizons, the spirit beasts they bonded with later were generally of much higher quality. Blue grade was the baseline, unlike among the freshmen where plenty of green grade beasts were barely good enough to make up the numbers. Lisi glanced through the 18 new entries, 10 blue, 8 purple. Not bad at all. Unfortunately, they were all water-related: Waterflow Mastery, Deep Sea Stealth, Frost Armor, Tidal Surge, an impressive variety but completely useless for his current beasts, which were Dark and Earth types. Disassemble. Lisi didn't hesitate, a single thought was all it took. The 18 entries instantly dissolved into specks of light and merged into his stockpile of entry essence. 5,095 points. Lisi's heart gave a hard thump. This was a haul. He'd struck it rich. To put it in perspective, after dismantling the Yinghua stronghold and finishing the CI Secret Realm mission, he'd only scraped together less than 300 points even after working himself to the bone. Just one day of arena battles and his earnings had multiplied more than tenfold. This was the way to quickly power up. With more than 5,000 points, he was still about halfway to the 10,000 needed to upgrade a gold entry to red. That would have to wait, but this windfall was more than enough for a lot of other things. Lisi shifted his focus to his 2 contracted beasts. The Nightshade Nethercat had already reached level 30-inch senior peak, its body adorned with gold and purple entries, its fighting power formidable, no need for urgent upgrades. The real concern was his newly contracted Yellow Earth Demon Bull. The little guy was only level 2 at the moment. Even though it had 2 powerful entries, Bull Demon Strength and Vajra Body, its level was just too low to unleash their full potential. He needed to raise its strength fast. Lisi looked over the Demon Bull's entries. Earth Regent, purple, greatly absorbs earth elements to restore itself, slightly increases stamina growth. This entry had enormous potential and it was a perfect fit for the Demon Bull's earth attribute. Upgrade it, spend 1500 entry essence points to upgrade Earth Regent, purple, to a gold entry. Lisi made his decision. Entry essence, 3595. Buzz, in his sea of consciousness, the mental imprint representing the Yellow Earth Demon Bull suddenly sank as a dense earth-colored radiance surged and condensed like molten rock, washing over the original purple markings. When the light faded, deep within the imprint a brand new golden rune had taken shape, exuding a wild, ancient and unyielding sense of majesty, as if it could suppress all things. Earth Monarch, gold. As long as one stands upon the earth, one can draw upon its power endlessly, restoring stamina and strength at an extraordinary rate. Stamina and strength growth are permanently and massively enhanced. Wherever the earth lies, that is my domain. It's done. Even through the distant spiritual link, Lisi could feel the little calf sleeping soundly in the special cultivation chamber of his dorm shudder violently all over. Then it let out a long, contented moo. From the very depths of its seemingly tender body, a surge of power, far greater and more profound than before, was awakening and roaring to life. Even though it was only level 2 for now with Earth Monarch as its golden foundation, its recovery stamina and terrifying growth speed would be leagues beyond those of ordinary contract beasts. In the future, when facing the high walls and barriers of the Zhang family, he now had another real chance to flatten them completely. A single golden entry didn't just mean a leap in combat strength, it meant endless possibilities for the future. Li Si couldn't help but curl his lips into a satisfied smile. He still had more than 3,500 entry essence left. For now he'd hold on to it either until the Yellow Earth Demon Bull caught up in level or until he'd saved 10,000 points, enough for the Dark Knight Nether Cat to strive for a red entry. Today's harvest was immense and his strength had taken a giant leap forward. His confidence in taking revenge on the Zhang family had grown ever more solid, but the joy didn't last long. What Zhang Yang had done in the arena, the destruction of the Yinghua outpost, none of it came without a price. That mysterious organization called the Astral Institute, the painstaking effort he'd just destroyed, would they really let him go so easily? As that thought crossed his mind, even the air seemed to grow heavier. Peace was only temporary, the undercurrents were already surging. Suppressing his stray thoughts, Li Si refocused on himself. The Yellow Earth Demon Bull's potential had soared, but what truly anchored his current fighting strength was still the ever-present Dark Knight Nether Cat, divine body by birth. Purple greatly enhances physical strength, has a chance to manifest divine markings when the body is tempered to the extreme. This entry was decent, making the Nether Cat's body far stronger than others of its level, but it wasn't enough. Li Si's goal now was for every aspect of the Nether Cat to reach the pinnacle. He spent 1,500 entry essence upgrading divine body by birth, purple, to a golden entry. Entry essence, 2095. Another 1,500 essence points vanished. In his sea of consciousness, the imprint representing the Dark Knight Nether Cat trembled again. The purple divine body by birth entry was entirely engulfed and reshaped by a dazzling golden light. A new overwhelmingly powerful golden entry had been born. Heaven hating without a blade, gold physical strength receives a massive boost. Divine marks form within the body and become permanently solidified, no further tempering required. Upon solidification, the divine marks automatically grant a second physical supernatural ability, one perfectly suited to the body. Divine marks solidified. Second supernatural ability acquired. Li Si's heart stirred. He had studied this before. So-called divine marks were imprints that naturally appeared when a beastmaster's beast refined its body to an unimaginable degree, a sign that the very laws of the world acknowledged such an ultimate physique. The appearance of a divine mark meant one could extract from it a powerful ability related to the body known as a physical supernatural power. However, divine marks weren't permanent. Once a beast broke through to the next major tier, the mark would fade with the shift in energy systems. The body would need to be tempered to the limit once again at the new level before the mark could reappear, granting a chance to extract an even stronger ability. Back when the Nightshade Ghost Cat broke through to the veteran rank, level 21, its physique had reached perfection and a divine mark had appeared, granting it the mighty supernatural power, heaven and earth manifestation. With this ability, it could temporarily grow to an enormous size, its strength skyrocketing, but as it later rose to the peak of level 30, that divine mark had long since vanished. Now, with heaven hating without a blade, the golden entry, not only had the Nightshade Ghost Cat's physical strength soared once again, but the previously hidden divine mark had reappeared in a solid permanent form along with the gift of a second physical supernatural power. Even through the mental link, Li Si could sense a vicious, almost tangible force radiating from within the Nightshade Ghost Cat. Intricate, mysterious dark golden patterns surfaced and settled deep within its bones and flesh as if they had always been there, not fleeting phantoms that required harsh conditions to reveal themselves but innate everlasting marks. At the same time, a new ability fused into the very depths of the Nightshade Ghost Cat's soul, as natural as breathing, physical supernatural power. Wind follows the tiger effect. The user can temporarily elementalize its body, transforming into a black wind, formless and intangible yet with terrifying cutting and impact force. Speed increases dramatically and the user becomes immune to most physical attacks. Heaven and earth manifestation, unmatched strength, overwhelming and direct clashes, able to suppress all things with brute power. Wind follows the tiger, becoming black wind, swift and uncanny, moving unseen. One is pure force, the other is elusive speed. Li Si unconsciously tapped his finger on the table. Now, the Nightshade Ghost Cat's killing techniques were more unpredictable than ever, its presence even harder to track. This combination was starting to resemble those legendary world-shaking fearsome demons of ancient tales. 2 entry upgrades, 3,000 essence points spent. The core potential of both the Earth and Demon Ox and the Nightshade Ghost Cat had been raised to a whole new level. This investment meant much greater confidence for the revenge that lay ahead, worth it. As for the remaining 2,095 entry essence points, he'd save them for now. That earth-shattering red entry was the real transformation he craved. Just as Li Si was absorbed in planning his next leap in strength, someone knocked on the dorm room door. The knock was neither too forceful nor too soft, tinged with a hint of hesitation. It was Lu Yangfei. The kid poked his head in, looking around warily. His expression was odd, like someone who just found money on the street but was afraid it might be counterfeit. Excitement flickered across his face, mixed with a nervous uncertainty. Bro, Lu Yangfei instinctively lowered his voice as he tiptoed in, leaning close to whisper, "Someone's here to see you." Li Si's eyebrows rose. To see me? Who? Ever since he'd become a campus celebrity, there was no shortage of people wanting to meet him. The line could stretch from his dorm all the way to the school gates. Challengers, recruiters, people fishing for information. He had zero interest in dealing with any of them. "It's not just anybody." Lu Yangfei scratched the back of his head, still searching for the right words. "He didn't dare come straight to your door, so he found me first, wanted me to, sort of, make the introduction." Oh, Li Si perked up a little. At least the guy knew how to play by the rules. Coming to Lu Yangfei first, everyone who was even remotely in the know understood that Lu Yangfei was Li Si's closest confidant. Passing a message through him was a discreet move. But here's the thing, bro, the guy's identity is a bit complicated. The excitement faded from Lu Yangfei's face, replaced by a troubled look. He glanced around to make sure the door was firmly shut before continuing. "I thought it over for a long time and just couldn't decide. I'm worried I might get you mixed up in something big. So I figured I'd better check with you first. Do you want to see him or not? What's so complicated about his identity?" Li Si sat up a little straighter. Lu Yangfei swallowed, as if even saying the name was difficult. In the end he leaned in so close his words were barely a breath in Li Si's ear. "His last name is Zhang. From the Zhang family of Xingye Group." Zhang, the Zhang family of Xingye Group. When Lu Yangfei uttered those words, his voice dropped so low it was almost a whisper, as if the name itself carried a forbidden power, enough to freeze the very air in the room. Li Si, who had been lounging against the back of his chair, straightened up noticeably, one eyebrow arching. He hadn't expected the Zhang family to come knocking. Zhang family, Xingye Group, those two names together meant too much to him. A future stolen, a name defiled, and a hatred carved deep into his bones. Sure, barging into their place that time had been satisfying, but he hadn't gotten to see the real players. Thinking back on it now, it still felt like a missed opportunity. The atmosphere in the dorm suddenly grew heavy. "What does he want?" Li Si's tone was calm, almost flat, but Lu Yangfei, who knew him well, could sense the turbulent undercurrent beneath that calm surface. He said, "His name is Zhang Dezheng." Lu Yangfei quickly relayed what he knew. "He's second-generation Zhang family. By blood he's the real uncle of that kid you took the beast from. He wants to meet you in person, said there's something important he has to explain face to face." Zhang Dezheng, Li Si vaguely remembered the name. It seemed he had overheard something once when advisor Li Zizai had casually mentioned the tangled relationships within the Zhang family, something about this branch not being particularly favored within the clan. Something important. Li Si's lips curled into a faint mocking smile. "What important business could someone from the Zhang family possibly have with me? Are they here to beg for mercy or to throw their weight around? After the humiliation I put them through, they still dare to posture." But it was neither. Lu Yangfei hurriedly waved his hands, his expression growing even more conflicted. "He said he wants to explain a few things to you, about his son, and about how he broke ties with his older brother Zhang Diguang and that whole side of the family, that piqued Li Si's interest if only a little." Zhang Dezheng's son? He remembered now, during a confrontation long ago, in order to protect the legitimate Zhang family heir who'd stolen Li Si's rightful opportunity by impersonating him, Zhang Dezheng's own son had thrown himself into the fray and ended up being killed by Li Si and the advisor working together. If the man hadn't brought it up himself, Li Si might have almost forgotten about him after all this time. He hadn't expected Zhang Dezheng, the man who'd lost his son, to come looking for him on his own accord. "Let him in," Li Si said coolly. He was genuinely curious what game this Zhang family member was playing. With permission granted, Lu Yangfei scurried out to fetch the guest. A moment later, a middle-aged man entered, impeccably dressed but with a weary, shadowed look about his face. He followed Lu Yangfei into the room. This was Zhang Dezheng. The moment he stepped inside, Zhang Dezheng's gaze locked unerringly onto Li Si. His expression was complicated, scrutinizing, wary, with a trace of unspoken resentment, but above all, it was the deliberate calm of a man suppressing turbulent emotions. "Li Si," Zhang Dezheng spoke up first, "I apologize for coming unannounced." Li Si didn't reply, simply gesturing for him to take a seat. Zhang Dezheng took the chair directly across from him, sitting ramrod straight as if determined to maintain his dignity. "I know you and my family, especially my elder brother Zhang Diguang's branch, have deep-seated grievances." Zhang Dezheng began, getting straight to the point, his tone heavy. "Many problems started because of them, and they've caused you a great deal of trouble and injustice." He paused, as if choosing his words carefully, or perhaps to steady himself. But what I want you to know is that ever since my son Zhang Mingqi died at your hands while trying to protect his useless cousin, as he spoke, Zhang Dizheng's fist clenched almost imperceptibly, but he quickly relaxed it. I Zhang Dizheng have severed all ties with my brother Zhang Diguang and his entire branch. Whatever ambitions, schemes or grudges they have from that moment on have nothing whatsoever to do with me. He raised his head, meeting Li Si's eyes with a look of unwavering resolve. I came here today to make this clear to you face to face. My son may have died at your hands, but when you get right down to it, the real blame lies with Zhang Diguang's side of the family. The resentment and hatred, I'll keep it aimed at them. As for you, Li Si, I won't get involved in your feud with them, nor will I offer any help. All I ask is that my family doesn't get dragged into the mess between you. With that, Zhang Dizhen shut his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on Li Si, as if he were trying to catch even the slightest flicker of emotion on Li Si's face, anything to gauge the impact of what he just said. The dorm room was so quiet they could hear the faint shouts from the training field outside. Li Si looked at him the way one might watch a second-rate clown putting on a pitiful act. After a moment, the corner of Li Si's mouth twitched, barely perceptible, before he let out a short, almost mocking snort. Are you done? That laugh sent a jolt through Zhang Dizhen, but he instinctively nodded. Why yes, I'm done. Then get lost. Li Si couldn't even be bothered to spare him another glance. He stood up and strode straight for the door, his movements crisp and resolute, not lingering for a second, as if the person behind him didn't exist at all. Zhang Dizhen's expression froze instantly, as if someone had thrown a bucket of ice water in his face. He'd anticipated Li Si might explode in anger or respond with biting sarcasm, maybe even bombard him with questions, but this absolute undisguised swatting a fly level of indifference he hadn't seen coming. All his carefully prepared words landed like a punch in thin air, not even an echo in response. Yet just as Li Si's figure was about to disappear through the doorway, the stiffness on Zhang Dizhen's face melted away. A wave of disbelief and wild joy swept away all his earlier anxiety and pretense. His shoulders sagged with relief, and an uncontrollable twisted grin of delight and relief spread across his face. He quickly stood up and called after Li Si's retreating back, his tone light and cheerful. Thank you for understanding, Li Si. Li Si didn't pause, didn't look back, and soon vanished down the hallway. Zhang Dizhen stood there and let out a couple of chuckles, the gloom on his face gone, his whole demeanor much more relaxed. He hurried out of the dormitory, where a man dressed plainly and utterly unremarkable was waiting for him by the entrance. How did it go, third master? The man asked quietly. It's done. Zhang Dizhen could barely hide his excitement. That brat, he agreed. He's leaving us alone. He agreed. The man looked puzzled. He didn't say anything, didn't have to. That attitude was all the answer I needed. Zhang Dizhen waved his hand triumphantly. You really think I came here to explain some bullshit about a falling out? I was probing him and looking for an excuse to get out. He lowered his voice, a flash of lingering fear in his eyes. Do you really think the Zhang family is still what it used to be? Ever since I saw old man Zhang Guangchu with my own eyes, nailed to the wall of our family's main hall by one of those fish gang bastards right through with a spear of light, I knew the Zhangs were finished, completely finished. My older brothers are still dreaming, thinking they can mess with people they never should have crossed. Sooner or later, we'll all pay the price. My son's death was unjust, but at least it gave me the perfect excuse to get out. If I don't run now, what am I supposed to do? Stick around and get buried with them? Zhang Dizhen glanced back one last time toward the depths of Donghai University. The last trace of hesitation vanished from his face. Go, leave Donghai City immediately, find some place where no one can ever track me down. As far as I'm concerned, all the Zhang family's messes have nothing to do with me from now on. The man beside him nodded quickly. The two of them ducked into an inconspicuous car and sped away, disappearing at the end of the street. What they didn't know was that not long after they left, Li Si's figure quietly reappeared by the dormitory window, his gaze calm as he watched the car vanish into the distance. Internal strife in the Zhang family, trying to wash his hands of it. Li Si never believed a word from the mouth of an enemy, especially not one backed into a corner. Still, the news Zhang Dizheng brought was interesting. Just as he'd suspected, Zhang Guangchu must really be in trouble, otherwise there's no way he'd let a nobody like Li Si humiliate him and not respond. Before, it was just a hunch, now he was certain. That meant from here on out he could act even more boldly. With Zhang Guangchu out of the picture, the rest of the Zhang family were nothing but fish on the chopping block. Back in the dorm, Li Si had barely sat down when Lu Yongfei sidled over, looking mysterious, a plain black storage bracelet in his hand. Bro, just now as Zhang Dizhen was leaving, he slipped this to me and told me I had to give it to you, Lu Yongfei said, handing over the bracelet. He said this is half of everything he could get out of the family, that it's compensation for his son offending you earlier. Li Si took the bracelet and sent his spiritual sense inside. The space wasn't large, but it was packed to the brim. Most of it was filled with rare treasures radiating pure dark element energy, ores, fruits, plants, even body parts of unknown beasts. The quality was exceptional. Many of these items were priceless and rarely seen on the market. Besides these dark element resources, there was a smaller portion made up of high-purity energy crystals and scattered rare metals. Zhang Dezheng had really gone all in, half his fortune, and he'd converted it all into exactly the dark element resources Li Si needed most. Was he truly trying to sever ties and keep the peace, or did he have another agenda? Li Si didn't care. Since the goods had landed right at his door, there was no reason not to accept them. These resources were just what he needed to solve his immediate problems. He put the storage bracelet away and headed straight to the dorm's special cultivation chamber. The midnight nether cat, sensing his arrival, sprang gracefully from the corner and rubbed against his pant leg. Li Si took out all the dark element treasures from the bracelet and piled them in front of the cat. Eat up, have as much as you want. The midnight nether cat gazed at the mountain of treasures before it, its dark gold eyes lighting up with excitement. It let out a joyful cry and leapt forward, opening its tiny mouth wide like a bottomless pit, swallowing each treasure imbued with pure dark energy one after another. As the treasures vanished, the aura surrounding the nightshade nethercat began to surge, clearly intensifying before their eyes. Its energy, already at the peak of level 30, started to churn violently, compressing and condensing. A faint black halo emerged around its small body, growing denser and darker until it became a swirling vortex of pure darkness, devouring all the surrounding light. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing the deep tear, radiated out from the core of the vortex. Crack! It was as if some invisible barrier had been shattered by force. The dark vortex suddenly contracted, collapsing back into the body of the nightshade nethercat. Its size remained unchanged, but its fur took on an even deeper, almost light-absorbing shade, and those dark gold eyes became even more mysterious and unfathomable. Elite tier, the nightshade nethercat had officially broken through the barrier at level 30, stepping into the threshold of the elite tier, level 31. Although it was just a single level gained, crossing into a new tier meant a complete transformation, a boost in every aspect of its power. Feeling the now even stronger mental link with the nightshade nethercat and the surge of power that came with it, Li Si nodded in satisfaction. The timing of this resource infusion couldn't have been better. Only a fraction of the materials had been used, the rest would be saved for later as the nightshade nethercat was already saturated. Stepping out of the nurturing chamber, Li Si immediately contacted his advisor Li Zizai and his friend Lu Yangfei. Advisor Yangfei, come over for a bit, I need to discuss something. Before long the two arrived at Li Si's dormitory. Li Si got straight to the point. I'm ready to contract my third beast. Got any advice? Li Zizai stroked his chin. Right now you have the nightshade nethercat as your main attacker. Its elusive movements are second to none. The earthen mooble has great potential, specializing in defense and strength. It'll be your heavy fortress in the future. One is darkness, one is earth, one's an attacker, one's a tank. You do need a complementary addition. He looked at Li Si. You still have your eligibility to claim a gold tier beast, right? Li Si nodded. Good, that makes things easier. After a moment's thought, Li Zizai continued, you should pick a water type. As a student of East Sea University, it'd be embarrassing if you didn't even have a water-type beast. Plus, your team is severely lacking in underwater combat and sustained fighting capability. Whether it's for environments like the CI Secret Realm or even more complex future battlefields, the versatility and support abilities of a water-type beast are absolutely essential. Water-type, huh? Lu Yangfei chimed in, scooting closer. Bro, water-types are great. They can attack, heal and control the field. Why not go for something really strong, like a Kanglan Sea Dragon? Or maybe a deep-sea Naga? No, Li Zizai shook his head. Hailong and Naga were indeed powerful, but their skills leaned heavily toward offense and control, roles that overlapped with the Dark Knight nethercat. Plus, training them would require a tremendous amount of resources. What Li Si needed most right now was a core support, someone who could pull the whole team together, offer strong sustain and adapt to a variety of environments. He turned to Li Si and said a name. I recommend the Sacred Healing Water Sprite. The Sacred Healing Water Sprite? Lu Yangfei blinked in surprise. You mean that pure support jellyfish? I heard it has zero combat capability and relies entirely on buffing and healing teammates. That's right, that's the one. Li Zizai's tone was firm. Don't underestimate the Sacred Healing Water Sprite. It may not have any direct offensive abilities, but thanks to its top-tier healing, powerful group buffs and debuffs, and unparalleled ability to move on water, land or in the air, not to mention its capacity to alter the environment, it's managed to muscle its way into the top 10 water-type beasts in overall strength. Think about it, a mobile tireless spring that can instantly restore your health, clear debuffs, speed you up and even reshape the terrain to your advantage anytime and anywhere. That's a terrifying asset for any team. Li Si listened, and he was tempted. His team really did need a strong support. The Dark Knight nethercat was explosive but couldn't sustain drawn-out battles. The Earthshade Iron Bull was sturdy but lacked mobility. The addition of the Sacred Healing Water Sprite would patch those weaknesses perfectly, raising the team's margin for error and their ability to keep fighting to a whole new level. Besides the classic tank DPS healer trio was the most tried and routine composition there was. Alright, we'll go with it, Lee Si decided. At East Sea University the Beastmaster Resource Department was heavily guarded. After all, it housed resources that would make any Beastmaster green with envy. With a special permit signed by the principal in hand, Lee Si made his way through every checkpoint without a hitch. Finally arriving at the innermost vault, he pushed open the heavy isolation door and stepped into a spacious, brightly lit room. Rows of special energy incubators hovered quietly, each one emitting a soft low hum. Inside every pod a newborn beast was being nurtured with the utmost care, radiating energy that ranged from blazing heat, biting cold and teeming vitality to the tranquil depths of a still pool. A white-haired mentor with calm, steady eyes stepped forward. Clearly he'd been expecting Lee Si. Lee Si, the mentor, greeted him in a gentle voice. The sacred healing water sprite is rather unique. Both its cultivation and contract process are different from other beasts. He spoke with utmost seriousness. Its golden grade variant is even rarer, but you need to be prepared mentally. When it's first born, it's extremely fragile. Its growth doesn't come from fighting but from being nurtured with pure water elemental energy and all sorts of rare life-rich treasures. Once you form a contract with it, you'll need to invest a great deal of care and effort into raising it. Lee Si nodded, eyes focused and unwavering. Of course he understood. What drew him here wasn't some fleeting burst of power, but the limitless potential hidden behind that golden pedigree. The mentor said nothing more, leading him to a cultivation pod bathed in a gentle, pure aquamarine glow. Inside, a cluster of light, like the very essence of the clearest water, floated serenely, pulsing with a subtle, lifelike rhythm. At its core he could just make out a delicate, translucent shape, small and exquisite, resembling a baby jellyfish. That's it, the sacred healing water sprite. Lee Si reached out, his fingertips lightly resting on the pod's cold surface. In an instant, a wave of indescribable purity and gentle vitality seemed to flow straight through the thick glass, washing directly into his heart. All his stray thoughts were swept away, leaving only tranquility. You may begin, the mentor indicated. Lee Si took a deep breath. Following the ritual he'd practiced countless times, he carefully extended his spiritual consciousness into the pod, attempting to touch and connect with that watery blue orb of light. There was none of the fierce resistance he'd anticipated, not even the slightest hint of wariness. The sacred healing water sprite's spiritual presence was as pure and unblemished as a blank sheet of paper. It instinctively sensed Lee Si's mind, and rather than rejecting him, it moved toward him with a natural childlike longing, like finding a safe harbor at last, gently nestling up to his spirit. The entire bonding process went more smoothly than he could have ever imagined. In the next instant, the blue glow surged, transforming into a clear stream of water that shot through the pod wall and merged into the center of Lee Si's forehead. A gentle ripple spread through his sea of consciousness, where a brand new spiritual imprint quietly formed. It was as if a crystal-clear spring had appeared in his mind, shimmering with soft waves joining seamlessly with his own spirit. Sacred healing water sprite level 1 element, water traits. Pure body, gold, lifelink, purple, water element control, purple, group healing, blue, light of purification, blue. As the list of traits appeared vividly in his consciousness, especially the dazzling golden trait, Lee Si's heart surged with excitement and a smile crept uncontrollably onto his lips. The golden trait, pure body. This trait would greatly enhance the sprite's affinity for an absorption of water elements, making its healing and purification abilities even more potent and refined. The two purple traits, lifelink and water element control, were its core abilities. The former allowed it to form a spiritual connection with teammates to share or transfer energy more effectively, while the latter dramatically strengthened its foundation as a support-type beast. As for the two blue traits, though they seemed ordinary, they were still a welcome addition. With this golden tier potential and the perfect synergy of its core traits, the sacred healing water sprite's future possibilities were limitless. It's just been born, its constitution is still very fragile and it'll need a lot of resources to nurture, the mentor reminded him. The basic resources provided by the academy are only enough to sustain its vital signs. If you want it to grow quickly, you'll have to find a way to get more resources yourself. Lee Si nodded. I understand. But he still had that huge batch of dark-type resources that Zhang Dizheng had given him. Although they weren't the pure water-type resources, the sacred healing water spirit truly needed the high-purity energy crystals, and some rare metals among them were universal essentials for any beast's growth. Some of the materials that the Nightshade cat couldn't absorb could be traded for water-type resources. It would be enough to support the sacred healing water spirit through its most fragile early stage, and maybe even give it a small boost. After leaving the resource center, Lee Si went straight back to his dormitory and settled the sacred healing water spirit in the nurturing chamber. The water blue orb floated gently in the pool, radiating a tranquil aura. Lee Si took out the batch of energy crystals and dropped them into the water. The crystals dissolved instantly, releasing pure energy that the sacred healing water spirit slowly absorbed. At this point, Lee Si's ironclad warrior tank support trio was finally complete. He'd considered contract beasts for both the water type and support roles before, originally imagining they'd be two different creatures. Now, combining them into one was a welcome surprise. After all, he didn't just want a beast that produced essence through combat. The Earthshaker Bull and the Nightshade Cat were already more than violent enough. The sacred healing water spirit's job was to provide endurance and support, allowing the Earthshaker Bull and Nightshade Cat to attack without holding back. As for the source of trait essences, he had other plans. The school's ranking tournament was just a warm-up. He was now ranked 2nd among sophomores and 15th among juniors, a position that had already attracted plenty of attention. The truly elite, like the sophomore number 1, inched the top juniors, and even the senior year powerhouses. The quality and level of their beasts' traits far surpassed those of ordinary students. Only by challenging them could he obtain even richer essences. But how could he get them to accept his challenges, or better yet, come looking for him? Just taunting them or offering rewards wasn't enough. He needed a bigger stage, a more enticing lure. Besides, his ambitions went far beyond just Donghai University. Sure, Donghai was ranked among the top 5 universities in Flame Nation, but it still didn't attract enough attention on its own. He couldn't go around challenging every genius one by one. He needed others to challenge him. So once his initial goal of revenge was no longer a threat, his next target was clear. He was aiming for the title of the number 1 among the younger generation in Flame Nation. Just as Li Si was plotting his next move, Lu Yongfei suddenly received a message request. His expression immediately grew grave. "Bro, it's Zhang Dezheng. He says to thank you for not pressing charges. He's got a piece of information for you. He'll delete this message right after sending it and his SIM card will be destroyed. From now on, if anyone asks, he'll deny everything. Whether we trust him or not, that's up to us." Li Si frowned slightly. Zhang Dezheng. He was always hard to figure out. Although they'd only met once, Li Si could already tell this guy was sharp, dangerously sharp. Just from the way he'd acted last time, Li Si knew he understood perfectly well that it wasn't in his best interest to keep butting heads. He'd tried to shift the pain of losing his son onto the Zhang family, making moves both openly and behind the scenes to distance himself from Li Si. To put it bluntly, this guy had a lot more self-control than his useless older brother. Let's hear him out first, Li Si thought, signaling Lu Yongfei to put the call on speaker. As soon as the call connected on the other end, Zhang Dezheng immediately turned on the charm. "Long time no see, little brother Li Si." Li Si couldn't be bothered to respond. He knew this was all just empty talk. Seeing his warm greeting met with a cold shoulder, Zhang Dezheng didn't waste time with pleasantries and cut straight to the point. Even though this guy had technically broken away from the Zhang family, he still had a few eyes and ears left inside. Yesterday, some people in black robes paid the Zhangs a visit. Zhang Diguang immediately ordered the whole place locked down. Most of the direct relatives were sent away, leaving only a handful of family members stationed outside the main house. Zhang Dezheng didn't know exactly who the visitors were yet. Li Si and Lu Yongfei exchanged glances, both of them clearly puzzled. Mysterious people in black robes? Why not masks? While they're at it, Zhang Dezheng gave a bitter laugh and continued. "Ever since you stirred things up at the Zhangs last time, everyone in Linhai City knows the family's fortunes are on the decline. A lot of families who used to work with Xingye Group have been cutting ties left and right. The Zhangs just aren't what we used to be." He trailed off with a long sigh. Li Si's expression grew a little strange. The Zhangs were falling from grace and had already made an enemy out of him, a headache nobody else wanted to deal with. You'd think people would be running for the hills, but now there were outsiders cozying up to the Zhangs, and it didn't look like a simple matter. Funny how things work out, Li Si thought. Zhang Dezheng was no fool either. Anyone bold enough to show up at the Zhangs right now probably had their own agenda. He was reaching out to Li Si partly to give him a heads up, but mostly to get on his good side, so when the Zhang family finally fell, maybe he wouldn't get caught in the crossfire. Li Si looked at Zhang Dezheng on the video call. He didn't say much, just gave a curt nod before hanging up. Lu Yongfei stood by, brow furrowed, eyes full of worry. "Brother, what do you think Zhang Diguang is up to this time?" Li Si shook his head. He didn't have much of a clue either. But as far as Zhang Diguang was concerned, he was like a grasshopper caught on a string, running out of options fast. After what Li Si had done, Zhang Diguang had to know his days were numbered. If he didn't make a move now, he might never get another chance. That same day, Li Si went straight to Director Zhu. As soon as he stepped into the office, he saw Director Zhu and the counselor discussing his third contracted beast. Both of them greeted him with warm smiles the moment he walked in. Director Zhu had already heard from the counselor that Li Si had chosen a water-type beast. Looking at Li Si now, his eyes were full of pride and satisfaction. He reached out and patted Li Si gently on the shoulder. "You finally figured it out, kid. Picking a water-type beast was the right choice. If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. We're not short on resources." Watching Director Zhu's delighted expression, Li's eye couldn't help but feel amused and a little exasperated. If you asked who was the happiest about Li Si choosing the sacred healing water spirit, there was no question, it was Director Zhu. after all he was the one who had first brought Li Si into the university. Back then, he never imagined Li Si would have such astonishing talent. Now, even before Donghai University's academy competition had started, Li Si's reputation had already spread to other schools, but there was a problem. If you asked who was the strongest among the new water-type students, everyone would say there was a dark-type beastmaster named Li Si whose strength was terrifying. People who hadn't met Li Si were probably completely baffled, some even suspecting that Donghai University had shifted its focus from water-type research to specializing in dark types. The next school year hadn't even begun and quite a few dark-type beastmasters were already making plans to enroll at Donghai University. It was starting to mess with the university's usual admissions, which was driving Director Zhu up the wall. Now that Li Si finally had a water-type beast, if anyone dared to make a fuss about it again, Director Zhu would be the first to jump out and give them a piece of his mind. Who says Li Si isn't one of our top water-type students, he'd argue, but the counselor noticed that Li Si looked unusually serious. Something on your mind, he asked. Li Si nodded. Director Zhu immediately put away his cheerful demeanor. In the room, Li Si explained the situation with Zhang Dijing to the two of them. They exchanged glances, both equally confused. Director Zhu rubbed his teacup, a puzzled look on his face. After a moment he turned to Li Si and spoke up. You don't need to worry too much about this. Within Donghai's territory, the Zhang family won't dare try anything. If you ever leave Donghai though. Director Zhu's eyes turned cold, his tone sharpening. If the Zhang family dares to make a move against you, do whatever you have to do. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. With Director Zhu's assurance, Li Si finally felt a bit of relief. When it came to influence and connections, Director Zhu could make all the great families in Linhai think twice before crossing him. Li Zizai, on the other hand, looked deep in thought. His grudge against the Zhang family was no simple matter. It couldn't be resolved in a day or two. No one wanted to see the Zhang family fall more than he did. He glanced at Li Si, then got up to gather his things. Wait here, I'll go look into it. When Li Si returned to his dorm that night, the counselor came by again. This time though his expression was a bit unnatural. As soon as he entered, Li Zizai didn't say much. He just handed Li Si a document. Li Si opened the folder and flipped through it carefully, his brow furrowing deeper with every page. Sure enough, it was just as he had suspected. The file contained records of several fugitives wanted by the city of Linhai. These individuals had been at large for years evading capture, but they all had one thing in common. Every one of them was affiliated with the Astral Institute. When Zhang Dijing brought up the matter, Li Si found himself pondering who else aside from the Zhang family might hold a grudge against him. After thinking it over, he realized that only the Astral Institute fit the bill. No one else had the resources or the shared animosity to join forces with the Zhangs. He'd already messed with them once. There was no way this group would just let that slide. What surprised Li Si though was that these people would take the initiative to approach the Zhang family and propose an alliance. As he looked at the photos of the fugitives, his lips curled into a faint smile. This was perfect. Now he wouldn't have to hunt them down one by one. They'd already gathered in a neat little group for him. Li Zizai watched Li Si, noticing his hesitation. After a moment's thought, Li Zizai spoke up to offer some advice. Li Si, you absolutely can't be reckless about this. His words piqued Li Si's curiosity. Li Zizai grinned mischievously and lowered his voice. You remember what the Astral Institute pulled off last time? Li Si nodded. The thorn boar incident. He had to admit that ordeal had brought him quite a few unexpected benefits. Judging by Li Zizai's expression, he was clearly scheming again. After all, this guy had lain low for years just to get revenge on the Zhang family. There were no lengths he wouldn't go to for payback. When it came to plotting the Zhang's downfall, Li Zizai was second to none. Li Zizai pointed up at the ceiling. You have no idea. Ever since that incident, the higher-ups have been watching like hawks, and you know what the Astral Institute is really like. Now that the Zhang family is teaming up with them, if we can get solid evidence on this. He didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was clear. If the alliance between the Zhang family and the Astral Institute came to light, they wouldn't even have to lift a finger. The Beast Bureau's officials alone would make sure the Zhangs paid dearly. Night fell and the Beast Bureau office was unusually quiet. Two Beast Wardens lounged in their chairs, slacking off and chatting about which streamer danced best on the latest video platform. After all, this kind of downtime was a rare luxury for them. The recent Astral Institute incident had thrown the whole bureau into chaos. Supervisors from above had come down to inspect, forcing them to work overtime for several days straight, writing reports, taking statements, and endless paperwork. Now that everything was finally settled, these brief moments of peace felt even more precious. One of the wardens yawned and joked, looks like we finally don't have to work late tonight. No sooner had he spoken than the senior warden beside him turned pale. He shot his junior a stern look and corrected him. From now on, don't ever say stuff like that during a shift. The younger warden was a little baffled by his colleague's seriousness. Only the older one understood every profession had its taboos, just as ER doctors would never say, "It's quiet tonight." You didn't tempt fate with careless words in their line of work. The moment someone uttered those words, patients would inevitably start flooding into the emergency room that night. Of course, it was the same at the Beastmaster Bureau. Every Beastmaster on duty firmly believed that they must never say anything about having too quiet a shift, because as soon as those words left their mouth, they could kiss any hope of a peaceful night goodbye. When the juniors heard their seniors explain this, they'd just laugh and poke fun. "Come on, it's the modern era. Ever since the founding of the country, animals aren't allowed to turn into spirits anymore. You still believe in that stuff, old man?" But before the senior could finish his retort, he turned his head and spotted a shadowy figure approaching the door. Instantly, his expression grew serious, and the younger Beastmaster's face went stiff as well. Only when the person stepped into the light did they both breathe a little easier. Lacey walked in with a smile, waving cheerfully at the two of them. The Beastmasters on duty tonight were the same pair who'd received Lacey the other day. When they saw him, both forced a smile and tried to sound casual. "Just had dinner, out for a stroll." Lacey nodded with an easy grin that finally let the two relax a bit, but the younger Beastmaster, still not convinced, decided to probe a little further. "Need anything?" The words were barely out before he regretted them, wishing he could slap himself twice. Who comes to the Beastmaster Bureau for no reason, especially someone like Lacey? If he's here, it's bound to be business. He's the kind of guy who'd even turn himself in after a fight. He definitely didn't look like someone who'd drop by just to bring treats to the Beastmasters. As soon as that thought crossed their minds, they noticed a strange, sly curve appear at the corner of Lacey's mouth. "Gentlemen, I'd like to file a report." Both Beastmasters nearly saw stars. The older one shot his junior a look so sharp it could have cut glass. Now all they could do was pray Lacey wasn't about to dump another mess in their laps. They led Lacey into the reporting room, marked the time, and prepared to follow official procedure. But as soon as Lacey opened his mouth, his very first sentence left them both completely dumbfounded. "I'm here to report someone. Someone's colluding with the Starry Institute." The old Beastmaster's hand shook so hard he nearly dropped his cigarette. He stared at Lacey, voice trembling, needing to confirm again and again. What did you just say?" Lacey lifted his chin a little, speaking with confidence. "I'm reporting the Zhang family for colluding with the Starry Institute." The younger Beastmasters' eye twitched. The last time the Starry Institute caused trouble, none of them had slept well for 3 days. After 3 straight days of overtime, they still had to attend a big meeting. By the end of it, everyone at the Bureau felt like they'd been skinned alive. Even the Bureau chief couldn't help but gripe, "If I see anyone from the Starry Institute next time, I'll just deal with them on the spot." And now, the Starry Institute was at it again. The two Beastmasters could barely contain their frustration. Still, a report was a report and they had to follow the process. The veteran Beastmaster started the questioning while the young one took notes. "Do you have any evidence?" Lacey replied without hesitation, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, "No." The young Beastmaster nearly snapped his pen in half. He glanced at his senior, eyes full of confusion. Should I even bother writing this down? But the old Beastguard was, after all, an experienced hand. He immediately put on a troubled expression and tried to reason with Lacey. "Without any evidence, it's hard for us to do anything." Seeing that Lacey didn't respond, a hint of smugness flashed in the old Beastguard's eyes. "Not responding? If he doesn't respond, then he's just here to stir up trouble for the Zhang family." The Beast Taming Bureau had heard rumors about the grudge between Lacey and the Zhangs. The old Beastguard just hadn't expected Lacey to come up with such a childish scheme, filing a false report to get the Bureau to go after the Zhangs. "Fine, if that's how you want to play it, I'll just drop the case." When Lacey seemed to give up on reporting, both guards finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Lacey, unhurried, stood up and straightened his clothes. Just before heading out the door, he quietly asked the two of them, "All right? Just like last time, as long as I get it on video, that's enough, right?" "Video? What video?" The two looked at each other, confused. Then suddenly they remembered Lacey had beaten up Zhang Diguang that day. The realization hit them hard. They could sense trouble brewing. "Wait, you're not actually planning to go through with this, are you?" The two Beast Guards broke into a cold sweat. Lately, the higher-ups had been keeping a close eye on the Star Academy. If Lacey wasn't lying and they refused to take the case and it turned out to be real, the entire Beast Taming Bureau would be in serious trouble. Lacey was already at the front gate of the compound when the old Beast Guard, snapping back to his senses, gave his junior a swift kick. "Go, get him back here, now." Outside the courtyard, Lacey heard hurried footsteps behind him and the corners of his mouth curled up in a faint smile. Reporting the Zhang family really was a viable move. The only problem was he didn't have any evidence. He couldn't exactly say Zhang Dezheng had turned in Zhang Diguang, who would believe that, but with a little nudge from his advisor, Lacey had come up with a plan. These days the authorities were stricter than ever. Now it all depended on whether the Beast Taming Bureau dared to gamble that Lacey was lying. The answer was obvious. none of them dared risk their own skins on the hope that the Zhengs weren't stupid enough to actually do something like this. At the deputy captain of the Beast Taming Bureau's house, the living room was dimly lit, the table set for a candlelit dinner. The deputy captain's wife, dressed to the nines, walked over with a full cup of goji berry tea, smiling enchantingly at Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng couldn't stop grinning at his wife's sultry look. Just as Zhang Peng drained the tea and was about to sweep his wife off to the bedroom, an urgent phone call shattered the mood. Zhang Peng, who'd been bottling up several days' worth of frustration, was instantly irritated. Glancing at the caller ID, he barked into the phone, "I'm busy, if you've got something to say, spit it out." But after a hurried explanation on the other end, Zhang Peng's anger evaporated, replaced by a heavy, grim expression. The mood was ruined. His wife ended up in tears, not because Zhang Peng was fired up but because, well, little Zhang Peng wasn't. 10 minutes later, Zhang Peng was driving to the Beast Taming Bureau. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw a crowd of Beast Bureau officers at the entrance, already suited up and ready to go. Even Director Zhou Guang, who reeked of alcohol from entertaining guests, was now flushed and barking impatient orders at his subordinates. "Hurry up, move it, faster." The Stardust Institute had been officially labeled a cult by governments everywhere, and now they'd pulled off the stunt of creating an artificial golden beast. The higher-ups had issued a red-letter directive long ago, ramping up scrutiny of the institute. Every major city was itching to catch someone from Stardust. Anyone who managed to bring them in would have a major accomplishment to their name. Zhou Guang himself had nearly been demoted because of the Zheng family. Now no one wanted to see the Zhengs fall more than he did. The moment he heard they might be colluding with Stardust, he became the most aggressive of them all. He was even the first to rush back to the bureau. When Zhang Peng arrived, Zhou Guang anxiously pressed him. "Zhang Peng, you're leading the team tonight, don't let a single one slip through. If even one gets away, you can kiss your job goodbye." Zhang Peng nodded repeatedly. As he led his squad out, Zhou Guang frowned and gave him a once-over. "Zhang Peng, are you feeling alright? Maybe I should send someone else in charge." Zhang Peng shot him a puzzled look. "I'm fine, chief." White Zhou Guang rubbed his nose with the back of his hand. Zhang Peng did the same, only to find his hand smeared with bright red blood. Just then the young officer who had greeted Li Si earlier chimed in, delivering the finishing blow. "Captain Zhang, your nose is bleeding. I'll grab you some tissues." Zhang Peng remembered the cup of goji berry tea he'd just chugged and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "It's just the heat, too hot tonight." That night the lights of Linhai City blazed bright. The Beast Bureau's forces marched out in full strength. Meanwhile, in the Zhang family's mansion, Zhang Diguang sat at the dining table, raising his glass and bantering with a man sporting a hawk-like nose. "You've got a hell of a tolerance, my friend, come on, one more." The hawk-nosed man eyed the massive bump on Zhang Diguang's forehead with a strange expression. Not only did the poor guy have a swollen lump on his head, but one of his eyes was ringed with a spectacular bruise. To top it off, Zhang Diguang couldn't open his mouth. If he did, everyone would see the half-missing front tooth, which only made him look more ridiculous. All around the table, members of the Stardust Institute tried hard to suppress their laughter and play along with Zhang Diguang. He could feel their mockery, but all he could do was grit his teeth and swallow his anger. The person to blame for all this was Li Si. If he wanted to deal with Li Si, he'd have to rely on outside help. What he hadn't expected was for the Stardust Institute to reach out to him first. With this crew, veterans of the world's gray zones, taking his side, getting rid of Li Si would be a breeze. Most importantly, if Li Si ended up dead, even if East Sea University came looking for answers, there'd be no way to pin it on the Zhang family. The hawk-nosed man caught the fleeting flash of malice in Zhang Diguang's eyes and let a slight smile curl at the corners of his mouth. What Starfall Institute needed most were idiots like this, reckless fools. The Institute had managed to stand tall despite being hunted by every nation, and it owed most of that to the help of these privileged second-generation heirs. He'd done his homework before coming here. Compared to someone like Zhang Dezheng, who was cunning and calculating, Zhang Diguang, who relied entirely on his family's business, was much easier to work with. Not to mention, the two of them had a common enemy. "Brother Zhang, you're too modest." The hawk-nosed man smiled as he set down his wineglass, a sly glint flickering in his eyes. "At Starfall, we're dedicated to helping all the big families get things done. Li Si may be a tough nut to crack, but as long as you're willing to cooperate to us, he's nothing at all." Those words struck a chord in Zhang Diguang's heart. The hawk-nosed man's smile grew even brighter as he met Zhang's gaze. "Resources, beasts, whatever you need, it's all negotiable. As long as we can deal with this Li Si problem, if you ever need help with anything, just say the word." The hawk-nosed man's lips curled up again. "Brother Zhang, cheers." "Cheers, the feeling's mutual, you're not so bad yourself." The two burst out laughing and clinked their glasses, downing another round. With that drink, Zhang Diguang was already picturing Li Si begging for mercy at his feet. The thought made his grin stretch even wider. Just as both sides were convinced this deal was sealed, a thunderous crash erupted. The door flew off its hinges with a single brutal kick. Zhang Peng charged into the room flanked by officers from the Beast Control Bureau, immediately subduing everyone from Starfall Institute. One man tried to resist and, without a word, Zhang Peng shot him in the head. Bright red blood mixed with chunks like tofu splattered across the table, filling the room with the thick, metallic stench of iron. A Beast Control officer pulled back the man's black robe, double-checking his identity, then nodded to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng looked around at the people in the room, unable to suppress the joy on his face. He hadn't expectedly seized intel to be dead on. Meanwhile, Zhang Diguang stood there, completely dumbfounded, unable to process what was happening. Before he could even think, a few Beast Control officers grabbed him and marched him outside. On the way, he saw members of his own family pinned to the ground. Overhead, the sky swarmed with the Bureau's aerial beasts. Outside the courtyard, their vehicles flashed red and blue, lighting up the night sky. Just before a black hood was pulled over his head, Zhang Diguang barely made out Zhang Peng talking. "Chief," the informant's intel checked out. The words fell squarely on the hawk-nosed man's ears as well. An inside man. The hawk-nosed man stared daggers at Zhang Diguang as the hood came down over his own head. "You fucking sold me out." Hooded Zhang Diguang struggled wildly, screaming in fury at the people around him. "You bastards set me up. I want to appeal. This is unfair. Unfair. What right do you have to arrest me?" The young beast guard, seeing that Zhang Diguang wasn't cooperating, knocked him out cold with a swift karate chop to the neck. Both sides kept arguing as they shuffled and muttered their way out of the Zhang family estate, but the moment they stepped through the gates, Zhang Peng was taken aback. Right outside the entrance, the beast guards had already set up a police cordon. A crowd of reporters in suits was clustered behind the tape, broadcasting live reports. Flashbulbs flickered non-stop, lighting up the whole area. According to sources familiar with the matter, Xingye Group is suspected of holding secret meetings with a criminal organization and has now been detained by the Beast Bureau in accordance with the law. Details remain unclear. This is Yu Wenba reporting live for you. Zhang Peng glanced at his co-workers, sizing them up. "Did any of you call the press?" His colleagues all shook their heads furiously. "It was an emergency. We just threw on our uniforms and came running." "Who had time to call reporters?" "Captain Zhang." "Should we chase them off?" one of the beast guards asked in a low voice, waiting for Zhang Peng's decision. But Zhang Peng just shook his head. The Lisi incident had already made their Beast Bureau's reputation a bit complicated. With the media coverage, maybe people's opinions would start to shift. To put it bluntly, better them than us. This incident would definitely be a blow for Xingye Group, but for the Beast Bureau it was a stroke of good luck. "Everyone look sharp, smile. Don't forget to smile," Zhang Peng barked, then strode out of the courtyard at the head of the beast guards, full of confidence. As they passed the cameras, he made sure to smile and wave for the lenses. Zhang Peng took the opportunity to boost his own popularity among the public. When the beast guards finally escorted the suspects back to headquarters, Zhou Guan couldn't help but stare in disbelief at the sea of reporters trailing behind. Dozens of microphones were suddenly shoved in his face, so Zhou Guan switched into official mode. "I'm not at liberty to comment on that. As beast guards, we serve the people and this is simply our duty. For specifics, please wait for our official statement. We're unable to disclose details to the media at this time. At present, these arrests were conducted according to the law, but there will be further investigation. All we can say now is that the suspects are believed to have contacted a dangerous organization. Details on their motives are still under investigation." After years of navigating the bureaucracy, dealing with the press was child's play for Zhou Guan. With his righteous, upright demeanor, he was exactly the kind of official the reporters loved to capture on camera. Soon enough, the tone of the coverage shifted. No wonder Director Zhou is so beloved by the people. He never compromises in the face of evil. Some reporters began to gush. Hearing the praise, Zhou Guan couldn't help but feel a little smug. 2 arrests of people connected to the Xingqian Institute in a row, anywhere in Yin country that would be considered a major achievement. Not to mention, this time they'd caught someone trying to make contact with the institute and caught them red-handed. If the higher-ups tried to put pressure on him this year, Zhou Guang would finally have some leverage to push back. In high spirits, Zhou Guang returned to headquarters. When he saw Zhang Peng giving instructions to the team, he couldn't help but praise him with a wide smile. "Zhang Peng, you sly dog, you really know how to handle things. Well done, really well done, excellent work this time." Haha. Zhang Peng was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by Zhou Guang's praise. But as soon as he thought it over, he immediately understood what Zhou Guang meant. "Chief, I didn't invite the reporters." "I thought you did." Now it was Zhou Guang's turn to be baffled. The two of them stared at each other, eyes wide with confusion. But it didn't take long for them to figure it out. Given how the Zhang family operated, there was no way they'd sacrifice one of their own for the greater good. If it wasn't the Zhangs, and it wasn't anyone from the Beastmaster Bureau, then it could only have been the person who filed the report. Zhou Guang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thinking about Li Si's ruthless methods sent a chill down his spine. The Beastmaster Bureau hadn't made Zhang Diguang's identity public, but the fact that he'd been arrested right out of the Zhang family compound was enough. Any reporter with half a brain would know exactly how to spin this story. Li Si's move, bringing in the press, hadn't just gotten the Zhang family member arrested, it had completely trashed their reputation. Zhou Guang could already imagine how wild things would get in Linhai City after tonight. Zhang Peng, do yourself a favor and don't mess with that guy unless you have to, Zhou Guang muttered, taking a sip of hot tea and glancing toward the reporting room out of the corner of his eye. Zhang Peng nodded silently, he had figured it out as well. If you crossed the Zhang family, they'd try to destroy you in one blow, but if you went up against Li Si, he'd make sure you suffered 1,000 different ways, all equally deadly. The difference, with the Zhangs it was a single swift cut, with Li Si it was death by 1,000 cuts. Li Si was the kind of blade that didn't stop until there was nothing left. Meanwhile, in the security office, a young Beastmaster guard was tasked with looking after Li Si. The two were about the same age and quickly found common ground, chatting easily. The young guard didn't hold anything back, describing the entire arrest in detail. When they got to the part where both sides started accusing each other, each claiming the other had turned them in, they both burst out laughing, unable to contain themselves. The young Beastmaster guard wiped tears of laughter from his eyes and joked, I bet those two are going to keep pointing fingers at each other for a while yet. Li Si just smiled. Come on, it's not the Dark Ages anymore, who still falls for those fishing for traitors tricks. There's a saying, a wise man keeps away from dangerous walls, you know. The young Beastmaster guard nodded in agreement. Just then the older Beastmaster guard walked in. He glanced at the two of them joking around, then gave Li Si a long, meaningful look before sighing helplessly. Alright, you're in the clear, you can go home now. After Li Si left, the older guard gave his younger colleague some earnest advice. Kid, you'd better keep your distance from him or your future's going to be a rough road. The younger guard, who just hit it off with Li Si, looked at his senior, puzzled. Why, he seems like a good guy to me. The older guard could only shake his head and chuckle wryly. In his eyes, Li Si was nothing short of a demon. In the interrogation room under the dim light, Zhang Diguang slowly lifted his heavy eyelids. The first thing he saw were two older Beastmaster guards staring at him with stern faces. One was holding a notepad ready to record everything while the other sipped tea and questioned him coldly. Name, my name, don't you already know who I am? Zhang Diguang's anger surged the moment he saw the two men. Even now he still believed the Beast Taming Bureau had used him as bait just to catch those people from the Star Academy. I want to call my lawyer. Someone call the Zhang family now, he demanded. Seeing Zhang Diguang so uncooperative, the two Beast Tamers exchanged a knowing glance and calmly set aside what they were doing. One of them stood up and began rolling up his sleeves, chatting with his partner in an offhand tone. So Lalu, when's your retirement coming up? Another month, right? Yeah, just about. That's good. I'm not far behind, probably 10 days or so after you. As they talked, one of the Beast Tamers got up and locked the door to the room. The other deftly switched off the surveillance camera. Watching the Beast Tamer approach him with a thick book in hand, Zhang Diguang grew increasingly nervous. What are you doing? I'm warning you. If you so much as lay a finger on me, you'll regret it. The two Beast Tamers just exchanged a glance and smiled at him unfazed. Meanwhile, Li Si, who had left the bureau the night before, had spent the night resting outside. Early the next morning, he hurried back to school. As soon as he stepped through the gates, he could overhear groups of students whispering among themselves, "Did you hear? Something big happened with the Zhang family last night, I heard. They say it's got something to do with colluding with the Star Academy. Better not spread rumors, there's no official word yet. What's there to be afraid of? My brother works at the bureau." I heard Li Si was there too. As the group chatted, someone noticed Li Si walking into the school. Instantly, everyone fell silent and dropped the subject. Back in the dorm, Li Zizai and Lu Yongfei were already waiting for him. The moment Li Si walked in, Lu Yongfei hurried over, his face full of concern. Bro, are you okay? Li Si waved his hand dismissively and took a couple of sips from the soda Lu handed him. I'm fine. Zhang Diguang's been taken in. I'd say it'll be tough for him to get out of this one. Hearing that, Li Zizai let out a hearty laugh. Brilliant, that was a masterful move. No wonder you're my student, just as cunning as I am, rotten to the core. Li Si smacked his lips, feeling a bit conflicted. Something about that didn't sound quite right, but since it was a jab at their advisor too, he let it slide. Li Zizai was in an excellent mood. Last night he'd only asked Li Si to put some pressure on the Zhang family through the Beast Taming Bureau just to give them a hard time. With the Zhang family's deep pockets, he figured that once the fuss died down, they'd find a way to get Zhang Diguang out. But Li Si had gone a step further and brought in a reporter. That changed everything. Now it wasn't just the higher-ups paying attention, the whole city of Linhai was watching the Zhang family. Even after the dust settled, if the Zhangs wanted to rescue Zhang Diguang, it would cost them dearly. More importantly, after this incident, Xingye Group's foundation would suffer a serious blow. They even had to risk offending the troublesome Xingchen Institute. The three of them chatted for a while longer, then Li Zai brought up the real reason for their meeting with Li Si. The freshman tournament is about to start. If you're free this afternoon, go see Director Zhu, he'll give you all the details. Li Si smacked his forehead, finally remembering the important matter. He'd been so busy dealing with the Zhang family lately that he'd almost forgotten about the tournament. But as soon as he thought about seeing the person he'd been longing for at the big academy competition, a radiant smile spread across his face. Meanwhile, in a villa on the outskirts of Linhai City, the head of the Xingqian Institute crushed the armrest of his chair with one slap. His eyes bulged with fury as he glared at his subordinates and barked, "What did you say?" Li Si reported us. Many of the Xingqian Institute members trembled with fear. None of them had expected that their contact with the Zhang family would lead to such a disaster. A man in a black robe stepped forward and asked tentatively, "Should we just get rid of that bastard first?" The leader was so enraged he could barely speak. "Get rid of him? Are you insane, or do you think I am?" "Forget about Li Si for now, we need to relocate and plan our next steps." The room filled with anxious murmurs. Many began to suspect that the Zhang family was involved in the report too. The leader gritted his teeth as he glared at the news footage playing on the screen. Zhang Diguang being escorted into a police car. Unlike the other Xingqian Institute members, Zhang Diguang was taken away in the lead vehicle, a privilege for a criminal which made no sense. After last night's events, the Beast Control Bureau had released no news about the Zhang family. Now everyone suspected that both the Zhangs and Li Si had reported them to the authorities. Maybe the Zhangs were trying to salvage their reputation while Li Si simply wanted to take down Xingqian Institute. But with the Beast Control Bureau now mobilizing its entire force, the leader knew all too well what they were up against. He'd experienced the Bureau's powerful memory retrieval techniques firsthand. He was certain that it was only a matter of time before the Bureau got their people to reveal the Institute's hideouts. Their only choice now was to pack up and move before the Bureau came knocking at their door. That very day, everyone from the Xingqian Institute hurriedly left Linhai City, carrying all they could. To erase every trace of their existence, they even set fire to the surrounding hills. By the time Zhang Pang and his team arrived, the Xingqian Institute had vanished without a trace. That afternoon, in Director Zhu's office, Li Si knocked on the door with a gloomy expression. "Come in," Director Zhu called. As soon as Li Si entered, Director Zhu noticed his sour mood. Being in the know, Director Zhu could understand how he felt. "Listen, Li Si, don't overthink it. For this year's freshman tournament, you just need to represent Donghai University. Leave the rest to us. I promise you'll get to face off against that Zhang kid." Li Si still felt a headache coming on. Before coming here, he'd asked Liu Yangfei to look into the details. The so-called five-school freshman tournament was a contest between the top 10 freshmen from each of Linhai City's 5 universities. Not only did this event showcase the impressive teaching resources of each university to high school students about to graduate, it also gave the schools a chance to compete against each other. But there was a catch: only the top 10 freshmen were eligible to participate in this tournament. No one could figure out what was going through young Master Zhang's head. When he first enrolled, he'd secured a solid spot in the top 10 thanks to his talent. But after everything that had happened recently, he went on a losing streak, one defeat after another, deliberately dropping his ranking to 13th, knocking himself out of the top 10 entirely. With the participant list about to be finalized, he showed no intention of joining the freshman competition at all. Naturally, this killed all of Li Si's enthusiasm for the tournament. His main reason for signing up was to use the chance to utterly defeat young Master Zhang. But now the guy had chickened out. With Zhang out of the picture, Li Si was left wondering whether he should even bother with a competition that now meant nothing to him. Director Zhu, seeing Li Si unmoved, cleared his throat softly. "Li Si, this isn't really something I can talk about, but don't worry, you don't have to do anything, someone else will take care of it for you. Trust me, once the list comes out the day after tomorrow, that kid's name won't be on Central University's roster. If I'm wrong, I'll write my own surname backwards." Li Si squinted at Director Zhu. "Is he trying to mess with me right now? Since when does Wang have anything to do with this? Isn't this the part where people usually vow to write their own surname backwards?" Director Zhu just laughed heartily, clearly not bothered at all. Meanwhile, elsewhere at Central Academy, Li Si was walking down the path feeling uneasy. He'd heard about what happened at home last night. Over the phone, his mother had called him in tears, begging him not to come back. His father had been taken away, but the old man would see to it that justice was done. Still, Li Si couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't that simple. Now, just hearing his own name was enough to make his heart race, let alone taking part in the freshman tournament. Just then, a sweet voice piped up from beside him. "You're Li Si, aren't you?" Young Master Zhang, already agitated, was about to brush her off, but when he turned around, he saw a pretty girl tilting her head, looking at him with open curiosity. She was tall, with a striking figure, and the combination of her short skirt and spaghetti-strap tank top made it impossible not to notice her curves. Zhang's mouth went dry. Noticing Zhang's eyes lingering on her, the girl blushed and looked down, shy and flustered. I heard from the others, you're Li Si, right? I'm from the school next door. I've always wanted to meet you. Zhang gulped and, abandoning his usual cocky attitude, quickly put on his most charming smile and replied gently, that's me, Li Si. Hi Junior, is there something I can help you with? The young woman gently brushed a lock of hair behind her ear, her gaze dreamy as she looked at young Master Zhang. Lowering her voice, she leaned in close, her warm breath tickling his ear. I'd like to spar with you, she whispered. Those words were enough to make young Master Zhang's soul practically leave his body. Spar? What kind of sparring? Let's go to the dorm and talk about it in detail. Before the whole real or fake Li Si mess, he'd been quite the big shot when he first arrived at school, practically able to command the wind and rain. Everyone knew he was a prodigy who awakened his powers ahead of schedule. Girls from other schools, older and younger, would line up to spend time with him, but ever since Li Si's drama, his life had turned upside down. Now he could barely go a day without getting beaten up 8 times, and even the stray dogs on campus barked at him as he walked by. But seeing as this girl was from the neighboring school and probably hadn't heard about his recent troubles, young Master Zhang finally felt his confidence return. Not a good idea, little sister, he replied, feigning gentlemanly concern. I'm afraid I might hurt you. The girl's lips curled up in a mischievous smile. With a playful tone, she whispered in his ear, don't worry, big brother. We'll be careful if we spar privately. I'll make sure it's safe, and I bought a new outfit just for this. A wave of heat rushed through young Master Zhang's body. He felt almost lightheaded. With such a sweet junior inviting him so eagerly, what was there to hesitate about? A real man never hesitates, he knows what to choose. No matter how strong you are, some things are simply irresistible. Even so, young Master Zhang managed to keep up a facade of composure. Then after you, he said, gesturing politely. As soon as he finished speaking and was about to lead her toward the dorm, he turned around only to see the girl smiling and beckoning him with a curled finger. Come on, let's go to the training ground and spar first, she said. Young Master Zhang was taken aback. Was this what students were into these days, so daring and direct? But when he got to the training ground, he immediately sensed something was off. Why were there so many people here? At this hour, most students would be busy with their own affairs. Only the most dedicated trainees would still be practicing, yet tonight the training ground was buzzing with activity. The place was brightly lit and crowds of students were sparring in every ring. Young Master Zhang started to feel suspicious. Was she really here to train? But when he saw her standing on the ring beckoning to him with that seductive gesture, he couldn't help but feel his heart race. Maybe if he played along, something good would come after. The two of them stepped onto the ring to get ready. Several upperclassmen came over to supervise, just in case anything went wrong. Just then one of the older students approached with a roster in hand. The moment he saw the girl's face, all the color drained from his cheeks. Isn't that the Demon Queen, Lu? He blurted out. Before he could finish, another upperclassman quickly slapped a hand over his mouth. The commotion at the ring quickly caught the attention of the other training grounds, and soon crowds began to gather around. Once people realized what was happening on stage, a few of them immediately started taking bets. Come on, Li Si is challenging Lu Ruyan, who's ranked second among the freshmen from next door. Place your bets, last chance to place your bets. Meanwhile, young Master Zhang, still dazed and confused on the stage, was reeling. Ranked second from next door? I'm supposed to fight the second-ranked student. He stared wide-eyed at the young woman facing him. She was still smiling and with a playful gesture beckoned him forward. Clenching his teeth, Zhang's eyes filled with resentment. He had a pretty good idea by now. She'd clearly picked him on purpose just to embarrass him in front of everyone. Things had already gone this far, all he could do was grit his teeth and go through with it. Worst-case scenario, he'd just get beaten up again. It wasn't like he hadn't taken his share of beatings at Central University already. One more wouldn't make a difference. As soon as the upperclassman announced the start of the match, young Master Zhang immediately summoned his beast, ready to defend himself and block his opponent's attack. But before he could even react, a sudden burst of blood sprayed from Lu Ruyan's chest. She collapsed onto the ground, pointing a trembling finger at young Master Zhang and shouting hoarsely as expected of Li Si, such overwhelming strength. No one in this class could withstand that attack. With that, Lu Ruyan coughed up another mouthful of blood and promptly fainted dead away. For a moment, the entire arena fell into stunned silence. Those who had bet on Lu Ruyan stared in disbelief, jaws hanging open. Did that just happen? Was this an upset? The few who'd placed random bets on young Master Zhang started cheering and hollering in excitement. Up on stage, the upperclassmen frowned deeply, shooting suspicious looks at young Master Zhang. None of them had seen him make a move before Lu Ruyan collapsed from her injuries. Was this kid hiding his true strength? Quick! Get Lu Ruyan to the infirmary, someone from Central Academy shouted. A medical team rushed in, carrying the seriously injured Lu Ruyan off on a stretcher, leaving a thoroughly bewildered young Master Zhang alone on stage. Is that it? It's over. The Zhang family's bodyguards gave their young master a respectful nod, as if convinced he'd just unleashed some secret technique to achieve a one-hit knockout. Young Master Zhang turned to look at the scoreboard where his victory was flashing. Suddenly he felt the world spinning around him. He'd won, sure, but the problem was he hadn't even done anything. How had she ended up on the ground? Meanwhile, outside the training grounds, a group of students ducked into a small grove of trees. Lu Ruyan, still unconscious, reached under her clothes and pulled out a pre-prepared blood pack, letting out a long sigh of relief. That should do it, right? The students around her smirked and nodded. Every one of them, including Lu Ruyan herself, was part of the Slackers Club. The entire performance had been staged to make all the freshmen believe Li Si was unfathomably powerful, perfect for setting their plans in motion. The next morning, young Master Zhang was roaring in disbelief in the office. What? They gave me their spot. Teacher, what the hell is going on? I only ranked 13th. Even the teacher looked like he had a headache over it. But after last night's showdown, the eldest son of the Zhang family's reputation had spread throughout the entire school. With a single blow, he had seriously injured the second-ranked freshman from the neighboring academy. That feat had new students on the forum rallying for him to compete in the freshman tournament. The real reason, though, was that the top-ranking students all found excuses to drop out, voluntarily giving up their spots to Li Si. To secure their own positions, each of them submitted medical reports. One claimed congenital asthma, another said he had a heart condition. With the current medical technology and the help of contract beasts, these illnesses were completely curable. The most outrageous, though, was someone who somehow produced a lab report declaring he was allergic to dark elements. Even Zhang family's eldest son's advisor was totally thrown. In all their years of teaching, this was the first time they'd ever heard of such a thing. It was as if they were just short of calling out Zhang family's eldest by name and telling him, "We don't want to go up against Li Si." And so, on the day before the official roster was submitted, Zhang family's eldest son, ranked 10th at Central University, secured his spot in the freshman tournament. Many Central University students, still clueless about the real story, were out celebrating. With Li Si joining the team, they were sure Central University would take the championship. Meanwhile, once Li Si was certain that Zhang family's eldest would be competing, he decided it was time to give himself a serious boost. Half a month flew by. On a deserted floating island in the CI secret realm, Li Si lounged leisurely on a beach chair, watching his two contract beasts, Nightshade Cat and Earthen Ox, frolicking on the sand in the distance. Frolicking might have been too generous. It was more like Nightshade Cat was toying with Earthen Ox. Nightshade Cat, meow, meow, let's start Shiko Wakama. With a flick of its tail, Nightshade Cat sent a stick arcing across the beach. Earthen Ox, all four hooves churning, shot off after it at full tilt. Once it reached the spot, it picked up the stick in its mouth and trotted happily back to Nightshade Cat, its little tail wagging in delight. Nightshade Cat, meow meow, not bad not bad. They played this game back and forth a few more times. Watching from the sidelines, Li Si's expression grew a little complicated. Sure, Old Yellow was honest and good-natured, but this was starting to look a bit like he was getting played by Nightshade Cat. Still, seeing how much fun the pair were having, Li Si didn't interfere. They were just kids after all, they should enjoy themselves while they can. Who knows how much time passed before the tranquil ocean was suddenly whipped into a frenzy by howling winds. The endless expanse of the sea seemed to come alive, showcasing the wild artistry of nature. Without a word, Li Si kicked over his beach chair, grabbed the fishing spear stashed beneath it, and shouted to his two little companions at his side, "Time to get to work." East see Li Si off the clock. East see Yuanhu clocking in. The playful Dark Knight Nethercat and the Earth Magic Bull hurried over to Li Si's side. The holy healing water sprite landed lightly on Li Si's shoulder, gazing intently at the distant waves. Li Si licked his lips, excitement shining in his eyes. Since arriving at the CI secret realm, Li Si had made some new discoveries. Near the coastal area around the academy's perimeter, the environment had its own unique ecosystem. For instance, the CI secret realm experienced two high tides each day, once in the morning and once in the evening. But unlike the regular tides of the real world, the tides here receded with unusual speed. Having grown up in the coastal city of Linhai, Li Si was intimately familiar with the sea. There was hardly anyone who understood the meaning of the tides better than him. Now gigantic waves surged in the distance, with countless exotic beasts churning in the water as they fled madly toward the shore. There were all kinds of creatures in this tidal wave, but what was truly rare was that, instead of fighting among themselves, they were all desperately trying to escape. Little Huang, get ready to block their escape route. Holy healing water sprite, guide this crowd over here. You, come help me finish them off. His three contracted beasts nodded in unison. The holy healing water sprite dove into the sea, merging seamlessly with the water as it radiated a gentle, soothing glow. When the fleeing exotic beasts saw the shimmering lights in the water, they immediately stampeded toward Li Si and his group. Meanwhile, little Huan, the Earth Magic Bull, started manipulating sand and stones near the coastline, quickly shaping the terrain into a concave harbor to trap the incoming creatures. As the aquatic beasts charged forward, the holy healing water sprite swiftly returned to Li Si's side. Just then a swordfish-like creature leaped out of the water aiming to snatch the sprite, but with a swift motion Li Si's harpoon pierced straight through the creature's belly. He gave the fish's side a hard kick, sending it flying back into the sea. One by one the aquatic beasts burst into the trap. At Li Si's signal, the Earth Magic Bull sealed off their retreat with mounds of sand and rocks. Hidden in the shadows, the Dark Knight Nethercat began silently dispatching any creatures that tried to escape the encirclement. Li Si skirted the edge of the makeshift fish pool, stabbing down with his steel harpoon again and again. In no time, a number of the exotic fish met their end. When the timing was right, Li Si glanced at the dark silhouettes cast by the setting sun in the distance, his brow furrowing. Things are about to get dicey, let's get out of here. As soon as he spoke, the Dark Knight Nethercat and the Earth Magic Bull returned to his side, and the whole group, 1 man 3 beasts, slipped swiftly into the forest behind them. Moments later, a thunderous whale's call echoed across the world. The culprit behind this entire tidal frenzy was a whale-like exotic beast lurking in the depths of the sea. Li Si had never seen what this creature looked like up close, but judging by its size, it probably wasn't much smaller than Director Zhu. When everything finally quieted down, Li Si eyed the essence fragments in his hand, frowning in thought. Entry Essence, 2799. After half a month in the CI secret realm, although I've killed plenty of foreign races, none of them had particularly good entries. Even after copying them, all I could do was break them down. I've stockpiled quite a bit of entry essence, but leveling up still requires more time and accumulation. Compared to these foreign races, every single participant in the freshman tournament is a true talent. The entries on their exotic beasts, just grabbing any one of them, could easily double my combat strength. It really seems like the freshman tournament is the fastest way to get stronger. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Li Si suddenly found himself looking forward to the arrival of the freshman tournament. Just then someone in the distance began waving and calling out to him, Bro, I'm here to take you back, it's about to start over there." Li Si's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Yangfei waving at him from afar. Just what I needed right when I needed it. Half an hour later, Li Si arrived at Director Zhu's office. The moment he walked in, he saw Director Zhu wearing a deeply troubled expression, glancing helplessly at the advisor sitting on the nearby sofa. Li Si's scratched his head awkwardly, still trying to defend himself. "They're just kids, eager to learn, willing to train. That's a good thing, right? He's supposed to represent our college in the competition. Just hold out a little longer, it'll pass." Director Zhu shot Li Si a complicated look before letting out a long, resigned sigh. For the past 2 weeks, his office had been in constant turmoil. The island zone was meant for first and second year students to train, while the coastal zone was designated for strong second years and third years to gain real combat experience. Ever since Li Si broke through the old technical barriers in the CI secret realm, opened up a new path, and established a unique fighting style, Director Zhu had been waking up to the same complaint every day. "Director, that kid Li Si intercepted the top resources again." What started as first years complaining about the lack of training resources on the island had now escalated, with second and third years protesting as well. They fiercely condemned Li Si's lack of sportsmanship, hogging so many waves of foreign races upstream that hardly any resources trickled down for the others. All the department advisors had lined up to complain to Director Zhu about Li Si's washing his feet upstream while others drink downstream behavior. Director Zhu was at his wit's end. If he ignored the kid, well, Li Si was technically just training, but if he tried to intervene, there really wasn't a good enough reason. In the end, the academy simply chose to wash their hands of it, letting the students sort it out themselves. That left the students of Donghai University utterly exasperated. "What, you want me to go fight Li Si?" Fortunately, the freshman tournament was about to begin and a lot of Donghai University students were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. At last, they'd have a chance to enjoy some decent resources while Li Si was occupied elsewhere. After Director Zhu finished giving a few earnest reminders, Li Zizai led Li Si out of the office. As soon as they stepped out, Li Zizai cautiously broached the subject. "Li Si, now that we're back, could you maybe stop running off over there all the time?" Li Si was momentarily stunned, her eyes full of confusion. The advisor scratched his head again. Students were running to Director Zhu every other day and Director Zhu was running to Li Zizai just as often. Now Li Zizai finally understood what it felt like for parents to be constantly called to school back when he was a student himself. The problem was, if this kept up, there'd be no end to it. Normally 3 second-year students would be enough to handle an offshore alien threat. A third year could manage one on their own. This had always been the way East Sea University assigned tasks so students could hone their combat skills in real situations. But ever since Li Si had monopolized the upper ranks, second years barely got a bite to eat and even the third years were scrambling for scraps. Li Si had only been gone for half a month, but the third year rankings had already been shaken up dramatically. The new third-year motto seemed to be, "If I can't beat Li Si, surely I can beat you." The training grounds were packed every single day. If Li Si's monopoly continued, pretty soon the third years would become experts at fighting other beast tamers instead of actual beasts. Advisor, if you're going to put it that way, then let me have a real talk with you, Li Si said, entirely unfazed as she strolled with the advisor toward the resource distribution area. Look, don't I need to improve my real combat experience? Li Zizai nodded in agreement. Li Si kept pressing her point. The more experience I get, the faster the Zhang family will fall. Once they're finished, neither of us will have to run around like this anymore. At those words, Li Zizai's expression changed instantly. In his eyes, nothing was more important than dealing with the Zhang family, not even the school itself. Li Si understood this too, and her own expression turned serious as she looked at the advisor. Advisor, give me another half a year. I swear not a single Zhang family member will make it back alive. Li Zizai was silent for a moment, then reached out and patted Li Si on the shoulder. Alright, I'll handle the school for now, but you need to keep a lower profile. After their brief conversation, Li Zizai turned and headed down a side path, clearly preparing for a tough discussion with the administration on Li Si's behalf. Once he left, Li Si finally let out a long sigh. Seriously, reporting me of all things, just wait till I get back, I'll show you all what's what. For Li Si, the grudge against the Zhang family had to be settled. Nothing could shake her from that path, but if anyone tried to mess with her efforts to gather essence, then she'd be sure to have a serious discussion with them. When she arrived at the resource center, Li Si collected 3 shares right in front of everyone. As the rare student ranked in all 3 years, she not only received the monthly allowance for top-ranked freshmen but also the resource allocations for second and third years. All told, she'd racked up nearly 750 exchange points. The upperclassman in charge of handing out the resources couldn't help but gasp. Li Si, did you rob a bank, or did you save the principal's life or something? Li Si just smiled, offering no further explanation. In a way, the school really had opened a back door for her. After all, none of them had ever seen anyone as ridiculously talented as Li Si. He was unmatched across the entire campus. After confirming which resources needed to be exchanged with Lu Yongfei, Li Si returned to the dorm with the supplies, drawing envious stares from everyone around. The moment he set foot inside, Lu Yongfei immediately got to work on the breeding preparations. Li Si meanwhile sat down at the table to study the sacred healing water sprite. When he picked up the resources, Li Si had also asked both Lu Yongfei and their advisor about any special considerations for raising the sacred healing water sprite. Apparently, this creature had a remarkably broad diet. In addition to the standard energy crystals and rare metals, it could also eat all sorts of materials that the Dark Knight Nether Cat wouldn't be able to digest, but the stuff Lu Yongfei had him exchange for. Alright, chow time. Wearing a chef's uniform, Lu Yongfei pushed open the courtyard gate. Waiting outside were the Dark Knight Nether Cat and the Yellow Earth Demon Bull, who immediately barreled over to him. Without a second thought, both of them buried their heads in the food. Compared to Li Si's rather crude feeding methods, these two clearly preferred Lu Yongfei when it came to mealtime. With everything settled, Li Si led the sacred healing water sprite to a spacious corner of the backyard. Lu Yongfei had already cleared the area and set up a huge inflatable pool right in the center. Piled up in the middle of the pool were stacks of construction materials, especially those bundles of rebar Li Si had exchanged for, which stood out like a sore thumb. Anyone who knew what they were doing would recognize they were raising spirit beasts. Anyone who didn't might mistake them for a couple of civil engineering geeks. Li Si couldn't help but feel a few metaphorical sweat drops run down his forehead as he glanced over at Lu Yongfei. Are you sure this is going to work? Lu Yongfei thumped his chest confidently. Trust me bro, I've done my homework. This one's special. Absolutely do not rush its growth. You have to nurture it gradually. If you give it high-grade stuff too soon, you'll just stunt its development. We need to take it step by step. Li Si was a complete novice when it came to raising spirit beasts, so he could only leave everything in Lu Yongfei's hands. After putting the sacred healing water sprite in the pool, Lu Yongfei pulled out a tiny bottle and dropped in a single bead of the water-type nutrient solution that had cost Li Si 200 points to get. Aside from the elemental fruit for the Dark Knight Nether Cat, this nutrient solution was by far the most expensive thing from this batch of resources. According to Lu Yongfei, the sprite needed to be fed a bottle of this stuff every month for at least 3 months. And as for raising this thing, well, on the one hand, it was easy. You could toss in some construction waste and some rebar. 1 point could get you a whole ton, which was enough to keep it fed for a month. The problem was, it was incredibly delicate. If you didn't raise it well, its future potential would fall far behind that of other spirit beasts. Li Si's head started to ache just thinking about it. The cost of raising these guys was at least 1,000 points a month, if not more. Man, these beasts were seriously high maintenance. Watching as the sacred healing water spirit in the pool slowly corroded the rebar, eventually dissolving it completely, Li Si finally understood what made this creature so unusual. If something like this ever ended up at a construction site in the wrong hands, every official in Linhai City's building bureau would probably be forced to eat metal peanuts for breakfast. Meanwhile, on the other side of the courtyard, the Dark Knight Nether cat, having just finished her dinner, padded over with light graceful steps and rubbed against Lisey's leg. Meow, can't you feed them something decent for once? She shot a disdainful glance at her two younger brothers. The second one gnawed on rocks all day, clueless as ever, and just when she'd finally gotten a third sibling, he was only marginally better. At least he ate construction debris instead of rocks, but that was hardly an improvement. Sometimes when Lisey and Lu Yongfei weren't paying attention, she'd try to sneak some of their food. But even after managing to steal a bite, she couldn't bring herself to eat it. Was this supposed to be cat food? She protested vehemently. Not far away, the yellow earth demon bull cocked his head at Lisey, then glanced at the pile of earthfire rocks stacked at his feet like a small mountain. His big eyes were full of confusion. Am I eating badly? I thought my meals were pretty great. Without another thought, the yellow earth demon bull buried his head back into his pile and continued munching enthusiastically. By the time the second half of the night rolled around, the Dark Knight Nether cat had finished digesting her elemental fruit and the three contracted beasts had absorbed their resources. Lisey sat cross-legged on a chair watching the three little fellows frolicking in the courtyard. First was the Dark Knight Nether cat, level 38 attribute. Dark traits, Night God, Gold, Fourth Calamity, Gold, Heaven's Grudge, Gold, Clarity of Mind, Purple, Fierce Demon, Purple, Bloody Tempest, Purple. Thanks to this round of resources, her strength had jumped 5 whole levels, now reaching the very peak of the elite tier. Forget holding her own in the freshman tournament, there were barely a handful of beasts in all of Linhai City's sophomore and junior classes who could go toe-to-toe with her. The Dark Knight Nether cat circled back and forth at Lisey's feet, so he reached down and affectionately scratched her head. After this tournament, I'll make sure you get a real feast. At those words, the yellow earth demon bull couldn't hold back anymore. The massive beast charged straight at Lisey, apparently trying to imitate the Nether cat by giving him a loving nuzzle with his giant horns. Startled, Lisey leapt to his feet, hastily stopping the beast in its tracks. The demon bull looked over at the Nether cat in confusion. Wait, doesn't rubbing him get you treats? The Nether cat was rolling on the ground laughing hysterically. Lisey wiped the cold sweat from his brow, staring at the bewildered demon bull who had come to a sudden stop in front of him. Yellow Earth Demonox level 14, excellent, attribute, Earth, traits, Bull Demon Strength, Gold, Lord of the Land, Gold, Diamond Body, Purple, Gluttonous Bloodline, Purple, Body Mastery, Green, Flying Sand and Rolling Stones, Blue. This time, it had to be said, the Yellow Earth Demonox had made the biggest leap. From its original level 2 inch, it had shot up to level 14 in one go, plus, with the high growth rate from its gluttonous bloodline, its level skyrocketed even further. By contrast, the Sacred Healing Water Spirit, which didn't have any experience boosting traits, grew at a slower pace, only advancing by 5 levels. As Lu Yongfei put it, there's no point wasting good resources on this thing before it hits level 10. The real money pit only starts once it gets there. Lisey looked at the Sacred Healing Water Spirit perched on the Yellow Earth Demonox's horn and could only sigh helplessly. Potential stock. This thing is a potential stock. Sacred Healing Water Spirit level 5 attribute, Water, traits, Pure Body, Gold, Lifelink, Purple, Water Element Mastery, Purple, Group Healing, Green, Pure Light, Blue. Once everything was more or less in order, Lisey went to bed early. The next morning, in front of Donghai University, the top 10 ranked freshmen had all arrived at the gate bright and early. The crowd buzzed with lively conversation, everyone eagerly anticipating the prizes the academy would award after this freshman tournament. After all, this year's competition was a joint event among 5 colleges, meaning the prize pool was pooled together as well. There was no need to even mention the extravagant rewards for first place. Even taking any spot in the top 10 would net resources most people could only dream of. Of course, with an outlier like Lisey among them, most of the freshmen were focused on strategizing for 2nd through 10th place. Hey Tu-hao, Lisey greeted Tu-hao, who stood on the edge of the group, his tone friendly. As usual, Tu-hao kept his stony expression and said nothing. Still, compared to before, he actually gave Lisey a slight nod in response. Lisey looked Tu-hao up and down. After some time apart, this guy had successfully raised his vine grass dragon to level 21, officially breaking into the senior tier. Clearly, their last team-up had paid off for him. As for the passing upperclassmen from 2nd and 3rd year, when they saw Tu-hao among those about to depart, they could only glare, gnashing their teeth in frustration. But with Tu-hao's temperament, he simply ignored all those unfriendly looks. What really surprised Lisey though was Ban Yubin. Normally he'd be all smiles and warmth when he saw Lisey, but today he seemed completely deflated. When Lisey greeted him, Ban Yubin only nodded dully. Worse, there was even a hint of grievance in his eyes. He looked for all the world like a sulky, wronged girlfriend. Lisey was baffled. What's going on here? Bro, I'm thinking of switching things up. Should I try being a cool, aloof guy like Tu-hao or go for the whole unexpectedly quirky girl vibe like Wu Yusen? A bespectacled boy squeezed in next to Lisey, lowering his voice conspiratorially. your godson's really been thrown for a loop by you. He's been in that funk for almost a month now." Li Si glanced at the familiar-looking boy beside him. If he remembered right, Ban Yubin had introduced this guy before, another one of the top 5 named Wang Boyu. Li Si seemed to recall that he'd roughed him up in the freshman tournament too, but judging by his current mood, this guy was a lot tougher mentally than Ban Yubin. Looking at Ban Yubin's miserable long face, Li Si couldn't help but sigh. "Ah, that's youth for you. Gotta work on your mental game." Once most of the group had gathered, the teacher in charge summoned his beast partner. A massive seagull appeared before them. Seats of all shapes and sizes were thoughtfully arranged on the seagull's back. This year's tournament was being held at Wanren University, the top Earth Element school. To get there, they'd take the school's specially bred water-wind hybrid spirit beast, the white jade seagull. On the way, Li Si found himself eyeing the great bird under him, thoughts churning. "This thing's level 39. Should I have the shadow cat sneak a little something from it?" He stroked his chin, contemplating. White jade seagull, level 39. Element, water, traits, swift as a gale, blue, windshield, blue. Both of those traits were pretty good. If he could copy and upgrade them, he might be in for a real surprise, especially that blue grade swift as a gale. It could massively boost agility and let a beast store up to 3 burst sprints. If he managed to copy that for his shadow cat, Li Si could only imagine how terrifying the little guy would be at night. But no, now's not the time. He'd have to find another opportunity. Li Si knew all too well, if anything happened to this flying beast midair, everyone here would be done for. So he put the thought aside for now. Meanwhile, the white jade seagull shivered, feeling a sudden chill run down its spine. It kept glancing back over its shoulder mid-flight. After a few looks, it caught sight of Li Si, his eyes practically glowing red. Sensing the hostility radiating from him, the seagull let out a series of anxious cries. Man, the teacher hurried to calm it down. "Ice-T, what's wrong?" Some of the nearby students started whispering in confusion. "Why does the seagull have such a weird name?" "Feels off, yeah, and its call sounds different from the usual seagulls." The teacher checked the seagull over a few times, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. In the end, he just chalked it up to the bird being in a bad mood and wanting to vent a little. The trip itself was pretty short. After all, Linhai City wasn't that big, and with the white jade seagull, they'd get there a lot faster than by any other means. In just over 10 minutes, Li Si and the others arrived at the site for this year's freshman competition, the towering Wanren University. Its location was strikingly similar to Donghai University's. As a school specializing in metal affinities, Wanren University was nestled in the mountain ranges on the outskirts of Linhai City. Sheer cliffs surrounded the campus on 3 sides, with only a single suspension bridge serving as the entrance. Wang Boyu stood near the edge, gripping the railing as he peered down. Layers of mist obscured his view, but through the haze, he could just make out a few figures moving along the cliff face. Pushing his glasses up his nose, Wang Boyu studied the drop below. He'd heard rumors that the university also had a secret realm, supposedly located right below these cliffs. Li Si, however, had little interest in such things. This godforsaken place, just getting down there would be difficult enough, let alone entering a secret realm. You'd be lucky to come back alive. As Li Si prepared to edge closer to Bayou Seagull, planning to have the Shadow Nightcat sneak a look and see if it could copy any useful traits, a figure suddenly leapt up onto the cliff's edge and landed right beside him. The newcomer was a young man riding atop a black panther, eyeing the Donghai University team with open curiosity. Spotting Li Si standing alone, he hurried over. "Hey classmate, hi, you're Li Si, right?" the boy asked. Li Si followed his gaze and saw Tu Hao in the crowd, standing tall and proud, confidently surveying his surroundings. Li Si hesitated for a moment but didn't bother correcting him, he simply nodded. The young man's expression grew excited, his voice tinged with awe. "I've heard all about him, he's famous, looks powerful in person too. Folks at our school say he had his name stolen by the Zhang family, got hunted by tens of thousands, took down several of them and finally escaped to Donghai University." Li Si was baffled. Tens of thousands hunting him down. Even if the Zhang family doubled in size, they wouldn't come close to that number. How had the story gotten so out of hand? Just as Li Si was about to set the record straight, the guy only got more animated. "I've been wanting to meet my idol in person. I always thought real talent shines wherever it goes." As he spoke, he pulled out what he claimed was a Li Si fan novel and pressed it into Li Si's hands. Li Si flipped through it. The story followed a man named Qian Er, pursued by countless factions, ultimately escaping and taking revenge on his enemies. It was well written, just not exactly what had happened to him in real life. Meanwhile, the boy was on a roll, raving about the book's plot. How the protagonist single-handedly defeated 49 members of the Zhang family in the freshman competition, fought through the finals while seriously injured to beat Tu Hao and claim the trophy, and even stood up to upperclassmen bullies at Donghai University, refusing to back down in the face of their harassment. There were even rumors that Li Si had once been hunted by some evil organization, fought a bloody battle all night long, and in the end was commended by the Beast Control Bureau. Sure enough, stories about defying fate and standing up to evil forces always feel stirring and heroic, no matter where you hear them. With the guy beside him piling on all sorts of exaggerations, even Li Si started to feel a bit embarrassed just listening. Just then Lu Yangfei, who still looked pale and a little woozy from earlier, walked up to Li Si and patted him on the shoulder. "Hey man, let's go, they're about to call roll." Li Si nodded. The guide who'd been chatting was clearly enjoying himself and invited them warmly. "Bro, when all this is over, let me treat you to a meal. You've got to tell me more about Li Si, okay?" Li Si quickly agreed. Meanwhile, Lu Yangfei blinked, giving the guy a puzzled look. Off in the distance, the teacher leading the group from Donghai was calling out Li Si. "Here," Li Si replied and jogged to the front to join the roll call, leaving the guy behind looking as if he'd just seen a ghost. That one shout was all it took. Suddenly, every onlooker's gaze locked onto Li Si all at once. Being stared at by so many people made Li Si feel more than a little uncomfortable, but when he rejoined his team he noticed that his teammates were wearing odd expressions. One after another, they looked at him with furrowed brows and worried faces. Ban Yubin in particular was holding his head and sighing in despair. Li Si's reputation had spread far and wide in Linhai City mainly because he was part of the Moyu gang. His story wasn't just known at Donghai University, even the other academies were well aware of the dramatic mess that had happened to him. Compared to the other schools, Wanren University was famous for keeping to itself. Students there spent all 4 years focusing on Earth-type beast mastery, rarely concerning themselves with the outside world. Thanks to the school's unique isolated setting, most of the students had never really encountered the darker sides of society. When Li Si's story broke, the students at Wanren University were instantly united in their outrage. They all stood firmly on Li Si's side, vowing to use this year's freshman competition as a chance to teach that imposter Li Si a lesson. Many of them had come today just to see for themselves who the real Li Si was. At the front of Donghai University's group, the students stood according to their rankings. As soon as Li Si ranked first among the freshmen appeared, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Quite a few Wanren University students were sneaking glances at him from the sidelines. The teacher in charge had actually been worried that Li Si's reputation would attract some troublemakers from other schools, but to everyone's surprise the students from Wanren University were nothing but friendly to Li Si. A few shy girls even hesitated, wondering if they should approach him and offer a bottle of water as an excuse to get to know him. After waiting a bit longer at the gates of Wanren University, the other 3 academies arrived in a rush. Suddenly a sharp cry pierced the sky. A black eagle with phoenix-like wings soared overhead, trailing streaks of fire through the air. The leading teacher was a strapping man, his square face adorned with a fiery red beard that made him look like a lion with its mane bristling. He stood atop his beast, stamping his feet on the head of the creature as he hovered above Donghai Academy. Before he even landed, his booming voice exploded in everyone's ears. "Old Zhu, has that kid from Donghai shown up yet?" Director Zhu looked at the newcomer and could only shake his head with a wry smile. "Old Song, keep your voice down, will you? You're going to make us all deaf." Li Si eyed the group with curiosity while Lu Yangfei leaned in to whisper an explanation. "That's Professor Song from Fenghui University. He's in charge of fire element research here in Linhai City." Professor Song didn't even wait for his beast to touch the ground. He let out 2 hearty laughs, then leapt off its back, kicking up clouds of dust and wind as he landed. Once the haze settled, he strode over to Director Zhu in a few long steps, glancing around with a sharp eye. "So, where is he? Which one is Li Si?" It wasn't until Professor Song walked up that Li Si realized just how imposing the man was. Even he couldn't help but suck in a breath. This team leader from Fenghui University had to be at least 2 meters tall. Standing in front of Director Zhu, he looked like an immovable mountain. "So it's this kid, huh?" Professor Song bent down and sized Li Si up without a hint of restraint, occasionally stroking his beard. "Not bad, not bad. He's only just started school and already his strength." But before Professor Song could finish, Director Zhu hurriedly cut him off. "Stop. That's not something we should be talking about." Professor Song's face froze for a second, then he slapped Director Zhu's shoulder twice with a huge hand and burst out laughing again. "Ha, you old fox, still keeping secrets from us." It was fortunate Director Zhu was sturdy enough, anyone else might have been flattened by Professor Song's heavy-handed greeting. Just then, another white crane with a crimson crown glided in from the distance. Atop it sat a graceful woman, her beauty undiminished by age, who covered her mouth as she laughed softly. Well, old Song, you're still the same as ever. I could hear your voice from miles away." "You students had better watch out. If you end up hard of hearing, you'll know who to blame." Several students from Fenghui University were sweating bullets. Just as the teacher said, they already felt like the world had gone quiet. Their ears were still ringing from Professor Song's thunderous shouts. They had only themselves, or rather Professor Song and his blazing temper, to blame. Professor Song rolled his eyes at the woman as she approached, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, Westwind University worried about that? Maybe you're just afraid of coming in last again this year." The woman's expression changed, and she turned as if to retort, but before she could speak, Professor Song shouted to the students behind him, "No need to call her Professor Lee, just call her Granny Lee." That comment seemed to hit a nerve. Lisi barely saw her move before the elegant woman flicked her sleeve and sent two razor-sharp gusts of wind flying right at Professor Song's face. But Professor Song wasn't caught off guard. He just grunted and a wisp of flame shot out, deflecting the wind blades before they could touch him. This really gave quite a scare to the teacher from Wanren University in charge of reception. He hurried over to smooth things over on both sides. "Professors, please, this is just the freshman competition, can't you both tone it down a bit? Never mind the flower beds and greenery, what if a student gets hurt?" Professor Song and Professor Lee both gave a cold snort, refusing to acknowledge each other any further, but it was Lisi who ended up bearing the brunt of it. People from both universities were equally curious about what kind of person Lisi actually was, and it wasn't just Wanren University. Students and faculty from Tsinghua and Shifeng universities kept sneaking curious glances at him too. At that moment Lisi felt like some rare exotic animal at the zoo. The only difference was those animals were out of reach, while he was just too intimidating for anyone to approach. If any of them actually had the guts to come over, he figured they'd probably want to poke and prod him for themselves. After a short wait, the final university finally arrived. The Central Imperial University was different from the others. According to what Liu Yongfei had told Lisi, rumor had it this school had military backing. A lot of its graduates disappeared from public view after finishing their studies. Unlike Donghai University, they hadn't arrived on flying mounts but instead came in a transport helicopter. When the helicopter landed, a sharp-looking man with cropped hair stepped out, his gaze cold as he swept it across the crowd. The students who followed quickly fell into formation behind him. None of the teachers from the other universities tried to make small talk with this man. But it was Lisi walking at the back of his group who suddenly became the center of attention. Out of nowhere, someone in the crowd shouted at the top of their lungs, "That's the fake Lisi!" As soon as the words left his mouth, a commotion rippled through the crowd. Young Master Zhang shrank his neck and tried to dodge the disdainful glares thrown his way. In the end, though it was just a brief episode, the people from Wanren University didn't do anything too extreme, though a few hot-blooded students deliberately went over to Zhang and spat thickly on the ground next to him, twice for good measure. Zhang was fuming. If this had been in the past, people like that would have been dragged out by the Zhang family and taken care of. But times had changed. These days, the Zhangs weren't quite public enemy number one in Linhai, but they were close. Once nearly everyone had arrived, Wanren University arranged for staff to lead the various groups to their accommodations. The competition would start the next day. Today was for the contestants from each university to rest and prepare. On the way, Liu Yongfei filled Lisi in on the details, combining online rumors with his own research. In Yin country, this was a highly publicized event, a showdown between the top 5 universities in the nation, known as the Hidden Dragon Cup. Anyone who managed to rank in this competition would have a dazzling future ahead. Not only would they get to choose any job after graduation, but there was even a chance they'd be recruited directly into the Empire's ranks. To put it bluntly, this competition was enough to change the course of one's life. But Lisi didn't really care about that. Right now his top priority was figuring out a way to get rid of the eldest son of the Zhang family. That was the real reason he'd entered the freshman tournament in the first place. Second to that, he wanted to win as many resources as he could during the tournament to strengthen his own beast-taming abilities. As for anything else, Lisi couldn't be bothered to even think about it. After settling on a dorm room, Lisi and Liu Yongfei moved into their 2-person suite. As Lisi's beast cultivator, Liu Yongfei was qualified to accompany him to the tournament. Director Zhu looked the two of them over and warned them repeatedly, "Don't wander outside for no reason. If you go out, you might not make it back." Lisi and Liu Yongfei didn't take her words to heart at all, at least not until Liu Yongfei realized he'd forgotten to bring his toiletries and decided to run down to the little convenience store before dark to buy some. Liu Yongfei could never have imagined that this brief separation from Lisi would almost become a permanent one. Outside the dorms at Wanren University, 11 o'clock at night, Liu Yongfei stared at the swarm of reporters clustered at the entrance, looking like a pack of zombies, and sucked in a cold breath. Outside the dorms, the reporters were packed shoulder to shoulder, accosting anyone who tried to enter. "Hi, are you a contestant in this year's Qianlong Cup?" "No? Okay then." "Hello, are you a classmate of Lisi?" Ban Yubin, who had just finished a meeting with the Wanren University Slackers Club, hadn't even stepped through the door before 7 or 8 reporters cornered him. Ban Yubin shook his head quickly and rattled off a series of denials. "Don't know, never met him, no idea." Ban Yubin had seen enough to know that if these people got their hooks into you, you could kiss a peaceful night goodbye. What he hadn't counted on was that Wang Boy, who'd also been trying to get back to the dorm, was right beside him. Wang Boyu, almost swallowed up by the crowd, shouted to the surrounding reporters, "Hey, isn't that Yu Bin from Donghai University? He's actually fought Li Si before." The moment those words left his mouth, Ban Yu Bin looked like he was about to start cursing. Meanwhile, Wang Boyu squeezed out a couple of crocodile tears as the crowd engulfed Ban Yu Bin. "Ban, I'll remember you, my friend." Pushing his way back into the dorm, Wang Boyu nearly ran straight into Lu Yongfei, who looked bewildered and glanced uncertainly at the chaos outside. "What happened out there?" he asked. Wang Boyu wiped his glasses with his shirt. "Side, they're all reporters here to interview the top seeds. Li Si's the favorite to win this year. These guys would do anything for a scoop on him, and with all the drama surrounding him lately, it's no wonder there's such a mob." Lu Yongfei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. He'd always known the Qianlong Cup was a big deal, but he'd never imagined it could get this crazy. He remembered that a few years ago one contestant had barely started the competition when reporters dug up dirt on him, married with a kid at 18 and already having an affair. The scandal set fans on fire, and the negative fallout got the contestant expelled by the university. Lu Yongfei could only marvel at how terrifying fandom culture could be. Just as he was about to find another way to escape the dormitory building, an arm suddenly shot out from the crowd and pointed straight at where he and his friend were hiding. "That's him, that's Li Si's trainer." In an instant, the entire dorm fell silent. Lu Yongfei turned around and saw several beams of red light outside the building, all fixed intently on him. For a split second, he felt as if he had wandered into the mouth of a cave deep in the mountains, with a pack of ravenous beasts waiting impatiently to tear him apart. Wang Boyu looked at the frozen mass of reporters, then gave the stunned Lu Yongfei a hard kick. "What the hell are you standing there for? Run!" Without another thought, Lu Yongfei bolted down the hallway at full speed. By the time the crowd started to disperse, Ban Yu Bin, his face smudged with dirt, sat on the floor coughing, missing a shoe which had been lost somewhere in the chaos. He looked at the backs of the departing reporters, his eyes still wide with lingering fear. "Damn, where is he? No idea. That kid ran way too fast." Inside the men's restroom of the dorm, Lu Yongfei was hiding in a stall, trembling so hard he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. After leading the mob of reporters on a wild chase through the building, he had his contracted beast use its power to conceal him, finally shaking off his pursuers. With no one paying attention, he slipped into the bathroom to regroup. Meanwhile, the reporters seemed to have lost all reason. Lu Yongfei, scrolling through his phone in the restroom, glanced at the school forum only to find it had exploded with activity. Countless unfamiliar accounts were flooding his old comment sections, begging for any scrap of information about Li Si. Compared to Li Si's abilities, what they really wanted to know was her past with the Zhang family. From the reporter's perspective, there were two big stories to cover at this year's Hidden Dragon Cup: the ever-popular question of who would take the championship and the mystery surrounding the real and fake Li Si. Some journalists were even offering hefty rewards for any leads about Li Si. What Lu Yongfei never expected was that these reporters would end up coming to him for information. A senior he once consulted, back when he was training his Nightshade cat, reached out asking if he could share Li Si's thoughts on the tournament. The request left Lu Yongfei at a loss. He'd bothered her a lot during his own training, and now she was practically pleading with him to ask Li Si. With no better idea, he simply forwarded the chat record to Li Si and explained the situation. Seeing how troubled Lu Yongfei was, Li Si readily agreed to the interview request. After all, Lu Yongfei had gone out of his way to help with the Nightshade cat before. "Is it okay to start the interview now?" "Yes," Li Si replied calmly on the other end of the video call. The female reporter, too excited to contain herself, gave her sister a high five and jumped straight to the point. "Hello Li Si, this is Wang Kai-dai from the Imperial Daily. I'd like to ask, how do you feel about Donghai University being considered the top contender for this year's championship?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before Li Si's easygoing voice came through. "What kind of beast attribute do you think the student most likely to win the championship has?" he asked. The female reporter was momentarily taken aback and replied rather mechanically, "Fire attribute." Li Si let out a couple of cold chuckles from the other end. "All of us here are water type and dark type beasts. He's fire type. No wonder he doesn't stand a chance at the championship." As soon as he said this, the reporter's tone sharpened a bit. She was clearly getting annoyed. Publicly trash-talking other universities, that was definitely newsworthy. With a hint of anger she said, "So are you targeting the fire-type beast masters this year?" Li Si's voice softened, and he hurriedly tried to clarify, No, that's not it. Don't get me wrong, I'm not singling him out. What I mean is, everyone here is trash." The reporter was stunned. For a second she was speechless, and even Lu Yongfei sitting nearby stared wide-eyed in disbelief. But Li Si remained perfectly composed, as if everything was under his control. "Bro, you, Lu Yongfei was so shocked by Li Si's words he could barely speak. He knew Li Si was strong, but to openly offend all four of the other academy's freshmen, wasn't that just asking for trouble, especially since the freshmen ranked in the top 10 weren't they all prodigies, proud and ambitious by nature. Li Si was basically challenging an entire crowd on his own. Not to mention the sophomores and juniors from other schools, if they heard him talking like this they'd never let it slide, but Li Si didn't seem worried at all. He was here to take on the very best, as the top students of their respective universities. Their beast skill tags were bound to be high quality, no need to say more. Just imagining copying and upgrading those skill tags from them made Li Si grin from ear to ear. This wasn't the Hidden Dragon Cup, this was Li Si's own personal playground, offending people. Please, Li Si was hoping all these so-called prodigies would line up to challenge him. On the other end of the line, the reporter gradually regained her composure. As a special correspondent for the Imperial Daily, she'd seen her share of wild interviews, but Li Si's arrogance piqued her curiosity. What exactly was he up to? After the interview, she released the raw recording unedited. Within 5 minutes of posting, the story had racked up over 1 million hits. As an exclusive scoop, it quickly drew a flood of comments. Holy crap! This Li Si is crazy arrogant. You'll get used to it. You have no idea what he's like at Donghai University. What's he like? Any close friends want to spill the tea? Very soon, the comments section was flooded with complaints from second and third year students at Donghai University, all condemning Li Si for his outrageous behavior. When people heard that these students would go out of their way to avoid Li Si whenever they saw him on campus, they were completely floored. Still, this clearly wasn't the real focus of the news, so not many paid attention to it. In contrast, the reaction in the freshman chat groups at several other universities was explosive, especially among the top 10 or so contestants in the upcoming competition. Each one was simmering with frustration. After all, they were all geniuses, 1 in 10,000 chosen from across the country. Why did this guy think he could act so arrogant? Many of them silently vowed to put him in his place when the real contest began. Even the female reporter hadn't expected that the attention on Li Si would be so overwhelming. After a night of fermenting online, the news even made it onto the morning broadcasts in Linhai City the next day. Although his voice had been obscured, plenty of viewers still recognized that it was Li Si speaking. The incident quickly became a hot topic among the general public, sparking heated debates in breakfast shops all over the city. Who does this kid think he is anyway? A middle-aged man on his way to work wiped his eyes, let out a long sigh, and his gaze grew distant as if reminiscing about his own younger days. We've all been reckless when we were young, but I've never seen anyone as wild as Li Si. Across from him sat an old man in a robe playing with a bird. He snorted dismissively. Humph, that kid's got some nerve. Where does he get that kind of confidence? Isn't he just some poor sap who lost his beast partner? Who does he think he is? He took a couple sips of his soybean milk to clear his throat, then continued, his voice rising above the morning clatter. Back in my day, when my old man passed the trials, well, you folks wouldn't believe it, every one of those big family kids had a high-level beast partner. The old man's stories drew the attention of the whole shop. Only the owner, long used to the old man's tall tales, continued frying dough sticks with practiced efficiency. Noticing all eyes on him, the old man took his time, savoring the attention. Let me tell you, those kids all opened their beast spaces early. At the very least, they started out with a top-tier beast partner. That's the real deal, and this Li Si, just some bumpkin from the sticks. I mean, come on. He spat on the ground for emphasis. Some outsider coming to Wanren City to beg for scraps. Li Si isn't fit for this place, is he? His words made several people frown, but when they thought about it, they found themselves agreeing with him. After all, among the campus top 10 students, aside from a rare few true prodigies, most had powerful family backgrounds. Some even had both talent and connections. In the universities of Yin country, the one thing you don't lack is hard-working people. The scariest thing is when the genius who's richer and more powerful than you is also working harder than anyone else. No wonder the whole place was buzzing with debate. Looks like this kid is about to get himself into real trouble. Since when did someone from Donghai dare to talk like that? To put it bluntly, this kid is bound to crash and burn in the end. Inside the Donghai University administration office, Director Zhu sat on the sofa, his gaze sharp as a knife as he stared at Li Si, who was leisurely eating breakfast across from him. Next to Li Si, Lu Yangfei was trembling with fear, gripping a stick of fried dough but too nervous to take a bite. The reason was simple. Nearly everyone in the room had their eyes fixed on Li Si, especially the other top 10 students who had come with the team. If looks could kill, they'd have devoured him on the spot. No one knew how long the silence stretched on before Director Zhu finally let out a long, helpless sigh. Fine, I just don't understand what you're trying to do, but it is what it is. Let's just leave it at that for now. Director Zhu's head was throbbing. He'd barely woken up this morning when his phone nearly exploded with calls. Aside from Central Imperial University, the teachers leading the other 3 schools had all called him up, each one starting with the same accusation. Is something wrong with your student Li Si? Does he bite everyone he meets? Completely bewildered, Director Zhu had no idea how to respond. When he hung up and checked the news, he felt like the sky was falling. After a night of viral ferment, the video had racked up tens of millions of views and over 1 million comments. The Qianlong Cup was the least of their concerns now. Half the country was watching Li Si. To make matters worse, Director Zhu had even received calls from higher-ups politely inquiring about Li Si's mental state. Did he need to be evaluated or something? And don't even mention the Beast Tamer Bureau. No one there had expected Li Si to stir up such a storm. Now, whenever Director Zhu looked at Li Si, his headache doubled. Before setting out, he recalled Li Zizai, Li Si's mentor, was adamantly against joining the Qianlong Cup team. But what Director Zhu didn't know was that Li Zizai's real concern was that Li Si would go overboard in the competition and drag him down with the fallout. Even Li Zizai hadn't imagined things would spiral this far out of control. After pulling the team together, they all headed to the arena prepared by Wanren University for the matches. The first match of the morning was set, Wanren University representing the Earth element versus Shifeng University representing the Wind element. These two schools had some bad blood. Last year, Shifeng University, which had finished dead last 3 years in a row, managed to snag its only victory in the Qianlong Cup against Wanren University. Although Wanren took second place overall that year, they'd spent the whole year as the butt of jokes. Whenever other schools saw them, they never mentioned their runner-up status, only that hey, that's Wanren, the school that lost to Shifeng last year. So when old rivals meet, tempers flare. One side was desperate to wipe away their shame, the other eager to prove themselves. On the other side, just as the president of Wanren University finally finished his long-winded, painfully dull opening remarks, students from both schools looked about ready to start a brawl then and there. The atmosphere was so thick with tension you could practically smell the gunpowder in the air. Sitting next to Li Si, Lu Yongfei leaned in and explained in a hushed voice, this year's tournament is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a series of one-on-one matches between the 2 schools. Each side sends a student up to the ring. The winner stays on while the loser steps down. Li Si nodded in understanding. Down below, representatives from both universities were already stepping onto the platform. What surprised Li Si was how much everyone had improved. After all this time, many students' beast taming ranks had increased dramatically. Back when they were freshmen, most hadn't even reached the excellent level, but now some had. In fact, among the top 5 students from Wanren University, 2 or 3 had already reached the peak of the excellent tier, and the top-ranked students from both schools, thanks to their access to university resources, they had already reached the senior beastmaster level. You had to admit, these prodigies who awakened early really did have talent above and beyond the average person. For most ordinary students, just making the leap from excellent to senior would take years. Some might still be stuck at the peak of excellent even after graduating. But as for how the competition was playing out, "Eat dirt, you Wanren trash," roared a student from Shifeng Academy, full of bluster as he summoned a fierce wind red-crowned crane, a beast unique to their school. The Wanren University student looked completely unbothered, striking a confident pose. Shifeng students only won by a fluke last year. Weaklings like you deserve nothing more than a good beating from us. With that, the Wanren student summoned his own school's signature beast, a groundhorn goat in Earth type. No sooner had the words left their mouths than the 2 beasts lunged at each other. Neither side tried any fancy tactics. As soon as the battle began, skills were unleashed and the 2 creatures immediately started biting and clawing at each other. The goat grabbed the crane's wing and chomped down hard, while the crane furiously pecked at the goat's forehead. Feathers and tufts of wool flew everywhere. But what really left Li Si speechless was what happened with the Beastmasters themselves. The 2 students had begun grappling to wrestling right there on the stage, and it was painfully obvious their skills were evenly matched, almost suspiciously so, as if they'd been trained by the same teacher. Why did it feel like they had the same master? Well, their moves seemed to fall into just 2 categories, upper body and lower body attacks. They scratched ears, pinched cheeks, picked noses, kicked shins, stomped feet and pinched thighs. If Li Si hadn't known this was the Qianlong Cup, he'd have thought a couple of kindergartners were fighting it out. Even the Dark Knight Nethercat curled up in Li Si's arms couldn't stand to watch. It yawned, bored out of its mind. Meow, these 2 are hopelessly dumb. What amazed Li Si most was how the students around him were watching with gleeful excitement, some even cheering loudly. Whenever the battle reached a stalemate, the 2 combatants would deliberately pull apart and start complimenting each other, putting on a show of mutual admiration. No wonder wind types have such a reputation, one said. That speed really is something else. Your Earth element team is the same. What a solid defense. After another round of fierce back and forth, Wanren University managed to eke out a narrow victory. All around them, quite a few students jumped to their feet, clapping wildly. What a fantastic match. Both schools have such strong competitors. Yeah, it's been ages since I've seen such an exciting contest. Li Si glanced around, his expression complicated, and even displayed a classic confused face meme. Exciting? What was so exciting about that? Wasn't it just two amateurs pecking at each other like clueless chickens? Lu Yongfei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Having spent so much time with Li Si, he understood exactly what Li Si was thinking. Compared with the kind of talent they'd seen at Star Academy, this match was nothing more than child's play. For Beastmasters entering university was just the beginning of their journey. This kind of match was the real norm. In fact, it was newcomers like Li Si who could finish a fight in a single move that were the real outliers here. Watching the competitors still battling it out below, Lu Yongfei continued explaining, once the first stage of the tournament wraps up, the next phase is the team battle. Both sides' freshmen will be thrown into the secret realm together, and then the real chaos begins. Li Si nodded in acknowledgement. Thankfully, the match hadn't been a total disaster. Once both schools' 6th through 10th ranked students were knocked out, the top 5 matchups got much better. The top 5 from each school had their own distinctive styles and much more experience handling their beasts. The fights finally upgraded from amateur-hour scuffles to genuine showdowns. In the end, Wanren University relied on their top 2 to clinch victory against Shifeng University. After a short break, both teams were ready for the next stage. The second round, the team battle, was much more intense than the previous matches. Right at the start, everyone was thrown into a valley. Wanren University had set up screens beforehand to show the entire battlefield for everyone to see. Unlike the previous round, everyone's starting positions were completely random this time. As soon as they landed, both teams had the same idea: regroup as quickly as possible. In a team battle like this, numbers meant everything. Watching the screen, Li Si saw both teams' students trying to rally together. Beside him, Lu Yongfei had his notepad out, giving Li Si the rundown. That guy there is Wanren University's 3rd-ranked student Lu Shang. He commands a level 17 swamp frog and is one of the toughest opponents in this match. Li Si sized up the student Lu Yongfei was pointing out, a crew-cut guy hesitating as he considered whether to venture further into the valley. He had to admit this guy was a real handful. On this kind of terrain, his swamp frog could swallow him whole to keep him safe. The only way to defeat him was to take out his beast head-on. His entire body was caked in thick, muddy sludge. After all, the swamp frog was notorious for its tough hide and dense flesh. On top of that, the slick layer of mud covering it made most physical attacks from attribute-based beasts virtually useless. The scene shifted, and the camera cut to another girl. She was the one commanding the Shadow Panther, a creature of darkness. Her name was Xia Hai, ranked 3rd in the Wind Element Academy. Like you, she was a beastmaster specializing in dark attributes, and she also seemed to have a wind-type beast under her command. Li Si kept repeating her name in his mind, feeling as though there was something a little odd about it. With Lu Yongfei's introductions, Li Si had more or less gotten to know most of these people. Most of the top 10 freshmen had maintained their strength at the peak of excellent or were close to breaking through. Very few students had crossed the threshold to level 21. Those who did, who had reached the veteran level, were usually among the top 3 in their schools. As Lu Yongfei put it, both the school and their families had poured tremendous resources into nurturing them. Cases like Donghai's Tu Hao, a grassroots underdog who managed to rise against the odds, were practically unheard of in other academies. Not to mention, rumors had already spread that Tu Hao had advanced to the veteran level. Just this morning, there was even talk that he might now have the edge over Li Si, making him the new favorite to win the championship this year. Thanks to all the media hype and embellishment, the supposed one-sided matchup between Li Si and Tu Hao had now been recast as a clash between equals. In fact, quite a few top students from other academies believe Li Si's previous victory over Tu Hao was just a stroke of luck. If the two were to face off again now, Tu Hao would surely come out as this year's champion of Donghai University. As for Tu Hao himself, well, with his personality, he couldn't care less about any of that. As the competition grew more intense, the students from Shifeng University suffered repeated setbacks within the secret realm. To begin with, the lower-ranked students from both academies were mediocre fighters. The higher-ranked ones on each side had a similar strategy: first eliminate the weaker ones, then have the remaining elites battle it out for the win. Unfortunately, Shifeng University overlooked one crucial detail: this was Wanren University's home turf. No one knew the ins and outs of the secret realm better than they did. Using the terrain to launch ambushes, Wanren students managed to take out nearly all of Shifeng's main fighting force, losing only a handful of their own in the process. In the end, Shifeng's top 3 students were cornered in a dead end, surrounded and attacked from all sides. The battle dragged on for an hour before Shifeng's team was completely eliminated and Wanren University claimed their first victory. The Wanren crowd erupted in cheers and the stadium echoed with scattered drawn-out sighs from the audience. "I told you, last year was just a fluke." Exactly, if the home field hadn't been over at Shifeng last year, we never would have lost. Yeah, when it comes to real strength, they just can't compete with us. Whenever this subject came up, Li Si couldn't help but smile to himself. According to Lu Yongfei, last year Shifeng University, which had struggled to secure even a single win in the Qianlong Cup, resorted to some underhanded tactics just to notch a victory. When they went up against Wanren University, a school famous for specializing in Earth-type beasts, Shifeng chose a sheer cliff as the battleground for the team match. Since Shifeng's team boasted a slew of flying-type beasts, they launched a hit-and-run campaign attacking from the air. Wanren, completely hampered by the terrain, didn't even get a chance to fight back and ended up losing. That made them the first school in 3 years to lose to Shifeng University. Still, Shifeng's luck didn't last. They were swiftly knocked out by Donghai University in the very next round and finished in 5th place. This year, bent on payback, Wanren University chose a canyon as the battleground, giving Shifeng a taste of their own medicine. Word is, next year's Qianlong Cup will be hosted at Donghai University. Both Shifeng and Wanren have already started scouting high schools for new talent and collecting all sorts of materials, preparing for a fierce showdown in Donghai. It's obvious they're determined to produce a crop of top-tier prodigies next year, all in hopes of redeeming their reputations. By all accounts, next year's Qianlong Cup is shaping up to be even more intense than this year's. Thinking about this, a sudden idea flashed through Li Si's mind. He turned and lowered his voice, asking Director Zhu, is it possible for me to repeat a year? Director Zhu was so shocked by the question that Li Si quickly withdrew his suggestion, realizing how absurd it sounded. During the break between matches, Li Si sat chatting with Lu Yongfei, discussing the best places to eat around Wanren University. Right then, a man strode directly toward Donghai University's team, eyes fixed on them. Upon seeing the man's face, Wang Boya tried to warn Li Si, but Ban Yubin stopped him, pulling him aside and whispering, "Don't worry about it, Li Si will be fine." Still, worry lingered in Wang Boya's eyes. Li Si meanwhile hadn't noticed the man's approach at all, until the guy walked up and called out in a booming, gruff voice, "You're Li Si." The sheer volume drew everyone's attention. Li Si blinked in surprise and turned to see a young man with a buzz cut and a face pitted with acne scars. The guy's eyes were razor-sharp, locked onto Li Si with an intense, unblinking stare. Lu Yongfei looked worried. He recognized the newcomer. When Zizhou ranked second at Wanren University, when had a blue-grade sandstone croc and was a level 20 outstanding beastmaster, one of the favorites to win this year's Qianlong Cup. Li Si had heard about him from Lu Yongfei before. "I remember this guy. What was his name again? Mosquito or something?" While Li Si was still trying to recall the name when Zizhou looked him up and down, then snorted coldly, "Just like the rumors say. Doesn't seem as impressive as Tu Hao or Ban Yubin." Many of the students from Donghai University standing nearby looked visibly shaken. As for Tu Hao, the one who'd been mentioned by the man causing the scene, he remained calm and indifferent, not the least bit interested in getting involved. In contrast, Ban Yubin was nearly beating his chest in frustration, so angry he was seeing stars. "You've got some nerve coming here to stir up trouble. What's it got to do with me?" he muttered under his breath. Next to him, Wang Boya tried to stifle his laughter but couldn't quite manage it. When it came to dealing with this hothead, both Ban Yubin and Tu Hao were at a loss. After all, this guy wasn't a member of the Slackers Club, so the contract beast he had was a blue-grade sandstone croc. Judging by his demeanor, it was obvious that the Slackers Club from Wanren University hadn't told him anything about Li Si either. To put it bluntly, the so-called Slackers Club at Donghai University might slack off every now and then, but the club at Wanren University, those guys were real experts at wasting time, and the facts bore this out. In Wen Zizhou's eyes, the reason he lost to the other side in this year's Wanren University finals was simply because he was 2 levels lower. He'd read the reports on the Donghai University matches too. Li Si had only narrowly beaten Tu Hao. Now that Tu Hao had broken through to the senior rank, Li Si should be hovering around that level as well. That led Wen Zizhou to a bold conclusion. He and Li Si were about evenly matched. His logic was simple. His own strength equals Tu Hao equals Li Si. If Li Si could brag so shamelessly, then why couldn't he? But faced with this unexpected provocation, Li Si was utterly baffled. What the heck? Since when am I not as good as Tu Hao or Ban Yubin? He glanced over at Tu Hao, who just shrugged and didn't say a word. Then he looked at Ban Yubin, who was busy avoiding Li Si's gaze and grumbling under his breath, "Damn fake news, always causing trouble." One boy could only shake his head helplessly. Who could have predicted things would turn out like this? When Zizhou's challenge got no reaction, Li Si just glanced at him and said nothing. He honestly had nothing to say to this guy. According to Lu Yongfei's investigation, that sandstone croc of Wen Zizhou's wasn't anything special at all. If anything, Wen Zizhou's runner-up spot among the freshmen was mostly thanks to dumb luck and catching a good patch of the meta. Back then everyone was new to the university environment and still pretty green when it came to beast battles, so a lot of the truly talented students at Wanren University hadn't had a chance to show what they could really do. Plus, Wen Zizhou had trained in martial arts since he was young. To say he'd won beast battles was really just to say he had the hardest fists. Of course, that lasted only until he ran into the top student at Wanren University, who took him out with a single kick, leaving him in the dust. These days, aside from his undeserved second place, all the other top freshmen at Wanren University had real talent. but now seeing Li Si continue to ignore him, Wen Zizhou just assumed this was part of Li Si's persona, with cameras flashing from all directions. Wen Zizhou shouted arrogantly, "Kid, I'll be waiting for you in the finals. Hope you make it there. When the time comes to face me, you'll learn what true strength really is." As soon as the challenge letter was issued, a swarm of reporters immediately crowded around him, their voices chattering non-stop with questions. Wen Zizhou basked in the attention, looking smug and completely at ease. This was exactly what he wanted, a spike in popularity, a boost to his presence. Now that he'd achieved his goal, he was more than satisfied. Besides, Wen Zizhou had his own plans in mind. This year, Tsinghua University had produced an unparalleled genius, and this afternoon, in the first round, Donghai University would be going up against Tsinghua. Given Donghai's current strength, getting past Tsinghua was nothing more than wishful thinking. Once Tsinghua advanced to the next round, Wen Zizhou wouldn't even have to face that guy. He'd let someone else do the dirty work and he'd reap both fame and fortune. Why not? On the other side, Liu Yongfei watched Li Si with worry. Wen Zizhou might not be much of a threat, but this afternoon's opponent, Tsinghua University, was a whole different story. "Bro, you really need to be careful this afternoon," Liu Yongfei said. Seeing the concern on his friend's face, Li Si just waved it off with a grin. "Don't worry about it, piece of cake." Though he sounded nonchalant, Li Si knew that if he ever did run into someone like Wen Zizhou, he'd have to teach him a lesson, otherwise guys like him would buzz around endlessly, annoying as flies. He hadn't even started the competition yet and he was already getting irritated. As for the afternoon match, well, just thinking about it brought a smirk to Li Si's lips. The mere mention of it filled him with excitement. After a brief rest at noon, the afternoon matches began right on schedule. Compared to the grudge match in the morning, the afternoon's competition drew just as many eyes. As the teams entered the arena, the distant commentary booth introduced the players to the audience. Leading the way is Donghai University from Linhai City. They've got some real firepower this year. Not only do they have two prodigies, Tu Hao and Ban Yubin, who awakened their abilities early, but they've got a team full of skilled fighters. But the one we really need to watch is their controversial freshman, ranked number 1 Li Si. The moment his name was mentioned, a wave of reactions rippled through the crowd. Some cheered for Li Si while others booed loudly. The commentator noticed the tense atmosphere and hurried to smooth things over. "Of course, we won't get into what happened with Li Si right now, but rumor has it he's already reached the senior level as a beastmaster, and his midnight shadow cat, its strength is said to be unfathomable." At that, the crowd quieted noticeably. Meanwhile, the live chat for the Qianlong Cup was exploding with comments. "This kid's already a senior beastmaster at his age. Are you stupid? Tu Hao, who's ranked second, is already a senior beastmaster. You think Li Si isn't? Say what you want about his attitude, but you can't deny he's got real skills. Who cares? If he can beat Tsinghua Academy, I'll eat my hat standing on my head." As everyone was deep in discussion, a sudden wave of cheers erupted from the field. The camera quickly panned to the stands, where a group of cheerleaders dressed in bright red were waving their support sticks, excitedly chanting in unison, Yan Bin, we love you. Yan Bin, go for it, hubby." While the crowd was still caught off guard by this, the Tsinghua University team was already making their entrance under the guidance of their coach. As this year's top contender for the championship, the team exuded a confidence that made the students from Donghai University look comparatively unsure of themselves. Every member of the Tsinghua team strutted out with their heads held high, noses almost in the air, looking down on everyone around them. At the front of the group was a strikingly handsome young man in a casual suit with his collar open, smiling and waving at the cheerleaders. This instantly set off a fresh round of excited screams from the girls. Hubby, look over here, I'm here." "Ah, he's smiling at me. No way he's smiling at me." Meanwhile, the commentators in the booth scrambled to explain the scene, sounding a bit awkward. Now taking the field is Tsinghua University. "I have to say they're a strong favorite to win the championship this year. Not only is Tsinghua University already a powerhouse, but this year they've also recruited a once-in-a-century prodigy, Yan Bin. And as a fun side note, Yan Bin isn't just the top freshman this year, he's also a hugely popular actor. Who would have thought? He's the lead on the big screen and the star in real life. I can't help but feel a little jealous." At this moment, the livestream chat was blowing up. "Yan Bin, is that the guy from Crossing the Arctic Circle? I think it's him. Holy crap, this guy's not only crazy popular, he's a genius too. He's got every advantage. I'm so jealous. How is Donghai supposed to win against that?" Back on the Donghai University side, many students' expressions changed. They had heard about this before the tournament started. A once-in-a-century prodigy from the film industry, already at a senior level 28 as a freshman, and even contracted a rare golden quality spirit beast. After entering Tsinghua University, he'd crushed the competition and taken first place, easily outmatching most second-year students in strength. And now he turned out to be the hottest star in the entertainment industry. The students from Donghai University couldn't help but feel a growing sense of dread. They were already starting to wonder how they could lose to him without looking too bad. When the two teams lined up to shake hands, Yen Bin gripped Li Si's hand, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Kid, I know you're pretty good at Donghai University, but out here on the field strength is what counts. Don't waste your time on marketing tricks or trying to get attention, it's pointless." Li Si couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. An actor telling him not to focus on marketing, what a bizarre combination. The host on stage had a knack for catching the key moments. The instant she saw Yen Bin's lips move, she was right there with the microphone. Yen Bin's words spread through the venue, not a single syllable missed. The crowd erupted in a commotion. Sensing the rising tension between the two sides, the host quickly handed the microphone to Li Si. "Li Si, do you have anything to say?" Li Si responded lightly with just 3 words. "How interesting." The audience buzzed with excitement again. Some thought Li Si was just being stubborn in the face of certain defeat. Others, though, had a hunch that he might have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with Yen Bin. After all, aside from Fenghua University, the only other team with a real shot at the championship this year was Central University, last year's champions. But if anyone wanted to know whether Fenghua or Central Imperial University was stronger, they'd have to wait for the next round. Central University, holding the winner's ticket, had already advanced automatically. In other words, if Donghai could beat Fenghua this year, the next round would feature a battle between the real and the rumored Li Si, a true treat for the audience. For the crowd, the main point of the Qianlong Cup was entertainment. Who won or lost didn't really matter, they were here for the spectacle. Before the team tournament began, the mood inside Donghai University's waiting room was especially heavy. They had just learned that Fenghua University's top-ranked contestant was actually a level 28 Beastmaster. The faculty advisor slammed his fist into a locker, furious. Fenghua University, who would have thought they were hiding their strength so well? Around him, several students could only force bitter smiles. But before long, all eyes turned to Li Si. At this point, Li Si was the only one at Donghai who could match up against Yen Bin. Ban Yubin, who'd been brooding all along, couldn't hold back any longer and turned anxiously to Li Si. "Li Si, how many can you take down?" To be honest, even the slacker squad didn't know the full extent of Li Si's abilities, but judging from his performance in the freshman tournament and his later challenges against upperclassmen, everyone figured he was at least on par with Yen Bin, probably around level 26 or 27. As long as Li Si could get past Yen Bin, Donghai might actually stand a chance at advancing. Li Si simply held up one finger. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Wang Boyu lowered his voice and asked tentatively, "You can only take on one?" Li Si shook his head, but then Wang Boyu immediately wanted to smack himself. How could someone as strong as Li Si only take on one? Back at school, he'd practically challenged everyone on campus, and when it came to stamina, nobody here could outlast him. Ban Yubin tried another approach. "You want to anchor the lineup?" Li Si shook his head again. Seeing Li Si still keeping them in suspense, the faculty advisor grew anxious. "Which spot do you want? Just say it." At that moment, Tu Hab, usually the quietest of the bunch, unexpectedly spoke up to explain he wants to go first. Li Si's lips curled into a faint smile, and he shot Tu Hao a look that said, "You really get me." As soon as he finished speaking and under everyone's watchful eyes, Li Si was the first to stride confidently toward the contestants' tunnel. Wang Boyu, still confused, sidled up to Tu Hao and pressed him with questions. Why didn't he say anything? Why just hold up a finger? Tu Hao shot Wang Boyu a disdainful glance and replied coolly, "He's saying he wants to keep playing. He's going to go all the way." While everyone was left baffled, Li Si had already taken the stage. The commentator, stunned, exclaimed, "What? Donghai University's first contestant is actually Li Si? What are they thinking, sending out their strongest player right at the start?" The audience erupted with chatter and disbelief. No one could make sense of Donghai University's strategy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yen Bin lounged back in his chair, oozing confidence as he sipped a drink handed to him by his assistant. As he drank, he occasionally cast sidelong glances at the stunning woman sitting beside him, but then Yen Bin suddenly noticed that the beauty's face looked a little pale. He leaned over, his voice gentle and full of concern. "What's wrong, Lu Ruyan? Not feeling well? Want me to ask the coach to let you go a bit later?" If his tender, gentlemanly demeanor had been directed at the crowd of fangirls outside, they would have swooned on the spot, but the woman before him only looked at him with a hint of annoyance in her eyes. Lu Rian shivered slightly, then immediately shifted away to put some distance between them. I'm fine, I'll go up first, no problem." Seeing her avoid him, Yen Bin frowned. When she walked off toward the stage, he sniffed at his own clothes, looking even more puzzled. "I don't smell like anything. Why's she avoiding me?" But soon enough Yen Bin figured it out. Women, I get it. Every month, there's always a few days like this." Realizing the problem wasn't with him, he settled back ready to enjoy the show. Tsinghua University's plan was simple. Yan Bin the prodigy would be saved for last to take down the strongest opponents from other schools. At the start, their second best, Lu Ruyan, would go up to whittle down the competition. The idea was that when Lu Ruyan couldn't handle the top contenders, the rest would wear themselves out in a war of attrition, ensuring Yan Bin a smooth path to the next round. It was a flawless plan, at least that was the theory. Who would have guessed Donghai University would throw out convention and send Li Si in right from the get-go? Seeing Li Si about to face off against Lu Ruyan, several Tsinghua University teachers were already popping the champagne early in celebration. After all, even if Donghai University's remaining team members joined forces, they probably didn't stand a chance against Yan Bin. Stepping onto the stage, Li Si eyed the trembling Lu Ruyan, utterly perplexed. What's up with her? It wasn't until they shook hands that Lu Ruyan, voice trembling on the verge of tears, looked pleadingly at Li Si. Brotherly, I'm part of the Mayu gang too. I helped out a lot with the Zhang family thing. Could you maybe go easy on me out there? Li Si was momentarily taken aback, but then she smiled and offered a few words to soothe the tension. No problem, no problem. The match was about to begin and both sides summoned their beasts. To be fair, Lu Ruyan, as the second-ranked student from Tsinghua University, was quite formidable. She possessed a reverse flame fire feather of purple rarity, a beast with a trace of phoenix blood in its veins. The moment the reverse flame fire feather appeared, the temperature in the arena began to climb, every breath tinged with a scorching sting. Even the spectators outside the ring gasped in shock. Looks like Li Si's in trouble this time. This girl isn't so simple after all. This is going to be a brutal fight. Tsinghua University's basically guaranteed to advance. The reverse flame fire feather let out an arrogant, piercing cry at Li Si and her Nightshade Shadowcat. As the referee announced the start of the match, a black shadow shot out from Li Si's side. Before anyone could even react, a wretched howl echoed through the air. The massive reverse flame fire feather was pinned, wings and all, into the wall outside the arena. In front of it lay Lu Ruyan, already knocked out cold. Li Si hadn't just thrown out the beast, she'd kicked both the competitor and her contracted beast clear out of the ring. Even the referee forgot to announce the results for a moment. The entire venue was dead silent. Meanwhile, the livestream chat exploded. Huh? It's over already? Dude, I haven't even opened my bag of chips. I got up and it's already done. What the WDNMD? The students from Donghai University, well used to scenes like this, could only cover their faces in exasperation. But everyone else, from Tsinghua University to the live spectators, were left stunned, mouths agape. No one knew how long the silence lasted, but eventually the referee snapped out of it and hurriedly shouted, Donghai University. Li Si wins. Li Si stood at the edge of the ring frowning. I told you to go easy, she muttered. The Nightshade Shadowcat immediately meowed in protest. Meow, that awful woman dared get close to you. Just look at her, she's so fake, she had it coming. Li Si was speechless. Was that really necessary? She just talked to me for a second. Meanwhile, on the other side, the students of Tsinghua University trembled with fear. The second-ranked freshman, Lu Ruyan, just got wiped out like that. As Lu Ruyan was carried past them on a stretcher, the Tsinghua University team felt chills run down their spines. Even their coach rubbed his temples in distress. Don't tell me Donghai University's strategy is just like ours, sending Li Si first and saving Tu off for the final match. If that was the case, they had no choice but to press on. At the very least, wearing Li Si out as much as possible was better than nothing. If they could hold out until Yan Bin took the stage, he could finish off Li Si and then they could take down Tu Hao without issue. Another Tsinghua University student stepped into the ring. From the start of preparations to the actual match, only a minute passed before, once again, a silhouette was slammed into the crater Lu Ruyan had just vacated. This time, the referee was much quicker to react, frantically gesturing to the host. The host's voice echoed through the arena, stretcher, stretcher. Moments later, the Tsinghua University competitor's bench fell into utter silence. The team leader turned to look at everyone behind him. Who's going up? The group frantically shook their heads, all eyes landing on Yan Bin. The teacher could only sigh helplessly and forcefully call someone out. Thud, a stretcher. We need a stretcher over here. This one's not going to make it. Thud, come on, stretcher team, carry him off already. No one knew how many times this had happened. The spectators on the sidelines were stunned, and even the commentators seemed numb, as if they were stuck watching the same scene on repeat, chanting the same lines over and over. The match starts, the match ends. Congratulations to Li Si from Donghai University for another win. The chat in the live stream exploded. Are you kidding me? Is he hitting a punching bag? What is this? Is he here to farm easy wins? He takes them out instantly. What's the point of even watching? Dude, at least pretend you're trying. If you really can't, just let the other guy get one hit in. Even the cameraman gave a meaningful shot of Tsinghua University's player benches. The audience looked at the nearly empty row of Tsinghua students and could only despair. Everyone had been expecting an epic clash, a battle for the ages. Instead, this was nothing like what they'd imagined. Meanwhile on stage Li Si was growing impatient. He had copied a few blue and purple tags, but none of them were useful. One tag was called Illuminate All Around, another was Shine and Radiate Heat, and true to their names, all they did was make things bright and warm. The most ridiculous was the self-destruct ability he'd just copied off the guy he kicked off stage. Imagine putting those tags on his nightshade cat, it would claw him to death in his sleep. Fed up with waiting, Li Si walked over to face the Finghua team. "What's with all you grown men dragging your feet? Can we hurry this up?" Next, he didn't bother hiding his annoyance at these guys holding up his tag copying. His words cut like a knife, stabbing right into everyone's hearts. The Finghua students stared at the rampaging Li Si on stage, trembling, not daring to step forward. Seeing no volunteers, Li Si casually pointed, "You, next." The unlucky student turned pale and frantically waved his hands. No man, I'm just a breeder, not a competitor." He turned to the few students hiding behind him as if he'd found a lifeline, shouting to Li Si, "It's them. They're the ones." The remaining students met Li Si's gaze, all shrinking back in unison. To them, being called by Li Si was no different from being summoned by the Grim Reaper. None of them wanted to face him so soon. The Finghua team leader finally dragged a few more students up to the stage. No one knew how much time had passed before only one student was left on the Finghua bench. Back at the commentator's desk, the commentators finally let out a long sigh of relief. The final showdown is here. Right now Yan Bin is the only one left from Finghua University. As the last hope of his team, can he avenge his fallen teammates and defeat Li Si in this match? We'll just have to wait and see. Many spectators, seeing that the final showdown had finally arrived, erupted into excited cheers, but while they celebrated, Yan Bin was in tears. "Wait, wasn't this guy supposed to be not as good as Tuhao's lackey Yu Bin? He doesn't look like that at all. Who the hell started that rumor? I'm filing a complaint." Slander, lies. But at this point Yan Bin had no way out. He forced himself to stay calm as he walked onto the stage. He'd never faced Li Si before, but he had gone up against Lu Ruyan plenty of times back at school. Their win rates hovered around 70-30, with Yan Bin occasionally losing to Lu Ruyan, but this guy in front of him, he looked like someone who'd sweep Lu Ruyan 10-0, no contest. How was he supposed to win this? Yan Bin wasn't the only one with a headache. The other universities watching the match were feeling the pressure too. After seeing Li Si take down 9 Finghua University freshmen in a row, Professor Li, who was leading the team from Shifeng University, could only watch with a resigned expression. This kid wants to take on all 10. The Shifeng University crowd had already given up hope of making it past the redemption round. Even getting past Finghua University, who were eliminated by Donghai, would be nearly impossible for them. Li Si's performance had made it clear. Their run in the Qianlong Cup was over. This realization hit someone from Central University even harder. Young Master Zhang watched the screen with tears streaming down his face. For Shifeng University, it just meant the end of a tournament. For him, it felt like his whole life was about to end. Yan Bin pulled himself together and stepped onto the stage. Compared to his earlier calm demeanor, there was now a clear trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Li Si. If there was such a thing as a regret pill in this world, he'd be first in line to take it, just to forget the things he'd said to Li Si before. But not far away in the audience, Yan Bin's fangirls were still shouting excitedly, "Hubby, teach him a lesson. Hubby, beat that ugly guy and avenge your teammates. Hubby, you're the strongest. Go Yan Bao, mommy is always with you." Yan Bin's scalp tingled at the sound. For the first time he found his fans to be a bit much, but there was no turning back now. He could only grit his teeth and move forward. When he finally stood in front of Li Si, his fans let out another round of screams. In their eyes, there was no way Li Si could beat their idol. After all, Yan Bin was a level 28 veteran beast master. If you asked them why Li Si could instantly defeat everyone else but only break even with their idol at school, they had an answer ready. Li Si himself had said in an interview that he couldn't go all out in school matches. If he did, he'd be sweeping everyone. No one could stop him. No matter what was said, the cheerleaders always had a comeback ready. It was like a three-dimensional defense system. Students from other schools gathered around the group, smirking and ready to enjoy the show. Up on the stage, Yan Bin tried to appear calm. Honestly, the guy really lived up to his reputation as an actor. Right before the match, his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Li Si, but as soon as he stepped onto the stage, he lifted his chin and looked down at Li Si as if nothing could faze him. "Not bad, not bad. You're truly worthy of being the number one at Donghai University. After defeating so many opponents, you deserve to be my rival." The referee standing nearby glanced at Yan Bin, a mix of admiration and disbelief in his eyes. Holy crap, who gave this kid the guts to talk like that? But Yan Bin's bravado didn't last long. He quickly put on a mournful expression and sighed regretfully. "It's a pity, I got injured a few days before the match, so I can't fight you at my full strength. Otherwise our battle would surely be legendary." But before he could finish, Li Si cut him off with a few sharp words that left him speechless. "What's the point of all this nonsense? Hurry up, you're wasting everyone's time. I still have a team match to compete in." just get off the stage already. Yan Bin was instantly at a loss for words. All the cool excuses and pretense he prepared got stuck in his throat, he simply couldn't get them out. Seeing that Li Si had already turned away and was getting ready, Yan Bin could only grit his teeth and summon his beast. You're up, Leishanzi. As soon as he spoke, a gigantic creature nearly 2 meters tall appeared before Li Si. When the summoning light faded, everyone saw a massive red-furred gorilla standing there. Roar, roar, roar! The gorilla immediately began pounding its chest and let out a thunderous howl to the sky. Scarlet Thunder King Kong, level 28, veteran, attributes, fire, lightning, traits, furious King Kong, gold, thunder strike, purple, King Kong bloodline, purple, roar, blue, furious combo, blue, paralysis, blue, monkey tricks, green. The commentators began their patient explanations. This was Yan Bin's prized golden beast, the Scarlet Thunder King Kong, and it was an extremely rare summon at that. With its rare dual fire and lightning attributes, it was both an offensive and defensive powerhouse. Judging by the color and shine of its fur, this particular King Kong was exceptionally well balanced in both attack and defense. Even the students from Donghai University couldn't help but gasp. They'd all heard of the Scarlet Thunder King Kong's reputation. Beasts of this gold quality were never seen on the open market. No matter how much money you had, there was just nowhere to buy one. On top of that, the Beast Bureau strictly regulated them. Its rarity rivaled the rarest exotic beasts bred by the top academies. Li Yongfei frowned. He'd done his homework on what made Yan Bin's Scarlet Thunder King Kong so troublesome. Its attacks came with a paralytic effect, dragging out the battle. Most beasts couldn't match its thick height and brute strength, and sooner or later, that paralysis would wear them down. Going in for an all-out assault, the Crimson Thunder King Kong's offensive power was nothing to sneeze at. Honestly, if it weren't for Li Si, this year's champion of the Hidden Dragon Cup would probably have been Yan Bin. Too bad for him, he had the misfortune of running into Li Si. Across the field, both Li Si and the Dark Knight Shadowcat's eyes were shining with golden light as they stared straight at Yan Bin's Crimson Thunder King Kong, undisguised greed on their faces. Holy crap, this thing's a treasure. Li Si had already checked out its stats and couldn't wait to try copying its abilities. This beast had 7 ability slots, 1 gold, 2 purple, 3 blue and 1 green. Except for the green one, the rest all looked seriously powerful. The Dark Knight Shadowcat was also eyeing the Crimson Thunder King Kong, anxious and impatient. Meow, that Raging Kong skill looks awesome. I want it, meow. And that Thunder Strike isn't bad either, meow. Worst case, can't I at least get a paralysis, Li Si tried to soothe the agitated Shadowcat. Relax, relax. We can beat him twice if we need to. The two of them were already plotting how they'd split up the loot from the Crimson Thunder King Kong. Meanwhile, the Crimson Thunder King Kong, who'd been roaring and posturing from afar, finally turned around to see what kind of opponent he was up against. Ideally, he'd start things off like usual, scare them a little with a good roar, 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 whoa, whoa. But the moment the Crimson Thunder King Kong laid eyes on the Dark Knight Shadowcat, the whole monkey just deflated. He shrank right up next to Yan Bin, pointing at himself, then at the Shadowcat, gesturing frantically as if to confirm, am I really supposed to fight that thing? Seeing his partner's panicked antics, Yan Bin was totally bewildered. It's just a cat. What are you so scared of? You've got King Kong blood in you. The Crimson Thunder King Kong shot his clueless trainer a look of utter exasperation, thoroughly miserable. If there were a Beast Tamer Association, he'd be the first to sue Yan Bin for animal abuse. Veteran fighter my butt. Are you trying to get me killed? As the referee announced the start of the match, the Crimson Thunder King Kong came out swinging, sparks of electricity crackling in the air, both fists ablaze, eyes locked on the Dark Knight Shadowcat. The Shadowcat licked its lips hungrily, never taking its eyes off him. At the same time, Li Si in the back was already calculating which abilities he could copy from the opponent this time. To be honest, Raging Kong would be great, perfect for his Earth Demon Bull. Thunder Strike wasn't bad either, really amping up the one-hit kill potential. And if nothing else, Roar or Paralysis could at least help with some crowd control. Wait, what's with this monkey business? From a distance, with one sharp kick, the Dark Knight Shadowcat sent the Crimson Thunder King Kong flying off the stage, ending the match for good. Unlike the other students from Fenghua University, Yan Bin really did have some skills. His Crimson Thunder King Kong actually managed to force the Shadowcat to use its third move before finally getting sent packing. Of course, Yan Bin himself was sent flying right along with his partner. Dark Knight Nethercat remembered how his female fans had cursed Li Si earlier and couldn't resist giving the guy another kick after the match ended. The referee looked at Yan Bin, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and sighed deeply. Still can't do it, huh? The crowd from Donghai University cheered wildly. None of them had expected Li Si to be this fierce. He'd actually pulled off the impossible in the freshman tournament, defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. Even the commentators on the sidelines couldn't help but express their amazement. Yan Bin from Donghai University has accomplished a 1 vs 10. This feat is truly unprecedented. This year's Hidden Dragon Cup will forever mark his legend. Li Si, who hadn't managed to snag a good skill drop, walked off the stage looking sulky. After greeting his teammates, he took a short break to get ready for the upcoming team match. Meanwhile, the guys from Tsinghua University who had been knocked out cold by Li Si had finally woken up. The moment they heard there was still a team competition left, their knees started to shake. "Teacher, can we forfeit?" one of them pleaded. The teacher just shook his head in helpless resignation. The team from Tsinghua could only look on the verge of tears. The team match began. Compared to the earlier duel, this one was much simpler. Everyone was dropped into a canyon for the fight. For Team Donghai, this was no big deal. They stuck to their pre-game plan. Group up first, then figure out how to deal with the remaining Tsinghua players. Even if they all lost to Yanbin, so what? They still had Li Si as their safety net. You had to admit it was a solid plan, but reality was Li Si had no intention of meeting up with them at all. What a joke. "If I group up with you guys, how am I supposed to fight all 10 on my own? If you beat them, who's going to drop those skill tags I'm missing?" The moment he landed, Li Si immediately summoned Dark Knight Nethercat, and together they slipped into the shadows. For Tsinghua University, the team match had turned into a horror game. Deep inside the canyon, a few Tsinghua students were following behind Lu Ruyan. After seeing Li Si's terrifying strength in the last round, none of them dared face him head-on now. If anyone got separated and ran into Li Si, they'd be eliminated for sure. So Tsinghua had come up with a plan. As long as all 10 of them stuck together and took out Li Si first, they'd have a shot at beating Donghai and forcing overtime. As they walked, one of the guys mustered up his courage and shouted, "It's fine. We've got Lu Ruyan with us, there's 5 of us, what's there to be scared of? If he dares show himself." Suddenly, he was cut off by a whimper. The guy in front turned around, puzzled. What's the matter if he shows himself? There was no answer. Turning back, he realized his teammates had vanished into the mist behind him. Just moments ago, they were a 5-person squad. Now, there were only 4 left. The 4 of them immediately grew serious, standing back to back, eyes sharp and alert to every direction. Cold sweat poured down Lu Ruyan's face as she called out anxiously, "Li Si, go easy, please, just go easy. I'm scared of pain." The other 3 had gone completely pale. If even Lu Ruyan, ranked second, had to beg like this, what hope was there for anyone weaker than her? Just then a low hum sounded in Lu Ruyan's ear. "Okay." Before she could react, Li Si emerged from the darkness and chopped her on the neck, knocking her out cold. The remaining 3 seemed to go berserk, unleashing their beasts in a wild barrage at where Li Si had just been. But when the mist finally cleared, the shadowy figure had vanished without a trace. "Where'd he go?" The 3 looked at each other, confusion written all over their faces. The next second, the Nightshade Ghost Cat appeared silently behind them, taking out each one with a swift move, knocking all 3 out of the match. The whole scene was caught on camera and broadcast live for every viewer to see. Even the commentators couldn't help but complain in exasperation. Honestly, the team arena designed by Wanren University this year is just perfect for Li Si. His beasts are all dark type, and in a place with no sunlight like this, he's right at home. It's like a fish in water. The livestream chat exploded. "What the heck, that's terrifying. This isn't even a match, it's a massacre. Type 1 in chat if you're scared Li Si's under your bed tonight. 1111, get out, don't come to my house." Many viewers felt chills run down their spines. Li Si was like death itself, stalking the canyon, appearing out of nowhere to take down Tsinghua University's team, then vanishing back into the shadows without a trace. In just a few minutes, only 2 students from Tsinghua University were left, Yanbin the top-ranked and the 4th-ranked, who was noticeably weaker. The 2 crept through the canyon, tense and on edge, not daring to let their guard down for a second. A few minutes earlier, the screams echoing through the canyon had already set their nerves on edge. After walking for a while, the 4th-ranked student's beast suddenly let out a miserable shriek and collapsed, unable to move. Yanbin's expression changed drastically. He shouted to his teammate, "He's here." But then the other guy realized something. "Wait a second, my beast's gone, I'm already eliminated." Suddenly his face lit up. He started waving at the camera, grinning from ear to ear. "I'm out. Haha, I don't have to fight anymore, Yenji, good luck." He patted Yanbin on the shoulder and bolted from the arena at lightning speed. Left behind, Yanbin stared after his retreating teammate, dumbfounded. When he turned, he saw Li Si standing right beside him. His voice trembled as he pleaded, "Bro, can you not hit my face?" Li Si silently nodded. Moments later, the camera caught yet another round of agonized screams. "Nightshade Ghost Cat, hold back a little, don't knock him out in one hit." Yes, that's exactly it." "Wait, what? Why does this keep happening?" On screen, Li Si and the Dark Knight Nethercat were pummeling the curl-up Scarlet Thunder King Kong with a flurry of punches and kicks. The poor King Kong was wiping away tears, looking utterly wronged. "I protest, this is animal abuse." After yet another round of this slapstick spectacle, Li Si was completely exasperated. "Damn it, this old guy never drops any loot. What am I supposed to do? Meanwhile, over at East Sea University, after much effort, the whole team had finally gathered and was just about to set off to assist Lee Si. But then the referee announced the end of the match. Ban Yubin blinked at the referee, asking repeatedly, "It's over, that's it." The referee could only nod helplessly. As a bystander, he'd seen the whole thing unfold from start to finish. Who could have predicted East Sea University would have someone like this year, a guy who takes on an entire university by himself? Wang Boya clutched his head and let out a dramatic howl. "Come on, can't I at least get involved a little? Twice now, 2 times, and I haven't even seen the other team." Ban Yubin could only give a wry smile and pat him on the shoulder. Before coming, the two of them had been determined to make a splash at the Qianlong Cup, show off their skills, catch the eye of the crowd, maybe even have a few fangirls chasing them back at school next year. Instead, Lee Si single-handedly steamrolled the competition, leaving the rest of their 9-man team with nothing to do but win by default. Faced with this situation, the East Sea University team could only exchange awkward glances. Of course, the most devastated of all were Ban Yubin and Wang Boyu, but the ones really starting to panic were the team from Wanring University, who'd be facing East Sea tomorrow. Today, when Zizhou from Wanren had performed brilliantly, scoring 3 straight victories in the ring, by the end of the morning matches he was already imagining how the reporters would cover his success that night. But then came the afternoon and someone went on a 10-match winning streak, and that someone was none other than Lee Si, the guy he'd taunted earlier. Watching Lee Si tear through his opponents all afternoon when Zizhou was practically sick with regret. If only he could turn back time. If he could, he'd at least have offered Lee Si a cigarette this morning, maybe even called him brotherly. Maybe then tomorrow Lee Si would go easy on him. But given how he'd acted that morning, who knew how Lee Si was going to beat him up tomorrow? At this point, when Zizhou could only blame Yanbin, that useless pretty boy, for losing to Lee Si in the first place. Meanwhile, over at Central University's dorms, the eldest young master of the Zheng family was curled up, clutching his pillow, shivering in fear. His hands and feet were ice cold, his eyes glazed over. With the way Lee Si was going, Wanren University probably didn't stand a chance against East Sea tomorrow, and once East Sea got past Wanren, Central University would be next. The thought of having to face Lee Si himself made young Master Zhang collapse in front of his door, banging on it desperately. "Please let me out. I'll pay whatever you want. I'll go back to the Zhang family and bring you the money." But the door was locked tight from the outside, and all his pleas were met with nothing but a cold snort from the 2 guys standing guard. They didn't budge an inch. Ever since Lee Si arrived at Wanren on his very first day, they had locked up the eldest young master of the Zheng family early on, afraid he might run off at the last minute. Now all they had to do was wait for the day of the competition and their job would be done. That night, the media was awash with reports about Lee Si's incredible feat of defeating 10 opponents in a row. Many outlets went so far as to call Lee Si the greatest genius in the history of the Qianlong Cup. Lee Si was quite satisfied with this title. After all, that was exactly what he wanted. With a reputation like that, he knew there'd be no shortage of fearless beastmasters lining up to challenge him, and every time he copied one of their abilities, his own strength would rise even higher. While Lee Si was riding high outside the dormitory building, Ban Yubin was at his wit's end. A reporter squeezed in front of him, urgently asking, "Ban, as this year's favorite to win it all, how does it feel to win without even breaking a sweat?" Ban Yubin gritted his teeth at the reporter's intrusive question. "Seriously, is that something you ask a person?" He chose not to answer, turning on his heel and fleeing back to his dorm. The next morning, the entire arena was packed to the rafters. After what happened yesterday, people from all over had flocked to Wanren University, eager to catch a glimpse of this once-in-a-generation prodigy. With all the rumors and stories swirling around Lee Si, his online popularity was second only to the Qianlong Cup itself. As Lee Si was about to step onto the stage, he caught sight of the Wanren University team across from him. Compared to their excitement after yesterday's first win, today the whole team looked like a bunch of scorned lovers, gloomy, anxious and miserable. Some of them even started drawing lots to decide who'd have to go up and get thrashed first. Unfortunately, one man in the group drew the short straw and his legs gave out from under him. The other 9 cheered and hollered with relief, "It's not me." "Ah, not me either, thank God not me." "Mom, I did it, please let me be the last one called up." When Zizhou stared at the slip of paper in his hand, his face pale as a ghost, he shuffled onto the stage like a zombie, stiff and lifeless. Lee Si recognized his old acquaintance and greeted him with a friendly smile, but when Zizhou saw the sinister curl at the corner of Lee Si's lips, a chill ran down his spine. He glanced at the referee, who looked back at him with a trace of pity in his eyes. Suddenly inspiration struck. If I surrender fast enough, he won't even get the chance to hit me right, and if he doesn't hit me, then I haven't really lost. Excited by his own cleverness, Zizhou couldn't help but praise himself. "I really am a genius." As soon as the referee raised his hand to announce the start of the match, when Zizou spun around, raised his hand, and opened his mouth to shout, "IADM," he didn't even get a chance to finish his sentence. Li Si lunged forward like an arrow and his fist smashed straight into Wen Zizhou's face. Wen Zizhou had no time to react before Li Si's sweeping kick came flying at him. All he felt was a searing pain tearing through his shin, and then his whole body toppled backward. A dull thud echoed through the arena. Li Si stood over Wen Zizhou, who was curled up on the floor, mercilessly kicking him again and again. On the other side, the Dark Knight Nether cat clawed and batted at his sand-armored crocodile like it was just a plaything. Beastmasters fought beastmasters, and their beasts fought each other. Everyone was locked in their own battle. The spectators gasped in shock at the sight of Li Si pummeling Wen Zizhou. Even the referee furrowed his brow as he watched. "When do you want to say something? MMPH, I surrender, comma." When Zizhou, blood foaming at his lips, tried to call out to the referee but realized his jaw was already dislocated, he couldn't utter a sound. The referee looked at him puzzled. What was that? Panic set in for Wen Zizhou. He started frantically slapping the floor, gesturing desperately at the referee, trying to signal his surrender. He struggled to crawl closer, but the referee still didn't get it. Before the referee could say anything, Li Si grabbed Wen Zizhou by the ankle and dragged him back, unleashing another brutal round of blows, leaving 2 bloody streaks smeared across the floor. No one knew how much time passed. When the referee finally looked at the swollen, unrecognizable face of Wen Zizhou, he turned and shouted to the crowd, "Stretcher, stretcher." Barely clinging to consciousness, Wen Zizhou couldn't take it anymore. He shakily raised his right arm and flipped the referee off, full of contempt for his inhuman indifference. The referee saw the gesture and calmly pressed his shoulder. "Mike, no problem, let's give him a minute. Looks like this contestant can still hold on a bit longer." But things didn't go any better for the rest of Wanren University. With Wen Zizhou down, everyone else who stepped up was instantly knocked out by Li Si's first move. After Li Si eliminated 10 people in a row, even the commentators started to sound a little unhinged. All the years he'd covered the Hidden Dragon Cup, the commentator had never seen anyone quite like Li Si. His maniacal laughter echoed in the audience's ears. Li Si from East Sea University, his Dark Knight Nether cat is on a rampage. Are we even commentating the Hidden Dragon Cup anymore? Did East Sea send their upperclassmen? Or did a professor step in themselves? And it wasn't just them. After 2 nights of rumors, conspiracy theories sprang up among the crowd. Many seriously suspected Li Si was really a senior student competing under a new name that East Sea University, desperate for a win, had sent him in disguise. But everyone knew there was another Li Si waiting outside the arena. There was no way that could be true. When this match finally ended, the Hidden Dragon Cup saw its most outrageous upset yet. The second match of the morning was supposed to be the team battle between East Sea and Wanren University. Meanwhile, over at Wanren University, their staff approached the referees to complain that their team had suffered such serious injuries they no longer had enough healthy members to participate in the next match. In response, the panel of referees even brought along Director Zhu to the infirmary to assess the situation. But the moment Director Zhu stepped through the door, he was completely taken aback. The entire Wanren University team looked like a squad of mummies, each one wrapped in bandages from head to toe. When they saw Director Zhu arrive, they immediately put on a show, wailing and howling in exaggerated agony. "Oh, my poor kneecaps, my hip bone, it's killing me. Oh, my poor head." Director Zhu was utterly dumbfounded. As a faculty member, he'd witnessed Li Si's performance on the field. Sure, Li Si hadn't exactly gone easy on them, but he'd kept things under control. There was no way the Wanren team should be in this bad of shape. For a moment, Director Zhu was left completely speechless. The Wanren University coach just sighed in resignation. "Old Zhu, you've seen it yourself. There's no way we can put these kids back out there. Let's just call it." Director Zhu could only scratch his head helplessly, and with that, the matter came to a close. Of course, Wanren University had already done the math. Even if they forfeited this round, they'd still have a shot in the afternoon's repechage match. As long as they beat Tsinghua University, they could still take runner-up this year. It wasn't worth going all out against Donghai University, who had already secured the championship. With no other options, the next match was announced. Donghai University advanced by default. Back in the locker room, when Li Si heard that Wanren University didn't have enough players for the next round, he looked genuinely annoyed. "TCH, bunch of cowards getting in the way of me racking up achievements," he muttered. "Next time we meet, I'll make sure they pay for this." Little did the top 10 freshmen of Wanren University know that their one moment of cowardice today would become a source of endless regret for the rest of their lives. That afternoon, the match between Tsinghua University and Shifeng Academy kicked off. As everyone expected, Tsinghua, with Yan Bin on their team, easily crushed their opponents. But compared to yesterday's Yan Bin, who had been brimming with confidence, today he looked utterly deflated, a shadow of his former self. After Li Si's brutal beatdown, Yan Bin seemed to be suffering from a full-blown trauma. Now, whenever anyone so much as mentioned Li Si's name, Yan Bin would involuntarily shudder. By the end of the day's matches, Li Si's popularity had skyrocketed to the top spot on the trending charts. The internet was absolutely flooded with clips and commentary about Li Si's performance. Headlines read, Li Si schools Tsinghua University's prodigy Yan Bin both forehand and backhand. And Li Si sets history, first ever 10-in-a-row win in the Qianlong Cup, and news of Wanren University's forfeit only added fuel to the fire. If Wanren's pride had already been battered, this time it was completely crushed. Even Shifeng Academy, already eliminated, openly declared if Wanren hadn't resorted to dirty tricks we'd have been dead last this year for sure. Wanren University could only watch in misery with no words to defend themselves. For a while it seemed like every media outlet had settled on the same narrative. This generation of beast tamers all had a dark cloud hanging over their heads, and that cloud's name was Li Si. Li Si's name had finally made waves. In fact, so many people were talking about him that they almost forgot there was another Li Si at Central University. After dinner, Li Si was in his room playing with the Midnight Cat using a teaser wand when Lu Yongfei suddenly pushed the door open looking deadly serious. Hey, someone's here to see you. Surprised by Lu Yongfei's grave expression, Li Si set down the cat toy. Other than the folks from Donghai University, he didn't really know anyone at this tournament who could possibly be looking for him. He stepped out to the lounge, and what he saw was enough to make his jaw drop. Standing by the window, hands clasped behind his back, was a man quietly taking in the nighttime campus view. When the man turned around, Li Si was left even more bewildered. It was none other than the faculty advisor leading Central University's team this year. The teacher looked Li Si up and down, face stern, then got straight to the point. Tomorrow, I want you to be the first to go up. The moment those words landed, Lu Yongfei was left with a head full of question marks. Even Li Si couldn't quite figure out why the teacher would say that to him. But then a thought struck Li Si, and he broke into a radiant smile. Thank you. The teacher waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. After he was gone, Lu Yongfei shot Li Si a puzzled look. Bro, do you know him? Li Si shook his head. Lu Yongfei frowned. Then why does he want you to go up first? Li Si gave a meaningful, almost mischievous smile. I may not know him, but tomorrow my first opponent is someone I know all too well. At that, realization finally dawned on Lu Yongfei. Central University still had another Li Si waiting for them. He wiped cold sweat from his brow, shaken by just how far things had escalated. The teacher wasn't even hinting anymore, he was flat out telling them. Lu Yongfei couldn't help but sigh to himself. Of all the people young Master Zhang could have messed with, why did it have to be Li Si? The next morning, inside the Central University dorm, a man's anguished wails echoed through the entire building. I'm not going. If I go, I'll die. Let go of me. Whoever tries to drag me out, I swear the Zhang family will have your head. Young Master Zhang was clinging to the bed frame for dear life, refusing to let go no matter how many people tried to pry him off. Everyone around him was frowning. His eyes were filled with terror. He knew better than anyone what would happen if he let go. The moment he did, Li Si's relentless revenge would be waiting for him. Come on, better to rip the bandage off quick than drag it out. A member of the goof-off gang tried to coax him gently. Young Master Zhang stared back at him in disbelief. Easy for you to say, it's not your head on the chopping block, of course you're not worried. In the end, a few burly goof-off gang members came in and simply carried young Master Zhang, bed and all, straight out of the room. That morning the campus of Wanren University bore witness to a truly baffling sight for all the students around. A man was tied down to a wooden bed, unable to move, furiously shouting at the people around him. Let me go. If you keep this up, the Zhang family will make you pay. I'm the young master of the Zhang family. If you dare lay a hand on me, my grandfather will never let you off. The people from the Fisher's gang looked at each other, completely unfazed by his threats. Seeing that this crowd wasn't buying it, young Master Zhang quickly changed his approach, desperately pleading with them. Let me go, please, just let me go. There's a card in my right pant pocket. The password is washes 250. There's 10 million on it, you can have it, just take it as a tip for your hard work carrying me. At first the group didn't care about this at all, but that last sentence, the way young Master Zhang phrased it, made their eyes light up with greed. The carrying crew suddenly stopped and set young Master Zhang down on the ground. Noticing they'd stopped moving, young Master Zhang was overjoyed, hurriedly flattering them. You guys must be exhausted, huh? Don't worry, just untie me and I can walk on my own. The money's my way of showing appreciation, all for you. The people around exchanged glances. The leader squinted at young Master Zhang. Is this for real? As real as it gets, young Master Zhang nodded frantically, more real than gold. But soon young Master Zhang realized something was off. The people around him started grinning wickedly as they approached, muttering to each other, if this is a gift for our hard work, then it's not robbery, right? I think the Lord Golden Law will probably let it slide. Yeah, that sounds about right. Young Master Zhang froze for a moment, then immediately realized what was wrong. Normally, if these people tried to take his money by force, the Golden Law would come down in judgment. But now, since he was giving it up willingly, the situation was completely different. the guys took the bank card from young Master Zhang and, with a spring in their step, started carrying him off again. Watching his money disappear and still being hauled away, young Master Zhang was completely numb. Meanwhile, up on the stage, both contestants were ready. Li Si stood in the center, soaking in the cheers from all around. Unlike past matches, today the deans of all 5 universities were seated on the main platform, their faces grave and tense, not daring to relax for a moment. Not far away in the VIP seats, Zhang Diguan leaned nervously back in his chair. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, and with his son set to be the future heir, he had to be here for this match. It would determine their family's standing in the future. But having watched Li Si's performance in the previous 2 matches, Zhang Diguan knew full well that if his son Zhang Mingxiang had to face Li Si head-on, his chances were slim to none. Zhang Diguan turned to instruct the men in black suits behind him. If anything unexpected happens, intervene directly in the match. If something goes wrong, our Zhang family will take responsibility. Zhang Diguan paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. And if the opportunity presents itself, take him out as well. The men in black nodded expressionlessly. As the Zhang family's loyal enforcers, they had been trained for this very moment. Not far away on the main stage, Professor Song rubbed his neck irritably. That useless kid from the Zhang family was actually released by the Beast Control Bureau. Professor Li covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Well, what can you do? That brat is Zhang Guangchu's precious son after all. Looks like the Zhangs are going to pay a steep price this time. Director Zhu's face was grim and he said nothing. He hadn't expected Zhang Diguan himself to show up at the event today. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the contestants' corridor. From Central University's entrance, the Zhang family's eldest son was dragged out by 3 people and unceremoniously thrown onto the ring. Zhang Mingxiang scrambled to his feet, looking disheveled and covered in dust. The first thing he saw was Li Si standing across from him, fists clenched, smiling coldly. At that moment, he didn't dare linger on the stage for another second. He tried to flee, stumbling and crawling toward the edge. But Wanring University had already sealed the ring, trapping both contestants inside with a barrier. Nearby, the announcer's voice dripped with sarcasm. And now let's welcome Central University's own, the Zhang family's eldest son Li Si. Laughter erupted all around. Even the livestream's comments section went wild. I just got here. Why is this kid from the Zhang family, but his last name is Li? He's the kind you find in the supermarket, born on sale, 29.99 a dozen. So he's the Zhang family's eldest, huh? Only gets to use his father's surname. Not much he can do. His real dad's standing over there ready to teach this unfilial son a lesson. Zhang Diguan's face turned red with humiliation, but there was nothing he could do. The whole affair with Li Si had blown up far beyond Linhai City. News had spread to cities all over Yin country. Now the Zhang family and their so-called young master were public enemies, shunned and reviled by all. No sooner had the Zhang family's heir stepped into the ring than a torrent of jeers and curses rained down from the audience. Li Si walked slowly toward Zhang Mingxiang. Zhang Mingxiang watched him approach, backing away step by step until he was pressed flat against the barrier with nowhere left to run. What are you doing, Li Si? I'm warning you. The Zhang family is watching you. If you dare lay a finger on me now, you'll face the Zhang family's endless wrath. Li Si raised his eyebrows, amused. The Zhang family's wrath, huh? Interesting. From his perspective, the Zhang family's pursuit had never really stopped. Seeing the tension between the two, the referee hurried between them, trying to stop Li Si. Li Si spread his hands and stepped back. No, ref, relax. I'm not going to do anything. No need to get so worked up, everyone. He smiled at Zhang Mingxiang, the man who had replaced him. But to everyone else, that smile looked downright chilling. Even many in the audience shivered involuntarily. From the sidelines, Zhang Diguan caught the meaningful look Li Si shot his way, and his fists clenched tight, eyes burning with fury. At the same time, Director Zhu slowly closed his eyes and let out a long, helpless sigh. Go on then. With both sides ready, Zhang Mingxiang forced himself to stand in front of the arena, nerves tight as a drum. Both competitors skipped the customary handshake, completely ignoring the gesture of goodwill. Zhang Mingxiang stared at Li Si's face, twisted in a mocking smile that never reached his eyes, and a chill ran down his spine. He had no idea what Li Si was planning next, but one thing was certain: if he couldn't withstand Li Si's assault, he was in for a world of hurt. As the referee signaled for the contestants to prepare, Zhang Mingxiang summoned his beast. A shadowy, jet-black flame shadow-clouded leopard materialized in front of the crowd, drawing gasps from the audience. A flame shadow-clouded leopard? No wonder the Zhang family was willing to take such a risk. Holy smokes, if this beast grows up, the future's limitless. If I were the Zhang family, I wouldn't have been able to resist either. Li Si studied the beast in front of him from top to bottom. In the Yin Kingdom, a flame shadow-clouded leopard with a purple-grade aptitude was exceedingly rare. This beast was a prized dual-element fire and darkness creature. Nurtured properly, it could become a cornerstone of the kingdom's strength. The only shame was that this beast, which should have been his, ended up in Zhang Mingxiang's hands. Not far away up on the judge's platform, Professor Son was seeing Zhang Mingxiang's beast for the first time and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. A flame shadow clouded leopard. No wonder the Zhang family took the gamble, too bad. Professor Son's eyes held a trace of regret as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. What a waste ending up in this kid's hands. Around him, many teachers from Fenghui University shared the same helpless look. As a rare fire and darkness dual-type beast, the flame shadow clouded leopard had incredible potential for growth and a smooth development path. In other words, unless you actively sabotaged it, just raising this beast would guarantee you impressive strength down the line. The Zhang family clearly understood this, pouring resources into the flame shadow clouded leopard. As a result, Zhang Mingxiang's leopard had glossier fur and was a full size larger than others of its kind. It was less a leopard now and more like a muscular tiger. But sadly, no matter how good the hardware was, if the software didn't measure up, it was all for nothing. Compared to Li Si's talent, Zhang Mingxiang wasn't even in the same league. If this beast had ended up with Li Si, he'd probably be a hot commodity fought over by the top 5 universities in the country. Back on the arena floor, the flame shadow clouded leopard sensed the hostility radiating from Li Si and his Dark Knight Nether cat. It crouched low, coiling its muscles in preparation, its throat rumbling with a deep engine-like growl. The Dark Knight Nether cat could sense the murderous intent the shadow flame clouded leopard harbored toward Li Si. Its claws dug into the floor as it lowered its voice, asking Li Si in a hushed-toned meow, "Can I kill him, Li Si?" Li Si didn't reply, but the Dark Knight Nether cat instantly understood her meaning. Flattening herself against the ground, still in her shrunken form, she greedily licked her own fangs. The match was about to begin. Beads of cold sweat rolled down the referee's forehead. He kept glancing nervously at both sides, the veins on his temples bulging as he clenched his jaw and shouted, "Begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the shadow flame clouded leopard beside Li Si slipped into a shroud of black mist, lunging straight at her with murderous intent. It didn't even have time to shed its dark attribute. Just as its paw neared Li Si, a petite figure leaped onto Li Si's shoulder. With a swift motion, her right paw slashed downward. The next instant, a deafening crash echoed throughout the arena. Dust exploded at the center of the ring. The massive shadow flame clouded leopard was pinned to the ground by the Dark Knight Nether cat's paw, its head crushed beneath her. Her 2 pairs of fangs were already sunk deep into the leopard's neck. Moments ago, the shadow flame clouded leopard brimmed with confidence. Now it was cowering under the oppressive aura radiating from the Dark Knight Nether cat, a predator's dominance. It curled up on the ground, tail tucked tightly between its legs, letting out pitiful whimpers. Its eyes shone with terror, silently begging for mercy. Li Si glanced down at the clouded leopard sprawled at her feet, her voice calm as she instructed the Dark Knight Nether cat, "Don't rush to kill him. I have other matters to handle." The Dark Knight Nether cat grunted in acknowledgement. Not far away, Zhang Mingxiang stood frozen in shock. By the time he snapped back to reality and realized the match was already decided, the referee still hadn't announced Li Si's victory. Watching Li Si stride toward him step by step, Zhang Mingxiang felt as if he were looking at death itself, coming to claim his soul. He opened his mouth to shout his surrender, but the next thing he knew, his jaw went numb. Li Si's uppercut shattered his chin in a single blow. Many viewers watching the livestream gasped sharply when they saw Li Si's face bloodied and battered, but it wasn't over yet. Li Si followed up, stomping down hard and shattering Zhang Mingxiang's shins. In an instant, he was reduced to a useless heap on the floor, utterly unable to move. Breaking his jaw so he couldn't surrender, shattering his legs so he couldn't escape. On the arena floor, stripped of any chance to yield or flee, Zhang Mingxiang could only claw desperately at the ground, whimpering and begging for mercy. But Li Si didn't hesitate for a moment. She raised her fist high and brought it down again and again, pummeling Zhang Mingxiang's face. The entire arena was dead silent. Each time Zhang Mingxiang's head slammed into the floor, a dull thud echoed across the ring. Offstage, Zhang Diguang's eyes were bloodshot as he screamed hoarsely, "We surrender. We surrender. Stop, Li Si, please, I'm begging you, stop. What are you all standing around for? Get in there." The Zhang family's death warriors had just prepared to make their move when several members of the Fishers Guild, who'd also infiltrated the arena, appeared behind them. With a few swift knife hand strikes, the Zhang warriors collapsed to the ground. Despair written all over his face, Zhang Diguang roared at those around him, "The match is over. What are you doing?" His voice echoed again and again across the arena. But on the VIP platform, the professors from the 5 universities remained cold and indifferent, not even glancing his way. No one responded to his cries. Just then, another commotion broke out on the field. Sensing that Zhang Mingxiang's life was in danger, the flame shadow clouded leopard fought desperately to break free from the Dark Knight Nether cat's claws. It didn't hesitate to let the cat tear a chunk out of its own neck just so it could lunge straight for Li Si's back, fangs bared. Li Si felt a chill rush up his spine and glanced backward, cold and unbothered. The next instant, the flame shadow clouded leopard was pinned to the ground again by the nether cat, unable to move. The leopard whimpered and growled at Li Si, still struggling to get free. Watching the creature, once his own, desperately clawing to protect Zhang Mingxiang, Li Si felt a sudden burning rage. After all, this beast had once belonged to him, now it would bare its claws at him for someone like Zhang Mingxiang. Li Si let out a cold, mocking laugh. Traitor, he spat, then turned back and resumed pounding his fists into Zhang Mingxiang. No one knew how much time passed. Zhang Mingxiang lay on the ground, no longer breathing, but Li Si's fists still hadn't stopped. At first his blows were fueled by fury, but by the end his heart was calm, as still as water. Only when Zhang Mingxiang's head was smashed to pulp did Li Si slowly rise, exhaling deeply, letting the blood drip from his fists onto the ring. All around students' faces were pale as ghosts. They whispered in hushed, trembling voices, "Did the Zhang family's heir just die, Li Si? I think he beat him to death with his bare hands. This is bad, really bad. He just killed the Zhang family's young master." At the same time, other factions were watching the match unfold. Aside from the Zhang family, no one objected to Zhang Mingxiang's death. The incident had become too big, someone had to answer for it. Normally someone like Li Si with no power or status would be served up as a scapegoat. Killing him would settle things nicely. But Li Si had gone to East Sea University, and there he'd found the backing of the Fishers Guild. With such a powerful force behind him, no one dared to touch him. That left only the Zhang family to take the fall. In other words, in the coming negotiations the Zhangs wouldn't even get a seat at the table. Mingxiang or Zhang Diguan collapsed to his knees, his howl of agony echoing through the arena. Many students nearby clapped their hands over their mouths, unable to believe what they'd just witnessed. Zhang Diguan could no longer contain his rage. He charged straight for the ring, only to be blocked by the defensive barrier. Again and again he slammed into the invisible wall, eyes bloodshot, teeth grinding as he glared at Li Si. He snarled, voice trembling with hatred, "You'll pay for this in blood." Li Si looked down at Zhang Diguan, who was frantically pounding against the barrier at his feet, and let out a cold laugh. "Blood for blood? You think you're in any position to talk to me about blood debts?" Zhang Diguan felt his heart skip a beat as he met Li Si's gaze, a look as if he were already a dead man. He turned to check the reactions of the various school leaders on the stage. Now he understood perfectly. When it came to the feud between Li Si and the Zhang family, no one else was going to get involved. The people in charge had already made their final decision. Zhang Diguan collapsed weakly to the ground. If the old man of the Zhang family weren't still around, the family would have already fallen apart. Back on the stage, the referee ignored Zhang Diguan entirely, instead focusing on confirming whether Zhang Mingxiang was dead or alive. Staring at Zhang Mingxiang's head smashed like a watermelon, the referee could only sigh helplessly. He fumbled in his pocket for a moment and finally pulled out a yellow card, holding it up in the direction of the judges' table. Li Si of Donghai University, for violating the rules of the Qianlong Cup, is hereby given a yellow card warning. Donghai University forfeits the first match. The winner is Li Si of Central Imperial University. The announcement sent a wave of shock through the crowd. No one could believe what they just heard. Li Si had won, yes, but Li Si had won. Zhang Diguan's eyes went wide with disbelief when he heard the verdict. He looked at the referee stunned. "I protest, he killed my son, and you're just giving him a warning? This is a cover-up, corruption." The referee rolled his eyes. "Protest denied." He turned to address the audience. Due to the poor physical condition of Central Imperial University's contestant Li Si, the university is requested to send a replacement for the next match. The audience broke out in cold sweat. Poor physical condition? Li Si's head was practically pulverized. Poor didn't even begin to cover it. Zhang Diguan, hearing the referee's follow-up, pointed a trembling finger at him. His vision went black and he collapsed to the ground. Although the rest of the event wasn't streamed live, plenty of people still managed to see photos and updates online. When they saw the unmistakably dead Li Si, everyone gasped in shock. The incident instantly ignited a heated debate online. He really killed him? Damn, how could he not? They stole his identity, his spirit beast, and even tried to kill him. The fact that Li Si didn't grind him to dust is mercy enough. But isn't killing someone going to cause trouble? What trouble? Looks like all the schools tacitly agreed to this. Everyone knew Li Si was out for blood. It was only a matter of time. People couldn't stop talking about the result of the match, especially the yellow card warning. It might not make sense from their perspective, but clearly no one dared to challenge the referee's decision. On one hand, Li Si's victory was an act of revenge. From ancient times, Yan Kingdom's laws have always held to an eye for an eye, blood for blood. The eldest son of the Zhang family ending up like this was something everyone more or less expected. Even if Li Si hadn't killed Zhang Mingxiang in this year's Hidden Dragon Cup, once he left Donghai University, the Zhang family would still have suffered his relentless revenge. The audience didn't have much to say about it. In fact, many people supported Li Si's actions, seeing things from his perspective. But on the other hand, there was the viewpoint of the university administration and other influential factions. While the Zhang family was wealthy and wielded enormous power in Linhai City, what truly made people wary wasn't them, it was Li Si's terrifying talent. After all, he'd only been enrolled for less than 3 months, yet he already crushed the entire new generation of top talents in Yan Nation. Who could imagine how formidable he'd become after 4 years at Donghai University? As for Zhang Mingxiang, anyone with eyes could see that, despite being called a prodigy for his early awakening, his actual ability was nothing special. The only thing people feared was the Zhang family backing him. But now it was clear that Li Si had even greater forces supporting him. Anyone could see whose side weighed heavier on the scales. Besides, judging from the way Li Si handled things, he wasn't someone who would let bygones be bygones. If you crossed him, there was no telling how he might retaliate. The old image of Li Si was now history. The person he had become was the one everyone wanted to curry favor with. While everyone discussed these things, the second challenger from Central Imperial University had already stepped onto the stage. He walked into the ring looking down at Li Si's corpse with utter disdain. If there hadn't been cameras broadcasting the event, he probably wouldn't have resisted spitting on the body a couple more times. Beside him, the referee hurried the medical staff to remove the remains as quickly as possible. Seeing the mess of shattered flesh and bone, the medics could only sigh in frustration and eventually brought out brooms and dustpans to sweep up what was left of Li Si's head. Many of the Zhang family's younger members watched the scene with pained expressions. Meanwhile, Li Si calmly washed the blood from his hands when a confident voice called out from behind him, "I know you're strong, I know I'll lose in the end, but I still want to challenge you." Li Si nodded quietly and turned to look at the righteous-looking young man behind him. Once both sides were ready, the referee announced the start of the match. Moments later, the arena fell silent once again. The challenger lay sprawled on the floor, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face blank with confusion. "I'm sorry, I couldn't even give Lord Li Si a real fight." With those words, his eyes rolled back and he faded dead away. Down in the stands, the students from Central Imperial University collectively darkened with embarrassment. After all, the challenger who'd just been defeated was their university's top student this year. He might not have been as terrifyingly strong as Li Si, but he'd still managed to surpass Yan Bin, and even so he only lasted 1 round longer against Li Si than Yan Bin did. For moves were all it took. The outcome was never in doubt. Soon Central Imperial University's second-ranked student stepped up to challenge Li Si. The result was exactly the same. One after another, the top 5 students from Central Imperial University took their shot and each was easily defeated by Li Si. However, out of gratitude for Central University's assistance, Li Si chose to forfeit after defeating the 5th challenger rather than sweeping all 10 opponents in the arena. In this way he left them with some dignity. Both sides saved a bit of face. He didn't complete the legendary feat of a 10-man streak right there in the ring. After all, Li Si had entered this year's Hidden Dragon Cup for one reason: to face Zhang Mingxiang. Now that Zhang Mingxiang was dead, Li Si had little interest left in the competition itself. With Li Si stepping aside, other teammates like Ban Yubin, who hadn't had their chance to shine, finally got their moment in the spotlight. By this point, Central Imperial University's main fighters had all been taken out by Li Si, leaving only weaker members who were no match for Ban Yubin and the others. This shift drew the attention of many other powers observing the tournament. Now Ban Yubin's group became the new focus. It was clear that this year's generation of young beast tamers had real potential. In the VIP section, an elderly man with snow-white hair stroked his beard thoughtfully. As the director of a major research institute in Yen country, he'd come specifically to scout talented recruits to Wu before graduation. Around him, other institute heads murmured their own admiration. Yan Bin from Fenghua University is a real talent. It's a pity he decided to become an actor instead, one lamented. Such a shame, another agreed. If he joined our institute, his future would be limitless. And not just him, I think those students from Donghai University are promising as well, especially that kid named Tu Hao. At this, all eyes turned to Tu Hao, ranked 2nd at Donghai University this year. His background had already been thoroughly investigated. No family backing, no connections, just pure talent. Someone like him would be a prize anywhere. It wasn't long before the Donghai team as a whole became hot prospects for recruitment. As for Li Si, he needed no introduction. Every faction present would have loved to poach him from the Moyu gang. If anyone could bring Li Si over to their side, it would be such a coup that he'd probably get his own line in the city's genealogical records. Soon, the Hidden Dragon Cup was drawing to a close. In the arena competition, Donghai University clinched victory. With too few members left, Central Imperial University forfeited the team match, allowing Donghai to advance to the finals. In the consolation bracket, Fenghua University managed to defeat Wanring University and earned the right to compete with Central Imperial University for a spot in the finals. Despite having Yan Bin as their captain, Fenghua's overall strength still trailed behind last year's defending champions Central Imperial University. With both teams short-handed in the ring, the match was neck and neck. in the end Central Imperial University narrowly pulled ahead to take the first set. Moving into the team match, Central Imperial University's specialty, they made quick work of Tsinghua University and secured their ticket to the finals. Unfortunately, after the earlier matches, this final became the only one in the history of the Qianlong Cup to end before it even began. Central Imperial University chose to forfeit. Donghai University took the championship without a fight. As soon as the news broke, forums across Yen country exploded. Holy crap, Donghai won the championship. Are you stupid, or am I stupid? If Donghai didn't win, who else could? Oh my god, this is the first time in Qianlong Cup history that a school's won the championship without even playing the final. There's really no point in playing, they can't win anyway, so why bother? True that, Lycée is just too ruthless. This year's new generation, Lycée is holding down the number 1 spot for sure. Second place probably goes to Yanbin. The media quickly jumped on the buzz, releasing post-tournament rankings for this year's Qianlong Cup. Lycée topped the list. Second place went to Yanbin from Tsinghua University. What surprised everyone was that third place went to Tuha while Ban Yubin came in fourth. Even Wang Boyu from Donghai University, who hadn't been particularly impressive during the tournament, managed to secure seventh place in the rankings. With this report out, people online started referring to Lycée as the undisputed leader of the new generation. 3 days later, it was time for the awards ceremony. Lycée and his teammates donned their formal attire, getting ready to head to the venue for their recognition. As soon as they arrived outside the venue, they were swarmed by reporters who had been waiting there for ages. The questions started flying as soon as they stepped out of the car. Thankfully, Wanren University had anticipated the chaos and staff quickly stepped in to clear a path for them. Once they finally made it inside, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Wang Boyu glanced at Ban Yubin, who looked absolutely miserable, and lowered his voice to ask, "What's wrong? Isn't getting fourth place a good thing?" Ban Yubin shot Wang Boyu a glare. He knew the other was just teasing him. Realistically, he figured he was more of a gatekeeper for the top 10, not someone who should be ranked fourth. He had no idea which damn media outlet had gone crazy voting for him, but somehow he'd ended up in the fourth place slot. Just then a student from Wanren University strode up to Ban Yubin looking determined. "You're Ban Yubin, right?" Ban Yubin's expression changed and he nodded helplessly. The man's face lit up with excitement as he shouted, "After the ceremony, let's have a match." Ban Yubin could only smile wryly while Wang Boyu tried, and failed, to stifle his laughter. Over the past 3 days, this sort of thing had happened to Ban Yubin at least 10 times. Ever since the rankings were released, people had been lining up to challenge him. Every single one of them had the same reason: "We want to spar with the fourth-place finisher from the Qianlong Cup." Ban Yubin scratched his head in frustration, leaning in to quietly ask, "Sorry, but why are you all so set on challenging me? Why not go after Lycée instead?" Without missing a beat, the guy replied, totally matter-of-fact, "We can't beat him." Ban Yubin's face froze. He tried again, "Then go find Yanbin, he's in second place." "Fine, you fight him, is that good enough?" The man shook his head. "I can't beat him either." Now Ban Yubin was completely dumbfounded. He glanced around and pointed at Tu Hao. "Fight him. He's ranked third." Tu Hao was a bit surprised to be singled out. The man turned to look at him, thought for a moment, and then repeated those all too familiar 4 words. "Can't beat him either." This time Yubin was really about to cry. He'd seen people fight for first place or even second, but this was the first time he'd seen someone fighting for fourth. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Yubin's head. He put on a look of mysterious wisdom and spoke to the man in front of him. "If you can't beat the others, why come for me? How about you go challenge Lu Ruyan in a one-on-one? If you manage to beat her, then you can come try your luck with me." Wang Boyu, standing nearby, stared at Ban Yubin in shock. He'd seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. Selling out your own teammate from the Slackers Club? But what the man said next left Ban Yubin completely speechless. "Lu Ruyan, I can't beat her either." Wang Boyu paused, struggling to hold back his laughter. The students from Donghai University nearby all turned away, afraid they'd burst out laughing and make a scene. Ban Yubin stared at the man in disbelief. Not being able to beat the top 3 he could understand. "But now you're telling me you can't beat the 5th-ranked person who's even lower than me? What's that supposed to mean? Am I just here to be bullied?" Ban Yubin was so angry his face twisted. He rolled up his sleeves and beckoned to the man. "Hey, let's talk over here for a second. I've got something I want to discuss with you privately." To be fair, Ban Yubin usually liked to slack off, fitting right in with the Slackers Club, but when it came to strength he wasn't much worse than Tu Hao. Off to the side at the training ground, it only took him a few moves to take the guy down, and the whole time Ban Yubin shouted as he fought, "So you want to fight for fourth place? You want to challenge me? Come on then." After that beating, the challenger was thoroughly convinced. Everyone thought that was the end of it, but when they arrived at the arena entrance, they spotted the students from Tsinghua University. Yanbin was surrounded by a crowd of female fans signing autographs non-stop. On the other side, another crowd had gathered. Curious Ban Yubin led Wang Boyu over to see what was happening. Before they could squeeze into the center, they heard someone inside shouting, "Lu Ruyan, come out and fight me one-on-one." Lu Ruyan, who was being pestered, suddenly changed her tone to a pitiful, helpless voice. "Big brother, do you really want to bully little Omi? You know what they say, a real man doesn't fight with women. Can't you let me off the hook? Hey, why don't you go challenge Ban Yubin, who's ranked 4th? If you beat him, that would make you even higher than me at 4th place. You must be really strong. I'll be cheering you on." After that speech, the guy who wanted to challenge Lu Ruyan was left totally speechless. This also made quite a few others who'd wanted to challenge Lu Ruyan start to hesitate. Just then, a gritted, angry voice drifted into Lu Ruyan's ear. "I knew it. No wonder there are so many people making trouble for me, Lu Ruyan." Lu Ruyan shrank her neck and glanced over to see Ban Yubin staring straight at her, his eyes practically glowing red. Of course, all this was just a minor episode. Once the awards ceremony began, the leaders of Wanren University and the city of Linhai took turns giving speeches. After they finished reading those speeches, so long they could be used as toilet paper, Li Si and the others finally took the stage, basking in flowers and applause. But after that, everyone was really focused on one thing: the prize for this year's champions. This tournament was a joint effort between 5 top universities, so even the basic rewards were already generous. But what everyone was dying to know was what special prize Wanren University as the host would offer. According to the traditions of the Qianlong Cup, the host university would provide a unique prize every year to reward the winning team. Last year's Central Imperial University received a rare beast taming cub. The year before that, Finghua University won some scarce fire element resources. So what special reward would Donghai University walk away with this year? It was the hot topic on everyone's lips. Do you think Wanren University is going to give Donghai a water element beast this year? It's possible. Li Si's partner is a dark type beast, so he's missing a water type. I don't know. That sounds a bit too simple, doesn't it? Doesn't really fit Li Si's reputation. The crowd buzzed with speculation. No one could guess what Wanren University had up its sleeve. At that moment, an elderly man with a bald head slowly walked to the center of the stage, supporting his back. He was the current president of Wanren University. With his long eyebrows drooping on both sides, he squinted and stood before the microphone. "I'm sure you've all heard," he began, "that recently Wanren University has secured a newly discovered secret realm." The audience immediately erupted. Even Director Zhu's eyes went wide as he turned to look at the Wanren University faculty. The teachers on that side just smiled and nodded at Director Zhu. Noticing this, Professor Song couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Wanren University really knows how to make a grand gesture," he said. "Just to strengthen ties with Donghai, they're willing to offer this up. Too bad it's not Fenghua's turn to host this year. Otherwise, I'd be fighting to get a few secret realms for Li Si to play around with." Professor Li, furrowing his brow, could only sigh enviously. If only Shifeng University could get this kind of treatment someday. Director Zhu smiled and clasped his hands to everyone, but inside he was sweating bullets. Even he hadn't expected Wanren University to make such a bold move. After all, secret realms were considered highly exclusive rare resources by all the major powers. Sharing them with outsiders was unthinkable. Most of the time, even the existence of a secret realm, its internal environment, or its products were kept under strict wraps. Among the universities, this was the most closely guarded of secrets. Treating a secret realm as a reward, this was something completely unheard of at the Qianlong Cup. Li Si looked up at the stage in surprise. He vaguely sensed that the old man's eyes were resting right on him, accompanied by a warm smile. Li Si responded with a polite smile of his own. Around him, Ban Yubin and the others were already offering their congratulations. In their eyes, Li Si was bound to gain a lot from this trip to the secret realm. But what the old headmaster said next shocked everyone watching the livestream. "Our Wanren University will provide 10 spots to enter the secret realm. Tomorrow morning we will make the necessary arrangements." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd was abuzz with gasps and murmurs. Everyone had assumed there would only be a single spot, yet Wanren University was offering 10. This kind of reward was simply priceless, not something that could be measured in material goods. Even if you were wealthy, it would be nearly impossible to buy your way into a secret realm. Once the news broke, it set off waves of excitement all across Yen country. It was clear to everyone what Wanren University was doing. They were openly trying to win Li Si over and at the same time using this secret realm as a gesture of goodwill toward Donghai University. Even Li Si couldn't help but marvel at the move. That evening, Wanren University provided the group with instructions and guidelines for the secret realm. After reading through them, Li Si handed the file to Lu Yangfei, who would be in charge of planning their training route. This time, Wanren University was offering access to an earth element secret realm known as the Thousand Mountains Realm. The Thousand Mountains Realm was unique, a world made entirely of yellow sand. The sand itself was an exceptionally valuable resource for nurturing earth-type beasts. while the realm wasn't considered especially high level, its abundance made up for it, endless resources perfect for cultivating Earth-type beasts. Even if some of the others from Donghai University didn't specialize in Earth types, they could still gather Earth resources inside and trade them back at school for other training materials. In other words, Wanren University was handing them 10 top-tier cultivation packages. How much each person could get all depended on their own skill and luck. After carefully reading the guidelines, Lu Yongfei confirmed the plan with Li Si. As soon as they were inside, let the yellow earth demonox go wild, devour everything in sight. Whatever couldn't be eaten, they'd pack up and take with them. Their strategy for this trip was simple: grab as much as they could and eat their fill. After all, while raising the yellow earth demonox didn't cost money, it would be a shame to waste such an opportunity. After a night of rest the next morning, the Donghai University group gathered at the entrance to the Thousand Mountains realm. Looking at Ban Yubin, who was loaded down with bags and packages, Wang Boyu couldn't help but look embarrassed. "Bro, do we really have to look this greedy?" Ban Yubin jerked his chin at someone nearby. Wang Boyu turned to look at Tu Hao beside him. What he saw made his jaw drop. He hadn't expected that at all. If Ban Yubin looked like he was getting ready to move house with all his bags and bundles, Tu Hao took it to another level. He was practically covered in pockets from head to toe. Even his beast, the vine grass dragon, had a huge pack strapped to its back. When the faculty advisor leading the group saw the way they all looked, he could only shake his head and pinch the bridge of his nose in distress. With this kind of setup, people from Wanren University might think Donghai was mistreating its students. "Just look at yourselves, now look at Li Si." The advisor gestured pointedly. Compared to the others, Li Si was traveling light. Aside from a few snacks and drinks, he hadn't brought anything else at all. Ban Yubin and the others could only look resigned. How could they compare themselves to Li Si? He got 3 shares of resources every month, while the rest of them only got 1. Not to mention, inside the Donghai secret realm, Li Si's inhuman actions meant the others didn't get much out of it at all. So when the chance to grab some extra resources finally came along, everyone treasured the opportunity. No matter how much the advisor tried to persuade them, not one of the 9 would set down a single bag. They were all just waiting for the secret realm to open. When the teacher from Wanren University in charge of the realm arrived and saw Donghai's group, even he was taken aback. "Whoa, are you planning to move in and live there?" The Donghai advisor gave an embarrassed smile. "Young people, big appetites. They just want to eat a little extra, that's all." The Wanren teacher didn't say anything more. Instead, he laughed heartily. "No worries, today the place is all yours, just your group of 10. Take whatever you like as much as you want, don't worry about anyone else's opinion." The Donghai students erupted in cheers. Before the secret realm opened, Ban Yubin quietly gathered everyone and lowered his voice. "How about we form a team and work together?" Quite a few people nodded in agreement. After reading last night's report, everyone understood how unique the Qianshan secret realm was. In addition to the usual cultivation resources, you could also collect special sand by defeating monsters. In other words, as long as everyone worked together, there was a ton to gain. Most people eagerly joined Ban Yubin's team, but before entering, their eyes naturally drifted to Tu Hao and Li Si. There was no question, these two were Donghai's top fighters. If they joined, the whole team's resource haul would multiply. Ban Yubin's whole plan hinged on recruiting them. Unfortunately, he'd overlooked one thing: both of them were broke. Tu Hao was a nobody with no backing at all. Li Si, on the other hand, had to feed 3 contracted beasts. He was practically living hand to mouth. Both of them flatly turned him down. All right, Ban Yubin sighed theatrically. "We're all classmates here. I really thought you guys would join us." He kept glancing over at the two of them, sighing again and again in mock disappointment. "The connection's faded, huh?" "Yeah, it's really faded." But just as Ban Yubin finished saying that, the teacher on the other side had already activated the teleportation device. Before he'd even finished speaking, the group of 10 from Donghai University had arrived inside the Qianshan secret realm. Sand swirled everywhere, the horizon filled with endless desert as far as the eye could see. Nobody was given a chance to react. Tu Hao and Li Si were off in a flash, like 2 mice diving headfirst into a barrel of rice, each heading in a different direction. The other 8 glanced at the swirling sand, then at the 2 vanishing figures, and just stood there stunned. What the hell? Seriously, dude? But there was no time to waste. The rest of the group immediately snapped out of it and began searching for monsters to kill, eager to gather as many cultivation resources as possible. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Li Si, after sprinting more than a mile, stood atop a sand dune looking down at the dense swarm of monsters below. The creatures here looked unusual. They resembled wraiths formed from yellow sand wandering aimlessly near the dunes. They had no consciousness, just shuffled around without purpose. Beside Li Si, his summoned yellow earth demonox was already busy digging a pit in the sand. As an earth-type beast, this was its first time encountering a world so saturated with earth element energy. The ox paced around excitedly, its eyes shining as it took in the surroundings. The Dark Knight cat, watching the ox burrow and dart around, looked thoroughly exasperated. She just couldn't understand why that thing loved playing in the sand so much. By contrast, the holy healing water spirit absolutely hated this place, so Lisi hadn't summoned him at all. Lisi studied the monsters below his feet. These must be the secret realm's native creatures, right? The Dark Knight cat nodded, tilting her head as she watched the horde. What's wrong, Dark Knight cat? The cat hesitated, then turned to Lisi. Meow. I think there's something weird about these things. Now that she mentioned it, Lisi sensed it too. From his experience in secret realms, these monsters gave off a strong monster aura but lacked the spiritual essence he usually associated with secret realm creatures. In other words, to both Lisi and the Dark Knight cat, these things were just mindless shells made of energy. To them, these monsters were worthless, but to the Yellow Earth Demon Ox it was a very different story. Come on, Yellow Earth Demon Ox, time for dinner. The ox shook its head and trotted over to Lisi's side. The moment it crested the dune, its eyes locked hungrily onto the ghostly sand creatures below. A thin glistening thread of drool trickled from the corner of the ox's mouth. Realizing how ravenous it looked, the ox quickly gulped twice, trying to compose itself, and mooed at Lisi. Moo, are these really for me? Lisi nodded. Moo, for real? He nodded again. Just as the Yellow Earth Demon Ox was about to ask for a third time, the Dark Knight cat finally lost her patience. Meow. Would you quit it with the questions already? Meow. Go level up, you lazy thing. She lifted her paw and aimed a swift kick right at the Earthen Demon Ox's backside. The big ox tumbled down the sandy pit like a bouncing ball. When he finally scrambled to his feet, he looked back at Lisi with big watery eyes as if begging her to do something about the bullying from the Midnight Nether cat. Lisi frowned and gently admonished the cat, be nicer to your junior. But the Midnight Nether cat just huffed, clearly annoyed. Meow, he drags his hooves every single day, just watching him gets on my nerves. Lisi thought about it, and honestly, the cat had a point. Ever since the ox had inherited the gluttonous bloodline, he'd slowed down a lot for some reason. He didn't seem to care much about food anymore, always chewing on something absent-mindedly, wearing this look of utter resignation as if life had lost all meaning. The joy of devouring meals was long gone. But then Lisi realized, the ox's belly was never empty anymore, but he'd also never again feel the pleasure of being truly full. No wonder his days seemed so dull. When he was little, his happiest moments were gnawing on chunks of DNI rock. Sigh, that's on me, Lisi thought, letting out a long sigh. Down in the pit, though, the Earth Demon Ox was in high spirits. The monsters down here weren't particularly strong, he could handle them easily at his current level. He looked like a weasel who'd fallen into a henhouse. A bunch of sand wraiths noticed the ox and tried to escape, but the sandy pit walls made it nearly impossible. Whenever one managed to scramble up the side, the Midnight Nether cat would casually swipe or kick it right back down. Waiting below, the ox opened his massive jaws and gulped down the hapless wraiths as they tumbled in. Before long, the ox realized there was an even easier way. Rather than chasing after the sand wraiths, he could just stay put in the center of the pit and wait for the cat to send them down. He planted himself firmly and opened his mouth wide, letting the wraiths run straight in. Up above, the Midnight Nether cat didn't even notice what the ox was up to. She just kept blocking the sand wraiths' escape. Any that slipped past her were finished off on the spot. Lisi watched as each defeated sand wraith dropped a golden crystal. She tossed these to the ox as well. Originally, she'd hoped this would be a good combat training exercise for him. Instead, the ox had turned it into an all-you-can-eat buffet. Meanwhile, on the other side of the desert, at the edge of the sands, Tuha sat on a dune breathing heavily. Exhausted, he pulled a small notebook from his pocket and scribbled in it, number 5. Beside him, his vine dragon companion looked just as worn out, leaves and tendrils dried and withered. Earth Element's secret realms were especially tough for grass-type beasts like his. With no way to keep a steady supply of water, the vinegrass dragon was battered and worn out as well. Tuha stood up, brushing the sand and dust from his shoulders, then turned to look at the 5 dead sand wraiths on the ground. He quietly picked up the crystals they dropped. Now he was starting to regret bringing so many bags in with him. He'd thought he was coming here to stock up on supplies, but after actually experiencing how tough it was, he realized that with his stamina hauling back close to 30 sand crystals in a single day was already pushing his limits. He couldn't help but wonder how things were going for Lisi. Maybe it was the same over there. Tuha frowned deeply. Compared to himself, Lisi's attribute was even more at odds with this place. In the scorching sun, the dark attribute was completely suppressed, making it even harder for him. Meanwhile, in the center of the Qinshan secret realm, the other 8 students from East Sea University were slumped under a leafless tree, gasping for breath. Ban Yubin yanked a bottle of water from his pocket and dumped it over his head. The stifling air made even his nose burn with every breath. Damn it, this hellhole is going to cook me alive, he grumbled. One boy was wiping his glasses with his shirt sweat, leaving white stains around his collar. He mopped his forehead and complained to the others, who knew this place would be this ridiculously hot. Everyone nodded in agreement. they'd been in the secret realm for almost 2 hours now. As an 8-person team, the monsters weren't much of a threat to them. The real problem was the environment and terrain. The endless desert made every step a slog, and the merciless sun overhead was draining their strength by the minute. In 2 hours, they'd taken down a lot more monsters than nearly 30 sand wraiths in total. But with so many people, the sand crystals they each got were just a few apiece. Everyone figured that, at best, they'd leave this secret realm with maybe 20 sand crystals. All those heavy bags they'd brought in were just slowing them down. Soon enough, though, Ban Yubin found something to comfort himself. "Hey, it's fine. Tuha's a grass type, Li Si's a dark type, we're water types. This place is rough on all of us. Honestly, we're doing pretty well." Everyone paused for a second, then nodded in agreement. They had to admit the environment of this secret realm was tough on all 10 of the East Sea University students. Thinking that even someone as powerful as Li Si was probably struggling with the conditions made them all feel a little better. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm in the office at Wanren University, the supervisor was joking with the teachers nearby. "Watching them haul all those bags, I can't help but laugh." A few teachers stifled their giggles behind their hands. Many of the students entering the Qianshan secret realm for the first time had the same thought as the group from Donghai University when they heard it was a low-level secret realm. Bring in as much as you can and show off however possible. Everyone hauled in big bags and bundles, but once inside they all quickly discovered that the biggest challenge wasn't the monsters, it was the extreme environment itself. Those big packs became their greatest burden, and to make matters worse, this group found themselves being countered by the very nature of the realm. One of the teachers couldn't help but sigh. "I have to admit Donghai University's Li Si really is farsighted this year. He's different from the others, just brought some simple food and water. A true genius is a true genius." Everyone nodded in agreement, but there was still a teacher who shook his head with a wry smile. "It's a pity, though, he's also at a disadvantage in this secret realm. I imagine he's not having an easy time either." With that, the group activated the secret realm's surveillance cameras, eager to see how the Donghai University students were doing. When they saw Tu Hao and Ban Yubin's group utterly exhausted, more than a few teachers smiled with satisfaction. Even though they'd lost to Donghai University in the competition, at least in the secret realm, they'd regained some pride. The Qianshan secret realm was certainly making these so-called Donghai University prodigies eat their fill of hardship. "Let's check on Li Si," one teacher urged. The camera switched to Li Si's location. The moment the feed appeared, the room fell silent. Everyone stared, eyes wide, unable to believe what they saw. On top of a sand dune, Li Si was sprawled comfortably on a slope, lazily flipping through a magazine and taking the occasional sip from a can of ice-cold cola. Over his head, a cloud made from dark elements, courtesy of his Dark Knight Nethercat, shielded him from the harsh sun. If they didn't know for a fact this was the Qianshan secret realm, everyone would have thought Li Si was here on vacation. "Wait, what? Him? Huh?" The teachers from Wanren University were left speechless. At the edge of the camera frame, the Dark Knight Nethercat was dispatching a stray sand phantom. In the center of a deep pit, a lust demonox craned its neck, waiting expectantly to be fed. No one knew how much time had passed before Li Si's lazy voice rang out from the monitor. "Finished eating? How many pits is that now?" "The fourth one." "Alright, let's go." Next, he dusted off his pants and led his two contracted beasts deeper into the Qianshan secret realm. After seeing the miserable state of the others, watching Li Si's footage was almost surreal. The Wanren University teachers glanced at each other, utterly at a loss for words. So this is what they mean by comparison breeds resentment. While everyone else was fighting tooth and nail for resources, battered and bruised, Li Si was practically running an automated feeding operation. But what really caught the attention of the Wanren University staff was the lust demonox trailing obediently after Li Si. One of the teachers, his voice trembling, turned to his colleagues. "If I'm not mistaken, is that a lust demon bull?" The teachers squinted, scrutinizing it closely. Then everyone's faces filled with shock. The previously quiet staff room suddenly buzzed with excitement. "It really does look like a lust demon bull. Are you sure it's not just an ordinary sand dust bull? It's really a lust demon bull. I'm certain I didn't get it wrong. That appetite, that size, there's no way it's just a green-grade earth bull. Li Si actually has an earth-type beast, too." Everyone glanced at Li Si's lust demon bull, exchanging incredulous looks. This creature was an incredibly rare find in the world. It wasn't just rare for them. Even throughout the long history of Wanren University, those who had ever managed to capture a lust demon bull as their contracted beast could be counted on one hand. And Li Si's bull was clearly extraordinary. Not only was it powerfully built, but intricate golden patterns shimmered across its hide. Definitely the best of the best. Word spread like wildfire at Wanren University. Within hours, everyone on campus knew that Li Si from East Sea University had brought with him a top-tier lust demon bull. What used to be an ordinary staff office was instantly transformed into a somber conference room. Even several high-ranking university officials furrowed their brows, sitting together to discuss how they might lure Li Si away from East Sea University. After all, compared to East Sea University, if a prodigy with a lust demon bull joined Wanren's Earth-type department, it would do wonders for their reputation and attract more attention to their school's strength. Principal, with that lust demon bull of his, do you think he'll? A professor lowered his voice, glancing nervously at the elderly principal. He didn't finish his sentence, but the worry in his tone was obvious. The Chenshan Secret Realm was a special domain Wanren University had prepared for their freshmen. Most of the resources there were meant to help students grow smoothly from level 10 to level 30. High-level monsters were rare in that realm, so the resource output was quite stable, but everyone knew the appetite of a lust demon bull. If that thing were allowed to eat unchecked, even all the low-tier resources in the secret realm might not be enough for it. The old principal slowly scanned the room, his eyes narrowed, and thought, it's fine, we can afford it, as long as he's happy. So what if he eats it all? At worst I'll just have someone go out and gather more. A low murmur rippled through the teachers. The principal's stance was clear. Let Lice's lust demon bull eat its fill. If it wasn't enough, they'd just replenish it. Many teachers couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Was Lice really bringing his beast to Wanren University just for an all-you-can-eat buffet? But what worried them even more was this: the yellow sand monsters in the Chenshan Secret Realm weren't much of a concern. It was the high-tier resources that hadn't yet been discovered. If Lice could find them, there was nothing they could do to stop him. For Wanren University, the Chenshan Secret Realm was still an untapped treasure trove. No one knew what other rare resources or legendary items might be hidden inside. If Lice managed to stumble across something valuable, Wanren would be forced to swallow the bitter pill in silence, unable to complain. But from the perspective of the old headmaster, if they could win over a genius like Lice, then these resources were nothing in the grand scheme of things for the wealthy Wanren University. Everyone sat quietly in the office, their eyes fixed on the screen, watching Lice's every move in the Chenshan Secret Realm. As for the 9 other students from Donghai University, no one seemed concerned about their fate for the moment. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, nearly half a day had passed. Lice had no idea how many sand wraiths he'd devoured by now. The good news was that, thanks to the non-stop feeding from the Nightshade Cat, the Earthen Demon Bull had shot up to level 30. If Lice could see the scene from Wanren University's perspective outside, he'd be shocked. His Earthen Demon Bull alone had wiped out nearly half the creatures in the secret realm, yet a problem loomed before him. Although these sand wraiths yielded plenty of earth element materials and helped raise his level, not a single special attribute had dropped from any of them. It wasn't just Lice who found this odd. Even the Nightshade Cat was puzzled, meowing twice at Lice in confusion. Lice crouched down, examining a sand wraith that the Nightshade Cat had just subdued. These monsters, made entirely of yellow sand, had empty, vacant eyes and showed no sign of intelligence. Even when attacked, they only responded with mechanical, routine counterattacks. Their bodies, formed from abrasive sand, inflicted minor damage with every touch, which meant the Earthen Demon Bull had taken quite a beating. The bull came over and nuzzled Lice, letting out a raspy grunt. Lice looked at the Earthen Demon Bull and couldn't help but laugh. After a whole morning of devouring nothing but these things, even its voice had grown hoarse. He turned his attention back to the sand wraith. Could it be that these things weren't real monsters? If they were, they should have dropped special attributes. There was no way they'd all be blank slates like this. In fact, despite looking like monsters, they were more like animated forms made of sand. Strictly speaking, these sand wraiths weren't even living creatures. Lice scratched his head, thinking. If he wanted to solve this mystery, he'd have to go deeper into the secret realm. Maybe then he'd find the answer he was looking for. He didn't know how long he'd been walking when, through the swirling sand, he caught sight of a cluster of dark shapes beneath a dead tree in the distance. The Nightshade Cat immediately became alert. With the sands obscuring her vision, she couldn't quite make out what the figures were. The Earthen Demon Bull, on the other hand, remained completely unfazed. He kept walking and munching, not even sparing the dust on the ground. Seeing him still stuffing his face, the Nightshade Cat gave him a sharp swat. Eat, 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 all you know is eating. We're about to get into a fight here, and you're still eating. The Yellow Earth Demon Bull let out 2 aggrieved, pitiful moos, then turned its head to glance at the withered tree in the distance. It shook its head at Lice, as if to say, you think there are monsters over there? The bull nodded. Curious, Lice walked over to take a look, but as he got closer he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Under the withered tree, Ben Yubin and his group of 8 lay sprawled in a heap, all slumped over in various awkward positions, looking completely defeated. Before Lice could even say a word, one of them shot up, eyes shining, and rushed over in 2 big strides. The man clung to Lice's leg and started bawling his eyes out. Godfather, please, just get me out of here. I can't take it anymore. Lice looked at the guy's wild, frizzy hair and dirt-blackened face, his clothes covered in dust. If he hadn't known these were his classmates, he might have thought they were a group of refugees fleeing disaster. Lice glanced at the man's half-broken glasses perched on his nose and asked tentatively, Are you Wang Boyu? Wang Boya nodded so hard it was a wonder his head didn't fall off, sobbing with snot streaming from one nostril and tears from the other. We have no idea what kind of godforsaken place this is. We walked for 3 hours and got lost. But the worst part, the absolute worst part. Wang Boya choked, then suddenly broke down, wailing at the top of his lungs. There are crocodiles in this desert. Just the mention of it sent a shiver through everyone. As Wang Boya told it, 2 hours ago they'd run into some bizarre creature that latched onto his leg in a single bite, trying to drag him down under the sand. It had taken all the strength of Ban Yubin's group to rescue him. If the 8 of them hadn't stuck together, Wang Boya might have ended up as croc food by now. When the 8 students from East Sea University saw Li Si, it was like spotting a savior. One after another they pleaded with him to take them away from this nightmare. Li Si felt a headache coming on just looking at them. All he could do was tell them to stay put and wait for the secret realm to end, when the folks from Wanren University would come collect them. As for himself, he needed to press deeper into the mysterious realm and investigate further. Thanks to Wang Boya's story, Li Si's curiosity was piqued about this so-called crocodile-like creature. After all, apart from the yellow sand wraith, he hadn't run into anything else unusual on his journey. The group watched Li Si's figure recede into the distance, shivering despite themselves. What do we do now? Our godfather's gone. Wang Boya turned to ask Ban Yubin. Ban Yubin could only shake his head helplessly. We wait until it's over. After a whole morning of fighting, the 8 of them were dead on their feet. They'd already collected a good number of sand barrier stones. If they kept pushing on, someone might really get killed. The smartest thing to do now was follow Li Si's advice. Sit tight and wait for the Wanren University team. Watching Li Si still so full of energy, the group could only grit their teeth in envy. Man, some people are just built different. After bidding farewell to Ban Yubin and the others, Li Si set off again, following the line of sand dunes deeper into the desert. The deeper they ventured into the secret realm of the Thousand Mountains, the more the surroundings began to change. What had once been a barren desert was now dotted with rocks of all shapes and sizes. These stones, half buried in the sand, formed clusters of stone forests. The stone formations blocked out the harsh, scorching sunlight above, casting cool shadows on the ground. In these shaded areas, they spotted plenty of small, bean-sized sand crystals scattered around. From what Wang Boya and the others had recounted, they'd come to this spot looking to catch their breath. Realizing the rocks could shield them from the sun, they decided to take a short break here. As they explored the area, everyone noticed the sand crystals all over the ground and thought they'd stumbled onto some incredible luck. But just as Wang Boya moved forward to collect the crystals, a creature suddenly ambushed them. It was near this very spot that the group from Donghai University had encountered that strange beast. Don't rush in just yet, stay close, and follow my lead. Let's see what's going on first, Li Si instructed his 2 contracted beasts behind him. The Shadow Knight cat nodded in understanding. The Earthen Demonox, eyeing the sand crystals scattered everywhere, swallowed nervously but obediently trailed after Li Si, its eyes scanning their surroundings warily, ready for a surprise attack. After they'd walked a short distance, Li Si suddenly slowed his pace. He could feel faint tremors beneath his feet. Something was approaching from underground. As the vibrations grew stronger, Li Si abruptly leapt backward several times in quick succession. Right where he'd just been standing, a gigantic maw burst out from the earth. Sharp rock-like fangs snapped shut with a muffled crash. Having missed its prey, the creature didn't linger. Instead, it swiftly retreated underground, ready to wait for another opportunity to strike. Even though the creature had only surfaced for a moment, Li Si managed to get a clear look at it. It was a crocodile, its body pieced together from various stones and boulders, several times larger than a normal crocodile, its entire hide covered in rocky armored scales. Li Si's eyes lit up at the sight. Shadow Knight cat, Earthen Demonox, drag it out for me. Upon receiving the command, the Shadow Knight cat slipped into the darkness, melting away into the shadows. The Earthen Demonox stood in the open, acting as bait, its head swiveling as it searched for the threat. No one knew how much time passed before the desert floor began to tremble again. Sand beneath the Earthen Demonox's hooves started to swirl into quicksand, trying to trap him. But for the Earthen Demonox, a creature born and bred in the earth, this was nothing. He lowered his head, focusing on the ground below. Almost the instant the crocodile burst out from beneath him, the ox hooked its horns under the creature's jaw and, with a powerful twist of its neck, flung the entire crocodile over its shoulder, slamming it to the ground behind him. Now, the true form of the beast lay exposed before Li Si's eyes. Lord of the Yellow Sands, clone, level 22, attribute, earth, abilities, homogeneous growth, blue, sand phase, green, rending bite, green. Honestly, this monster's stats would be a real challenge for anyone from East Sea University. Thankfully, they had numbers on their side and could watch each other's backs. If someone had run into this thing alone, they'd probably already be dead. Lord of the Yellow Sands, and it's just a clone, interesting. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Li Si's mouth. While the Lord of the Yellow Sands was pinned down by the Earth Demonox, the Shadow Knight Cat darted in from the side, her razor-sharp claws slicing open the creature's belly in a swift, lethal strike. With its stomach exposed and defenseless, the Lord of the Yellow Sands was killed on the spot. As it died, the ground was left scattered with several sand crystals each the size of a watermelon. The Earth Demonox wasted no time greedily devouring the sand crystals. Meanwhile, the Shadow Knight Cat pawed curiously at the clone's lifeless body, but Lisey's attention was elsewhere. He was grinning from ear to ear at the new ability copied by his system. Homogeneous growth. Blue absorbs substances of the same type to strengthen yourself. When unnecessary, you can split off a portion of yourself to reduce your energy and avoid predators. Fascinating. Absorption and replication. This is perfect for old thirds leveling. Lisey's expression brightened with surprise. He quickly urged the Shadow Knight Cat and the Earth Demonox to search the area for other monsters with the same ability. Unfortunately, after circling the surroundings, the two little beasts came up empty. No sign of another Lord of the Yellow Sands. That left Lisey stumped. Out here in this godforsaken desert, it wasn't easy to find monsters at all, let alone the specific one he needed. With no clues to follow, Lisey had no choice but to lead the group deeper into the desert, hoping luck would be on their side. Who knew how long they wandered before Lisey finally stopped in his tracks, feeling the ground shuddering rhythmically beneath his feet. He could barely contain his excitement. It's here, get ready. The Shadow Knight Cat and Earth Demonox took up positions on either side, waiting in silence. Before long, another Lord of the Yellow Sands burst up from beneath the surface. This clone looked down at the three of them, confusion flickering across its face. What's this? They aren't afraid of me. The Lord of the Yellow Sands shivered. Seeing the hunger in their eyes, a wave of dread washed over it. Who knows how much time passed? Lisey stood with one foot on the corpse of the Lord of the Yellow Sands, his eyes full of disdain. This thing was actually tough to catch. The Lord of the Yellow Sands wasn't especially powerful, it was just a clone after all, but it was certainly quick-witted. The moment it sensed danger, it tried to burrow back into the sand and escape. Luckily, the Earth Demonox reacted instantly, charging in from the side and flipping it over before it could get away. After tossing the sand crystal to the Earth Demonox, Lisey studied the new ability in his hand, determination settling in his eyes. In this secret realm, I have to gather as many perks as possible. I need to get Old Third's ability up to gold, no matter what. After another hour of trekking through the desert, Lisey was starting to feel a bit exasperated. Ever since he'd run into those two Lords of the Yellow Sands, the rest of the journey had been nothing but ordinary yellow sand wraiths. Could there really be only two Lords of the Yellow Sands in the entire secret realm? Even Lisey himself didn't believe that. Another hour passed and Lisey was completely numb. By now, forget about the Lords, even the yellow sand wraiths themselves were getting scarce. Most of the wraiths in this secret realm had already been gobbled up by the Earth and Demon Bull, leaving only a handful drifting around the desert. Just as Lisey was racking his brain over this, the Earth and Demon Bull came over and nudged his pant leg with its head. Lisey frowned slightly, a puzzled look in his eyes. The bull tapped the ground with its horns, then pawed at the sand with its front hoof and let out two low calls. Moo, Lisey paused. You mean, they're hiding underground? The Earth and Demon Bull nodded. Lisey stroked his chin, muttering under his breath, no wonder we couldn't find any, they've all gone and hidden themselves. In just a moment Lisey's eyes lit up, he'd come up with a brilliant idea. Elsewhere in the desert, beneath a withered tree, Banyu Bean leaned against the trunk, gulping down water. Beside him, Wang Boyu, already exhausted, looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. How much longer until we can get out of here? Tu Hao, who had already regrouped with the team, glanced at his watch and reminded them coldly, another 2 hours and the secret realm closes. A collective groan rose from the Donghai University team. Tu Hao looked at the swirling sands in the distance, pursing his lips in frustration. He'd managed to kill quite a few yellow sand wraiths along the way, but his stamina was spent. This was as far as he could go. If only he were a bit stronger, he'd keep hunting to earn more resources for his contracted beast. Just then, Tu Hao spotted a figure moving through the sandstorm. He spoke up, his voice tinged with surprise. Is that Lisey? Everyone's attention snapped to where Tu Hao was pointing. Through the billowing yellow sand, Lisey was walking toward them, step by step. When he reached the group, he gave them a friendly smile. Want to earn some more yellow sand crystals? That instantly piqued everyone's interest. Throughout their time in the Qinshan secret realm, they'd all tried to gather as many resources as possible. Although they'd collected quite a few yellow sand crystals, it still fell short of their expectations. Banyu Bean was the first to notice something off about Lisey and asked warily, "What do you mean? Is it dangerous?" Lisey smiled and explained, "Not at all. I've found a nest of really weak yellow sand wraiths. All you have to do is go out there and kill. I'm already full anyway." While everyone was still hesitating, Wang Boya jumped in to help out. "What are you all still dithering for? There are only 2 hours left. With Lisey here, what's there to be afraid of? If you won't go, I will." His words shook quite a few people's resolve. Soon enough people started trailing after the Yellow Earth Demon Bull, heading deeper into the Qianshan secret realm one after another. But at that moment Tu Hao noticed a terrifying, devilish grin curling at the corner of Li Si's lips. The sight sent a sudden chill down his spine. Exhausted, he had no choice but to stick with the team, reluctantly following them further into the depths of the secret realm. 2 hours later, the Qianshan secret realm was cleared. The students from Wanren University had been waiting at the secret realm's entrance for a while. Moments later, the group from Donghai University stumbled out, faces pale, clutching their shoulders. They looked for all the world like bullied women. When they saw the crowd waiting outside, their eyes darted around and they muttered anxiously to themselves. As the Wanren University group drew closer, they heard Ban Yubin quivering as he mumbled, "A devil. He's a devil, boo-hoo-hoo." The Wanren students were stunned, then they glanced at Wang Boy, who was following right behind Ban Yubin. At that moment Wang Boy's eyes were vacant, he looked like a walking corpse. Not far away a few Wanren students were discussing dinner plans. When one of them suggested grilled fish for the evening, it was as if the word fish triggered something. Suddenly Wang Boy started shouting hysterically at his teammates, "Fish! Crocodile! There's a crocodile, save me!" The Wanren students exchanged bewildered glances while their teachers all groaned, clutching their foreheads in exasperation. They had already witnessed Li Si's inhuman antics over the past 2 hours. Li Si had used the 9 Donghai University students as bait, fishing out the hidden Desert Lord clones lurking deep in the sands. The Desert Lord might have been nothing to Li Si, but to the others from Donghai University the only option was to run for their lives. Over the course of those 2 hours Li Si had raked in quite the haul. Counting the 2 from before, he'd taken down a total of 5 Desert Lords. When Li Si finally walked out of the secret realm, he was whistling and in excellent spirits. Not only had he busted open 5 old number 3 entries, but he'd also helped the Yellow Earth Demon Bull reach level 38. Most importantly, all 5 entries had gone to old number 3, allowing the Holy Healing Water Sprite to successfully merge a deep purple quality entry, Assimilation. Holy Healing Water Sprite level, 12 element, water entries, Pure Body, Gold, Assimilation, Deep Purple, Lifelink, Purple, Water Element Control, Purple, Group Heal, Green, Purifying Light, Blue, Assimilation, Deep Purple absorbs similar substances to strengthen itself, assimilate identical materials, turning them into its own vessel. Li Si glanced at the current entry for the Holy Healing Water Spirit and couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Just a bit more, then this thing could be upgraded to gold. He turned to look at the classmates ahead of him and let out a long sigh. TSK, if only I'd made my move sooner, maybe I could have taken down a few more Lords of the Yellow Sands. As soon as he said that, the group from Donghai University in front of him all shivered. Even Tu Hao, who was standing right next to Li Si, wore an expression of utter disbelief. The good news: Li Si treated every one of them equally. The bad news: Li Si didn't actually see them as people at all. Still, thanks to Li Si, they'd managed to gather quite a few crystals in these last 2 hours. It was less than they'd hoped for, sure, but it was still way more than they ever would have gotten huddling together on their own. Of course, if you wanted to know the price they paid for this bounty, well, it was better not to ask. When the Thousand Mountain Secret Realm expedition came to an end, the Donghai University crew returned to campus. The moment they stepped through the gate, the school welcomed them with all the fanfare they deserved as this year's Qianlong Cup champions. Nearly the entire student body had turned out to greet them, crowding around as they escorted the team toward the stadium. In the throng, plenty of freshmen had elbowed their way to the very front. Ban Yubin accepted a bouquet from a sweet-looking junior, grinning ear to ear, almost unable to contain himself. Back in the day, none of them ever got this kind of treatment at school. The junior blushed, nervously slipped Ban Yubin a small note and mumbled shyly, "Senior Ban, I really admire you. This is my contact info. Maybe tonight we could..." Before she could finish, Ban Yubin nodded eagerly. Yes, absolutely. And what's your name?" he asked quickly. Her cheeks turned even redder. She averted her gaze and replied in a tiny voice, "I'm Lu Qianshan." Ban Yubin echoed her at once. Lu Qianshan, what a beautiful name, Lu Qianshan. But as he repeated the name, his face suddenly darkened as unpleasant memories flashed through his mind. No matter how sweet the girl in front of him looked at that moment, he just couldn't bring himself to meet her eyes. The junior looked at him with concern. "Senior, are you okay? You look a little pale. Are you feeling unwell? Was it the injuries from the tournament?" Ban Yubin didn't answer. He quietly crumpled the slip of paper and tossed it into the crowd. Wang Boyu, standing nearby, nearly doubled over with laughter. "Look at you, can't even handle those 2 little words, Qianshan." Then, slinging his arm around the waist of a senior who'd cozied up to him, Wang Boyu flashed her a smile. "And you, what should I call you? Dinner tonight? Maybe a movie?" The senior covered her mouth, giggling, and replied in a low, sultry voice, "My name is Meng Yuyu." Just hearing her name made Wang Boyu feel like he was floating on air. she leaned in and whispered seductively in his ear, "But you can also call me Little Fish." As soon as those words left her lips, the Donghai University crowd erupted into a commotion. Panicked shouts kept echoing from the middle of the group. "Hey, he's throwing up! Doctor, doctor, someone fainted! Quick help! Huh, wasn't that Wang Boyu from this year's Hidden Dragon Cup? Why did he pass out?" Not far away, the culprit Li Si strolled along the road, completely unconcerned about the chaos behind him. Tu Hao raised his eyebrows and pointed at Wang Boyu, who had already been carried away. "What about him?" Li Si glanced over, answering calmly, "He'll be fine. That kid's always had a tough hide, give him a couple of days, he'll bounce back." Li Si wasn't just saying that to sound impressive. Knowing those two from the Slackers squad, this was just a few days of growing pains. Before long, they'd be back to their usual lazy ways, slacking off and goofing around like nothing happened. As for the other students from East Sea University, Li Si understood one thing better than anyone: in the world of beast tamers, there's no problem that can't be solved with enough resources. Ever since they'd returned and found out how many resources their crystals could be exchanged for, the whole group had already shoved their ordeal in the Qianshan secret realm to the back of their minds. Now, they were all just waiting for the second round of rewards from the university. When they arrived at the stadium, the school gave the group a round of praise. Because they'd won the championship at the Hidden Dragon Cup, the university also received an extra grant from Yen Country's education fund. Each of the 10 team members was awarded 2,000 exchange points, and as the main contributor, Li Si received an additional 2,000, for a total of 4,000 points. The moment the news broke, the group forgot about the Qianshan secret realm entirely. All they could think about was how they'd spend this sudden windfall. Even Tu Hao, not easily impressed, showed a rare look of shock at their overnight riches. After the awards ceremony, the group headed to the principal's office to collect their exchange points. When everyone had finished and they were about to leave, the old principal, sitting behind his desk, slowly took off his glasses and called out quietly, "The rest of you may go. Li Si, please stay." The others glanced at each other, then filed out one by one. Alone now, Li Si finally had a chance to observe the mysterious old principal. Though his hair was snow-white with age, as the head of East Sea University he had a natural air of authority, imposing without ever needing to raise his voice. But why had he asked Li Si to stay behind? Li Si had no clue. The old principal studied Li Si for a long moment, his expression grave. Then he slowly opened the drawer beside him and took out a black waste pouch. "Take it." Li Si looked at the black pouch pushed toward him, confusion all over his face. He picked it up and examined it closely, only to realize it was a space pouch. Inside this special pouch, there was just one thing: a golden orb about the size of a fist floating in the empty space. The orb radiated a divine aura, one that clearly surpassed anything someone at Li Si's level could even comprehend, especially that overwhelming sense of pressure. It made Li Si seriously suspect that this thing was a beast above even the gold grade. "Principal, this is..." Li Si closed his backpack, looking at the old principal with confusion. The old principal's expression was solemn. "This is your reward for helping take down the artificial golden beast last time." He paused for a moment. "It's an official reward from the Empire." Li Si examined the golden orb radiating a divine aura before him, completely baffled. Just now he'd tried to check its attributes, but there had been no response at all. It was neither a beast nor a resource. "Principal, what exactly is this thing for?" he asked. The old principal looked at Li Si, hesitated for a second, then sighed long and deep. "This is a good thing, trust me. It's a fragment of the Golden Law. Within the borders of Yin Country, it grants limited immunity to the influence of the Golden Law." As he finished speaking, the old principal gave Li Si a meaningful look. Li Si stared at the small golden orb in his spatial backpack, frozen in his seat. Immunity to the Golden Law, just those 6 words alone would be enough to shake the entire Yin Country to its core, let alone if word of this thing's existence ever got out. Li Si was certain, if he so much as mentioned to anyone that he possessed this, the very next day the armed water meter inspection squad would come knocking at his door, and who knew, he might even die in an accident. With trembling hands, Li Si carefully stowed the item away, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. To be on the safe side, he lowered his voice as he questioned the principal. "This is the official's intention." The principal didn't answer, but his silence was already the best answer Li Si could have hoped for. A sharp glint flashed in Li Si's eyes, and the killing intent he'd been suppressing could no longer be hidden. The temperature in the room dropped a few degrees. This reward from the authorities was as clear a message as any. A verdict on his grudge with the Zheng family had already been reached. The government was encouraging him to take revenge. After thanking the principal, Li Si turned and left the office. Once Li Si was gone, the old principal gazed at the setting sun outside the window and murmured to himself, "It's about time Linhai saw a change." After leaving the principal's office, Li Si radiated murderous intent. More than a few students passed by hoping to cozy up to him, but all of them were scared off by the overwhelming aura he projected. Just like that, Li Si made his way straight to Director Zhu's office. There was only one reason he sought out Director Zhu right away. If he wanted to go after the Zhang family, he needed a powerful backer. In his memory, Zhu was his only remaining option, only he could help hold back the Zhang family's patriarch. Standing outside the door, Li Si steadied his emotions, thinking over how to explain the matter of the Golden Law. Once he'd more or less sorted out his excuse and before he could even raise his hand to knock, Director Zhu's voice came from inside. "You're here? Come in." Li Si pushed open the door and entered. Director Zhu, just back from Wanren University, was sitting at his desk, head down, writing the report for this year's Qianlong Cup. Director Zhu lifted his head slightly, giving Li Si a calm, measured glance before instructing him unhurriedly, "Take a seat. There's no rush, let me finish this report first." Li Si nodded, obediently sitting down to wait beside him. Time seemed to slip by unnoticed and the room slowly grew dim. At last Director Zhu put down his pen, switched on the light and looked at Li Si, who sat across from him. It was as if Director Zhu had already known Li Si would come looking for him. As he organized the reports scattered across the desk, he asked in a quiet voice, "Did you get the results?" Li Si hesitated for a moment, then nodded silently. Director Zhu let out a long sigh, almost speaking to himself. "You came to this school, and every day it's about these things. Sometimes I wonder if bringing you back here was a blessing or a curse." Li Si scratched his head with a sheepish grin. "Well, at least I snagged a championship for you, didn't it?" But Director Zhu widened his eyes at that, pointing a finger at Li Si. "You rascal, now Zhang Mingshang is dead and all that's left is the Zhang family. And then there's that Li Zizai, he's been obsessed with this stuff, nearly driving himself crazy." He paused, then changed the subject. "Where is Li Zizai anyway? He used to be in such a hurry. Why is he dragging his feet now?" Li Si glanced at Director Zhu, who clearly already knew the answer and could only smile wryly. When it came to hating the Zhang family, the director was no less passionate than himself. Yet now that the day of reckoning had finally come, the director seemed to be dragging it out. "He's on his way, should be here any minute." No sooner had the words left his lips than a rush of footsteps echoed down the hallway. Li Zizai burst through the door, eyes bloodshot, and locked on Li Si. "You're serious?" Li Si smiled and nodded. "Today's the day." Li Zizai's face twisted with an emotion that was impossible to read, somewhere between joy and grief. Clutching his head, he let out a wild, cathartic laugh, venting years' worth of pent-up emotions. "It's finally here. Zhang Diguang, Wu Zhang Guangchu, you two old bastards." Li Zizai spat the names through gritted teeth, the fury in his eyes seemingly ready to consume everything around him. Director Zhu watched Li Zizai's wild outburst and let out another long sigh. Rising to his feet, he grabbed his coat and draped it over his shoulders, his voice calm as he addressed the two men. "Let's go." No sooner had Li Si and his companions left the school than a black crow silently took flight from the campus, following close behind. That night Linhai City was unusually quiet. Even the city's Beast Control Bureau received a red-letter directive. On the document there was only a single line in bold: "Don't listen. Don't ask." The bureau chief felt a headache coming on as he read those 6 words. Never did he expect something this big to happen during his tenure. That same night all Beast Control officers in Linhai received the order: suspend all operations until sunrise. Outside the Zhang family estate, 2 bodyguards stood on watch, rubbing their arms against the night chill. One of them muttered under his breath, "In the heat of summer, why does it feel so chilly?" One of the men grinned mischievously, teasing, "What has young Master Zhang come knocking on our door?" The bodyguard who'd just been rubbing his arm suddenly looked alarmed. He rushed to cover his companion's mouth. "Are you crazy? You dare say that here, in the Zhang household? You've got a death wish, either you're crazy or I am." But the other bodyguard just shrugged it off. "What's there to be afraid of? All the main branch heirs are dead. Maybe it's finally time for us side branches to rise up. The old patriarch can't just protect Zhang Diguang forever, can he? What, he's going to give up on all his descendants?" As the two chatted, a shadow approached the gate. It was dark, so neither of them got a good look at the newcomer's face. "Who's there?" "This is the Zhang residence. You think you can make trouble here?" one barked. Instead of stopping, the man quickened his pace. When he came closer, the 2 bodyguards nearly jumped out of their skin in terror. Li Si, what are you doing here?" they stammered. After all, it hadn't been long since this very Li Si had bashed in Zhang Mingxiang's skull in front of the entire country. No one in the Zhang family could possibly fail to recognize him. Li Si narrowed his eyes, his smile eerily calm. "Nothing much, it's just that with the moon so dark and the wind so high tonight, it seems like the perfect time to—" He didn't even get to finish his sentence before both bodyguards lunged at him. As members of the Zhang family's side branch, they knew all too well what darkness like this was suited for. The first man to rush forward barely took a step before he felt his body pitching forward uncontrollably. When he collapsed to the ground, he caught a glimpse of his own foot, severed clean at the ankle. In the shadows, the nightshade cat appeared, standing at the doorway, licking the fresh blood off its paw. Its eyes glowed with an uncanny red light. The second bodyguard realized something was terribly wrong and tried to turn and flee, but before he could move, a sharp pain pierced his chest. A dagger had run straight through him. Li Zizai pressed a hand down on the man's shoulder, his eyes burning with hate. He yanked the blade free, blood spattered across Li Zizai's face. He wiped it away and spat on the corpse. Tonight none of you are getting out alive. Inside the mourning hall of the Zhang family's grand estate, Zhang Diguang knelt before his son's casket. He looked at Zhang Mingxiang's body encased in a glass freezer, his eyes red with grief. Since his son's death, Zhang Diguang's hair had turned white overnight. All around, members of the Zhang family's side branches looked up at Zhang Mingxiang's black and white photo, sighing helplessly. Just 2 months ago, the Zhangs had ruled Linhai City with an iron fist. There was nothing the Zhang family couldn't do in Linhai. If they wanted it, it happened. But now, 2 months later, the main branch was all but wiped out, dead or crippled. Even Xingye Group, the Zhang's flagship business, was on the brink of bankruptcy. And the root of all this? The corpse lying cold in the freezer, Zhang Mingxiang. If only back then the old patriarch hadn't tried to buy off the authorities for this brat, if he hadn't forcibly stripped Li Si of his beast companion, perhaps even now the Zhang family is still thriving in Linhai City. Zhang Diguang stared at his son's corpse, his jaw clenched in fury. Wait until the 7th day, I swear I'll drag Li Si back here to pay tribute to my son's spirit. As soon as he said this, many members of the Zhang family around him sighed and murmured anxiously. Never mind whether they could actually capture Li Si, even putting that aside, with all the things Zhang Mingxiang's son had done, whether he'd make it to heaven was questionable, but his place in hell seemed all but guaranteed. At this moment, the old butler let out a heavy sigh. He deliberately lowered his voice, reminding Zhang Diguang, Master, the family patriarch has given orders. From this day forward no one is to pursue this matter any further. These words struck a nerve. Zhang Diguang's face twisted in rage. He raised his hand and slapped the old butler hard across the face, knocking him to the ground. Bloodshot eyes blazing, Zhang Diguang jabbed a finger at the butler's nose, then swept his glare around the house. I am still the head of the Zhang family. I'm not dead yet. I dare anyone to disobey my orders. With a cold flick of his sleeve he cast another chilling glance at the butler who had served the Zhangs for nearly 30 years. Someone, drag him out, cut his tendons and throw him out of the Zhang family, effective immediately. No matter how the servants around begged for mercy, Zhang Diguang remained unmoved. The side branches of the Zhang family began to hesitate, wondering if now was the time to distance themselves from the main family. With Zhang Mingxiang dead and Zhang Diguang spiraling into madness, he was shouting every day about capturing Li Si and dragging him back to the Zhangs. But everyone saw what happened at the Qianlong Cup. Given Li Si's strength, anyone from the side branches sent after him would be marching to their deaths. Not to mention, Li Si had the backing of Donghai University, and the other 4 top universities were all eager to recruit such a genius. To make an enemy of Li Si was to make an enemy of all 5 elite universities. If that happened, their own descendants would never stand a chance of entering those schools again. Before long, Zhang Diguang sensed that something was wrong. He'd been shouting for so long, yet there was not a sound, no response at all. In fact, the silence in the Zhang household tonight was downright chilling. Frowning deeply, Zhang Diguang turned toward the morning hall in trance, his voice growing sharper. Where is everyone? Do you want to end up like him? Do you want me to cut your tendons too? He barked out his orders again, but the courtyard remained eerily silent. At this, many of the Zhang family's side branches realized something was off. Instinctively, their hands crept toward the weapons at their waists. Some went further, ignoring Zhang Diguang altogether. They summoned their spirit beasts to stand ready by their sides. Zhang Diguang strode out toward the morning hall, intent on seeing what was happening, when he suddenly caught sight of a menacing shadowy figure in the courtyard. Li Zizai stood there, his eyes locked on Zhang Diguang, so full of hatred it was as though his fury might burst from his gaze at any moment. Some of the side branch members seemed to recognize him, whispering in the crowd, "Isn't that the poor kid from back then? I think his name was Li Zizai or something like that. Wasn't he crippled?" Hearing the murmurs around him, Zhang Diguang also looked at the furious middle-aged man before him, his face full of confusion. As the head of the Zhang family, he'd made countless enemies over his lifetime and was long used to being regarded as someone's foe. But this Li Zizai, he had absolutely no recollection of him. In fact, for someone as insignificant as Li Zizai, Zhang Diguang hadn't even bothered to remember his face. Just then a sharp cry rang out from inside the morning hall. "Li Zizai, what are you doing here?" At the entrance, a beautiful woman collapsed to the ground, staring at Li Zizai as if she'd seen a ghost. She was dressed in a white robe, her delicate cheeks utterly unmarked by time, if anything exuding a kind of well-fed elegance. Even walking down the street you could tell she was a wealthy lady. Zhang Diguang frowned slightly and turned to the woman beside him. "Wan Yun, do you know this man?" The elegant woman nodded stiffly, disbelief etched across her features. At the same time, her evasive gaze seemed to hide secrets she dared not reveal. Many of the Zhang family's distant relatives were now whispering and pointing at her. 13 years ago, this woman had married into the Zhang family before she'd even graduated college, taken as Zhang Diguang's concubine. Later, thanks to his favor, she'd risen to become his official wife. There were plenty of rumors about her in the Zhang family. some said she'd once been engaged but the man broke it off. Others claimed she was the one who ditched some poor kid, but one thing was certain, afterward Zhang Diguang had sent people to break that poor kid's limbs, leaving him a cripple. That was all long in the past and only the older generation of the family still remembered the incident. Staring at the beautiful woman before him, Li Zizai seemed to drift away, lost in memories. Longing surged within him, but facing her was like a fishbone caught in his throat, painful and impossible to swallow. The woman meanwhile shrank behind Zhang Diguang, trembling with fear, her eyes filled with terror as she looked at Li Zizai. Li Zizai snapped back to reality, managing only a bitter, hollow laugh. There was nothing but helplessness and numbness in that sound. Not far from the doorway, Li Si, watching this reunion of old acquaintances, lowered his voice and asked Director Zhu beside him, "Who is she?" Director Zhu looked equally surprised, as if he hadn't expected Li Si not to recognize the woman, but then he remembered, after everything that had happened to Li Zizai, Zhu himself didn't like to bring it up, let alone discuss it with Li Si, so Director Zhu replied lightly, "Your advisor's childhood sweetheart." Li Si's eyes went wide in disbelief, unable to process what he was seeing. Judging by Li Zizai's reaction, this was far more than just a simple case of a stolen bride he'd casually mentioned before. In truth, Li Zizai had never told Li Si the whole story. That tale of a stolen bride, there was a second half to it, the slaughter of his entire family. Back then Li Zizai and his childhood sweetheart had been engaged, with plans to marry after both graduated from college, but then during a trip Li Zizai took to Donghai University, tragedy struck. His entire family of 5, parents and younger siblings, were brutally murdered in the street. Only Li Zizai survived, having been away from home at the time. Later Li Zizai went to confront the Zhang family, but they broke his arms and legs and dumped him in the wild. If Director Zhu hadn't happened to pass by and taken a liking to this young man who had recently come to him for advice, Li Zizai probably wouldn't have survived. From that point on, Li Zizai was consumed day and night by thoughts of vengeance. He'd also long heard rumors of how Zhang Diguang had constantly harassed his fiancée back when they were in school. At first, when this whole mess came to light, Li Zizai thought Zhang Diguang had taken his bride-to-be by force. But then he saw them together on TV, Zhang Diguang and Wan Yun acting like a loving couple, and his assumptions began to waver. At least before he came here, he still believed Wan Yun must have been coerced, but now seeing Zhang Diguang's reaction, Li Zizai finally understood everything. Li Zizai staggered, nearly collapsing as if all the strength had drained from his body in an instant. He raised his blood-stained knife, unable to suppress the rage boiling inside him. "Gu Wan Yun, I'm going to ask you one last time, was it you who did this all those years ago?" Gu Wan Yun trembled, shaking her head frantically. "It wasn't me, I didn't do it." "Li Zizai, what's that supposed to mean? We've been apart for so many years, are you still hung up on me?" Off to the side, Zhang Diguang's memory was jogged. He recalled how years ago Gu Wan Yun had asked him to lend her a few men from the Zhang family to handle a persistent suitor who refused to leave her alone. That suitor, it seemed, was none other than Li Zizai. Later his men reported back that Gu Wan Yun had wiped out the suitor's entire family, but to the Zhangs back then a few dead people were no different from squashing a few ants, not even worth mentioning. As the beautiful woman finished speaking, Li Zizai laughed again. After knowing her for so many years, how could he not tell truths from lies? His eyes were lifeless, his voice seething with murderous intent. "Gu Wan Yun, you deceived my parents, lured them out to the wilderness, somewhere even the golden rule couldn't shield them. And you, Zhang Diguang, your family slaughtered all 5 members of mine. Today it's finally time for you both to pay your debts in blood." Watching all this from the sidelines, Li Si was shaken to the core. He'd never imagined there was such a story behind his advisor. Staring at Gu Wan Yun before the memorial altar, Li Si finally understood what it meant when they said nothing is more poisonous than a woman's heart. To keep Zhang Diguang from finding out about her engagement, she'd actually wiped out an entire family. He had to admit these two from the Zhang family really were a match made in hell. "Director Zhu, I'm going to go help the advisor. He might not be able to handle Zhang Diguang on his own." Li Si gave Director Zhu a quick word, then strode into the courtyard. Almost immediately a chorus of startled cries erupted from within. "Why is Li Si here?" Li Si, him? How did he get in? Many of the Zhang family's distant relatives turned pale at the sight of him, as if they'd seen the harbinger of disaster itself. Even Zhang Diguang went white as a sheet, his hand trembling as he pointed at Li Si. "What are you doing here?" Li Si greeted Zhang Diguang with a gentle smile. "Zhang Diguang, I've missed you so much." But as the words reached Zhang Diguang's ears, the meaning seemed to twist. Rather than "I've missed you," it sounded more like "I want you dead." The rest of the Zhang family's relatives, sensing the murderous intent radiating from Li Si, panicked and tried to flee the courtyard, but when they reached the gate, they discovered the entire place was sealed tight, encased in crystal and utterly impenetrable. A few of them spotted Director Zhu outside the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back as he admired the moonlit night. Desperate, they clung to him like drowning men to driftwood. "Help us, there's a madman in here, open the gate please, he's crazy." "No, please don't, their pleas turned to screams as, with a sickening sound, the Dark Knight Nether cat sliced off one man's head. The rest of the Zhang family's distant relatives stood no chance before the cat, who prowled through the chaos like a death god, snuffing out lives one after another. But the most brutal of all was the Earth Demon Bull. Once unleashed under Li Si's orders, it was told, spare only Li Zizai, Zhang Diguang and Gu Wanyun, everyone else leave none alive. The Earth Demon Bull was a living bulldozer trampling through the Zhang family's courtyard, grinding both people and their beasts into a river of blood and bone. The ground was awash with flesh and white bone, a nightmarish vision of hell on earth. Some clinging to hope continued to beg Director Zhu from outside the barrier. But he didn't so much as flinch. Hands still behind his back, he gazed at the moon, half-veiled by drifting clouds. As a high-ranking figure in the beast-taming world, he'd witnessed the fall of many great families. Sometimes he was even the one who pulled the strings. At the center of the courtyard, Li Si had already broken Zhang Diguang's arms and legs. Grabbing him by the hair like a dead dog, he dragged the man before Li Zizai. "Thank you," Li Zizai said softly, surprising even Li Si. "It's nothing, you've helped me plenty, Director." Killing one or two more doesn't make a difference. Li Zizai could only give a bitter laugh. He and Li Si were nothing alike. Li Zizai only wanted to kill the couple before him, while Li Si was the type who despised the endless cycle of vengeance. Rather than leave the Zhang family alive to cause future trouble, it was easier for Li Si to simply wipe them all out. Sometimes Li Zizai wondered, if Li Si ever truly lost control, what kind of catastrophe would he be for the entire Yin nation? Fortunately, Li Si still retained some shred of humanity. As for Zhang Diguang lying in the pool of blood, he was already little more than a ruined shell. His beast had already been swallowed by the yellow earth demon ox, becoming nothing more than a source of nourishment. Zhang Diguang glared at the two people before him, teeth clenched in fury, and roared viciously, "If you dare touch me, my father will never let you off. The Golden Law won't spare you either." Hearing this, Li Zizai and Li Si exchanged a glance. The two of them smiled. Their sudden chilling smile sent a strange shiver through Zhang Diguang's heart. Never mind whether Zhang Guangqiu could actually come to his rescue, but tonight the Golden Law that was supposed to keep order in Linhai seemed to be slacking off. Li Si had already killed so many members of the Zhang family, yet the supposedly all-protecting Golden Law hadn't made a move. Li Si narrowed his eyes at the dazed Zhang Diguang. "You really think that old bastard Zhang Guangqiu will come save you, or do you believe the Golden Law stands for justice and judges all equally? Then why hasn't it shown up yet?" He paused, voice cold. "Zhang Diguang. I told you I'd come back for you." Zhang Diguang was stunned for a moment, as if something finally clicked. The arrogance he'd worn before was long gone. He squirmed desperately, tears and snot streaming down his face as he pleaded with Li Si and Li Zizai. "Brothers, I think there's still room to talk this out. There must be some misunderstanding between us. Money, I can give you lots of money. I'll transfer all the Zhang family's assets to your names." Seeing that Li Si was unmoved, Zhang Diguang quickly shifted his attention to Li Zizai. "It's her, isn't it? I'll give Wanyan back to you. You can do whatever you want with her." Li Zizai stared coldly at Zhang Diguang. Li Si knew perfectly well what was happening. Zhang Diguang wasn't repentant, he just realized he was about to die. Li Zizai lifted her gleaming blade, not giving Zhang Diguang another chance to speak. The blade fell and Zhang Diguang's head hit the ground, his face still frozen in disbelief. When he came to himself, Li Zizai was already holding the blood-dripping long blade, step by step walking toward Gu Wanyun, who cowered in the corner. Her eyes were as calm as still water. Li Si watched Gu Wanyun desperately plead and try every trick she knew to beg Li Zizai for mercy, stripping off her outer clothes in a last-ditch effort. He could only sigh deeply. This final piece of unfinished business, he would leave it to Li Zizai to settle for herself. He had more important matters to attend to. "Let's go, Director Zhu," Li Si called to Director Zhu, who had been waiting by the door. Together, the two made their way deeper into the courtyard. After passing through a dense bamboo grove, Li Si killed several of the Zhang family's elite guards along the way. At last the two of them arrived at the entrance to a grand ancestral hall, the Zhang family's ancestral temple, and the place where the family's patriarch Zhang Guangqiu now lived in seclusion. Li Si glanced at Director Zhu, then stepped inside. In the hall, an elderly man with snow-white hair sat shirtless on a long bench, eyes closed, resting. Li Si looked at the old man before him and, from the depths of his heart, could not help but burst into loud, genuine laughter. The old man slowly opened his eyes at their arrival, his gaze calm and emotionless as he looked at Li Si, as if he had foreseen everything unfolding before him. Meanwhile, a spear radiating a sacred aura had pierced straight through Zhang Guangqiu's chest, pinning him to the floor. Blood welled from the wound, and the wall behind him was marred with deep, jagged cracks, a chilling sight. "So you've come." Zhang Guangqiu adjusted his position, grimacing as blood seeped from the spot where the spear impaled his chest. Behind his chair, the low mechanical growl of a beast rumbled through the air. A massive brown bear, nearly 10 feet tall, stood there shimmering with arcs of lightning, its eyes fixed menacingly on the newcomers. Zhang Guangqiu glanced past Li Si at Director Zhu, then let out a cold, bitter laugh. I should have defied the golden law back then and killed you, boy. If I had, the Zhang family wouldn't be in this mess. What a pity, what a shame. He sighed, his voice heavy with the weight of years. I was a step too slow. Doug Guang. I never thought the Zhang family would fall by your hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the oppressive might of a king-level tamer radiated from him, undeniable even in his wounded state. Once at his peak, Zhang Guangqiu was a king among beast tamers. His name alone was enough to inspire fear throughout the city of Linhai and even across all of Yan. Behind him, his own beast, Thunderflame Giant Bear, let out a deafening roar that shook the room, echoing its master's fury. The attack came without warning. In a blur, the giant bear was suddenly in front of Li Si, its right paw swinging down to crush his skull. But Director Zhu reacted instantly. With a series of whale-like calls, his glorious horned whale surged forward, shielding Li Si and taking the brunt of the blow. The clash of two king-level beasts sent a thunderous shockwave through the room, making Li Si's organs churn from the force. He stared at the Thunderflame Giant Bear, lightning crackling from its nostrils, and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. A battle between kings was something he could hardly interfere with. Even his strongest beast, the Shadow Night Cat, would be helpless here, no more than a moment's prey. Li Si's gaze shifted to Zhang Guangqiu, still slumped in his chair. Sensing his intent, the Thunderflame Giant Bear tried to retreat and defend its master, but Director Zhu's Cloud Dragon, drawing on its own thunderous power, blocked its path. Li Si and Zhang Guangqiu locked eyes, each seeing murderous resolve in the other's gaze. Realizing his beast couldn't return, Zhang Guangqiu gripped the armrest, gritted his teeth, and with sheer willpower tore the holy spear from his chest. Blood poured down as he staggered down the steps, alone, the last of the Zhang family. He no longer cared about his injuries, he was determined to fight Li Si to the death. Even if his wounds claimed him afterward, he would die with the hope of taking Li Si with him. But at that moment he failed to notice the Dark Knight Nethercat hidden in the shadows, its body streaked with dense golden markings. Just as Zhang Guangqiu braced himself with one arm against the Yellow Earth Demon Bull's charge and spun around to kick the ambushing Nethercat away, a black silhouette appeared behind him. In the distance, Li Si's figure began to fade into the darkness. Ever since Zhang Guangqiu had risen to his feet, Li Si had led the Nethercat into hiding, waiting for this very instant. Zhang Guangqiu felt a surge of tremendous force slam into his back and tried to grab at Li Si behind him. But facing an opponent of king-level strength, Li Si couldn't afford the slightest distraction. He clenched the tip of the light spear with both hands, veins bulging on his arms. With a sound like tearing cloth, the spear's bloody tail burst free as Li Si wrenched it out from Zhang Guangqiu's chest by brute force. Clutching the spear, Li Si toppled to the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Guangqiu turned, his bull-like eyes glaring murderously at Li Si, but after only a couple of staggering steps his body collapsed like a marionette whose strings had been cut. The Beastmaster was dead and the Thunderflame Giant Bear had returned to its Beastmaster's space. Li Si sat on the ground, panting heavily, a wave of terror still lingering in his chest. If it hadn't been for the fishing gang's warning telling him that as long as the light spear was pulled out Zhang Guangqiu would surely die, he probably would have recklessly engaged at close range, and the old bastard might have dragged him down in a final act of revenge. The Grand Hall gradually returned to its former calm. The air was thick with the heavy scent of blood and rust. Li Si looked at the corpse at his feet and exhaled deeply. Zhang Guangqiu had long since breathed his last. Director Zhu glanced at Li Si, who was slumped on the floor in exhaustion. He didn't say much, simply waited patiently for Li Si to catch his breath. Li Zizai, having finished dealing with the aftermath, also dragged his tired body into the hall to regroup. Before the long night ended, the three of them left the Zhang family estate. Not long after they were gone, the Beastmaster guards who had been waiting outside began to arrive in droves. The Beastmaster Bureau had already received reports from relevant parties. When one of the guards pushed open the Zhang family's gate, he froze in his tracks. The grounds were littered with corpses, so many that it was hard to find a single whole body in the courtyard. When they reached the ancestral hall and saw the remains of the Zhang clan's collateral members crushed into a bloody pulp, everyone drew a sharp breath. Captain Zhang, so far we've only been able to identify Zhang Diguang and his wife among the dead, the two of them. The guards' eyes darted away, at a loss for words to describe the state of their bodies. Team leader Zhang Ping nodded, seemingly unsurprised. The guards, looking at the devastation in the Zhang household, were just about to ask questions when Zhang Peng silenced them with a single glance. If it's not your business, don't ask. At those words, the guards understood just how tangled and dangerous this affair truly was. After half the night spent searching, the entire Beast Control Bureau had confirmed it. Every direct and collateral member of the Zhang family, right down to the family patriarch Zhang Guangqiu, all 143 people were dead. Not a single survivor remained. Yet this massacre, which annihilated an entire clan, caused not even a ripple in Linhai City. It was as if someone had silenced the media in advance. No outlet dared to mention a word about what had happened. The next morning, for the people of Linhai, it was just another perfectly ordinary day. nobody cared what had transpired within the Zhang family estate. The only thing anyone noticed was that for some reason the Zhang seemed to be sleeping in unusually late today. Back at East Sea University, Li Zizai, his vengeance finally fulfilled, wandered the campus in a dazed, blood still staining his clothes as if half his soul had vanished. Director Zhu, worried about the effect this might have on others, personally escorted him back to his dorm. Li Si, on the other hand, was handling things much better than Li Zizai, but just as he returned to his dorm he came face to face with an unexpected visitor. In the dim room, a man wearing a baseball cap was leaning lazily against the doorframe, casually sipping coffee. He glanced at Li Si, who was covered in blood but showed not the slightest sign of disgust. Instead, he teased him lightly, "So, did you enjoy yourself?" Li Si shot a glance at the man reflected in the mirror, then turned on the tap and began scrubbing the blood from his hands with deliberate care. The blood mixed with the water swirling down the drain. The man watched Li Si wash the blood away without saying a word. That night, under this young man's hand, 141 people had died, including even a beastmaster of king-level strength. In Yin country, an incident like this would have created an enormous stir, but to this man it all seemed like nothing more than a trivial event. When Li Si finished washing his hands, he rinsed the blood from his arms as well and quietly offered his thanks. Thank you for the information on Zhang Guangqiu." The man smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. "The Beast Control Bureau is raiding the Zhangs as we speak. Once the dust settles, we'll split half of the Zhang family's fortune with you. There's one more thing." He paused, his voice growing serious. "I want you to understand, the Zhang family affair was a test. Now that you've passed, you're officially one of us. Welcome to the loafers." Li Si nodded silently. The man's gaze grew a little more complicated as he looked at Li Si. The truth was, the loafers had already reached their verdict about Li Si long ago. The so-called test was just a formality. With his current strength, there was no one among his peers who could match him, and even without the test he more than qualified to join their ranks. Still, the test had been set in advance. Even the spear that had skewered Zhang Guangqiu had been part of the loafers' plan to probe this young genius's potential. A once-in-a-generation genius versus an old fossil who's been stuck at the monarch level for years. The Moyu gang naturally knew which one was more valuable. In their words, a mere monarch-level guy wasn't even worth their attention. Now that Li Si had passed the assessment, it was only natural for them to come and formally invite him to join. The man, seeing that Li Si had agreed, let out a long sigh of relief. "Get some rest. I'll come pick you up at noon." After the man left, Li Si took a quick shower and collapsed onto the bed, quickly falling into a deep sleep. The hectic night had left him feeling an unusual kind of exhaustion. That afternoon, Li Si followed the man who'd found him that morning to the Moyu gang's branch in Linhai City, a standalone tower rising in the heart of downtown. On the surface, it looked like the headquarters of a major corporation, but in reality, it was the gang's base of operations. The man patiently gave Li Si a tour, introducing him to the various facilities. Compared to the Moyu gang's branch, the facilities at Donghai University were like child's play. Besides all kinds of training rooms for members, there were also plenty of labs set up in advance for the scientists and researchers. Don't be fooled by the name Moyu, slacking off. Inside this branch, everyone was busy and on the move. But just as Li Si was about to step into the elevator to head to the lower levels with the man, he suddenly sensed a surge of hostility from the crowd. Having wiped out the Zhang family just last night, Li Si's senses were still razor-sharp. The moment he picked up on that malice, he scanned the crowd. Right before the elevator doors closed, his eyes locked onto a man with a square jaw not far away. The guy looked only a few years older than him, maybe even the same age. His fists were clenched tight, and he glared at Li Si with undisguised hatred. Before Li Si could get a good look at him, the elevator doors slid shut and began descending. Li Si frowned slightly. Who was that? He racked his brain but was sure he'd never seen the guy before. It made no sense for a total stranger to harbor such intense resentment toward him. Unable to figure it out, Li Si kept his composure and didn't mention a word to the man guiding him. He just silently memorized the stranger's face. When the elevator finally reached the underground level and the doors opened, the full extent of the Moyu gang's base was revealed. Standing just outside was a slightly overweight middle-aged man in a white lab coat wearing thick black-rimmed glasses. The man's appearance was a bit disheveled, almost sleazy. It looked like his hair hadn't been washed in quite some time, tangled into greasy knots, giving off a strong oily smell you could catch even from a distance. The middle-aged man was absorbed in the report in his hands, flipping through the pages with intense focus. His expression shifted between frowns and goofy smiles, making him look a little unhinged. He didn't even notice the two of them walk in. If it hadn't been for the man speaking up, he probably would have stayed lost in those papers. "Li Si, let me introduce you," the man said. "This is the leader of our Slackers Guild here in Linhai City, Professor Zhang Hen." Zhang Hen took off his glasses and reached out to Li Si with a handshake. The moment Li Si heard the surname Zhang paired with the professor's erratic appearance, he immediately became more guarded. Zhang Han seemed to catch the shift in Li Si's demeanor and joked, "Relax, I have nothing to do with the Zhang family. Frankly, I'd say they're not even in my league." Li Si could feel the energy radiating from Zhang Han. There was no mistaking it, the aura was identical to Director Zhu's. This man was also a monarch-level beast master, a powerful wielder of light. The other man, noticing Li Si's hesitation, leaned in and lowered his voice in explanation. "That spear in Zhang Guangchu's chest, that's Professor Zhang's handiwork." Li Si's attitude changed instantly. He eagerly shook Zhang Han's hand, laying on the flattery thick. "Ah, so you're Professor Zhang." Just as I imagined, imposing upright, a true paragon of talent and charisma, handsome and heroic, truly my benefactor. The two men beside him were momentarily stunned by the shameless praise. The other man eyed Zhang Han. Given his current look and vibe, if he so much as pulled out his phone on the subway, a bunch of independent women would probably start yelling that he was trying to take creepy photos of them. Handsome wasn't exactly the word that came to mind. Li Si himself broke out in a cold sweat. Before coming here, Ban Yubin and the others had warned him. The Linhai leader of the Slackers Guild was a piece of work, moody, eccentric and unpredictable. Rumor had it he'd even recently taken time off to visit a psychiatric hospital complete with a doctor's note. They'd told Li Si 100 times over, "Whatever you do, don't cross this guy." Li Si had done his own homework too. Before the Zhang family was wiped out, he'd asked about Zhang Guangchu. Supposedly, this very Zhang Han had strolled right up to the Zhang family's lair, humming a tune, opened with his ultimate move, and left Zhang Guangchu half dead before anyone knew what was happening. The whole thing was so quick and effortless, it was like running out to buy breakfast. By the time the dust settled and the Zhang family realized what had happened, Zhang Han was already gone. On top of that, after seeing the crazed look on Zhang Han's face when they first met, Li Si was terrified of provoking this guy. What if Zhang treated him the same way he did Zhang Guangchu, giving him a taste of chilled to the bone on a purely physical level? After all, Li Si understood there were two kinds of people you should never mess with: lunatics and idiots. Under the golden law, if either of them went berserk and killed someone, they really wouldn't be held responsible. Zhang Han, for his part, was baffled by Li Si's attitude. He quickly waved his hand and said, "All right, enough with the small talk. Since you've joined the Slacker gang, let me explain the rules. As a member, you'll enjoy our perks, but you'll also have to do your part." Li Si had already heard about this from Ban Yubin. Once you joined the Slacker gang, you had to take on at least one mission each month to clear out foreign species. Reporting to Professor Zhang, "I'm ready to head out on a mission right now." Li Si reported earnestly to Zhang Han. Zhang's face lit up with joy. "You don't need to rest a bit first?" Li Si shook his head firmly, reporting Professor Zhang, "It's the end of the month, so I'd like to get my mission done early." Zhang was overjoyed, praising him repeatedly. "Good, good, good, you never disappoint, just as I expected from someone I've got my eye on. Head over to waiting room number 1 to meet up with the others." Li Si hurried away, eager to escape the scene. Shortly after Li Si left, another man nearby asked Zhang Han with concern, "Professor Zhang, how's that insomnia? You went to the second hospital for a while back?" Zhang Han's face twisted with pain as he rubbed his temples and sighed. "I saw the doctor, he gave me a note and some medication. I should be better after a while, I guess." But soon after, Zhang asked the man with a puzzled look, "By the way, have you noticed that this year's new Slacker gang members all act a bit strange around me? Why are they all so serious?" Zhang had sensed it for a while. In the past, Slacker gang members always greeted him warmly, but this batch of newbies treated him like the plague, doing a complete 180 as if terrified of offending him. The man didn't know what had happened with the new recruits but tried to reassure Zhang. "Professor Zhang, I think it's probably because your standards are a bit too high and you're too strict with them. Honestly, I think the difficulty of the rookie missions could be lowered a little." Zhang looked genuinely confused. "Really? I don't think so. I feel like the missions are just right. It's just, fighting enemies 3 or 4 levels higher, nothing too hard, right? Besides, these new kids seem a bit pampered. If the missions aren't challenging, how will they ever grow?" The man wiped sweat from his brow, silently complaining to himself. "You call fighting 3 or 4 levels up just right? Sending level 19 rookies on a level 23 mission, having fresh recruits tackle challenges meant for seasoned veterans. The fact that the newcomers don't complain is already strange enough." The man let out a helpless sigh, doing his best to correct Zhang Han's way of thinking. "Professor Zhang, I think there are still gaps even among geniuses. You can't use your standards as the baseline for everyone else." Zhang Han stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. "Is that so? Then I'll watch Li Si's performance today and reconsider whether some adjustments are in order." The man wasn't sure if Zhang Han really got his point, but one thing was clear. For this group of newbies in the Slacker squad to truly make something of themselves, it was going to take some time. In waiting room 1-inch, Ban Yubin sat slumped in his chair, staring blankly ahead. Around him, several other newcomers threw anxious glances his way. "Ban Yubin, you don't think Madman Zhang is gonna push us to the edge again today, right?" At those words, not only Ban Yubin but everyone in the room involuntarily shivered. They'd all experienced Zhang Han's training methods before. Ban Yubin vividly remembered his first month after joining the Slacker squad. Fresh at level 16-inch, Zhang Han had sent them off to deal with a level 20 alien. Their whole team ended up being hunted for 3 days and nights straight. When they finally made it back to base, all they got from Zhang Han was a casual remark, "Not bad, if you can handle a level 20 you should be ready to challenge level 21 next month." Wu Yusen, one of the team members, nervously voiced what everyone was thinking. "You guys think Madman Zhang is using these missions as an excuse to get rid of us?" The words drained the color from everyone's faces. They'd all joined the Slacker squad hoping for an easy ride, not realizing they'd be risking their lives instead. Who could handle this kind of pressure? Especially after hearing that Zhang Han had seriously injured the Zhang clan's old patriarch, everyone secretly worried that one night they'd go to sleep and never wake up, sent into eternal slumber by Zhang Han himself. Ban Yubin was especially miserable. Compared to rookies from other schools, his life had been even harder lately. Ever since the Qianlong Cup ended and he'd returned from the Qianshan secret realm, his nightmares had gained 2 new horrors. Now whenever he drifted off, he'd dream of Zhang Han standing on the left side of his bed urging him to finish the monthly alien missions, while Li Si stood on the right yelling at him to run a few extra laps in the desert. When he threw back the covers, the whole bed was crawling with crocodiles, the Lord of the Yellow Sands snapping its gaping jaws chasing him for a bite. Ban Yubin couldn't help but complain to those around him, "You guys are lucky you didn't go to the Qianshan secret realm. I'm telling you." In there, Li Si was just before Ban Yubin could finish, a familiar voice interrupted him by his ear. "Oh, what about me?" Li Si stood behind Ban Yubin smiling down at him. The atmosphere in the waiting room instantly turned awkwardly silent. Ban Yubin shuddered, then turned to see Li Si had appeared behind him. His eyes immediately grew much clearer. To Ban Yubin, Li Si was nothing short of a second father, his godfather no less. If it hadn't been for his godfather helping them out in the secret realm, they might never have made it out alive. Seeing that Li Si didn't press any further, Ban Yubin's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Both he and Wu Yusen, as fellow newcomers in the same year to the Slackers Club, were a bit surprised. They'd both expected Li Si would join the club eventually, but hadn't thought today would be the day, and that they'd all end up on the same team for their first assignment. "Isn't this my godfather? Let me introduce him to everyone. This is Li Si, my godfather." Ban Yubin deliberately tried to cozy up to Li Si as he introduced him to the group. The others, however, shot Ban Yubin a look of thinly veiled contempt. Quite a few in the squad were also participants in the Hidden Dragon Cup who didn't know who Li Si was, not to mention Li Si himself recognized several familiar faces on the team, people he'd thoroughly beaten during the tournament. Now when they looked at Li Si, there was still a trace of fear in their eyes. "All right, enough with the chatter, I'm going to sign in. I'll take you two along on the mission later," Li Si said, waving a hand dismissively as he walked off. A moment ago everyone had been a little scared of Li Si, now their expressions toward Ban Yubin turned to envy and resentment. After Li Si had left, Wu Yusen, who'd been hiding off to the side, stammered in a tiny voice, "Why I. Ban Yubin, seeing Wu Yusen's nerves and social awkwardness, quickly cut her off. "Stop with the stuttering, he's already gone, we're in for a great mission today. My dad's leading our squad." People nearby glanced at Ban Yubin, rolling their eyes again at his self-satisfaction. Not long after Li Si finished signing in, the Slackers Club staff came over to explain the mission. For Li Si it was no big deal. They were supposed to deal with a group of green lizard-like outsiders who'd infiltrated human society, creatures around levels 23 or 24. When the mission details came out, plenty of people groaned inside in misery. The team leader from the Slackers Club could only give a wry smile. This mission had been chosen by Zhang Han and they had no choice but to go along with it. Meanwhile, plenty of savvy folks sidled up to Ban Yubin, calling him Brother Ban at every turn. Clearly, they all wanted to stick close to Ban Yubin and, by extension, to Li Si for the mission. Li Si's strength was well known. Even if everyone else in the Slackers Club joined forces, they probably still couldn't do much against him. For someone like Li Si, a mission like this was a walk in the park. Ban Yubin crossed his arms and looked over a student from a neighboring school who was standing nearby. "Hiss, coming at me so directly, you're making this really hard for me, you know." The guy on the other side started by flipping Ban Yubin off, then stealthily slipped a card into his pocket. "Brother Ban, this is a card I just got at Red Romance. There's still 5,000 yuan left on it. Think you could?" Ban Yubin frowned slightly. "Dude, what's that supposed to mean? I'm a man of principle. Are you trying to test me with something like this?" Even as he said that, Ban Yubin discreetly switched the card to another pocket, worried he might lose it if a scuffle broke out. The man shot Ban Yubin a look of utter contempt for his shameless behavior. Ban Yubin lowered his voice and asked, "Is it worth it?" "Totally worth it. If the second floor's not good enough, we can head up to the third." "For real? I swear, Ban, they're all college students. If I'm lying, I'm nobody's son. College life is awesome, honestly." "You're not wrong, By the time Li Si finished registering up front and turned around, he found himself staring at a sea of faces behind him, all packed in tight. Seeing the way everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement, Li Si was completely taken aback. What the hell? What is this? Everyone fixed their gaze on Li Si and shouted in unison, "Godfather!" Faced with so many self-proclaimed good sons popping up out of nowhere, Li Si was totally bewildered. But since everyone was already calling him that, and with Ban Yubin egging him on at his side, Li Si figured it would be awkward not to take the lead, so he gathered up the whole crew and set off in full force toward the mission site. On the way, the group had already worked out a plan. Li Si would focus on the fighting while they'd handle collecting resources from the alien creatures. Initially, everyone wanted to pool the loot and hand it in together, but Li Si thought that was unfair and would be hard to explain to the higher-ups in the Slacker squad. What if Shang Han suddenly took it the wrong way and accused him of bullying his teammates? That would be a disaster. So Li Si decided the fairest thing was to split the rewards from the mission evenly among everyone. After a quick bit of prep, the group set out to get the job done. For Li Si, the mission was basically a walk in the park. The green lizard aliens were weak and his nightshade cat could take them down in a single blow. Any trash tier skill fragments he picked up, Li Si just broke down into shards on the spot. They'd left in the afternoon, and before nightfall everyone was already heading back. "No wonder you're our godfather, you get things done differently, just breeze right through it," said one teammate, grinning ear to ear as he lugged a sack full of green lizard corpses. His words drew enthusiastic agreement from the others. The past 3 months in the Slacker squad had been hell for these guys. Every month, whenever there was an alien clearing mission, they'd have to head out as a group, sometimes for 3 days, sometimes for a whole week. Forget about reporting back to the Slacker squad in a hurry. Some had even started studying tactics to survive. Li Si listened as one of them shared, "Last month, the Slacker squad handed out a mission to take care of a bear-like beast man. This creature was tough as nails and monstrously strong, with a hide covered in steel-like bristles. Basically nothing could pierce it. Facing off against something like that head-on was about as smart as stepping outside, turning right and throwing yourself in front of a dump truck on the highway." For that mission, their whole team had to gang up together, and even then they only managed to wear it down bit by bit. Hearing all this, Li Si couldn't help but feel curious. If he ever ran into such a tough mission himself, he figured he'd better get some tips from these guys in advance. "So how'd you pull it off?" he asked. At that, a few of the team members exchanged sly, mischievous grins. "Everyone's got a weak spot," one of them said. Li Si nodded in sudden realization. For monsters like that, tough hide, hard to hurt, the weak point had to be the eyes, right? But then when he turned his head, he saw several of the female team members blushing furiously, not daring to meet his gaze. Li Si froze. A male teammate leaned over and whispered conspiratorially in his ear it was a male bear. Standing beside Li Si, the earth-tusked demon bull's eyes went wide as saucers. It instinctively clenched its rear and shuffled far, far away. Li Si looked around at the group and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Back before he joined, he'd listened to Wang Boyu rave about the Slacker squad nearly every day. "They're great, really talented people, super fun to talk to. I've learned so much from them. Li Si, you should come with me next time." Now looking around at these people, Li Si just felt helpless. In a way, the Slacker squad really did have a lot of geniuses. At this point, he almost wanted to find Zhang Han and have a serious conversation. "Just look at what you've driven these kids to." But after all the jokes and banter, everyone started to warm up to each other. They'd gone from calling him Li Si to affectionately referring to him as Godfather. Some of them even started teasing Ban Yubin, comparing him to Li Si. "Look at Li Si, then look at you, both from East Sea University, both champions. How is there such a big gap between you two?" They said it half in jest, half complaining about how, in 3 months with Ban Yubin, they hadn't had much luck. But ever since Li Si arrived, all their problems were solved. They'd never had such an easy time completing their missions. Ban Yubin, red-faced, argued back, "What do you guys know? This is called don't underestimate the young and poor. I'm just biding my time, waiting for my breakthrough. I need to build my foundation." Everyone just rolled their eyes at him. The others chimed in, "So should we not underestimate the middle-aged and poor too? Or the old and poor? Keep waiting and someday your moment will come." Ban Yubin's face was now as red as a tomato, and as if to add insult to injury, a message pinged on his phone. Introverted Wu Yusin, who barely ever spoke up, posted in the group chat, "Respect the dead." That round of teasing finally left Ban Yubin speechless, but as far as Li Si was concerned, he actually found Ban Yubin, a man with connections everywhere, quite useful to have around. After walking for a while and completing their tasks, everyone gathered in the waiting room and started chatting idly. Seeing the relaxed atmosphere, Li Si went ahead and asked Ban Yubin a question. "Oh, by the way, there was this guy with a square face and a buzz cut. He doesn't look much older than me. He was wearing camo pants and a black tank top today, and honestly his face looked a bit fierce. Do you know who that is?" Ban Yubin was momentarily stumped by Li Si's question. He stroked his chin, trying to recall everyone in the Linhai City branch, running through the faces in his mind, wondering who Li Si could be talking about. Just then one of their teammates chimed in with a puzzled tone. "Godfather, are you talking about that kid we call the mayor?" Li Si froze for a second. Mayor? This was the first time he'd ever heard of anyone in the MOU gang having a title like that. Or could it be that the actual mayor of Linhai City had joined the MOU gang? Ban Yubin, who was sitting next to him, slapped his thigh. "I remember now. That's gotta be him. Let me tell you, I've got a story or two about this guy." After Ban Yubin's lengthy explanation, Li Si finally pieced things together. The guy nicknamed Mayor was actually called Meng Si. Within the MOU gang, he was just your average run-of-the-mill member. As for his abilities, in a gang teeming with prodigies, this guy was solidly in the lower middle tier. He wasn't even as good as some of the newbies who just joined this year. Even so, Meng Si had somehow ended up as a squad leader in the last 2 MOU gang teams. How did someone like that land a leadership role? It all came down to his college thesis, a perfect score graduation paper titled "My Minister Father." Thanks to his dad's status in the MOU gang, Meng Si managed to snag himself a small-time leadership position. Pretty soon Li Si also heard a few rumors from the others. Apparently, a lot of people in the gang had never actually seen Meng Si in action. According to members from the previous team, Meng Si might be riding his family connections, but he wasn't your average silver spoon. His reputation didn't match his actual skills at all. Some people suspected something was off, but with pressure from higher-ups, the matter was quietly dropped. After this conversation, Li Si felt like he was starting to understand the situation. As he put it, "If you see a cockroach, you can bet there's a whole nest lurking in the dark." Since the Zhang family had dared to go after his identity and his starter beast, it was almost certain that others had swapped out people's lives as well. That guy who'd shown him hostility was likely one of them. As for why someone he barely knew would be so antagonistic toward him, Li Si couldn't wrap his head around it. But since all of this was just speculation on his part, he didn't want to lay it all out for Ban Yubin. Instead, he simply asked Ban Yubin to quietly look into things within the MOU gang to see if there were any more clues to be found. After finishing up the task for the Slackers Guild, Li Si returned to Donghai University. In the days that followed, he found himself shuttling back and forth between the guild's local branch and the university campus. There was really only one reason for this: the perks at the Slackers Guild were just too good to pass up. Not only did members get free access to the guild's training rooms, but every week the guild also handed out cultivation resources to its members. These resources happened to make perfect feed for the Yellow Earth Demon Bull, which had an appetite like a bottomless pit. As for why Li Si hadn't claimed these benefits before, that was a question best directed at Ban Yubin and Wang Boyu. They were the ones originally responsible for handling his orientation. But ever since they started college, those two had been completely hands-off, and since Li Si himself was rarely seen around campus, they had simply let the whole matter slip their minds. Apparently Zhang Han had noticed these two weren't exactly the most reliable. Fortunately, he arranged for other guild members to get Li Si settled in, show him around the branch, explain the benefits, and fill him in on a few key guild rules. Of all these rules, the most important one for Li Si to remember was that the Slackers Guild strictly forbade internal conflict. If anyone was caught stirring up trouble, the entire guild would hunt down the troublemaker as a group. As a result, arguments within the guild were rare and people generally got along. Even when there were disagreements, at worst people just stopped teaming up for future missions. After hearing this rule, Li Si put aside some of the thoughts he'd been having. Ever since he'd started coming to the guild more often, he'd noticed something was off with Meng Si. If it were just a simple grudge, Meng Si wouldn't be constantly watching his every move. But ever since Li Si had joined the guild, no matter where he went, Meng Si would glare at him like he wanted to kill him with his eyes. The feeling was seriously unpleasant. Li Si had been tempted to kidnap the guy and use a powerful memory retrieval spell to get to the bottom of things, but with the guild's ban on infighting, that plan was a non-starter. As for just asking Meng Si directly, well, judging from the guy's attitude, Li Si doubted he'd ever get a straight answer. Ban Yubin didn't have any leads either. Meng Si didn't hang out with any of the newcomers, and rumor had it that whenever new recruits went on missions with him, they often came back badly injured. Whatever happened on those missions, no one could find out. Ban Yubin had tried asking people who teamed up with Meng Si, but they all kept their mouths shut. With no way to get information, Li Si stopped digging for now. Still, he only set aside his suspicions temporarily. He was waiting for an opportunity to go on a mission with Meng Si. As soon as they left guild territory, he'd have a way to get some answers. Now it was just a matter of waiting for that chance. It didn't take long. A sudden alarm shattered the usual stillness of the guild's Linhai City branch, throwing the place into a flurry of activity. Zhang Han called all the members of the Loafers Guild together, his expression grave as everyone gathered in the main hall. "Tomorrow morning I want you all to report to the guild. We have an urgent task this time. I need you to get ready. This one's a reconnaissance mission. We don't need to wipe out all the beasts. Your job is just to investigate the outskirts." After giving his instructions, Zhang Han had the others relay the intel down the line. Li Si's eyes lit up as he read the report in his hands. Opportunities knocking. As for the report itself, it didn't go into much detail. It simply stated that earlier that morning a massive swarm of violet star bugs had appeared on the outskirts of Linhai City. They'd attacked a rural town, leaving heavy casualties in their wake. By the time Li Si returned to campus to request leave, the whole city was already in an uproar over it. Lu Yangfei, upon hearing that Li Si was going to deal with the violet star bugs, was practically shaking with excitement. "Bro, you guys are really handling this one," Li Si nodded, packing plenty of food and water. Stars seemed to twinkle in Lu Yangfei's eyes. "Violet star bugs are a real delicacy, you know. I'm telling you bro, eating those things can make your beast's rank skyrocket." Li Si was a bit surprised by that. He'd never heard of such a supplement before. If he could use them for his Shadow Knight Nethercat. He glanced over at the Nethercat, who was busy licking its paw atop the cat tree. As if reading Li Si's mind, the Nethercat suddenly went wild, scratching at its head and letting out a string of protest meows. "Meow, I refuse, absolutely not, meow meow meow. Feed me anything else, but I'm not eating bugs, meow. No matter how good it is for me, I'm still not eating it, Li Si shrugged, deciding to wait until he actually saw the bugs before making up his mind. Just then something nudged his leg. Looking down, he saw the yellow earth demon bull staring up at him, eyes round as saucers, twin nostrils puffing white steam, a strand of drool dangling at the corner of its mouth. "Moo, can I have a taste?" The Nethercat shot the demon bull a look as if it couldn't believe how clueless he was and let out a helpless meow, meow. "Second brother, you'll eat anything. One day it's going to get you in trouble, Li Si ignored the squabble between the two little guys. After getting his things in order, he went to find Director Zhu to get his leave approved. Zhu, who already knew about the situation, cheerfully granted Li Si a week off to take care of it. "All right, Director Zhu, do you know where my advisor is?" Li Si asked, a bit worried. Ever since the incident with the Zhang family, he hadn't been able to reach Li Zizai for days. Director Zhu poked his head out from behind a mountain of paperwork, looked at Li Si, and replied softly he went back to his hometown. "Don't worry, he's fine. Oh, and one more thing," Director Zhu called out just as Li Si was about to leave. Li Si stopped in his tracks, looking at Director Zhu in confusion. Director Zhu hesitated for a moment, then let out a long sigh. "This time, the Zixing Worm mission isn't that simple," he said. "The Beast Control Bureau will be involved as well. You need to be extra careful." Li Si's expression grew complicated. He'd wanted to ask for more information, but Director Zhu just shook his head with a bitter smile and told him to be cautious. It was clear that he wasn't going to get any more details out of Director Zhu. After briefly thanking him for his concern, Li Si left the office. The next morning, as he prepared to leave Donghai University, Lu Yangfei nervously pulled him aside. "Bro, be careful, okay? I've heard there are tons of Zixing worms this time. Some people even suspect there's a spatial rift opening up to their territory." Li Si frowned. This had actually come up in the Slacker Squad group chat last night. Most of the experienced seniors had warned them that this could be a major operation, officially called an investigation, but really a way to confirm the rumors. If it turned out there really was a connection to the Zixing worms' territory, all kinds of factions would move in fast and turn the area into a secret realm under their control. In other words, the Slacker Squad was paying close attention. They wanted a piece of this secret realm too. Just like Lu Yangfei said, Zixing worms were a rare and powerful resource. Nobody was going to turn down something that valuable when it was practically being handed to them. When Li Si arrived at the Slacker Squad's base, he saw that everything was exactly as they'd guessed. This was a big mission. In the hall, Ben Yubin and Wang Boyu were already waiting near the back of the crowd, geared up and ready for action. Li Si greeted them, still a bit puzzled. "Where's Wu Yusen?" Ben Yubin nodded toward the side with his chin. "Over there." Li Si turned and spotted Wu Yusen huddled in the crowd, clutching her hood and shaking, too scared to even take a single step closer. Li Si couldn't help but feel exasperated, remembering how last night Wu Yusen had been bragging nonstop in the group chat, acting like she was going to make a name for herself with this mission. All talk, huh? He thought. Wang Boyu looked at Li Si, his eyes full of worry. "Godfather, seriously, be careful this time." Li Si had heard this so many times since last night that his ears were practically ringing. Everyone was saying the same thing. "All right, enough," he said. "Careful about what? We're all going out on this mission together." "What's there to worry about?" Ben Yubin glanced at Li Si, then clapped him on the shoulder. "You don't get it, Li. We're all newbies from the logistics department." "But you," before Ben Yubin could finish, Zhang Hen's booming voice cut him off from the front of the crowd. "Li Si, are you here or not?" Li Si raised his hand from the back. Zhang Hen didn't waste words, pointing straight at Li Si. "Up front, you're in the combat squad today." As soon as those words left his mouth, everyone's gaze followed the direction Zhang Hen had indicated. In an instant all eyes landed on Li Si, Ban Yubin and Wang Boyu. Seeing so many people looking their way forced awkward smiles onto their faces. The thing they'd been dreading had finally happened. As for Wu Yusin, she wished more than anything she could just find a hole to crawl into and disappear. A number of the new recruits who'd teamed up with Li Si in the past few days were also quietly wiping away tears on the sidelines. Godfather, sob. Godfather, please don't go. They all knew perfectly well that once Li Si left, the hellishly difficult missions would start up again. At that moment, the crowd on both sides parted to make way for Li Si so he could step forward and check in. All around people watched him, whispering among themselves, so that's Li Si, the one who took on 10 opponents by himself at the Qianlong Cup? The guy who beat Zhang family's eldest son to death with his bare hands. Holy crap, no wonder they call him a once-in-a-generation genius. First year, and already in a combat squad. He's pretty good looking too. Once this mission's over I'm adding him on weak signal. In the history of the Loafers Guild, things were usually pretty easy for rookies in their first year. Apart from monthly assignments, there wasn't much else to do. Only later would the guild let them handle important jobs. Zhang Hen's situation was an exception. Wang Boyu and the others just had rotten luck ending up with a leader like him. Generally, new recruits weren't expected to join many fights during their first year. For someone like Li Si to skip ahead straight into a combat squad so soon was practically unheard of in the Loafers Guild. Plenty of senior members were looking forward to seeing what Li Si would do on this mission. With everyone watching, Li Si stepped up to the front. Zhang Hen glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, then began directing things again. Meng Si, your team's one short. Let him fill the spot. Sure, I'll be sure to take good care of him, Meng Si replied with a mischievous grin. Li Si raised an eyebrow at that, glancing over at a squad that was already geared up and ready to go. Meng Si was staring right back at him, a wicked smile on his lips. When their eyes met, the air between them practically crackled with tension. Zhang Hen frowned at the two of them, about to say something when a message popped up on his phone, cutting him off. Without further delay, he ordered everyone to move out. Li Si joined Meng Si's squad and climbed onto a truck that had been waiting by the entrance. There were 8 people in total, including the driver. That was the whole team. The truck rattled along, and except for Meng Si, who didn't bother hiding his dislike for Li Si, the others kept sneaking curious glances his way, clearly interested in this newcomer to the Loafers Guild. After a while, someone finally broke the silence. Did you really kill the Zhang family's eldest son? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up, except for Meng Si, whose face turned extremely grim. Li Si looked up. The speaker was a man with a scar running from the corner of his mouth all the way behind his ear, so fierce it looked like it could split half his face apart. The man was calmly smoking a cigarette, his gaze steady. Seeing that Li Si didn't respond, a red-haired woman beside him hurried to smooth things over. Don't mind him, little brother Li Si, old Wang's just blunt, he's always like this, he's just really curious, that's all. After she finished, she turned to look at Li Si, her eyes just as full of curiosity. Li Si noticed everyone was watching him and gave a silent nod in response. At that moment, a man who looked a year or two older than Li Si gave him a big thumbs up. Holy crap, that's badass, I thought it was just a rumor. This outgoing guy had a steel blade slung over his back and all kinds of knives strapped to both arms. If Li Si didn't know he was a beastmaster, he would have thought the guy was some kind of weapons expert. Before they'd gotten in the vehicle, Ben Yubin, the network king, had reminded Li Si again. The regular members of the Idle Fishes gang and the members of the combat team were worlds apart. Most of the regulars just handled low-level jobs and collected rewards, but the combat team was a different breed. Every one of them was battle-hardened, dealing with the jobs the gang couldn't handle openly, including those official assignments. Just as Ban Yubin had said, everyone on this ride was no pushover. Most of them were at elite rank, real top-tier squads, nothing like those who hadn't even graduated from college yet. These people were the real deal. Even Meng Si, the mayor everyone joked about, was an elite level 32. Ironically, as the captain of the combat team, Meng Si was currently the weakest one on board. If Li Si hadn't heard Ban Yubin talk about them beforehand, he would have thought these people were Meng Si's bodyguards. No one knew how much time had passed before the group reached their destination. Compared to Ban Yubin's team, Li Si's group was heading even deeper in to hunt the purple star bugs. Once they arrived, Li Si glanced down at the insect corpses beneath his feet. Despite their name, purple star bugs, each one was the size of a large dog, more like massive ants. They were generally level 15 to 17, a unique Thunder attribute swarm. After getting the exact coordinates from the previous group, they pressed onward, heading for even deeper territory. Along the way, everyone showed off their skills. Take the scar-faced guy for example. His beast was a blast mantis, also fire attributed. Unlike the others, he preferred to fight side by side with his beast, helping the team clear a path ahead. The red-haired woman's beast companion was a blazing firebird with the bloodline of a phoenix. As for the lively guy who'd been chatting up Li Si, he was the laid-back type, he'd avoid fighting if he could help it. Still, what Li Si found interesting was that along the way most people were busy with their own affairs and barely paid attention to Meng Si, their squad leader. Compared to his teammates who dispatched monsters with nonchalance, Meng Si struggled noticeably more. Logically speaking, someone at elite level 32 should be able to handle these merely excellent class monsters with ease, mowing them down like weeds, but Meng Si was different. Whether it was his kill efficiency or the speed at which he cleared monsters, he fell far short of what an elite should be capable of. Even so, Meng Si, sweating profusely, still barked out orders to the team. Everyone keep pushing forward. Once we clear this area, we'll take on 2 more zones. The others responded half-heartedly, barely concealing their reluctance. Yeah, got it. Whatever you say. Ugh, this quest is such a pain. Seeing everyone's apathetic attitude, Meng Si clenched his teeth in frustration. He soon noticed Li Si watching him, sizing him up. Meng Si caught Li Si's gaze and suddenly curled his lips into a faint, strange smile. Li Si was quick to notice the odd expression. Yet after racking his brain along the way, he still couldn't figure out why this guy held such hostility toward him. They'd never even met before. No matter how he thought it over, it always circled back to the same possibility. This guy must be connected to Zhang Mingxiang. Other than Zhang Mingxiang, Li Si couldn't imagine any reason why Meng Si would bear him a grudge. The group proceeded in starts and stops, pushing deeper into the area. Just then Meng Si turned and addressed everyone abruptly. Let's keep moving. This time we'll split up. Gather any useful clues and document what you find. As usual, the others barely acknowledged him, but just as they were about to separate, the red-haired woman, looking anxious, lowered her voice and whispered in Li Si's ear, "Be careful." Li Si was momentarily taken aback, but he kept his guard up and headed alone into the forest. Once inside, he melted into the shadows and instructed his nightshade cat to keep an eye on Meng Si. He wanted to see what trouble the squad leader was up to. Li Si himself slipped off in the opposite direction. He hadn't gone far before he spotted the lively guy from earlier leaning against a tree, clearly slacking off and making no effort to investigate the area. Nearby, the red-haired woman stood by the tree looking restless and uneasy. The guy glanced at her and tried to reassure her. "Hey, why are you so worried about Li Si? After what he pulled off at the Qianlong Cup, he's got to be at least elite level by now. With the way our squad leader thinks, there's no way he can keep up. At best, he'll just try to give that guy a hard time. You really think he can mess with Li Si? Does he even have what it takes?" The man's words were dripping with disdain toward the squad leader. Clearly, this kind of thing from Meng Si was nothing new to them. The red-haired woman's eyes were wide as she stared hard at the others. "Li Si's my brother's classmate, you know. Before I left, my brother made a point of telling me to look out for him. I don't know what's gotten into Meng Si lately. Does he really think his half-baked skills are enough to teach Li Si a lesson?" Hiding in the shadows not far away, Li Si couldn't help but smile awkwardly at her words. As for the red-haired woman's brother, he had no idea who she was talking about. But seeing the way they all acted, it was clear Meng Si had pulled this kind of stunt plenty of times before. The reason there was a spot open on the team in the first place was because a lot of newcomers just couldn't take Meng Si's crap. Ban Yubin had told him that last year a freshman joined the team and lasted barely a week before having a complete breakdown. He never recovered after that. His level forever stuck at senior level 30. Chances were he'd never overcome his inner demons and make it to the elite ranks. Li Si didn't know what exactly had happened, but it was obvious Meng Si wasn't right in the head. After leaving that group, Li Si headed over to where the Midnight Ghost Cat was waiting. As soon as he got there, he saw Meng Si summoning his beast, a golden-winged hawk. Meng Si placed a small gemstone in the hawk's talons, whispered something to it, and sent it flying in the direction Li Si had just come from. Not long after the beast took off, Meng Si suddenly clutched his forehead with one hand and threw his head back in maniacal laughter. "Ha, Li Si, die, what kind of so-called genius are you? In front of me you're nothing but an ant," he finished with a wicked grin, spreading his arms wide and hamming it up to the sky, spouting lines fit for a cringy movie villain. Geniuses should be crushed under my feet." Hidden behind a thicket nearby, Li Si's face was a picture. Now he understood why those dramatic soliloquies in movies and TV shows never work if you film them from a third-person perspective. Honestly, if he whipped out his phone and recorded this, posted it online, the guy would probably want to run out and buy a pack of cigarettes in the most extreme way possible. At this point, Li Si had a pretty good grasp of what Meng Si's deal was. Wasn't he exactly like Zhang Hen, total nutjob? Li Si even wondered if they'd seen the same psychiatrist. Soon, there was a commotion at the other end of the forest and Meng Si's smile grew even broader. "Geniuses, you all deserve to die. Why should you be more talented than me? Today, I'll end you right here." But just as Meng Si finished his rant, he suddenly felt a cold sensation against his neck. When he instinctively reached for his neck and felt the warm liquid streaming between his fingers, a wave of dizziness hit him, making the world spin. At the same moment, a man's calm voice drifted to his ears. "The dizziness is normal. breathed deep breaths. Meanwhile, the commotion in the forest had caught the attention of other team members. Many of them looked troubled. All around, swarms of violet star bugs seemed to have gone berserk, rushing toward a certain part of the forest. The energetic guy couldn't sit still anymore. His face had gone pale as he glanced anxiously at his teammates. "What's going on?" The red-haired woman shook her head, but as she saw where the bugs were headed, her expression changed dramatically. The man with the scar looked grim. "Lee C is over there." With that, the group took off, sprinting as fast as they could toward the deeper part of the forest. At the same time, Lee C, who had already made it back, was examining a purple crystal in his hand. Around him, yellow earth demon bulls and nightshade ghost cats were battling the crazed violet star bugs. Li Si snapped a photo of the purple crystal and sent it to Lu Yongfei. Lu Yongfei called back almost immediately. "Holy crap, man, what kind of luck do you have? You actually got a drop like this? That's a violet starbug egg. This is the real deal." After Lu patiently explained, Li Si finally understood why the violet starbugs had gone wild. This wasn't an ordinary bug egg, it could hatch a violet starbug queen. While violet starbugs weren't particularly useful as beasts for battle, they were incredibly valuable for medicine and production. A single one of these eggs could fetch at least 1,000 points worth of supplies at East Sea University. Some teams that specialized in hunting violet starbugs might go 3 months without finding a single one of these eggs. "Alright, got it. I'll bring it back and trade it for their feed." "I'm still busy, let's talk when I'm back." Li Si hung up, put the egg into his spatial backpack, and couldn't help but think how unexpected it was that Meng Si, even in death, had managed to leave him such a gift. Thanks to him, this month's training resources for the Nightshade Ghost Cat were sorted. But as more and more violet starbugs swarmed around, Li Si knew he couldn't afford to linger. He decisively had the Nightshade Ghost Cat grow in size and fought his way toward the forest's edge. He hadn't gotten far when he heard shouting from within the bug swarm. "It's no use, we can't get in. Should we just give up? There are too many of them." Li Si's still inside. "He's as good as dead. How do we explain this? Damn it, that idiot Meng Si, always causing us trouble." At that moment, everyone turned and saw Li Si riding atop the Nightshade Ghost Cat perched on a tree branch not far away. Their eyes met and the atmosphere turned awkward. The energetic guy cleared his throat quietly. "Well, since Li Si's fine, let's just head out." Fighting their way out, the group managed to regroup by the vehicles at the forest's edge. Once outside, the violet starbugs lost interest in chasing them and slowly retreated back into the forest. The group looked at one another, exchanging uncertain glances, all preparing to head back home. But just as they were getting into the car and counting heads, Scarface suddenly sensed something was wrong. He scanned the group, then turned to ask the others, "Where's Meng Si? Has anyone seen Meng Si?" Everyone looked confused. No one had run into Meng Si along the way, and naturally no one knew where he'd gone. Still, out of concern for their teammates' safety, they all turned back and began searching the forest for him. This time, Li Si ended up teaming up with the lively guy and the red-haired girl, the three forming a small search party. They combed the area for any sign of Meng Si. After 2 rounds of searching, the lively guy was ready to give up, grumbling loudly. "Seriously? Where the hell did that moron run off to? I'm done looking. Let him do whatever the hell he wants, so annoying." Li Si wiped the cold sweat from his brow, watching the guy's agitation. Of course, there was no way he could tell them the truth. The Meng Si they were looking for was probably already inside the belly of a purple starbug. And after all this time, he was likely nothing more than dung scattered somewhere in the forest. Li Si had handled Meng Si's removal with impressive skill, killed him and disposed of the body in one smooth motion. He'd grown quite adept at this kind of thing, leaving not a trace behind. Before long, their communicators crackled to life. Someone had found scraps of Meng Si's clothing near a group of purple starbugs. Odds were he'd already met his end inside one of them. The team regrouped at the rendezvous point, ready to return to the Lazy Fish Gang. On the ride back, the atmosphere in the car was thick with silence. Everyone wore a different expression, some resigned, some secretly pleased, others indifferent. Their feelings about Meng Si were mixed, but one thing was clear: nobody really liked the guy. Seeing that none of his teammates suspected anything, Li Si finally breathed a little easier. Just then, the lively guy spoke up, breaking the silence. "Seriously, how are we supposed to report this? An elite-level guy gets killed by a bunch of senior-level bugs? I mean, damn." He trailed off at a loss for words, clearly having a hard time accepting it. It wasn't that he was worried about Meng Si, it was just embarrassing. Why did he have to be on a team with Meng Si, and why did Meng Si have to die such a pathetic death? The others were equally speechless. Honestly, this was the first time any of them had encountered something this ridiculous. Even Scarface, usually taciturn, spoke up. "I checked, the purple starbugs, once they go berserk, hit about level 20 or 21. With Meng Si's strength facing that many bugs." He let the sentence hang, not wanting to say too much. Out of respect for the dead, he figured it was better to let Meng Si keep a little dignity. Li Si wiped the sweat from his forehead and made some polite small talk with the others. From their conversations, he also learned that this wasn't the first time something like this had happened in their squad. Ever since joining the team, everyone had harbored doubts about Meng Xi's abilities. On paper, the guy was officially listed as an elite-level beast tamer at level 32, but judging by his actual performance, he seemed more like a level 27 or 28 at best. Whenever they hit a tough mission, Meng Xi was no help at all, but when it came time to divvy up the credit, he never missed his share. The missions were already challenging, and situations like this only made things worse. Sure, an elite-level tamer was supposed to easily overpower veteran-level foreign species, but if you were only around level 30 and ran into a berserk purple star swarm, you'd have no choice but to steer clear. After all, those things were like a relentless tide, endless and overwhelming. That explained to Li Si why everyone had been so worried about him back then. The lively guy slumped back in his seat and let out a long, helpless sigh. Alright, enough with the pointless talk. When we get back, let's figure out how we're going to explain this. As soon as he said that, the mood in the car grew even heavier, but that sadness didn't have anything to do with Meng Xi. Li Si only spared the guy a silent 2-second moment of mourning. Any more would have been a waste. After all, the guy had at least contributed a bit of rations. What, Meng Xi is dead? At the mission handover desk of the Moyu gang branch, the staff member in charge of the paperwork widened his eyes in shock, utterly incredulous. An elite-level beast tamer had died on a mission. The staffer felt like the sky was falling. Wait here, I'm going to get the manager. A moment later, the person responsible for task transfers hurried over. The surrounding squad members chimed in to help explain, including the part about running into the berserk purple star swarm. Hearing this, the man sighed helplessly and rubbed his temples. A berserk purple star swarm, huh? No wonder. Looks like your squad was the only one to run into that. Nothing we can do. According to what the boss said, only Li Si's team had encountered such a situation. All the other squads had completed their missions perfectly. One team even discovered a spatial rift. Unfortunately, that rift wasn't quite big enough to qualify as a secret realm, so to prevent further trouble, the MOU gang had no choice but to destroy it. As for Meng Xi's death, there was nothing the MOU gang could do. Going out on missions always involved risk, and what Meng Xi had faced was without a doubt the greatest risk of all. Since there were witnesses, no one suspected Li Si of having anything to do with Meng Xi's death. The incident was officially declared an accident. Seeing the matter settled, Li Si finally felt he could breathe a little easier. Officially, everything checked out, but in private not everyone was convinced. 3 days later, just as Li Si arrived at the MOU gang headquarters, he was immediately dragged outside by Ban Yubin and Wang Boyu. Seeing how anxious the two of them looked, Li Si couldn't help but feel puzzled. What's going on? What's happening? I haven't even stepped inside, and you're already pushing me back out. What's that supposed to mean? Wang Boyu was so anxious he was practically stomping his feet. Don't go in, not now. The mayor's family is here making a scene. Li Si paused, slightly taken aback. As soon as she entered the lobby, she saw a middle-aged couple standing inside. The man had a prominent belly and carried himself with the air of someone in charge, while the woman was draped in luxurious clothes and jewelry radiating wealth from head to toe. But even before getting close, Li Si could sense the woman's domineering, aggressive presence. Where's your boss? Get him out here, the woman shouted. You people better give me an explanation today. The receptionist kept apologizing profusely, while behind them, the red-haired woman and her group all wore looks of discomfort. The woman stormed over to the red-haired woman, planted her hands on her hips, and began bellowing, My son got hurt, and you say he died in an accident? You call this an accident? Is this what you call an accident? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not letting this go. The receptionist hurried to placate her. Ma'am, please accept our condolences. We're all deeply saddened by Meng's passing, but we've already investigated the situation. Meng made a great sacrifice for our MOU gang, and before the receptionist could finish, the woman suddenly burst into loud theatrical sobbing, covering her face. My son, my poor boy, dying so tragically, and now they're just brushing it off like it's nothing. Seeing more and more people gathering around, the receptionist's expression began to sour. Ma'am, I suggest we continue this conversation in private. I'll explain everything to you step by step. But the more the receptionist tried to calm her, the more worked up the woman became. Soon even some passers-by were gathering outside the Moyu gang building, peering in out of curiosity. Noticing the growing crowd, the middle-aged man tried to smooth things over. Alright, let's hear what they have to say about our son. But the woman, now fully in her element, paid him no mind. She spun around and started slapping him wildly. Faced with this scene, the receptionist finally lost patience. This is a branch office. Even if you're family, you can't cause a ruckus here. Are you disregarding Meng Xi's contributions to the MOU gang? But that argument had no effect on the woman. Instead, eyes red with fury, she advanced on the receptionist, questioning him step by step. I know my son, she snapped. He never had much talent and he's always been timid. There's no way he would end up like this unless you people put him up to it. It has to be you, one of you must have led him on. That's what killed him." With that, she lunged toward the red-haired woman and her group, but the red-haired woman and her gang had never been close with Meng Si to begin with, and they certainly weren't going to put up with this. Raising an eyebrow, she dropped her usual friendly demeanor, her words tinged with a mocking edge. "How interesting," she sneered. "So you're saying Meng Si never had any talent, but somehow he made it into our MOU gang, so he was even our squad leader, huh? And you say he wasn't talented? Well then, ma'am, maybe you can explain to us what exactly counts as real talent?" The middle-aged woman, still fuming just moments before, froze at the question. Now, the room fell completely silent, the mood turned heavy and everyone glanced at each other, their expressions shifting as they looked at her. Talking about talent in the Fishers Guild was pointless, really. The place was crawling with geniuses. You were measured by your strength, not just your potential, but if someone claimed someone got into the guild without any talent at all, well, that was a different story and worth a real discussion. The crowd started whispering among themselves. Realizing she'd said the wrong thing, the woman quickly tried to backtrack. "What's the problem? His talent wasn't outstanding in the Fishers Guild, that's all. With so many talented people, why did you all have to target him? He'd come home every day complaining about how his teammates gave him a hard time. It's all your fault, you all drove my son Si to his death." Hearing that, Meng Si's former teammates nearly burst with anger. Us? Target Meng Si? That was it. The last shred of sympathy they had for him disappeared. Faced with her hysterics, everyone just brushed it off with a few hollow chuckles. "Yeah, sure, whatever you say." In truth, no one wanted to waste another word on her. Sensing things were about to get ugly, the middle-aged man quickly pulled his wife away. Once the crowd dispersed, the red-haired woman and the others showed no interest in Meng Si's death. If anything, they were a bit regretful he'd died so soon. If he were still alive, they'd have found all sorts of ways to mess with him. Even Scarface, who rarely commented on people, couldn't help but mutter, "Like family, like son." Unbelievable. Li Si, who'd watched the whole scene unfold, was left speechless. But as he walked past the receptionist on his way to daily training, the receptionist waved him over. "Li Si, wait a sec, Director Zhang Han wants to see you." Head to his office. Li Si blinked, a head full of question marks. "Zhang Han wants to see me?" Wang Boyu and his sidekick Yubin, who were walking with Li Si, gave him a helpless smile. "You're done for, Madman Zhang's gonna chew you up." "Poor Li Si, just accept your fate." Li Si shot them a look, half exasperated. Still, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Did Zhang Han suspect something? Honestly, that was what worried Li Si most. If anyone dug too deep, he knew he'd be in real trouble. But since Zhang Han hadn't confronted him directly, Li Si guessed the director had something else in mind. At least he didn't seem ready to act on anything for now. As for being exposed, Li Si was pretty confident. He'd covered his tracks well. Even if someone had their doubts, as long as he kept his mouth shut, there wasn't much anyone could do. He reached the office door and knocked. Zhang Han's voice came from inside. "Come in." As soon as Li Si stepped into the room, he saw Zhang Han tidying up the reports on the desk. When Zhang Han noticed Li Si, he gave a polite smile and gestured for him to sit down. "Let's talk once you've taken a seat." Zhang Han's courteous manner left Li Si a bit taken aback. He wasn't very familiar with this superior and couldn't help but feel a hint of wariness. "Minister Zhang, is there something you needed to discuss with me?" Zhang Han smiled at Li Si, but that smile made Li Si's heart skip a beat. Damn, he thought, is Zhang the madman up to something dangerous? Instantly Li Si was on alert, which made Zhang Han pause in surprise. "Why are you so nervous?" Zhang Han frowned, grumbling as he fixed Li Si with a look. "Honestly, I don't get it. You new guys, every time you see me it's like mice seeing a cat. All of you are so deferential, so scared. Am I really that terrifying? Cut me some slack, will you? I'm under a lot of pressure too. Not long ago I went to the second hospital to get some meds. Haven't had a decent night's sleep in the last 2 months." As he spoke, Zhang Han even showed Li Si the bottle of sleeping pills. Li Si stared at the bottle, momentarily distracted. The second hospital, was it for insomnia? Zhang Han frowned slightly. What else would it be for? As soon as he said it, an awkward silence settled over the room. Both men were born and raised in Linhai City, and they both knew that aside from treating insomnia, the second hospital had other functions. Zhang Han was all too aware. For a moment his expression grew complicated. Li Si hadn't said a word, but somehow he'd said everything. No one spoke for a while until Zhang Han let out a long sigh, breaking the tension. He didn't want to probe into Li Si's personal business any further. He had called him here for more pressing matters. After steadying his emotions and suppressing his curiosity, Zhang Han finally got down to business. "You know about Zhang Mingxiang, right?" Li Si nodded, though he didn't understand why Zhang Han would bring up Zhang Mingxiang at this point. The Zhang family was finished. There was no trace of them left in Linhai City. By all rights, the matter should have been settled unless there were still survivors. Li Si was certain that after that massacre he hadn't left any loose ends. As soon as Zhang Han mentioned the Zhang family, a cold, murderous glint flickered in Li Si's eyes. Seeing Li Si's murderous expression, Zhang Han quickly waved his hands. That's all in the past. Don't worry, even if there are any left, you won't have to deal with them. Zhang Han wasn't lying. Over the last decade, the Zhang family's way of doing things had secretly earned them countless enemies, before nobody dared confront them head-on because of Zhang Guangchu's influence. But now that Zhang Guangchu was dead and the Zhang family had fallen, Li Si's involvement wasn't even necessary. Their old enemies were itching to tear them apart themselves. Even if there are still survivors from the Zhang family, they have no choice but to keep their heads down, too scared to let anyone know they were ever part of the Zhangs. Zhang Han glanced at Li Si in front of him, his expression growing serious. What I want to say is, the issue of imposters, people assuming false identities, didn't just happen with the Zhang family. In our MOU guild, I'm sure there are plenty of cases too. But these things, if we try to investigate them ourselves, it's almost impossible to get to the root. Besides, Zhang Han hesitated for a moment, but still decided to probe. If I'm not mistaken, you still have your special privilege, don't you? The second he brought this up, Li Si instantly understood what Zhang Han meant. The golden statute, a fragment of it at least. In Yin country, this was strictly forbidden. Outside of official channels, almost no other group had the right to use something like this. Even some of the most powerful organizations didn't know it existed. The only reason Li Si had his peace was because the authorities took into account his history with the Zhang family and the considerable credit he'd earned. They'd made an exception for him. As for when the authorities might want it back, Li Si had no idea. All he knew was that, for now, it was still in his hands. Don't worry, Zhang Han said, sensing Li Si's unease. You're not the only one with something like that. We in the MOU guild have our own too, but you know how it is, sometimes we can't use these things openly. Li Si was no fool. After a few words from Zhang Han, he fully understood what the higher-ups in the MOU guild wanted. They were looking for someone to do their dirty work, but the knife couldn't be wielded by anyone too high up in the guild. As a newcomer with official backing, Li Si was the perfect candidate. He had the privilege and the strength to back it up. Even if something went wrong, the MOU guild could step in right away to protect him. Still wanting to be sure of Zhang Han's intentions, Li Si asked, so you want me to investigate this? Zhang Han nodded, handing over a prepared list. The decision's already been made. Just go ahead and do what you need to do. I can get you people whenever you need them, just focus on the investigation. Li Si hesitated. Can I refuse? Zhang Han just smiled, pressing a backpack into Li Si's hands. Li Si opened the bag, took a quick glance, and couldn't help sucking in a breath. It was filled with cultivation resources for Dark Knight Nethercats, a stash that was worth at least 2 months of what East Sea University's top students got. Zhang Han smiled faintly. That's just a portion. The more you dig up, the more you'll get. Don't worry about anything, I'm your strongest support. After the two of them discussed the mission objectives in a bit more detail, Li Si left the office. Not long after he'd gone, Zhang Han sat restlessly in his chair. It wasn't long before he summoned his secretary. As soon as the secretary walked in, Zhang Han frowned deeply and gave him a stern order. Xiaolu, go investigate for me. Find out who among these new recruits is spreading rumors about me. I want that person dragged out and exposed. The secretary was the same man Li Si had seen before, the one who'd been responsible for escorting him to the branch. He looked a bit taken aback. Rumors? What rumors? Zhang Han's jaw clenched. I don't know exactly, but I'm sure there's more than one thing. Just get to the bottom of it. Whoever it is, make sure he's found. And this month he has to complete 5 assignments or he won't meet the quota. The secretary could only shake his head with a wry smile as he left. Not long after, Li Si ran into Ban Yubin in the break room. Ban Yubin was in the middle of venting to the people around him. Damn, that crazy Zhang just called Li Si into his office. I'm telling you, Li Si's about to get it again. Who knows if that psycho Zhang even took his meds today? Why is he suddenly in the mood to make our lives hell again? A good number of the new hires were visibly nervous. They'd all experienced Zhang Han's iron-fisted methods and exchanged looks of sympathy for Li Si. But just then Li Si strolled past the group as if nothing had happened. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Ban Yubin, confused, hurried after him. Li Si, are you okay? That lunatic Zhang didn't give you a hard time, did he? Li Si looked at Ban Yubin with a complicated expression. Having just walked out of Zhang Han's office, it was as if he'd glimpsed the difficult days ahead for Ban Yubin. Looking at his classmate, Li Si let out a long helpless sigh and offered a word of advice. Xiaoban, there's something you have to remember. Trouble comes from careless talk. Watch your mouth. With that, Li Si left, leaving the others utterly baffled. Ban Yubin scratched his head, completely at a loss as to what Li Si meant. Leaving the slacker gang office, Li Si headed straight for the city center. After receiving this assignment, he'd already chosen his first target. Before long, he found himself standing in front of a freestanding villa downtown. He took in the sight of the luxurious little mansion and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. According to the information the slacker gang had provided, this was the home of Meng Si, who had previously come to Meng Company. Li Si's eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent as he watched the silhouettes moving inside the house. Don't think that just because Meng Si is dead everything is over. At dusk, a middle-aged man pushed open his front door looking exhausted. As soon as he entered, he noticed how dim the house was. He rubbed his temples as if he already knew what was coming, and felt a headache just thinking about it. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped into the shadowy living room, he saw a middle-aged woman sitting motionless on the sofa, the television flickering in front of her. The bluish light highlighted her cold expression. "Old Meng, let's get a divorce," the woman said flatly. "This is as far as we go. From now on, don't worry about what I do. And as for your dirty little secrets, I'm going to expose every single one of them." As soon as those words left her mouth, the man's expression changed. He jabbed a finger at the middle-aged woman and started cursing her out. "You're at it again. What are you making a scene for? Seer is already dead. Back then you insisted on getting him a good title. I got him into the fish idol gang, tried to make him into somebody, and now look, it's all my fault, huh?" He had barely finished when his words completely ignited the resentment festering in the woman's heart. It was as if she'd swallowed dynamite for dinner. She exploded, screaming at the man. "If not you, then who? That was Seer, your own flesh and blood. And just like that, he's dead. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll tell everyone about you and that little tramp. Don't even think about her giving you some bastard kid. If I have to suffer, so will everyone else." Seeing her act like a shrew, the man's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but the look faded almost as quickly as it came. The woman noticed his reaction and only got more aggressive. "Go ahead, try it, kill me if you dare, go on, my poor son's already gone now, even his own father bullies me like this." As she spoke, the middle-aged woman slumped onto the sofa sobbing. The man's anger softened a little and he sat beside her, trying to comfort her, but in the shadows where neither noticed, Li Si, hiding with the nightshade cat, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow. The tension in the air. Li Si had read up on both of them in the fish idol gang's files. The man was Meng Chotian, a bona fide member of the gang and deputy leader of a branch in a neighboring city. The woman was Lu Qianying, an entirely ordinary beast tamer. To be honest, Meng Chotian had rotten luck. In his youth, he was brimming with ambition, a prodigy who awakened his beast taming space early. Unfortunately, he never followed safety rules, never wore a helmet, and before he even graduated, he got tangled up with Meng Si's mother. After they married, he relied on his talent and hard work to keep climbing the ranks in the fish idol gang, but his family life was a mess. Not one of his kids inherited his gifts, and his wife constantly egged him on, which led to this whole replacement scheme. At that moment, the mood between the two downstairs began to shift. Meng Chotian wrapped an arm around his wife, guilt flickering in his eyes. "So what do you want me to do?" Lu Qianying's eyes glinted coldly as she ground out her response. "I want them dead. I want them to pay for my son with their lives." Meng Chotian's hand trembled involuntarily at that. Lu Qianying sensed his hesitation and gripped his hand tightly. "Don't worry, old Meng. I remember exactly what they look like, especially that Li Si. Seer told me all about him. That guy looked down on our boy, made fun of him. Once you pull some strings up top and get them transferred to our branch, we'll give them a mission, and then..." As she spoke, fury blazed in Lu Qianying's eyes. Even from a distance, anyone could feel the bitterness radiating from her. Li Si saw that the two of them had descended completely into madness and obsession. He could only let out a long, helpless sigh before quietly slipping out of the villa. In the middle of the night, Zhang Han was in his office scribbling furiously as he worked through the latest reports from the Slackers Guild. The door was knocked on. Zhang Han gestured for the visitor to enter. When Li Si walked in, Zhang Han frowned. "Is it done?" he asked. Li Si nodded and handed over a recording. Zhang Han took Li Si's phone in his hand. At first, his expression was puzzled, but as he watched, it grew heavier and heavier. By the end, his face had gone completely dark and the hand holding his teacup seemed to shimmer with a cold pale light. After watching the entire recording, Zhang Han closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "All right, I understand. I'll arrange for someone to take care of it tomorrow." Not long after Li Si left, a hint of sadness appeared in Zhang Han's eyes. "Old Meng," he murmured, "you had a good thing going. Why did you have to break the cardinal rule of our Slackers Guild? Now even if I wanted to help you, there's nothing I can do." He opened a drawer and looked at a faded yellowing photograph, shaking his head with a wry smile. The next day at dusk, Li Si arrived at Meng Si's apartment building with several other members of the Slackers Guild. Li Si didn't recognize these people. They didn't seem to be from the Linhai branch. None of them spoke to him. They moved with cold efficiency, setting up barriers around the building before melting into the darkness. But there was one thing Li Si and these people had in common. They were all dark-type beast tamers, most likely the ones who handled the dirtiest, most dangerous jobs for the guild. Not far away, a car sped down the street. As soon as it pulled up to the building, Meng Qiutin got out and paused at his front door, glancing around with a wary, puzzled look. After a moment he shook his head with resignation, unlocked the door and went inside. As soon as he stepped through the door, Lu Qianying hurried over, her face full of anxiety. "Old Mang, how did it go?" At the mention, Meng Qiutian could only give a bitter smile and shake his head. "I reported it, but headquarters hasn't given a response yet. Don't worry, I'll see if I can pull some more strings." Hearing this, a rare smile appeared on Lu Qianying's face. "That's great, Old Mang. You couldn't get our son promoted, but at least you can handle this. I knew you were reliable for something." Meng Qiutian glanced at his wife, his gaze tinged with annoyance and regret. In that moment, he seemed to regret his past mistakes even more, how his carelessness had led to his current predicament. He had truly married the wrong person. He looked up at the black and white photo of Meng Si on the wall and let out a long, helpless sigh. But as the couple walked into the living room, several uninvited guests appeared in the corners. They stood there calm and silent, their eyes fixed on Meng Qiutian. Meng Qiutian's expression changed dramatically, but he forced himself to stay calm. "What do you want with me?" he asked. Lu Qianying seemed to realize that these people were also from the Slackers Guild and instantly flew into a rage. "What's the meaning of this? Don't you know Minister Meng? Barging into our house in the middle of the night? What kind of guts do you people have to do something like this?" But the group before her didn't react at all. They looked at Lu Qianying as if she were an idiot, their eyes cold and dismissive. This only made Lu Qianying angrier. She was just about to press her accusation when the leader of the group barked out, "Meng Qiutian, do you know why we're here?" Meng Qiutian pressed his lips together, remaining silent. But as the deputy head of this branch of the Slackers Guild, he knew exactly who these people were, the guild's own cleanup crew, the ones who handled dirty work. Whenever they showed up, it meant that someone inside the guild had broken its core rules, and when they acted, they never left survivors. Now that they were here, there could only be one reason: Meng Si's actions. In the Slackers Guild, they might not be good people at heart, but they all held fiercely to their code. Impersonation and taking someone else's place was a serious violation. Meng Si had occupied someone else's slot, stolen their chance, and cost the guild a potential genius. That was an unforgivable offense. It was as if Meng Qiutian had resigned himself to his fate. Wind blades began to swirl around him, his gaze growing calm and resolute. Behind him, a mantis nearly 3 meters tall materialized, hidden in the shadows. Li Si quietly observed, and the opponent's stats appeared before his eyes. Fistwind mantis level, 45 attribute, wind skills, gale armor, gold, fistwind, purple, lightning dash, purple, attribute shelter, green. Li Si couldn't help but gasp at the sight of these stats. A level 45 lord tier beast with gold level aptitude, and Meng Qiutian himself was just over 40, still young by most standards, though he'd had a child early in life. With this level of power 20 years ago, Meng Qiutian would have been the equal of someone like Yan Bin. If only he hadn't gotten mixed up with someone like Lu Qianying, he might have reached the ranks of the kings by now. The people who had come with Li Si were no slouches either, all of them commanded lord-level beasts. No more words were exchanged. In the cramped house, the battle erupted instantly. In just a single exchange, the entire building collapsed with a thunderous crash. If there hadn't been a barrier set up outside to keep passers-by away, the commotion would have drawn a crowd from blocks around. As the dust settled, Li Si stood at a distance watching the fight raging in the sky. In the middle of the ruins, Lu Qianying was left coughing violently from the dust, still completely clueless about why the battle had broken out. Even now she was jabbing her finger at the Slackers Guild members nearby, cursing them at the top of her lungs. The people nearby were ready to step in, but none of them made a move. Killing her would only provoke Meng Qiutian further, and no one wanted to take that risk. Up in the sky, the praying mantis, a lord-level beast, attacked with a fury that seemed intent on ripping everything around it to shreds. Wherever its wind blades sliced through, pockets of vacuum were left in their wake. Both the beast and Meng Qiutian were enveloped in countless whirling blades of wind, shielded by their relentless force. The battle was at a standstill, tense and exhausting. One member of the loafers' gang quietly slipped over to Li Si's side, lowering his voice to whisper a few words in her ear. Li Si was a little surprised by what she heard. Just then, darkness suddenly swept over the area. Shadows thickened and countless dark elements surged in, invading the space around Meng Qiutian. Instantly alert, Meng Qiutian recalled his beast, bracing for an attack. "Li Si!" Someone from the loafers' gang shouted from above. Meng Qiutian hesitated for just a moment, thrown off by the call. In the very next second, a shadow flickered behind him. A glint of cold steel flashed, a sharp dagger plunged straight through Meng Qiutian's chest. The praying mantis, seeing its master under attack, lunged forward to strike down Li Si. But before it could get close, several members of the loafers' gang swarmed it, pinning the beast hard to the ground. Lu Qianying watched in disbelief as Meng Qiutian's body crashed to the earth. While she stood frozen, a loafers' gang member at her side drew his blade and, with a single swift motion, severed her head. Even as she died, Lu Qianying never understood why any of this had happened. The battle was over almost as quickly as it had begun. Li Si wiped the blood from her blade and slid it back into her dimensional backpack. one of the loafers' gang members walked up and clapped her on the shoulder, grinning. "Not bad, you're pretty good at stabbing people in the back. Ever think about joining us? We could use someone with your talents." Lissy's expression turned a bit awkward. She knew he meant it as a compliment, but the phrasing felt off. She managed a polite reply, "Oh no, I couldn't. That's really not my thing. Stuff like this, you guys are the experts. Me, I'm no killer." Suddenly, the courtyard went quiet. Everyone turned to stare at her in shock. Lissy had no idea that after she wiped out the Zhang family, it was this same group who had helped clean up the aftermath for her. After witnessing the massacre, the loafers' gang had been thoroughly shaken and deeply curious. What kind of person was Lissy to pull off something even bloodier than they could imagine? And yet here she was telling them she wasn't a killer. Would you believe that? There was no news about any of this in Linhai City. Then again, this had all been an internal affair of the loafers' gang, and they were always meticulous about covering their tracks. That night back in his dorm, Lissy finally let out a long sigh of relief. He turned his attention back to his beast companion, letting his thoughts drift to what came next. Tonight they were on the move. After a successful mission, the Dark Knight Ghost Cat managed to acquire 2 new skill entries. Gale Shield. Gold the beast can manipulate elemental energy to envelop itself, creating a barrier of lethal elemental force. Now this is interesting. Lissy raised his eyebrows. Rather than being exclusive to wind element beasts, it seemed like any beast sharing the attribute could use it, each manifesting the skill differently depending on their element. Damn, what a shame he only got to kill him once. If he'd managed to take him down a few more times, he'd probably have been able to farm more entries. Lissy couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. The compatibility of this entry was so high that all 3 of his beasts could use it. Now he only regretted that he hadn't gotten 3 copies of Gale Shield. If each of them had 1 inch, the 4 of them could really make a name for themselves, reach new heights together. As for who should get which entry, Lissy decided not to rush his decision. He wanted to check the last entry he'd acquired first. Luck was on his side tonight. Not only had he gotten a gold entry from Meng Qiutian, he'd also picked up a blue one from Meng Qiutian's wife. Her talent was clearly no match for her husband's. Blue was the best she had to offer. Stone Mastery. Blue the beast is imbued with earth energy, greatly enhancing its mobility and even granting it brief periods of flight. Not bad, this one's actually really useful for you. Lissy turned and patted the yellow earth demon bull on the head. The bull happily lifted its head and let out a low moo of excitement. Lissy looked at the 3 entries in front of him, lost in thought for a moment. First, with the current abilities of the Holy Healing Water Spirit, Gale Shield was pretty much useless for it. The Yellow Earth Demon Bull and the Dark Knight Ghost Cat were his main forces right now, and he hesitated a bit on how to distribute the skills. But then he remembered the Demon Bull already had an entry of its own. For now, the Gale Shield would go to the Ghost Cat. Later, he'd upgrade the Demon Bull's entry as compensation. With his plan set, Lissy decided to upgrade the Yellow Earth Demon Bull's skill first. As the entry merged into the bull's body, it let out a deep grunt, eager to show off its new powers. The demon bull trotted out into the courtyard and began to test it out. As the skill activated, 4 small whirlwinds appeared beneath the bull's hooves. The demon bull was clearly amazed by its newfound strength, lifting its legs repeatedly in curiosity. "Try flying." The demon bull nodded, adjusted its new powers, and with a surge, the massive yellow beast soared into the sky, galloping through the air around the dormitory building. At that moment, in a dorm across the way, a young couple was passionately making out on the couch. The girl, playing coy to keep the guy wanting more, had him all hot and bothered. Just then she glanced out the window following a beam of moonlight and suddenly froze, completely stunned. She patted the man on the back, her face filled with alarm. Honey, look, there are cows flying outside." The man's eyes were bloodshot and he was in no mood to pay attention to anything else. He thought she was trying to flirt with him. Without hesitation, he pulled off his shirt and loosened his belt. "Don't worry, soon you'll see more cows flying too." The woman froze for a moment, then turned back to look out the window. The flying cows had already vanished. She rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have been seeing things, and didn't give it another thought. Out in the courtyard, Lissy was eyeing the earthen magic bull, which was so happy it was literally bouncing around. He walked over and patted its head. "Don't worry, there's more good stuff coming your way, just hang on." The yellow earth magic bull, still thrilled from its earlier flight, widened its round little eyes and looked at Lissy expectantly. Lissy sorted through the fragments of entry tokens in his hand. He had enough to upgrade this blue token to purple. Not only that, but the leftover fragments would be enough to boost the bull's body control to purple as well. Taking a deep breath, Lissy decided to go all in and used all his tokens at once. As beams of light flashed, both tokens upgraded and brand new abilities appeared before his eyes. Stone Manipulation. Purple the beast will gain an infusion of earth element energy, greatly enhancing its mobility, enabling it to stay airborne for long periods and allowing it to move through the air using earth element energy. Perfect Control. purple. The beast will be able to freely control the size of its body down to the precision of any individual part and infuse those parts with earth element energy. Li Si was momentarily stunned as he read the two new abilities. The yellow earth magic bull could hardly contain its excitement and immediately started testing out its new powers. First up, perfect control. Before their eyes the bull's body began to swell, and within just a few breaths it had grown to a towering 3 meters tall. Its horns nearly pierced the sky. Thanks to its massive weight, every step it took sent shockwaves rumbling through the courtyard floor. "Can you go even bigger?" Li Si asked. The magic bull nodded and kept growing, swelling to nearly 5 meters tall. Staring at the beast, now the size of a small house, Li Si hurriedly urged it to shrink back down. If he let it stomp around much longer, the whole courtyard would be destroyed. Looking at the magic bull at his feet, Li Si was delighted. This thing was basically a weapon of mass destruction in any group battle. Imagine a dump truck rampaging through a crowded mall, the chaos would be unimaginable. The magic bull shrank back to its usual size, barely reaching Li Si's knee. Truth be told, it preferred this more manageable form. Eager to see what else it could do, Li Si had the bull try out the stone manipulation ability. Soon the yellow earth magic bull was controlling pebbles and sand slowly floating into the air. Unlike before, this time the bull could stay aloft indefinitely, carried by swirling winds that kept its whole body suspended midair. The area was rich with earth element energy, which meant that the earth and demon bull could unleash a full-powered attack imbued with earth attributes even while flying. If this creature floated in the air, expanded its massive body, shrouded itself with elemental energy, and then crashed down toward its target. Just imagining it sent a chill down Li Si's spine. A meteor strike, he thought. No doubt with the bull's thick hide and sturdy frame, that kind of impact probably wouldn't faze it at all. But for whatever unlucky thing got hit. Li Si looked at the floating earth and demon bull in front of him, and a bold idea suddenly came to mind. In those old cultivation movies, there was always some reclusive master flying through the air on a sword. Now that the earth and demon bull could enlarge or shrink itself and even fly for short periods, didn't that mean he could? Li Si considered it for a moment. Riding a bull through the sky, why not? He decided to give it a try. Li Si instructed the earth and demon bull to gradually increase its size until it was big enough for him to stand stably on its back. He quickly got into a takeoff stance. At that moment, the Dark Knight Nethercat, curious as ever, leapt up and perched behind him. With a brief sensation of weightlessness, Li Si found himself soaring above the campus, able to see every building around the dormitory. Meanwhile, across the way in another dorm room, a girl and a boy were just about to move to the next stage in their relationship. The girl, still a bit skeptical, glanced out the window. She hadn't expected much, but what she saw shocked her. Bathed in moonlight, a gigantic bull floated slowly through the sky, and if she looked closely she could just make out a figure riding its back. The girl shivered. Holy crap, that's one big bull. The boy thought her exclamation was about him and grinned smugly, teasing, "Pretty big, huh? Like it?" Meanwhile, the flying earth and demon bull drifted along, pondering another question. If I can get bigger or smaller, then I can get bigger or smaller. Its eyes sparkled with excitement. As it carried Li Si, it began experimenting with its abilities. Soon a look of deep satisfaction appeared on its face, and it broke into a goofy grin. Li Si, noticing this from atop its back, flicked the bull on the head. "What are you so happy about? Just fly straight. If you drop me, you're done for two." The earth and demon bull nodded obediently and continued to give Li Si a smooth ride. Back in the dorm, the girl stared out the window, gasping in disbelief, her face full of shock. Optimus Prime. The boy blinked, looked down at himself, and realized there was no way he could be mistaken for Optimus Prime. Curious, he finally glanced outside, just in time to see the enormous bull shrink back into the shadows, with someone still standing on its back. The next day, both the girl and the boy were interviewed by campus reporters, recounting their miraculous experience from the night before. Once word got around, students joked that the boy had really been bullied, but in a whole new way. As for Li Si, after a short drive to clear their heads, Li Si began to feel a bit more at ease and decided to take the two of them back early. But when they returned to the dormitory, the real excitement began. Li Si handed the final attribute token directly to the Dark Knight Nethercat. What he hadn't expected was that upon receiving the token, the cat's level skyrocketed as well. Its experience, which had been sitting at level 38, surged straight through to level 41 the instant it obtained the token. The moment it hit level 41, the Dark Knight Nethercat looked drowsy and lethargic. It barely took a few steps into the room before collapsing in a heap to the side. "Meow, Li Si, I'm so sleepy," the cat muttered. As soon as it spoke, Li Si saw waves of black mist erupting from the cat's body. Sensing something was wrong, Li Si immediately grabbed the earth-tusked demon ox and rushed out of the room, locking the door tightly behind them. Peering back from the hallway, he saw his bedroom completely engulfed in swirling black fog. Level 41, this was a critical threshold for a beast master. It meant the contracted beast would formally ascend to the Lord tier. Lacey scratched his head and let out a helpless sigh. Guess I'll have to make do on the couch tonight. Alright, here, eat this. Lacey pulled the corpse of the fistwind mantis they'd slain earlier from his spatial backpack and tossed it next to the earth-tusk demon ox. With a muffled grunt, the ox dragged the carcass aside to enjoy its midnight snack. The next morning, Lacey was still half asleep when Lu Yangfei's urgent voice rang out beside his ear. Bro, wake up, bro, hurry. Come on, you gotta see this. Lacey rubbed his sore nose and slowly sat up from the sofa. He'd been running around nonstop for days and hadn't had a decent rest. What's going on? Why all the racket? He grumbled. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Yangfei anxiously gesturing at the bedroom door. Bro, you gotta check on the Dark Knight Nether cat. Dragging his heavy body to the door, Lacey pushed it open. Instantly, the black mist dissipated, revealing the Dark Knight Nether cat playing energetically with a bottle on the floor. But as Lacey looked closer, he noticed something different about the cat. Its appearance was unchanged, but its aura was far sharper than before. The Dark Knight Nether cat, seeing Lacey, let out an excited cry. When it leaped into his arms, Lacey couldn't help but gasp. It felt less like hugging a cat and more like embracing a mass of pure dark elemental energy. The surge of darkness radiating from the cat sent a chill through Lacey's bones, remarkable considering the sweltering summer heat. Lu Yangfei pointed to the frost still lingering on the glass. Elemental overflow solidified. Bro, the Dark Knight Nether cat's become a Lord tier beast. I did it, I raised a Lord tier Dark Knight Nether cat. Compared to Lacey, Lu Yangfei was practically bursting with pride. Thanks to the steady stream of food and care he'd received over so many days, the Dark Knight Nether cat had accumulated a considerable amount of power within its body. Now, with Lacey providing an outlet for all that energy, the Nether cat underwent a successful transformation and advanced to the Lord tier. The speed at which the Dark Knight Nether cat reached this level was due in no small part to Lu Yangfei's efforts. Now Lacey was even more curious to see what new abilities the Nether cat would gain after this breakthrough. He opened the attribute panel for the Dark Knight Nether cat and the stats appeared before him. Dark Knight Nether cat level 41 attribute, Darkness skills, Night God, Gold, Fourth Calamity, Gold, Heaven Spite, Gold, Clarity of Mind, Purple, Fierce Deity, Purple, Dark Knight Protection, Purple, Blood Rain and Carnage, Purple. The original Windguard skill had now fully transformed into Dark Knight Protection, marking a complete change in its attributes. Sensing Lacey's curiosity, the Dark Knight Nether cat leapt to the center of the room. After channeling its power for a moment, tiny dark bubbles began to float around its body. The effect of Dark Knight Protection manifested as a cloud of these dark element bubbles encircling the cat. Just as Lacey was wondering what this skill could do, the Nether cat jumped into the courtyard outside. The moment it landed, the entire lawn was plunged into darkness. Countless blades of green grass began to wither, turning yellow before finally crumbling to dust. Lacey involuntarily sucked in a breath. The cat's dark attribute corrosion effect was on full display, leaving nothing to the imagination. Most importantly, this ability was essentially the creation of a domain around the Nether cat. Any Beastmaster's companion trying to attack it would have to expend far more power just to keep their own bodies safe. Otherwise, the encroaching dark energy would leave them maimed, or worse. Meow. The Nether cat called out to Lacey, tail flicking. Lacey paused, surprised. You mean there's more to this ability? The Nether cat nodded. It wasn't just Lacey who was curious, Lu Yangfei was also deeply interested. After all, this was the first Lord tier beast he had ever raised, and he'd never seen one's abilities up close. The Dark Knight Nether cat began to gather the dark attribute elements around it, slowly condensing them into a liquid form. After a moment, dark elemental orbs appeared, gradually taking shape into several round spheres that floated behind the cat. The Nether cat fixed its gaze on a tree in the yard and suddenly lashed out with a claw. Instantly, one of the liquid orbs behind it shot out, transforming into a razor-sharp claw that streaked toward the tree trunk. The branch, as thick as a bowl, was sliced clean through the cut surface, gleaming smooth as a mirror. Lacey quickly estimated he had to be at least 20 meters from that tree, yet with a single swipe the Nether cat could strike at such distance. Now, it had a powerful ranged attack in its arsenal. Lu Yangfei, standing off to the side, had already whipped out his notebook and was scribbling notes at top speed. When a beast advances to the Lord tier, it gains a whole new set of abilities. After briefly assessing the skills that the Dark Knight Nether cat currently possessed, Lacey suddenly realized something. Where was the Earth-Tusk Demon Ox? Usually, the moment the Dark Knight Nether cat woke up, that big guy would immediately trail after her, sticking close at her heels. But today was odd. Despite all the commotion the cat had made, the Demon Ox hadn't reacted at all. Let's go check the front yard. Lacey led the two others toward the front yard. The scene that greeted them gave them all a start. The Earth-Tusk Demon Ox, who'd had a midnight snack out here last night, was gone. On the ground, the beast corpse Lacey had fed it was now just half a hind leg, and in one corner of the yard a large ornamental rock formation stood blocking their path. Lu Yongfei scratched his head and looked at Li Si in confusion. Bro, did you put that there? Li Si was just as bewildered. He was sure there hadn't been any fake mountains in his yard before, certainly not one this big. The Dark Knight Nether cat padded over to the rock, sniffed around, then immediately wrinkled her nose in disgust. Meow, Li Si, it's here, comma. Li Si, full of questions, walked up to the fake mountain, his face a picture of confusion. You're saying this thing is the Earth Tusk Demon Ox? The cat nodded, then started pawing at the base of the rock with her hind legs as if trying to cover something up. Lu Yongfei glanced at the half-eaten beast corpse on the ground and stroked his chin. Bro, you don't think the Earth Tusk Demon Ox also? Li Si had the same thought. Staring at the fake mountain before him, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Both of his beasts had advanced to Lord Tier at the same time, double happiness in a single night. The best part was, the Earth Tusk Demon Ox had always been easy to keep quiet, focused on eating, never causing trouble. No one had expected him to catch up to the Dark Knight Nether cat's level so quickly. The Nether cat, for her part, seemed to sense the ox's newfound strength and looked distinctly displeased, so the two men and the cat ended up spending the whole day and night hovering around the fake mountain. The next morning the house began to shake. Li Si sat up from his bed and hurried to the balcony to look down. Lu Yongfei, who lived next door, rushed over as well. The fake mountain in the yard had collapsed, and there in the courtyard stood an old yellow ox, head down, munching away at the rubble. When the ox finally looked up and saw Li Si, his eyes instantly filled with tears. Moo, I'm starving, comma. Li Si didn't hesitate, he tossed a pile of food straight in front of the Earth Tusk Demon Ox. Even with his gluttonous bloodline, it was clear that this evolution had sapped a lot of his strength. But the ox looked different now. It wasn't just the usual Earth Tusk Demon Ox, its body was covered in rocky armor and its horns were sharper than ever. The Yellow Earth Demon Bull's body no longer bore any fragments of stone, and its two horns had shrunk back to a normal size. If it weren't for the powerful aura it exuded as a lord-class beast, anyone passing by would have taken it for nothing more than an ordinary old ox. Li Si finished getting dressed and headed downstairs. Lu Yongfei followed closely behind. The two of them glanced at the Yellow Earth Demon Bull, who was busy gobbling up its meal, then exchanged a look. Compared to the Nightshade Phantom Cat's dramatic evolution, the Yellow Earth Demon Bull seemed a little underwhelming. In fact, it looked less like it had evolved and more like it had somehow regressed. The Nightshade Phantom Cat seemed to sense this too. It leapt lightly onto the Demon Bull's back, crouching to inspect the bull's body up close. Meow, comma. The cat cocked its head, studying the Demon Bull for a moment, then out of nowhere it unsheathed its claws, which gleamed menacingly. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Yongfei yelped, startled by the sudden sight of claws. He barely had time to react before the Nightshade Phantom Cat raked its paw down hard across the Demon Bull's back. The next moment a piercing screech filled the room, like someone dragging a fork across a chalkboard. The Demon Bull paused mid-munch, raised its head with a puzzled look, glanced at Li Si and Lu Yongfei, then simply lowered its head and went right back to eating as if nothing had happened. Li Si and Lu Yongfei were both dumbfounded. The cat had gone all out with that swipe, but the Demon Bull acted like it hadn't even noticed. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Lu Yongfei muttered under his breath, "Don't tell me, it evolved some kind of hardened skin?" Li Si was equally stunned. He gestured for the Nightshade Phantom Cat to try again. The cat took another swipe, but the Demon Bull didn't budge, it just flicked its tail lazily, swatting at mosquitoes. Now the Nightshade Phantom Cat was well and truly annoyed. It sprawled across the Demon Bull's back, scratching away furiously. The Demon Bull paid no mind at all, as if it were just being pestered by a mosquito, calmly eating, completely ignoring the cat's efforts. Watching all this, Li Si couldn't help but break into a radiant smile. Well. Looks like you're a classic case of slow and steady wins the race, huh? Lu Yongfei wasn't the only one surprised. Li Si was just as taken aback. Now that the Yellow Earth Demon Bull had evolved to Lord class, it had truly become a blood bull. Not only was it tough as nails, but its attack power was nothing to scoff at either. Unlike the assassin-like Phantom Cat, the Demon Bull was now a walking juggernaut. Yellow Earth Demon Bull level 41. Element, Earth. Traits, Bull Demon's Might, Gold, Lord of the Land, Gold, Glutton's Bloodline, Purple, Diamond Body, Purple, Master of Stone Manipulation, Purple, Body Control, Green, Sandstorm, Blue. With Lord Class defense, the added bonus of a diamond hard body and the mobility granted by its stone manipulation skills, the Yellow Earth Demon Bull was, well, had it just hit the jackpot or what? Li Si pictured the Yellow Earth Demon Bull charging through the sky, ramming those flying beast tamers to death. Just imagining the scene filled him with delight. That day Li Si and Lu Yongfei started discussing how to further train their two beasts. Now that both had reached the Lord tier, the resources they required had grown exponentially. The next morning Li Si arrived early at the local branch of the Lazy Fish Gang, ready to collect this week's resources. But as soon as he stepped inside, he saw a man rushing toward him in a panic. "Li Si, you're finally here. Director Zhang Han has been looking for you." where have you been these past few days?" The man was the same person who'd welcomed Li Si before, if he remembered right, Zhang Han's secretary. Li Si scratched his head. "My beast evolved, I've been busy handling that." The man's jaw dropped in shock. "Your nightshade nether cat evolved?" Li Si nodded. The secretary wiped the sweat from his brow. Among the higher-ups of the Lazy Fish gang, Li Si's progress was no secret. From joining the organization to advancing from elite to lord, it had taken him less than a month. The path he'd blazed in just a month was more than most beast tamers could cover in a lifetime. If Li Si's meteoric rise had happened in any other organization, he'd probably have been locked away and dissected by now. But the Lazy Fish gang was never short on geniuses, though even among them, someone as monstrous as Li Si made people uneasy. "Enough, Director Zhang Han is in a real hurry, let's go. I'll help you get a leave of absence from school later," the secretary said, hustling Li Si toward the office. On the way, Li Si wondered what could possibly be so urgent that he'd need to take time off school for it, but as soon as he entered the office he couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. What was once Zhang Han's private office was now packed wall to wall. To Li Si's further dismay, even Zhang Han was standing respectfully to the side, giving up his seat for an elderly man. The old man, with a full head of white hair and a stern expression, sat in the chair, his eyes fixed intently on Li Si from the moment he walked in. There was a formidable air about him, something that radiated authority and made it clear he was someone used to being in charge. Li Si glanced around and quickly spotted a few familiar faces, those who'd helped him on his recent nighttime mission to deal with Meng Chotian. They gave him polite squinting smiles, but beneath their friendly greetings, Li Si still felt a chill in the air. The room fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, the old man turned to Zhang Han and barked, "Good, excellent, this one's a real gem, I'll take him." Zhang Han broke out in a nervous sweat and hurried to intervene. "Elder Cho, you can't just do things like this," Zhang Han protested. "This guy might be a promising kid, but he's still one of our Lazy Bones gang. Plus he's still a student at East Sea University, things could get tricky with the school." The old man suddenly widened his eyes and fixed Zhang Han with a piercing stare. "Are you threatening me?" Zhang Han hurriedly laughed, waving his hands. "I wouldn't dare, Elder Chiu, you must be joking." Seeing that he couldn't persuade the old man, Zhang Han quickly shifted the blame. "He's still a student at East Sea University. Even if you don't care about me, you should at least consider the university's reputation, right?" As soon as he said this, the old man burst out laughing. "East Sea University? Back when I founded my organization, East Sea University didn't even exist yet." "Oh right, little Juzi, that rascal should be president by now, huh?" Zhang Han immediately offered an explanation, but their conversation had already left Li Si completely dumbfounded. East Sea University had to be at least 2 centuries old, otherwise it wouldn't be one of the top 5 universities in Yin country. Yet from the old man's tone, Li Si didn't even dare guess his age, and even someone like Zhang Han, a beastmaster of kingly rank, had to show him respect. Could it be that Elder Cho's power surpassed even Zhang Han's? Li Si wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. There was another thing bothering him, little Zhuzi. Could that be Director Zhu? Just as Li Si was puzzling over the old man's background, Elder Chiu slapped the table. "Wait for me, I'll be right back." Before the words had even faded, the old man crashed through the window, shattering the glass as he leaped outside. A giant rock, its wings blotting out the sun, unfurled and flew off in the direction of East Sea University. After the old man left, Li Si nervously turned to Zhang Han. "Minister Zhang, who exactly is he?" Zhang Han gave a wry smile and shook his head. "Let's just say, if you ever leave, you're not going to have an easy time," Li Si shuddered, glancing at the black-clad men around him who were all sporting faint, ambiguous smiles. He could already imagine what life would be like if he tried to leave. Not long after, Li Si's phone started buzzing non-stop. "East Sea University under attack, Director Zhu captured while facing a powerful enemy, mysterious expert appears at East Sea University." It had only been 10 minutes since Elder Chiu left. After a while, Director Zhu finally sent a message. "Director Zhu, Li Si, stay safe." Li Si stared at the message, completely at a loss. Stay safe? Safe from what? Before he could even react, Elder Chiu had already returned to Zhang Han's office, laughing heartily. "All done, it's settled. That Juzi, after all these years, is still just a lousy director. What a disgrace to me." Turning to Li Si, the old man waved his hand. "All right, I'm taking him with me. Just report the rest as it happened." Li Si didn't even have a chance to speak in front of the old master. The old man simply pinched his fingers together. In an instant, everything around them shattered. The world spun wildly, and when Li Si finally regained his senses, he found himself deep within a remote mountain forest. The old master glanced at Li Si, then turned to instruct a black-clad man by his side. "For the next month, you're responsible for him. After a month, we'll consider other arrangements." The black-clad man bowed respectfully, and just like that, the old master vanished from Li Si's sight. Still utterly bewildered, Li Si had no idea what had just happened. One of the black-clad men beside him let out a long sigh. "All right, kid, go get some rest." You'll have your hands full tonight. Li Si went to the room they'd arranged for him and waited for nightfall. When darkness descended, the entire forest became pitch black. Unlike the wild outdoors, this mountain forest was eerily unnaturally quiet. There wasn't a single sound, only 5 black-clad men waiting in the center of the woods. Li Si had already changed into the fitted black combat uniform they'd prepared for him. Dressed in black and melting into the shadows, he was nearly impossible to detect. Most importantly, this wasn't any ordinary outfit. The material seemed to mask his presence, effectively concealing his unique aura. The one thing Li Si had in common with the others was that they were all beast tamers of the dark attribute. Once the team leader spotted Li Si, he smiled and waved. "You're here? Good, let's head out." The man speaking to Li Si was the same one he'd seen earlier that day in Minister Zhang Hen's office. As Li Si drew closer, he realized this man, like himself, was a lord-level beast tamer. A magic array glowed at the center of the forest. When the white light faded, Li Si opened his eyes to find himself standing before a villa. The others handed him a dossier of information. The team leader spoke up. "This is our first target for tonight. Same as always, no survivors." His tone was calm, but every word dripped with killing intent. Li Si hesitated, still unable to figure out what exactly these people wanted from him. But one thing was for certain: he'd been dropped into the Moyu gang, an organization that specialized in dirty and dangerous work. Inside the villa, a family of 5 was gathered happily around the dinner table. At the head sat an elderly man. Behind him, a picture frame displayed several group photos. Anyone from the MOU gang would have immediately noticed that every person in those photos was a high-ranking minister from the gang's major city branches. The old man took a couple of bites, then looked over at his son and grandson. "Work's been going all right lately, hasn't it?" The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, glancing sidelong at his own son. "Dad, look at here, he's of age now, shouldn't we?" The old man slammed his chopsticks down hard on the table and shot the man a fierce glare. "We're here to eat, don't bring up that sort of thing." The middle-aged man trembled, shutting his mouth at once. A moment later, the old man seemed to realize his tone had been too harsh and quickly softened it. "I'll handle here's situation. You two just focus on your work in the idle fish gang. Don't get clever and don't show off." Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded obediently, but the real subject of the conversation, the young man, wasn't having any of it. He burst out, voice full of frustration. "Grandpa, I'm already strong enough. I don't want anything to do with that stupid idle fish gang. I really don't want to join some organization like that." Before the old man could even reply, the middle-aged man leapt up and slapped his son hard across the face. "Brat, if we tell you to go, you go. Enough with the backtalk." The boy's mother could only shake her head with a helpless, bitter smile. Humiliated and furious, the young man threw his chopsticks down and stormed away from the table. No one knew how much time had passed when the sharp, metallic tang of blood began to drift through the house. The kindly grandmother wrinkled her brow. "Yenner, did you forget to turn off the gas?" The boy's mother shook her head. "No, I turned it off." She was just about to get up to check when the old man's face suddenly grew grim. He turned, staring hard down the hallway. A moment later, a figure appeared in the doorway, a man smiling pleasantly at the 4 of them as he tossed something from his hand toward the table. A round object thudded onto the table in front of the middle-aged man. It was the head of the young man who had stormed away just moments ago. Even in death, his face was frozen in an expression of utter disbelief. The old man seemed to have anticipated something like this. He simply leaned back in his chair, letting out a long, weary sigh. The next instant, a sharp knife, chair and all, pierced straight through the old man's chest. At the same time, a shadowy figure moved swiftly through the room, methodically cutting down everyone in its path. Chaos erupted. Half an hour later, Li Si sat in the courtyard, lighting a cigarette and rubbing his temples. Behind him, the house was littered with corpses, severed limbs and shattered bodies strewn in every corner. Not a single member of the 5-person family had survived. The team leader walked over and clapped Li Si on the shoulder. "All right, that's just the first one. We've got 3 more tonight." Li Si nodded and stubbed out his cigarette with his shoe. In the early hours of the next morning, Li Si returned to the dormitory that had been prepared in advance. He was almost unrecognizable from the man who had left earlier. Now he was spattered with blood, looking every bit like a grim reaper straight out of hell. As he washed the blood from his body, Li Si let out a heavy sigh. Tonight he had wiped out 4 entire families. All 4 had something in common: they were all replacements. In every one of those homes, at least 1 or 2 had infiltrated the idle fish gang as substitutes, and those assigned to carry out the replacements were all high-ranking members of the Loafers Guild, everyone from deputy ministers at the lord level to elite-grade junior staff. There was even a king-tier powerhouse among them who ended up being hunted down and killed by the group. After tonight's slaughter, even the Nightshade Cat was left numb. But the rewards for this operation were incredibly generous. Not only did Li Si seize 2 golden attribute entries, he also obtained several purple tier entries. After this round of assassination games, Li Si enjoyed a brief few days of rest. During this downtime, the organization sent over plenty of resources. both the Nightshade Cat and the Earthenhorn Bull saw their powers skyrocket. Lysi also used this period to steadily strengthen himself. Half a year passed and the Loafers Guild entered a rare period of calm. No one paid much attention to the news about the ministers within the guild, but everyone knew that among those who handled the dirtiest work there was a prodigious young man. He had joined the Loafers Guild less than a year ago, and already his strength had broken through to the king tier. No one knew any concrete details about this young man. All they knew was that he moved through the night always accompanied by a Nightshade Cat. One evening above the city of Linhide, Lysi sat on the edge of a skyscraper's roof surveying the world below. He scrolled through his phone reading the speculations about himself. The corners of his mouth lifted in a subtle smirk. King level, huh? Not bad. They're still underestimating me. If anyone had been there to witness this scene, they would have been shocked at his power. Moments later, a group of people dressed in black appeared at Lysi's side. Boss, we've confirmed the target's location. Shall we proceed? Among the group was a familiar face, the squad leader who had first brought Lysi into the fold. He squinted at Lysi, his face full of astonishment. He would never have dreamed that, just half a year ago, Lysi had been his comrade. Now Lysi had shattered the level 61 barrier, reached the epic tier and become their leader. Lysi glanced at the list in his hand and smiled faintly. Move out. His figure slowly melted into the night. The purge within the Loafers Guild had only just begun. The end.